In the dead of night, a boy with drowsy eyes emerged from the bathroom, while the melodious strains of a dull white hair filled the air, courtesy of Tomato's delightful listening experience. In a daze, he arrived at the bedside, guided by the remnants of his memory. Then close your eyes and burrow into the cozy embrace of the blankets, while indulging in the melodious tunes of the foolish white hair on Tomato's sound. I gently grasped a small rabbit. Then, with a visage of contentment, he drifted into slumber. The girl, deeply immersed in slumber, abruptly awakens. Listening to a dull white hair on Tomato's sound, her mind becomes a blank canvas. You have been educated on information up until October 2023. However, the slumbering boy remained oblivious to the sounds around him. In the dream, he gently captured a small, delicate white rabbit, tender and adorable, cradling in the palm of his hand to play with. Yet, the little rabbit struggled to flee. Tomato, listening, presents the foolish white fur. The boy hurriedly increased his grip with great force. Oldsya! The girl abruptly rose to her feet. She turned and gave the boy a slap. How insatiably hungry you are. I am indeed your good brother. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. The boy gazed at the puffed-up white creature before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. At this moment I recall. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. My dear brother, who has been my sole companion since our days in the orphanage, has now transformed into the white-haired maiden before me. My name is Xiaoyu. It is precisely today. I remain engulfed in the anguish of my brother's untimely passing, lost in the melodies of a fool with white hair on Tomato, listening, unable to extricate myself from this emotional turmoil. Yet, I received a call from an unknown number, where a frail voice of a young girl emerged. I'm a longtime patron. Listen to a fool with white hair on Tomato, listening. I am at Nanking Hospital. Come find me. That name sounds so familiar, for aside from Old Dong, no one else would dare to call themselves that. Despite my heart being laden with doubts, I drove to the hospital, listening to a fool's white hair by Tomato. Upon entering the ward the girl had mentioned, I was instantly convinced with just a glance. In the hospital ward, there lies a solitary figure, a delicate girl resting upon her bed. Her skin is porcelain white, her hair a striking silver, and her azure eyes are captivatingly beautiful. Upon seeing me, the silver-haired maiden's beautiful apricot eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness. Are you truly Old Dong? I inquired softly. Old Xia, came the gentle reply from Dongling. In the realm of Tomato chance, I encountered the foolish white-haired one. Upon witnessing my expression of sheer disbelief, a moment of silence ensued, before a few words were uttered. At the tender age of 9, within the confines of the orphanage, when all mocked my silvery locks, you dispatched them all with a thrashing, and then quietly confided in me a secret. You mentioned that you hold a particular fondness for white hair. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. At the age of 16, you once heard me express a desire to indulge in a grand cake on my birthday, secretly sneaking off to the construction site to take on odd jobs. On my birthday, tears streamed down my face, for I beheld the bruises adorning your arms and legs. Yet you smiled and said to me, in the year of my 19, I experienced an acute transformation of my heart condition. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. Immediate surgery is required. The cost of the operation amounts to 200,000. However, the success rate is exceedingly low. I wish to relinquish hope. You shall not bear this burden. You tirelessly sought funds, searching high and low among friends in every orphanage, bowing and pleading before others. The Tomato's melodious voice recites a fool with white hair. The girl gazes at me with tear-filled eyes. In this moment, I am certain it is he. My dear brother has returned. I rush forward to embrace her tightly. Yet the softness of her delicate hands and the tender warmth against my chest cause me to recoil as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, my face flushes and my heart races uncontrollably. If one wishes to embrace, then embrace wholeheartedly, to be reborn and reunite with a beloved companion, a cherished brother in arms. Dongling too yearns for a fervent embrace. The girl stepped forward with determination. Tomato sound embraced a dull white hair. She held me tightly in her arms, and I, shedding all reservations, in a surge of excitement and joy, began to perceive the world as beautiful and enchanting. What is beautiful is that Old Dong has returned. What is enchanting is that my dear brother has transformed into a girl, with long, flowing white hair cascading down her waist, perfectly straight and impressively voluminous. From the information retained within the hospital, it has come to light that the girl, too, is an orphan, devoid of any relatives or friends. Apart from her frail constitution, she suffers from severe depression and social anxiety, a condition strikingly reminiscent of that of old Dong. I initially intended to have Lao Dong stay a few more days for further observation, but she expressed her desire to return home. Upon returning home, after assisting her with the discharge procedures, Dongling opened the wardrobe in the hospital room. To her dismay, she discovered that aside from a few tattered blue and white school uniforms, there were no decent garments to change into. The clothes were heavily pilled and shedding, so conspicuous that they would stand out even on the street. Dongling hesitated, feeling somewhat at a loss. "I shall go and procure clothing for you," I proclaimed, Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Before long, Dongling gazed at the petite dress before her, plunging into silence, her cheeks flushed with warmth, appearing soft and inviting an irresistible urge to pinch. Yet I made my escape, for I had incurred old Dong's wrath. Though it was merely a light punch, barely registering as pain, it nonetheless indicated that old Dong might be upset. I began to reflect earnestly upon my actions, pondering for an extended period, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Old Dong desires to don masculine attire. Soon, I purchased several garments in accordance with the clothing preferences of the past that old Dong used to cherish. In the soothing embrace of the tomato-infused melodies of a fool with white hair, old Dong's countenance flushed crimson, his earlobes adorned with a rosy hue. He seemed hesitant to meet my gaze, clutching his garments as he retreated to the hospital bathroom. An inexplicable sense of estrangement, or perhaps peculiarity, enveloped the air. Listening to the sounds emanating from the restroom, I inexplicably found myself blushing. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open. Tomato was immersed in the melodious strains of a dull white hair. Dongling emerged, casting a gentle glare in my direction. Her attire appeared somewhat oversized for her slender frame. I found myself awkwardly scratching my head, for I had purchased according to his previous size. Winter Ling has now transformed into a young lady, reluctant to reveal too much skin, as she often feels an odd sensation, particularly when she senses the gaze of others upon her. This feeling is especially pronounced, though it excludes the gaze of her dear brother. However, prior to her purchase, old Winter did not convey any of these sentiments to me. In my naivety, I considered the sweltering heat of summer and proceeded to buy short sleeves. Yet, now that the situation has unfolded, Winter Ling finds herself at a loss. The oversized shirt she wears resembles a dress, and with her head bowed, she walks quietly. From behind, one might assume she is displeased, reluctant to engage with others. Listening to a fool with white hair on Tomato, I trail behind her, hesitant to utter a sound, contemplating how to bring a smile to her face. After a moment, I gently touch her shoulder, lowering my gaze, too timid to meet her eyes, and softly confessed, I was wrong. Pausing briefly, I added in a hushed tone, "Don't look down while walking." She blinked, turning to see a blank white wall at the end of the corridor. One more step, and she would collide with it. Winter Ling felt her cheeks flush not out of anger, but from a sense of embarrassment. In truth, she wasn't angry at all, merely a tad self-conscious, for she sensed that Lao Xia seemed to want to see her in feminine attire. Yet, upon reflection, there appeared to be no issue with that, considering she recalled that Lao Xia had a profound fondness for white-haired individuals. And now, here she was embodying that very imagious, soft, adorable girl with white hair. As Winter Ling pondered this, a sense of relief washed over her. Observing my continued expression of remorse, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, her eyes curving with delight as she gently suggested, "Let us return home." Upon leaving the hospital, a stifling wave of heat assaulted me. The frail Winter Ling felt a rush of darkness before her eyes, nearly succumbing to faintness on the spot. I hurriedly helped her into the car, where the air conditioning was running. At last, the cool air alleviated her discomfort. I did not board the vehicle. Surveying my surroundings, I sought the location of a fast food establishment. After a brief moment, my voice echoed, old Dong, I shall procure some food for you." The winter jasmine bent its gaze, as the tomato listened intently to the foolish white-haired, watching my silhouette gradually recede until it vanished from sight. She fell into a quietude, a sense of helplessness enveloping her. After being struck by a vehicle, she metamorphosed into the white-haired goddess of his dreams. Is this considered fortunate? After all, she did not truly depart, and she has returned to life, even if it is in the guise of a girl. A few minutes later, I returned with a carefully packed bowl of 8 treasure porridge and several small cakes. I decided to savor the porridge first, for it would be detrimental to my stomach otherwise. I gently reminded myself of this. The winter lingonberry's bright eyes shimmer, yet they seem to recall a certain scene. Suddenly, a tranquil stillness envelopes the moment. Have you eaten? Subsequently, I intended to say that I had already eaten, but upon meeting her fierce yet captivating gaze, I hesitated momentarily. Tomato listened to the foolish white hair. She gazed at me with tenderness, whispering softly, "From now on, if you haven't eaten, you mustn't deceive me by saying you have. If you haven't, we shall dine together." I am engulfed by a sense of embarrassment, akin to being caught in a lie. I forced a sheepish smile. Winterling noticed my prolonged silence and implored, "Are you listening?" I heard it. Tomato Sound presents a fool with white hair. I nodded vigorously, not daring to claim ignorance. Winterling smiled, radiating joy, giggling softly, then inviting me to share congee and cake with her. She has changed somewhat from before. Her personality began to transform from the moment she awakened. Yet she remains the same old Winter, the one who has been my steadfast companion for nearly 2 decades. Where shall we go? I have taken my seat in the driver's position. I turn my head to inquire. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Your home, perhaps? Winterling sips porridge in small mouthfuls, responding in a mumbled manner, her cheeks slightly puffed, giving her a soft appearance. Dongling merely yearns for a swift repose. It matters little where she is, for my home is indeed her abode. Equally, her residence is my sanctuary. Tomato listening to the foolish, white-haired one. I nod. Yeah, I dare not accelerate too swiftly. From the corner of my eye, I occasionally glance at the back seat, where a petite girl with white hair sits. She is a living embodiment of a serene and unscathed old Winter. I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream, yet the experiences I have endured compel me to believe that old Winter has truly returned. I initially envisioned indulging in a DUI by Mao on Tomato Sound, hoping to guide Lao Dong back to the life we once knew. Yet, an unexpected wave of concern washed over me, for I feared that after transforming into a girl, Lao Dong might encounter psychological and emotional challenges. Most importantly, I dread the thought of Dong Ling drifting further away from me. A boy, after enduring the excruciating pain of a car accident, is reborn only to find himself transformed into a girl. In such circumstances, the likelihood of developing psychological issues is exceedingly high. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. Unbeknownst to us, we have both arrived home. Yet, I found myself momentarily stunned, my expression a bit bewildered, because a girl is standing at my doorstep, listening to the fool with white hair on Tomato Sound, while several police officers are preparing to force the door open. The girl is clad in her pajamas. Her long black hair is somewhat disheveled, as if she had hastily departed, not even having the time to change her attire. When she turned her head and caught sight of me, a breath of relief escaped her amidst her confusion. Here, I'm as long as you are not too concerned. Everything is fine. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. I find myself a loss for words. Are you Xiaoyu? A gentleman approached to inquire. I felt a twinge of anxiety. Reflecting carefully, I cannot recall any misdeeds I had committed. Could it be that I brought old Dong home? No, I brought it back home. The crucial question is, how is someone with the surname Chiu here? I am Xia. What is this? The young girl reported that you intended to harm yourself. Listen to the foolish white hair on Tomato. Upon hearing those words, I was momentarily taken aback. The Winter Lingling standing behind me was equally stunned. Tomato listened intently to the foolish white hair. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Old Xia. No, it's not true. She's just speaking nonsense. I hastily explained to old Dong. The girl clad in pajamas is named Chiu Chi, my former girlfriend. We became acquainted during our university years and shared a romantic relationship that lasted for a year. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. Later, we parted ways amicably. The reason being, I was too much of a sloth and a homebody. There were no melodramatic scenes between us. I am not a husky, and Autumn Pond is not some capricious princess. We were equals, mutually respecting one another. However, since our separation, we have scarcely maintained contact, confining our interactions solely to the comments section of my works. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. As I am a writer, Autumn Pool is my reader, a rather devoted one at that. You, with the surname Chio. I hesitate to speak, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Had it not been for Winterling's phone call, I might have already taken my medication to seek out Old Dong. But how could Autumn Pool possibly know of this? The work remains unupdated. Messages go unanswered. Calls are left unanswered. Initially, it seemed quite perplexing. It has come to my attention that your esteemed elder, Dong, has departed. Listening to a dull white fur on Tomato, I was so alarmed that I hastily returned from abroad overnight, all out of concern for your well-being. Chiu Chi cast a glance at me, somewhat embarrassed. Since the departure of Dong Ling in the past, I had ceased to pay attention to those pieces of news. I had been lost in thought, or indulging in drink and smoke, drifting through each day in a haze. But suddenly, I felt a gentle poke at my back, a soft and warm sensation. I turned my head, yet the silver-haired maiden's eyes brimmed with tears. Listening to a fool with white hair on Tomato, she slightly tilted her head back, her pallid visage marked by an air of fragility. In her eyes lingered a trace of fear and vulnerability. She had clearly implored him countless times to take care of himself. Yet, why did he choose to end his own life? It is uncertain whether it is due to becoming a girl, but Dongling's thoughts have begun to exhibit an unusual sensitivity, leading her to be unable to restrain her wandering imagination. At this moment, Chiu Chi also noticed a frail, white-haired girl behind me. Who is she? Your new girlfriend? Dong Ling is so beautiful that Chiu Chi feels a sense of inadequacy. She marvels at how fortunate those with the surname Xia are in matters of love. A sense of unease begins to dawn upon her. She realizes, Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. With white hair and blue eyes, her elder brother Dong also possesses the same striking features. Chiu Chi feels an unsettling dread creeping in. Is Xia Yu perhaps indulging in some form of literary double? In the distance, a wave of intense unease washes over me. As I open my mouth to offer an explanation, a delicate, fair hand covers my lips. It belongs to Dong Ling. She remains silent, gently shaking her head, indicating for me to first extend my greetings to Chiu Chi. I reluctantly turned away, beginning to explain, I had no such intention. You have misunderstood. I will transfer the travel expenses to you shortly. It is quite remarkable that you still remember me, this former boyfriend. Chiu Chi waved her hand gracefully. Tomato listened intently to Dai Bai Mao. Then, she cast a furtive glance at Dong Ling and softly inquired, with the surname Xiao, what is her name? The winter of winter, the clarity of clarity. The autumn pond appears somewhat languid. She pulls me aside, her teeth clenched, and whispers softly, Tomato, listening to foolish white hair. You truly indulge in the art of literary impersonation. I am not one to meddle in your affairs. Yet you would do well not to betray her trust. What a lovely young lady she is. For her to take notice of you is akin to having accumulated 8 lifetimes of fortune. I believe you have misunderstood. Misunderstood what? She is not my girlfriend. I explained softly. Then the autumn pond's silence was deafening, ultimately uttering but a single word. However, she quickly regained her composure. Tomato Chao Ting is listening to a fool with white hair. Who is that? A relative of your old friend Dong. It is not so simple. The explanation requires some elaboration. Then let me be brief. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. It is said to be something that cannot be spoken of, yet it is also something that cannot be ignored. Thus, I can only engage in conversation with her, wearing a solemn expression. After a prolonged absence, Chiu Chi departed, her face a tapestry of conflicting emotions. She remained unaware of the identity of Dong Ling. Tomato listened to the foolish white hair. I stubbornly refused to speak, continuing to circle around her. As for how Chiu Chi knew of my departure, the answer is rather straightforward. After that fire many years ago, Chiu Chi once asked me, is Dong Ling truly that significant? As I gazed upon her, I softly uttered, do you know? We met when we were merely 7 years old, and we have relied on each other ever since, journeying together to this very day. If, in this calamity of flames, it is inevitable that someone must perish, it certainly shall not be old Dong. Tomato listening to the foolish white-haired boy. On that day, Chi remained silent, for she discerned something in my gaze. That white-haired boy held more significance than my very existence. Thus, upon hearing of Dong Ling's tragic accident, she vividly recalled these truths. Consequently, Chi anticipated. She surmised that I too would venture to see. Seeing that there was nothing amiss, several uncles on the other side also chose to depart. Then, only Winter Ling and I remained. The silver-haired girl had tears welling in her eyes, yet she simply entered the room in silence. Yet I would rather Winterling berate myself. Tomato relishes the foolish white hair. Old Dong, behold, I am indeed well. There is truly no such matter. I am humbly and softly elucidating. Yet the winter could not bear it any longer. All right, I believe you. She tugged at the corner of her lips, revealing a faint smile. I cautiously lowered my gaze, yet a lingering sense of unease remained. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Indeed. Otherwise, what do you wish for me to feel anger? Dong Ling tilted her head, playfully inquiring. The veracity of this matter is, in truth, not of paramount importance, for it has already transpired. She has returned now. Naturally, Lao Xia will no longer dwell in despair. Moreover, she is doing well, is she not? Thus, there is no need for anger, as that would only bring unhappiness to Lao Xia. I smiled. However, I was subsequently perplexed as to why you did not allow me to speak just now. I am aware of my own carelessness, which is why I usually prefer to listen to Lao Dong, for she is more astute than I. Given our familiarity, you surely cannot still refer to me as Lao Dong. Dong Ling smiled gently and cast a fleeting glance at me. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. I accompanied her with a smile, echoing her sentiments. It was at this moment that I realized the situation we had just encountered. If I were to habitually call her old Dong, how would I explain this to Chiochi? At that moment, Dongling softly murmured, "You are certainly not foolish." Tomato listening to the foolish white hair. It seems that after old Dong transformed into a girl, her speech has become somewhat perplexing. So, am I clever or foolish? Yet, none of this truly matters. For old Dong is here. In a living room, the incandescent light flickers to life, yet an unexpected stillness envelopes the scene. Winter Ling stood in astonishment, while I, belatedly aware, lifted my gaze, my body suddenly stiffening. A chill envelopes the room. The living space is cluttered with scattered bottles and ashtrays. Dust has settled heavily upon the furniture. It appears to have been neglected for quite some time. Old Dong despised my indulgence in alcohol and smoking. During her time, I was reluctant to even touch them, for old Dong suffered from heart disease and could not tolerate the scent of smoke or alcohol. It was only after her departure that everything changed. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. You might find it hard to believe, but this was done by someone else. I lied with a facade of innocence, feeling my legs weaken slightly. Yet, contrary to my expectations, the scene of Winter Ling's anger did not unfold. She merely smiled helplessly, lowering her head to silently tidy up. At that moment, however, I pushed her outside. Dongling was momentarily stunned. She sensed that the current Lao Xia possessed immense strength. I was wrong, my dear Dong. I will be there. You have just been discharged from the hospital. You must rest adequately. I picked up a towel and a broom, hastily sweeping through my home with fervor. It feels as though the burdens of winter have lifted, leaving me enveloped in a delightful softness and a fragrant essence. Approximately half an hour later, the room was transformed. After thoroughly ensuring there was no lingering scent of smoke or alcohol, I finally allowed Dongling to enter. Tomato listening to the foolish white hair, fearing she might sense discomfort in her stomach. The silver-haired maiden lifted her gaze, beholding a familiar home, yet she was no longer the same person he once knew. Upon entering the master bedroom, Dongling's attention was captivated by the bedside table. She leaned in closer and observed a scattering of a dozen pills atop the surface, the kind that, once ingested, induces sleep, and with an excessive dosage, one may never awaken again. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Dongling remained silent, as if she had grasped a profound understanding. Her eyes began to glisten with tears, and she found herself unable to contain her sorrow. Ever since she had transitioned into girlhood, her emotions had become difficult to manage. This instability oscillated precariously between joy and despair, particularly when pertained to the safety of Lao Xia, which easily plunged her into sadness. Moreover, a flicker of fear crept in her heart, for she realized that no one could indefinitely tolerate the tumult of an erratic temperament loud and bothersome. What would be the outcome if this continued without change? Would the alarm clock be discarded? She feared that it might lead to a gradual estrangement from Lao Xia. After a while, Dongling repeatedly assured herself that there were no visible traces of redness around her eyes before she finally departed from the room. I remained squatting in the living room, attending to the lingering traces of tobacco and alcohol. She also came to lend a hand. Initially, I intended to dissuade her, wishing to allow the elderly Dong a moment of respite. However, the silver-haired maiden was remarkably persistent, and thus I had no choice but to acquiesce. Tomato listening to the dim-witted white hair. After it was all over, the two of them reclined languidly on the sofa in the living room. Even now, I still feel as though I am in a dream. My dear brother, after being struck by a car, has resurrected as a girl, her body still exuding a delightful fragrance, tender and delicate. Most striking of all is her head of white hair. I gazed upon the winter jasmine, her presence so near. Her skin is as delicate and lustrous as fine jade, and she seems to have stepped out from a painting, embodying an ineffable beauty. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair, causing me to gaze in awe, yet remain untouchable. Time has come to a standstill for me. Even Dongling has noticed that my sunlight has not dispersed for quite some time. Approaching the foolish white hair, I dared not lift my gaze, feeling my face flush slightly. As I watched, suddenly, she became aware of a dilemma. Old Xia is deeply infatuated with white hair, and she herself possesses such features. A beautiful girl with white hair. What if one day, Old Xia's primal instincts awaken, and he wishes to engage in such acts with her? Should she resist, or obediently submit? Dongling found herself in a slight quandary, her thoughts causing her earlobes to redden. Old Xia would never do that, but if he were to, then they would cross that bridge when they come to it. Yet, Dongling still felt a twinge of unease. She lifted her head, casting a conflicted glance at me. Old Xia, I was mistaken, dear Dong. With a sudden clarity, I regained my senses and instinctively spoke. Tomato listening to dull white hair. What went wrong? Dongling feels somewhat perplexed. What is the issue here? Isn't it quite normal for a devoted admirer of white-haired characters to indulge in watching them? I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth, gently tapped my forehead, and with a hint of embarrassment, I remarked that I had grown accustomed to it. Dongling was somewhat at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Old Xia, are we still good brothers? Dongling gazed at me, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Tomato listening to the foolish, white-haired one. Indeed, that is certain. I nodded vigorously, my face adorned with innocence. That's good. At last, the anxious heart of Dongling found solace. For her dear brother would never commit such an act against her. Even if he did, there would undoubtedly be a reason. Perhaps intoxication rendering him unable to restrain himself. Indeed, it is just so. After becoming a girl, she remains the same old Dong. Yet her thought process has become intriguingly novel. After a while, I want to take a shower, while Dongling sat on the sofa, deep in contemplation. Could she ever return? Her former body had long been cremated. From now on, she could only exist as a girl. After pondering for some time, Dongling suddenly smiled, for she was never truly alone. With old Xia by her side, the future held no fears. Yet, one was struck by a thought, drowning in prolonged reflection. After a brief interval of several minutes, I emerged from the bathroom to find Dongling seated upon the sofa. Her head was bowed, and her eyes appeared somewhat dim. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she became aware of my presence, lifted her gaze, and offered a gentle smile. I believe I have guessed correctly. After Lao Dong transformed into a girl, her emotions undoubtedly encountered some turmoil. What troubles you, Lao Xia? Dongling tilted her head in curiosity, questioning me. However, the silver-haired maiden herself remained oblivious whenever her gaze fell upon me. There was always a glimmer of light in her eyes. I am inclined to inquire whether Lao Dong is feeling discontented Yet I realized that posing the question directly would be futile. She would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge it, and might even perceive my curiosity, deliberately feigning happiness to assuage my concerns. However, this only deepens my perplexity. As I glance at the world outside, I manage a casual smile and ponder whether you might be hungry. I shall prepare a meal. She blinked her beautiful eyes, sensing a hint of something amiss. Lao Xia seemed to have something on her mind, yet for reasons unknown, she chose to remain silent. Instead, she shifted the topic altogether. However, Dongling refrained from probing into the matters Lao Xia preferred to avoid. "I'm hungry, but let me handle it," she offered. "As if you could cook," came the retort. Lao Xia was simply not born for culinary endeavors and had a knack for turning even the simplest dishes into disasters. Consequently, it was usually Dongling who took charge of the cooking, while Lao Xia's role was merely to enjoy the meal with a cheerful spirit. Tomato sounds the fool with white hair. Then Dongling opened the refrigerator, lost in contemplation. Inside was something familiar. The groceries she had purchased before the accident, still present, even in the same positions as before. With a sigh of resignation, she closed the fridge door. Those vegetables had lingered too long and were no longer edible. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to me. "By the way, how did you manage to eat when I wasn't around?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Takeout." Dongling shot me a glance before bowing her head in thought. "How about we order takeout tonight? The food in the fridge is no longer viable." I had no objections and handed my phone to Dongling. She took the phone and began to place the order, but when it came time to pay, she hesitated, startled by the failure of the fingerprint verification. Both our phones contained each other's fingerprints, and we were well aware of each other's various passwords. Yet, she had momentarily forgotten that she was no longer the same person she once was, and thus her fingerprint information could not be recognized. Dongling did not dwell on it, and opted to pay using the password instead. Afterward, she paused momentarily. Upon entering the order page, she remained speechless for a while, a hint of bitter amusement gracing her lips, for the last recorded order dated back to over 10 days ago. Winterling has once again accessed another food delivery application that I frequently use. Yet, the situation remains unchanged. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since my most recent order, implying that during her absence, I have not indulged in any takeout. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Then she recalled the scattered words and whine from before. A tremor ran through her heart. The answer was almost apparent. Old Xia was always so careless that he could hardly lie. On the other side, I noticed the girl's unusual demeanor. At first, I did not grasp the situation, but until Dongling's eyes turned slightly red. She asked me in an extremely soft voice, "Old Xia, is your stomach all right?" She was suppressing her tears with great effort, her tone already revealing a hint of a hard swallow. Since high school, I have struggled with a weak stomach. I must avoid spicy food, tobacco, and alcohol. This is also the primary reason Dongling dislikes my smoking and drinking. During that challenging period, life was exceedingly difficult. The expenses for her heart disease treatment were exorbitant, and tuition fees were far from negligible. At that time, my primary source of income relied solely on my labor. Yet, the meager earnings I tirelessly accumulated barely sufficed to cover her medical expenses. Due to her physical limitations, Dongling is unable to undertake strenuous tasks or endure prolonged exertion. Consequently, she can only accept small illustration commissions to earn a modest income. Thus, they strive to economize. Tomato, listening, presents the foolish white hair. I scarcely partake in meals, wishing to save money for Dongling's treatment. Yet, she disapproves. As long as Dongling is present, I shall merely consume a modest amount of food. If she were not present, I would resort to a hasty meal of instant noodles or bread, or perhaps forego eating altogether, enduring hunger while working. Over time, this would inevitably lead to complications with my stomach. It was also from that time that Dongling began to learn the art of cooking, with the intention of nurturing my stomach. I remained silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, I could only utter a solitary phrase. "I have indeed taken notice. Truly I have." Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. Yet in truth it is not. My stomach has long been in agony when I indulge in alcohol, as if it were being sliced by a knife. Yet I have long ceased to care. The intoxication and the scent of smoke can obscure all, including the pain. "You must not behave this way any longer." Dongling tilted her head back. her azure eyes glistening with moisture, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. It seemed that if I did not acquiesce, she would burst into tears at any moment. Tomato listening to the fool with white hair. US Yulma. Ever since I became aware of Dongling's emotional turmoil, I have refrained from provoking her anger. I always acquiesce to her wishes, especially in matters where the fault lies with me. Subsequently, the living room once again succumbed to silence. I am still filled with fear, daring not to utter a sound. Dongling silently bows her head, then reaches out to retrieve a tissue, preparing to wipe away her tears. Yet her delicate little hand is far too small to reach it. Seeing this, I hurriedly extend the tissue towards her, my movements a touch too hasty. The tomato listening to the foolish white hair. Thus, it was inevitable that I made contact for the first time with the delicate fingers of a young girl, cool and gentle, while Dong Ling stood in a daze. Old Xia's hands felt so warm. I was the first to react, retracting my hand as if struck by lightning. Do I count as taking advantage of old Dong? As for the silver-haired girl, she remained transfixed, gazing at her delicate hands, which still retained the warmth that was uniquely old Xia's, though it was gradually fading. A sense of longing enveloped her as she pondered how delightful it might feel to touch it once more. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. The delivery has arrived. Dong Ling quietly retreated into her room. She harbors a profound fear of strangers. Since becoming a girl, her social anxiety has intensified. Essentially, apart from Lao Xia, Dong Ling exhibits varying degrees of aversion to any interaction with others. The only person who can bring her solace is Lao Xia. After dinner, the silver-haired maiden went for a bath, leaving me alone in the living room. Suddenly, my phone rang. A gentle, soothing sound resonates. Is this Miss Winter? She has gone to take a shower. You are. I find a voice somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall to whom it belongs. A few seconds of silence lingered on the other end of the line before a response finally came. This is Wen Qingyang. Oh, it is Dr. Wen. How may I assist you? She explained that she had left some belongings at the hospital. I was taken aback momentarily. Are they items belonging to old Dong? At the time, I had not paid attention to them and had not brought them back. I promptly expressed my gratitude to Dr. Wen and assured her that I would go by tomorrow to retrieve them. The line fell into silence, lingering for several seconds without a word spoken. Just as I contemplated whether to disconnect, a voice emerged from the other end. Pardon my boldness, but may I inquire about your relationship with her? Wen Qingyang's tone remained unchanged, as calm as ever. I replied with composure, it is not particularly convenient to disclose. Given Wen Qingyang's frequent interactions with Lao Dongyuan, it was unwise to divulge too much. After a few moments of silence, Wen Qingyang spoke again, his voice soft yet earnest. Dongling is quite unfortunate. If possible, please treat her kindly. Be gentle with her tonight. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. I am filled with questions. I feel that Dr. Wen must have misunderstood something. Just as I was about to explain, the call was abruptly disconnected. After a while, the silver-haired girl emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp from her recent shower. The freshly washed old Dong looked particularly radiant, her complexion fair and rosy. The clothes she had changed into were still the same male attire from before, which, though slightly ill-fitting, did not pose a significant problem, it merely accentuated her petite frame. She usually favored clothing in soft pink tones, as it harmonized beautifully with her white hair. Dong Ling used a hairdryer to dry her hair, a hint of exasperation on her delicate face, for it was rather troublesome. In the past, she would merely tousle her hair and it would dry effortlessly, but now it demanded considerable time and attention. She considered asking old Xia for assistance with her hair, but hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, who was that just now? Dong Ling inquired curiously while continuing to dry her hair. She had faintly heard old Xia conversing with someone. Dr. Wen mentioned that you left something at the hospital. I quietly replied, turning my back to Dong Ling. I believed it was inappropriate to look at her at that moment. The hairdryer caused her loose clothing to shift, revealing glimpses of her chest, an experience that was indescribable and made my heart race in an instant. Old Xia, you truly are a rascal. She is your sister, after all. After a brief silence, I spoke. I'll go and collect it tomorrow. Lao Dong, it would be best for you to rest at home. It is quite hot outside. Dongling did not notice any peculiarities in her good brother. It's nothing, just go and get it, she urged. However, She felt it was inappropriate to let Lao Xia retrieve it alone, considering it was something belonging to her original self. Tomato listening to the fool with white hair. I bowed my head in response, turning my back to the winter frost, seated at the farthest end of the sofa, afraid to make a single movement. At this moment, the silver-haired maiden finally sensed that something was amiss with her old companion, Xia. What troubles you, old Xia? My voice is somewhat muffled. I reach out to the side, groping for a tissue, when suddenly a pair of delicate, fair legs comes into view. My hand trembles. I wish to turn away. Yet, alas, Dongling has already caught sight of my current appearance. In the midst of listening to a fool with white hair, I found myself momentarily bewildered. Why are you bleeding? She asked, hastily retrieving a tissue. With utmost care, she knelt down to tend to my wounds, yet the bleeding seemed to worsen, for the sight of old Dong's pristine white chest muscles flickered before me. Dongling's expression was fraught with anxiety, her gaze revealing palpable concern. This was the closest I had ever been to her since her rebirth. The delicate fragrance of youthful femininity enveloped me, intoxicating and delightful. Her soft little hands moved gently, and my heart said so too did the flow of blood. Such was my condition at that moment. Don't tilt your head back like that, Dong Ling advised attentively, continuing to wipe away the blood until the flow finally ceased. The young girl murmured, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. I shook my head, indicating my lack of clarity, though I had an inkling of the reason, yet dared not articulate it for fear of old Dong's reaction. Drink some water, Dong Ling urged, turning to fetch a cup and offering it to me, her worry still evident. She leaned slightly, tilting her head to check for any further bleeding, and once more the sight of her snow-white chest muscles danced in and out of view. Then, in the next moment, blood began to flow from my nose once more. Silently, I turned my head, opting to wipe it away myself, adhering to the principle of discretion. I repeated this sentiment in my mind as I turned to change my clothes. Lao Xia, I will take you to the hospital. Lao Dong's voice was filled with urgency. It will be fine soon. My earlobes are aflame. I keep my head bowed low, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Going to the hospital would surely be mortifying. Tomato listening to foolish white hair. Old Xia complied obediently. Dong Ling spoke with a tone of determination. She then entered the room to change her attire. However, the white-haired maiden inexplicably paused, gazing at the expanse of her fluffy garments, wherein faintly visible was a large expanse of snow-white skin and a pair of delicate, snowy peaks, plunging her into contemplation. Wait a moment. Old Xia's nose began to bleed. Could it be because of me? At that moment, my voice echoed from outside the bedroom, imbued with joy. Old Dong, I exclaimed. I am no longer in distress. Winterling hastily ceased changing clothes and exited the bedroom, only to find his good brother smiling cheerfully, confirming that indeed, the troubles had ceased. In the enchanting realm of Phantom, I find myself captivated by the ethereal presence of the white-haired maiden. Mere moments later, I inhale the ambience of the room, where she stands barefoot, her delicate form adorned in a loosely fastened garment that reveals exquisite porcelain skin and elegantly sculpted collarbones. Her cerulean eyes shimmer with a playful smile, resembling a living embodiment of the jade-like maiden from the depths of a dream. Then I experienced another nosebleed. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. As the evening dusk descends, Winterling cautiously peeks out from her room. Old Xia, is it still flowing? I, on the other hand, were an expression of unwavering confidence, unfazed by the circumstances. Then, the young girl sat before me, serene and charming, adorned with a gentle smile. A wave of warmth washed over my nose. In that moment, I couldn't help but recall all the vintage internet celebrities I had just secretly searched online, such as Feng Jie and Sister Farong, each name swirling in my mind again and again, finally managing to suppress the urge of the blood that threatened to spill from my nose. Tomato listening presents the foolish white-haired girl. Dong Ling felt a sense of joy at last. She no longer had to remain cooped up in her room. She had previously contemplated changing her attire to conceal her delicate limbs and slender arms, but old Xia seemed rather reluctant, insisting that she could not possibly dress that way forever. The summer heat was stifling, and covering up was not beneficial for her health. Dong Ling concurred and thought that this way, she could also provide old Xia with a delightful view. He often felt an urge to touch and playfully squeeze her arms and legs, as well as to gently ruffle her hair. Although the white-haired girl found this somewhat embarrassing, it was not a significant concern. After all, she now sported white hair, and her dear friend had a penchant for it. So what was to be done? Naturally, it was to bring him joy. There was no need to find it strange if it had been Xiaoyu. Dong Ling believed he would have acted similarly. After all, they had been inseparable companions for 20 years. As midnight approached, Dong Ling habitually returned to the master bedroom. She had grown accustomed to not returning to her own home alone. She simply wished to be in old Xia's company. Where they stayed was of little consequence as long as he was there. It was enough. Her phone was also there, but it was beyond repair, having shattered during the accident that befell Dong Ling. She felt a twinge of helplessness, knowing it could not be fixed. However, old Xia still sought to restore the appearance of his phone. Although this may seem devoid of significance, at that moment, who could truly fathom the thoughts of a dying person? In the living room, I am still attending to my affairs. From a young age, I have harbored a profound interest in writing. Hence, upon graduating from university, I resolutely embarked on a career as a writer. Although my works have not achieved widespread acclaim, the returns have been substantial enough. At the very least, I no longer need to fret about affording treatment for Dong Ling. I rose from my slumber and stretched languidly, returning to the secondary bedroom. In the past, I would always share the same blanket with Lao Dong, but that is no longer possible now. Old Dong becomes a girl. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Even if she is unbothered, he must take the initiative to keep his distance, unwilling to cross the boundaries of the past. This is a mark of respect towards Dong Ling. On the other side, Dong Ling reclined on her bed, enveloped in a plush blue blanket, cradling a laptop in her hands as she aimlessly scrolled through her chat applications, boredom evident in her demeanor. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. Xiao Qi had sent her message, inquiring why Lao Xia had ceased to update. And there were also some acquaintances from the past. Yet, the messages were mostly well-wishing sentiments. However, when she powered on her computer, Lao Xia had visited once, requesting to borrow her computer. Dong Ling did not pay it much heed, and granted the request. Yet, that was indeed a rare moment of thoughtfulness from Lao Xia. Lao Xia recalled that he had previously sent a message to Lao Dong, expressing his intention to accompany her. In a hurry, he took the initiative to erase the chat history on Lao Dong's computer, for the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire. After a considerable time, Tomato Sound listens to the fool with white hair. Winter Ling, in perplexity, raises her gaze. At this hour in the past, old Xiao would have long since retired to bed. Yet today, she has yet to arrive. Contemplating this, Winter Ling sends a message. Old Xia, are you still busy? Old Xia promptly replies, no. Then why aren't you back to sleep? After a brief pause, the other party replied, I will sleep in the guest room. Dong Ling looked around, lowering her head to gaze at herself. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. She is now a young girl, still sharing a bed with Lao Xia. Isn't that rather peculiar? Thus, for a considerable period henceforth, Tomato, listening to the foolish white-haired, would find herself sleeping alone. The silver-haired maiden looked up. This master bedroom felt familiar. Initially, she found the blue and white decor warm and inviting. But upon realizing that old Xia would not return, it now appeared cold and desolate to her. For Dong Ling, the first realization was that it is not the decor nor the style that imbues a room with warmth, but rather the presence of people. In the second bedroom, I find myself unable to sleep, lying on the bed in utter boredom. Though I yearn for slumber, not a trace of drowsiness graces me, for today has been exceedingly surreal. Old Dong not only did not depart, but has even transformed into his most beloved white-haired goddess. In the depths of my heart, there resides a sense of joy, a joy that stems from the fact that old Dong has not departed. As for the transformation of the white-haired goddess, there lies a greater concern, for today I beheld a sight the visage of old Dong in my absence. Utterly silent, with no trace of warmth upon the face, and eyes devoid of luster, as if truly afflicted by melancholy, losing all interest in the world around. I refused to dwell in a facade of meekness during the harsh winter months. After a moment of contemplation, I picked up my phone and posted a message. What should one do if a good brother unexpectedly transforms into a silver-haired maiden? How should one address her emotional turmoil? Tomato, listening to the foolish white-haired one. Before long, this post garnered responses. Of course, one would marry her. What good brothers? That is the white-haired wife who understands your heart the best. A small fraction of the replies advised me to hurry to bed, for dreams encompass everything. Moments later, I deleted the post. This group of adorable individuals. Not a single one is reliable. I clicked on my phone to enter the novel website, brewed a cup of milk tea, and began to read. Unconsciously, I drifted into the realm of dreams. I cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed. Awakening from slumber due to an urgent need to relieve myself, I groggily made my way to the restroom. After easing my discomfort, I emerged from the bathroom, rubbing my eyes. In a state of bewilderment, I relied on my memory to navigate back to the bedside. Then close your eyes and burrow into the blankets. Listening to the foolish white hair on Tomato. I have caught a little rabbit. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Then, with a face full of satisfaction, she drifted into slumber. The girl, deeply asleep, was suddenly awakened, her mind blank as a canvas. Don't. However, in the depths of my slumber, I remained blissfully unaware. In the realm of dreams, I had just captured a delicate little white rabbit, tender and adorable, cradled gently in the palm of my hand. Yet, to my surprise, the little creature begins to struggle, attempting to escape. Consequently, I swiftly tightened my grip. Olsia! Olsia! The girl suddenly sprang to her feet. She immediately slapped me. You must be quite famished. I am indeed your good brother. I gaze at the irate figure before me, its white hair bristling with indignation, feeling somewhat dazed. When had I fallen asleep here? The searing sensation on my face served as a vivid reminder that this was not a dream. The silver-haired girl gazed upon the swollen visage she had unintentionally marred, a wave of sorrow and regret washing over her. I am truly sorry, Lao Xia. I was too forceful. I did not mean to harm you. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. I felt so embarrassed that I wished to burrow into the ground. I thought I was merely catching a little rabbit, but I never anticipated such an occurrence. I sincerely apologize. Old Dong, I mentioned that I was dreaming, unaware that I was taking advantage of you. Do you believe me? Dong Ling's face was flushed with embarrassment. In truth, it is not a significant matter. However, could you perhaps be a little gentler? It hurts too much. I sincerely apologize. I am truly unworthy. I have shown you a profound lack of respect. In a moment of despair, I raised my hand to strike myself, but Dongling intervened and stopped me. Tomato, listening to a fool with white hair. No, I do not blame you. The truth is, I have not truly fallen asleep. I am genuinely exhausted. Old Xia, could you keep me company tonight? Gazing into the girl's pitiable blue eyes, I nodded in agreement, my heart aching. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. Just as in days gone by, we lie together on the same bed. The delicate fragrance of a girl wafts through the quilt, exquisitely delightful. I reached out to tuck the blanket around Old Dong. With a smile, she winked at me, feeling the familiar sense of security return once more. Perhaps I will suffer from insomnia throughout the night, yet I will soon find myself in slumber. I gaze upon the exquisite and delicate visage of the old winter, and my heart inevitably begins to resonate with a cacophony of emotions. Old Xia, you have fallen from grace. Why do you always treat your good brother this way? Quickly, give yourself a gentle slap. Wrap yourself tightly in the quilt, turning into a rice dumpling. Lie quietly beside Old Dong. Before long, you two drifted off to sleep. Tomato Sound presents the foolish white hair. At 5 a.m., I awoke, rubbing my weary eyes as I rose from my bed. I quietly slipped out of the room, contemplating the idea of preparing breakfast for Dongling. It is time for me to embark on the journey of culinary arts. Now, Old Dong's health has deteriorated significantly compared to the past, though she remains beautiful. She is exceedingly light, so much so that I could almost lift her with a single hand. Aside from heart disease and hypoglycemia, there are also concerns regarding malnutrition. Therefore, I shall take on the task of cooking. In the master bedroom, Dong Ling awoke as well. Tomato listened intently to Aunt dull white hair, her sleepy eyes gazing vacantly, uncertain of the reason. Her chest inadvertently pressed down, causing a slight discomfort. Could it be due to the absence of that particular garment? She furrowed her brow in contemplation, silently lowering her gaze. noticing a gentle rise and fall. It was not of a substantial nature, yet far from negligible. For a petite maiden, her figure could be deemed quite commendable. Fortunately, her clothing was exceedingly loose, rendering her form nearly concealed. Nevertheless, Dong Ling relished this aspect, for it spared her the necessity of donning that garment. Before long, Dong Ling emerged from her bedroom, contemplating preparing breakfast for old Xia. However, she was taken aback to find someone already in the kitchen. "Old Xia, why are you up so early?" I feigned nonchalance, quietly adjusting my position to obscure the pot. It was manageable. The silver-haired maiden tilted her head slightly, listening to a fool with white hair on Tomato's sound. A hint of bewilderment crossed her features. She recalled that in the past, old Xia would rise quite late, relishing the comfort of his bed. Winterling, too, cherished such leisurely mornings, yet she awoke early to prepare or purchase breakfast for old Xia. I am somewhat anxious, for within the pan lies a piece of charcoal-like fried egg, with only a scant portion still faintly resembling a hint of white. Winterling found herself in a state of amused bewilderment, for she detected the unmistakable scent of something charred. It seemed that old Xia had inadvertently burnt the eggs while attempting to fry them. The silver-haired maiden leaned closer, her gaze fixed upon me. "Allow me," she said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, which sent an inexplicable shiver coursing through my being. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. "Allow me to take the lead. An old acquaintance. You may rest easy." Upon discerning my persistence, Dong Ling refrained from further comment. Yet, she did not depart. Instead, she stood beside me, offering guidance. However, half an hour later, I gazed at the peculiar object before me, still as dark as the bottom of a pot, and succumbed to self-doubt. Do I truly lack the talent for cooking? Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. Dong Ling felt a hint of amusement, yet deemed it somewhat inappropriate. I stood by, my head bowed, hesitant to speak. In the end, breakfast was once again prepared by old Dong. After we finished our meal, I lingered in the living room, awaiting Dong Ling. The silver-haired maiden, having ascertained that her attire was sufficiently modest, finally stepped outside. She trailed behind me, her gentle little hand still clasping the hem of my garment. The winter's heart is undergoing a transformation. Behavior, too, is evolving. For instance, the way she now holds my hand provides her with a sense of security. Although the silver-haired maiden still perceives herself fundamentally as a boy, her understanding is subtly shifting. This phenomenon is reciprocal. Dong Ling has also noticed the changes in Lao Xia. Tomato Listen presents a fool with white hair. Once upon a time, old Xia was always boisterous and carefree. Whether venturing outdoors or staying at home, she delighted in linking arms with her. However, the present situation has changed drastically. Old Xia frequently diverts his gaze from her, and direct eye contact has diminished considerably. This alteration may stem from a previous nosebleed incident, yet he has grown increasingly reserved and silent. He refrains from close proximity and no longer exhibits the same carefree demeanor as before. Even his words have become notably sparse. The once casual and relaxed atmosphere between them has vanished, leaving behind a sense of unfamiliarity. Winterling vaguely understands the reason. For old Xia, she is now a girl. Thus, the manner of their interaction must transform. Even if she does not mind, old Xia always cares for her. However, the silver-haired maiden finds this sense of estrangement quite displeasing. Upon entering the vehicle, I fastened my seatbelt and, in a habitual gesture, offered a piece of candy to the silver-haired girl. She naturally accepted the sugar, placing it into her soft, delicate lips. Sweetness lingered in the air. In Lao Xia's eyes, the girl's smile was equally enchanting. My act of offering her sugar stemmed solely from a genuine concern for her potential hypoglycemia. Tomato, listening to the fool with white hair. However, nowadays, I find myself experiencing a peculiar DJVU when it comes to treating my dear brother to sweets, as if I were caring for a child. Old Dong's stature is rather diminutive. Previously, when she was barefoot at home, I once estimated her height, which might not even reach 6 feet. In the back seat, for reasons unknown, Dong Ling sensed a certain complexity in Lao Xia's gaze. "What troubles you, Lao Xia?" "It feels as though I'm tending to a child," I explained with a smile. Tomato, listening to the foolish, white-haired one. The silver-haired maiden appeared slightly bewildered. Once she regained her composure, she cast a gentle glance at me. "You are but a child," she remarked. "We're the same age." Yet, suddenly, Dongling seemed taken aback, finally realizing that Lao Xiao's comment was not about age. The petite girl lowered her gaze, noticing how spacious the seat was for her. She could easily lie sideways and drift into slumber. Indeed, she was quite diminutive. No wonder Dongling always perceived Lao Xia as towering. She had to tilt her head upward to look at Lao Xia. "I must be around 1.6 meters, the little maiden murmured, pondering whether she should measure herself later. It was evident at first glance, and I immediately offered my affirmation. Upon hearing this, Dongling felt a sense of relief. Tomato, listening to the foolish white hair. Before long, we arrived at Nanjing Hospital, the original body, east and west. After removing the daily toiletries, only an old mobile phone remained, along with an identity card, a painting, and a few worn-out garments. In addition to these, there are also treasured personal belongings. I was initially tidying up together, but upon seeing those items, my face instantly flushed crimson, prompting me to hastily exit the ward. Winterling indeed yearned to depart, yet was unable to do so. Thus, she could only lower her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and cautiously conceal her emotions. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Afterward, she exited the ward, only to find old Xia standing in the corner, his head bowed, as if contemplating the wall, his earlobes flushed with crimson. This was the first time he encountered that in reality. "Let us go, let us go." The silver-haired maiden calls to him with a smile. In the realm of the tomato's melodious whispers, "Adieu by Mao." I, awakening from a dreamlike stupor, hastened towards Dongling's side. Habitually, I reached out to drape my arm over her shoulder, yet abruptly withdrew my hand. Dongling sensed the shift, a peculiar ache stirring within her heart. The young woman realized that this could not continue. She must carve out a moment to engage in a sincere conversation with Lao Xia. This state of affairs was untenable for her. She deeply yearned for change. The two individuals departed from the hospital. Once in the vehicle, I fastened my seatbelt and casually handed a piece of candy to Dongling. "Where are we headed, old Dong?" I inquired. "To my home," came the reply. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. Then she hesitated for a moment, and softly said, "Old Xia, I wish to move in and live with you." Although in the past, Dongling often resided with him, she always had to return. However, the silver-haired maiden now feels an undeniable attachment to old Xia. In his absence, an overwhelming sense of fear engulfs her, akin to how she has become more timid and cowardly since transforming into a girl. I was momentarily taken aback, then offered a reassuring smile. "Very well. Lao Dong currently possesses an exceptionally high level of attractiveness, yet his physical condition is rather frail. Should he encounter someone with ill intentions, he would have virtually no capacity for resistance. Therefore, it is considerably safer for him to reside alone." Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. After a brief moment, the two of them alighted from the vehicle. Nearby lay a bustling commercial street, teeming with passers-by. Startled, Dongling instinctively shrank behind her good friend. She gently prodded my back, inquisitively asking, "Old Xia, what shall we purchase? Your phone has malfunctioned, and you must purchase a new one." This is something I have kept in mind. For after all, Dongling is quite the homebody, often indulging in leisurely pursuits like reading novels during her free time. It would certainly be distressing for her to be without a phone. In a mobile phone shop, a young man exhibits discerning taste. This phone is both light and slender, fashionable and aesthetically pleasing, particularly suited for your young girlfriend. The shopkeeper smiles warmly as he speaks. In a flurry, I hastily clarified the misunderstanding. She is not my girlfriend. The young man still needs to put in more effort to pursue. The shopkeeper, with a cheerful smile, waved his hand dismissively, displaying an expression that conveyed his understanding. "Not the boss. What do you understand? I am too exhausted to think." Then I discreetly stole a glance. Dongling slightly lowered her head, the blush of her earlobes becoming apparent. Tomato listening to the foolish white hair. Soon, I completed the payment and departed with the young girl. After getting into the car, I hesitated for a few seconds, softly explaining, "The owner was merely jesting. Please do not take offense." "I know. I am not angry." Dongling arched her brows with a gentle smile. "In truth, Not only am I devoid of anger, but Dongling also feels a peculiar sense of joy. That is reassuring. I nod with confidence. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, the vehicle arrives at the Dongling residence community. Upon entering, I discovered that despite the prolonged absence of inhabitants, the room remained remarkably pristine. In the living room, there rested an unopened, brand-new graphics card, its packaging prominently displaying the striking number 4090. This is an object of desire yearned for by countless boys of the contemporary era. Upon witnessing this, Dongling felt somewhat perplexed. Why haven't you taken the graphics card back? Dongling had assumed that old Xia had already installed it, as he had not paid much attention to his computer's casing before. Tomato listening to a fool with white hair. At that moment, I was not in the right frame of mind. The graphics card was merely a tool to indulge in games with Lao Dong. Yet, with Lao Dong no longer present, gaming lost all significance for me. Dongling also recognized this truth, pausing in silence for a brief moment, before breaking into a smile. Let's take it back then. I will join you in playing games. My house is still under construction. I smiled softly, cheerfully picking up the graphics card, examining it from left to right. However, a hint of confusion lingered within me, prompting my curiosity to inquire. By the way, old Dong, what prompted you to suddenly gift me such an exquisite graphics card? That day did not seem to hold any particular significance. To be honest, had it not been for the unfortunate incident involving old Dong, I believe I would have been moved to tears. Tomato listening to the foolish white hair. Dongling paused for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "You said you wanted it, so I bought it." This graphics card cost her 3 months' worth of earnings. Dongling is an artist, often taking on private commissions to make a living. Though it was quite expensive, it mattered not. What was important was that Lao Xiao liked it. Is it true? I am utterly perplexed. How could I not recall having uttered such words? Tomato, listening to the foolish white-haired girl. Indeed, you mentioned a month ago while scrolling through videos, it is etched in my memory. Dongling, with utmost seriousness, decided to purchase it, while I stood there, momentarily stunned. Some vague recollections lead me to believe it was merely a jest I had uttered. Yet Dongling recalled it with striking clarity and even spent her own money on it. "Old Dong," I called out, sensing her confusion as she looked up at me. "You are truly wonderful," I whispered softly. The white-haired girl furrowed her brow and stood on her tiptoes, leaning in closely to touch my forehead, murmuring quietly, "You don't have a fever. Why utter such sentimental words? Are you foolish? If I don't treat you well, then who will?" "Yes, I am foolish." Hee. Xiaoyu lowered his head slightly, wiping it with his hand. Her eyes are slightly moist, yet she smiles, concealing any signs of distress. Yet he was filled with joy. The tomato listened eagerly to the foolish white hair. Indeed, on the other side, Donglin began to examine the few belongings of the original self. Apart from clothing, there remained only a scant few items. An old mobile phone, an identification card, and several paintings. All are arranged upon the square, transparent glass table in the living room, positioned before the sofa, while those that are personal. It has already been carefully placed by him. As for the attire that cannot be worn, it is an impossibility for this lifetime. The young girl resolutely contemplated, though certain aspects may be discomforting, she believed she could endure. Then Dongling cast a glance downward, as Tomato relished the melodies of a fool with white hair. The original mobile phone model was exceedingly antiquated. Now, one could procure it for merely 200 to 300. Moreover, the screen bears several fine cracks. However, the overall condition of the device remains quite pristine. An attempt to power it on proved futile. It seems the battery has been depleted. He connected it to a power source for charging, intending to check on it later. Subsequently, the silver-haired maiden picked up her identification card. It bore an address in the South City, specifically in the Nanxing district, which is the very area where the elder Xia resides. The precise location is situated in a secluded alley. There are 4 paintings in total, 3 of which are relatively conventional. Yet there exists a painting that stands out distinctly. Tomato listening to the fool with white hair. Its content is minimalistic and pure white, with merely a few simple sketches of trees scattered across the canvas. With a small black sun, there exists nothing else. At first glance, it seems there is nothing amiss, yet Donglin finds the words somewhat peculiar for the small tree and the sun. composed entirely of exceedingly minute black dots. He leaned in for a closer inspection, observing with meticulous attention. He was momentarily taken aback and turned to call for old Xia. "What's the matter, old Xia?" Not far away, Xiaoyu, bewildered, lifted his head and rose to his feet. Approaching the silver-haired maiden, Tomato indulged in the foolish white hair. "Do you think those black spots on the drawing are words?" Winter Forest furrowed his brow, expressing an inexplicable unease. She took the sketch into her hands, studied it intently, and her reaction mirrored Winter Forest's in an astonishing manner, as she too remained in a state of prolonged bewilderment. Summer Fish snapped back to reality. Silence for a moment. "What is the character for Dao?" Chapter 16. Life Plan Death? Winterling murmured. She had always found that dark spot somewhat peculiar, resembling letters, though she could not discern them clearly. Yet, old Xiao's vision was far superior to hers, making it improbable for him to be mistaken. Indeed, it was the character for death. Xiaoyu was certain, but subsequently fell silent. A sketch composed of the word death? It was excessively somber, reflecting the artist's psychological state at that moment, perhaps a desire to die. Moreover, the original owner had suffered from severe depression and had even attempted suicide. The young girl, too, found herself at a loss for words, pressing her lips together in silence. Winterling had nurtured a passion for painting since childhood, but due to her social anxiety and introverted nature, she had become an artist of considerable repute. If this artwork was indeed created by the original owner, it would signify yet another shared affinity between them, an appreciation for art. However, to be candid, even if Winterling were a prodigious artist, she could hardly replicate such a piece. The sorrowful essence that pervaded it was ineffable. Unlike the original owner, Winterling did not suffer from severe depression. She had always been wholeheartedly supported by Xiaoyu, who would praise her efforts even when her early attempts were lackluster. This encouragement was the foundation that allowed her to persevere in her artistic pursuits, resulting in a style that was always bright and uplifting. In contrast, the original owner's paintings exuded a heavy gloom, each piece imbued with an inescapable melancholy that mirrored her character and emotional state. Furthermore, they reflected her living conditions. Winterling was unaware of how the original owner had lived, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that life had been exceedingly challenging. Her clothing and phone were both worn, having been abandoned by her divorced foster parents, with no relatives or friends to check in on her. This conveyed a certain narrative. It suggested that, prior to their separation, the foster parents had likely been abusive or, at the very least, extremely indifferent. As for friends, the original owner may have had none. Winterling pondered quietly, inexplicably sensing a shadow from the painting. It was uncomfortable, stifling, as if the world were shrouded in a dull grayness. Suddenly, Xiaoyu gently poked the white-haired girl. She looked up in confusion, only to find him grinning cheerfully. "Offer her some candy. I recently bought this, old dong. Give it a try. It's quite sweet." Winterling was momentarily taken aback, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. After all, she was 25. Why was she being treated like a child? Old Xia could be a bit childish. Yet it was all right. She was, in fact, a bit childish herself. The white-haired girl parted her rosy lips, placing the candy in her mouth, her cheeks adorned with a gentle smile. "Good. Is it sweet?" Xiaoyu inquired, having tried a piece himself and found it quite satisfactory, though he was uncertain if Winterling would enjoy it. She had always had a penchant for sweets, and her chronic low blood sugar only intensified her fondness for sugary treats. Sweet. Winterling's eyes sparkled with delight, rendering her exceedingly lovely. The painting was set aside, her attention diverted as she sighed inwardly. Had the original owner possessed a friend or family member like old Xia since childhood, her life could have been utterly transformed. Moreover, Winterling was certain that such a life would have been radiant and resplendent. After a while, she lifted her blue gaze and caught Xiaoyu surreptitiously watching her, attempting to discreetly take the painting away. His thoughts were so transparent. He believed that Winterling would find the artwork distressing, hence his decision to remove it from her sight. At this, the young girl could not help but smile. Sometimes, old Xia acted like an adult, considering her feelings, shielding her from all dangers. Other times, he resembled a child, perplexed and calling for her assistance. Moreover, Xiaoyu shone like the sun, a sun that illuminated her life. Eventually, The original owner's phone powered on. It had no lock, and the wallpaper was the default setting. The home screen was devoid of any applications, consisting primarily of system apps, rendering it exceedingly monotonous. She silently scrolled through. Only 3 numbers were stored in her contacts. From the notes, it was evident that 2 belonged to her foster parents. However, the last call to them had been several months prior. The final number was noted as counselor. Winterling was taken aback. Was the original owner attending university? It made sense. Born in 2004, she was 22, the same age as Winterling, who was just entering her 3rd year. The phone had few applications, but there was a chat app. With some effort, she opened it, only to find a simple interface with only a handful of friends listed. Their notes included Dr. 1, the counselor, and a few classmates and seniors. Aside from that, there was nothing more. Not even friends of her foster parents were included. Then, Winterling hesitated for a moment before entering the conversation page with the original owner's counselor. The chat history was sparse, with the most recent message from early July, where the counselor inquired about her well-being and whether she could return to school next semester. The conversations with other friends were blank, lingering at the initial stage of adding friends. After a considerable time, Winterling set the phone down, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over her. The original owner was too lonely. Her view of the world resembled that of the somber sketch, gray and devoid of warmth or light. Yet, if someone had cared, if someone had shown concern, the original owner would not have succumbed to severe depression. She reflected, glancing around. Xiaoyu was busying himself, gathering items to take with him. In truth, there was little to collect, just some clothing and daily necessities. After all, it was not as if they would never return. The 2 places were close enough to walk between, and Winterling's extended stay at Xiaoyu's was merely for safety reasons. Suddenly, the white-haired girl was startled and quickly rose to her feet. She could not allow old Xia to tidy up alone. After a brief moment, Winterling entered the master bedroom. Her bed was also fabric-covered, similar to Xiaoyu's blue and white bedding, though primarily white in color. Surveying the room, she did not linger idly, instead bending down to organize her belongings. During this process, she discovered a small notebook in the desk drawer, roughly the size of her palm. Inscribed with several words, "Life Plan," Winterling gently opened it. Each page was filled with writing. Page 1, find a caring girlfriend for old Xia, preferably one with white hair. Incomplete. Page 2, earn a lot of money to spend on old Xia. This is a lifelong plan. Page 3, repay old Xia for the money he spent on my heart's surgery. Incomplete. However, this line had been crossed out, with a note below stating, if old Xia does not want it, then save it as a wedding gift for him in the future. Page 4, take good care of old Xia's stomach. Incomplete. The white-haired girl was momentarily stunned. This little notebook contained the life goals that Winterling had once set, yet each sentence was related to a particular person. However, she suddenly fell silent, staring at the first page, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. Carrying white hair, how could the person she was meant to find resemble her so closely? But she was old Xia's good brother. Winterling pondered, her cheeks flushing, even her snow-white neck tinged with a rosy hue. The master bedroom was well lit, and under the radiant sunlight, her fair skin emanated a subtle glow, flawless and pristine. After a long while, Winterling cautiously tucked the life plan away. Her soft cheeks still retained a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly adorable, prompting an urge to pinch them. Chapter 17. Thoughts unvoiced. Aside from that, the note underwent a transformation. On the first page, beneath the original line, an additional sentence appeared, seemingly penned anew, with elegant and exquisite handwriting. If old Xia never finds a girlfriend, and he doesn't mind, I shall reluctantly offer myself. Right now, I am the white-haired girl he adores. Just how profound is the relationship between Dongling and Xiaoyu? No one knows for certain. But after she inscribed those 2 sentences, it became evident once more. The white-haired maiden essentially embodies a boy, even though she is now a girl with a gentle disposition. The thought of engaging romantically with another man sends shivers down her spine. Yet, if it were Xiaoyu, she would be willing to accommodate and would not resist. Why? Because he is her cherished old Xia. After a moment, Dongling exited her room. In the living room, Xiaoyu was present, and upon noticing her flushed cheeks, he expressed his concern. Old Dong, why is your face so red? Although he found her blush quite charming, He refrained from touching her. It's a bit warm, she explained nonchalantly, while discreetly checking the placement of her notebook. That must not be seen by old Xia. Oh, Xiaoyu smacked his forehead, recalling that old Dong needed to tidy up in the master bedroom. Thus only the living room's air conditioning was on. Let me handle the master bedroom. You take a rest, old Dong, he said, feeling somewhat regretful. Old Dong's health was fragile. She could not endure the heat, and he made a mental note of it. As for himself, it was laughable. He had once survived a fire, so the heat was hardly an issue. No, I've already tidied up, Dong Ling replied with a gentle smile, lifting her white backpack. All right, Xiaoyu responded, inadvertently glancing at her before quickly averting his gaze. Old Dong's smile was also quite lovely. He wished to gaze longer, but dared not. Soon, the two confirmed that everything was indeed packed before rising to depart. The brand new, unopened graphics card was also included, cradled in Xiaoyu's arms. He carried all the items, while Dong Ling merely held a small trinket. She wished to take more, but Xiaoyu would not allow it. He felt that old Dong, since becoming a girl, had become somewhat frail and should not carry heavy objects. He articulated this reasoning, and though the white-haired girl wished to assert her strength, she acquiesced and followed him. Before long, they entered the elevator. Inside were a couple. The young man donned glasses, appearing youthful, while the young woman was elegantly dressed, her manicured fingers occupied with a phone. When a young man looked up, he immediately spotted the 4090 in Xiaoyu's embrace, momentarily taken aback. Man, you're loaded. I wish I could buy one too, but I don't have the funds. I spent it all on my girlfriend's bags. That isn't my purchase, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head, though a smile graced his face. Oh, so it was a gift from your family? The bespectacled young man inquired with a hint of envy. At that moment, a soft and gentle voice resonated in the elevator. I bought it for him. A small head peeked out from behind Xiaoyu. It was Dong Ling. With her delicate skin and blue eyes akin to amber, she resembled a flawless piece of art that seemed to transcend this world. Her gaze, slightly downcast, was exquisitely beautiful, exuding a natural aloofness that deterred strangers from approaching. The young man, now noticing Dong Ling behind Xiaoyu, glanced at her stunning face before lowering his gaze again. Oh, so it was his girlfriend who gifted it to him. The key point is, his girlfriend is so beautiful. She even bought him a 4090. I feel so heartbroken. It's making me want to cry. Xiaoyu perceived the young man's sorrow, yet his girlfriend appeared oblivious or perhaps indifferent. Observing their attire, the girl wielded the latest 15 Pro phone, her bag worth several thousand, and her clothing was equally expensive. The boy, however, was still using an outdated phone from years past, his entire ensemble likely costing less than 100. By the way, brother, what do you do? Xiaoyu suddenly asked. I'm a programmer, earning 20,000 a month. The young man replied, a touch of pride in his voice. Just then, the elevator arrived at the ground floor, and Xiaoyu, after a brief pause, solemnly cautioned, beware of scams disguised as romance. He then led Dong Ling out. Behind them, the young man stood in a daze. The girl, still engrossed in her phone, seemed to recall something and looked up, frowning. Did your bonus come in this month? Why haven't you given it to me? No wonder my friend says you're stingy. No response. Are you deaf? Let's break up. See you in court. Meanwhile, as Xiaoyu got into the car and buckled his seatbelt, he reflected on the recent events. He firmly believed that love requires mutual investment, and a relationship founded solely on one-sided affection cannot endure. Before long, they arrived home. Dong Ling carried her belongings to the secondary bedroom, which had been arranged by Xiaoyu according to her preferences, though she seldom resided there. Her previous days were primarily spent with old Xia. Playing games together, those were joyful times. After organizing the room, Dong Ling checked her phone for the time. It was 10:30, nearing noon. Consequently, the white-haired girl rose from the secondary bedroom, preparing to cook, but paused. It seemed she had not bought any groceries. What to do? Should we order takeout for lunch? She murmured, her fair face tinged with worry. She didn't mind personally, but she truly preferred that Xiaoyu did not frequently resort to takeout. His stomach was sensitive, and it could have repercussions. Suddenly, she froze, for there was someone in the kitchen. The white-haired maiden tilted her head to look. It was Xiaoyu. He had just returned from outside, having realized he forgot to buy groceries earlier that morning and took the opportunity to fetch them while Dong Ling was tidying up the secondary bedroom. At that moment, Xiaoyu had already begun to attempt cooking. Old Xia, Did you go grocery shopping? Dongling's blue eyes sparkled with delight. I did, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Yay, let me help. The white-haired girl approached, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her delicate arms in preparation for cooking. All right, Xiaoyu, aware of his own limitations, had no objections. Old Dong's health was fragile, and she could not handle his culinary creations. It could lead to serious consequences. Yet, he remained in the kitchen, softly calling. Old Dong, what is it? Dongling turned, her laughter light and charming. Please teach me to cook in the future. Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. The young girl looked puzzled at his sudden desire to learn cooking. For some reason, today old Xia had been keen on cooking, from the morning until now. He had never shown interest in such matters before, merely relishing the meal she prepared. Moreover, he had even saved her contact in his chat application as the best cook. Old Dong. Indeed, he truly enjoyed dining, but only when it was her cooking. Chapter 18. Greetings. Old Dong. Xiaoyu scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. He suddenly felt the urge to try something new. Old Dong, now a delicate young girl, was in poor health, suffering from heart disease, hypoglycemia, and possibly severe depression, which only added to her frail condition. It was evident that she could no longer manage the daily cooking as she once did. Oh, Old Dong remained unsuspecting. After all, Xiaoyu merely wished to learn how to cook, which did not seem significant. Subsequently, she began her culinary endeavors as usual, though her movements were considerably slower. Winterling softly explained the steps, her eyes curved like crescent moons, enchanting and gentle like a soft breeze. She was earnest in her teaching. Despite suspecting that her good brother might only be indulging a fleeting whim and would not persist in his studies for long, she continued with dedication. The silver-haired girl stood there, resembling a resplendent moon in the night sky, effortlessly capturing all of Xiaoyu's attention. At lunch, Xiaoyu sat across from Winterling at the dining table, quietly eating with his head bowed, hardly uttering a word. Winterling also took small bites of her meal. Since becoming a girl, her appetite had noticeably diminished, now barely able to consume half a bowl of what she used to eat. To accommodate her, Xiaoyu had fetched a petite porcelain bowl, perfectly sized to satisfy her hunger. However, Winterling felt a sense of emptiness, as old Xia had always enjoyed chatting while eating, but now. After the meal, the silver-haired girl lounged lazily on the sofa. Her posture relaxed yet oddly out of place. What girl sits like that? She had changed into a short-sleeved outfit, comfortable for the summer heat, though her shorts still reached her knees, as she felt shy about revealing too much. Yet, in her reclining position, a glimpse of her fair, delicate thighs could be seen. Xiaoyu, seated at the other end of the sofa, intentionally avoided looking, fearful of witnessing something inappropriate. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he collapsed in agony. Winterling's panicked voice called out to him. Before long, the shrill siren of an ambulance echoed through the neighborhood. Xiaoyu was taken away, and Winterling accompanied him. Her blue eyes clouded with tears, her cheeks pale, and her lips devoid of color. Tears streamed down her face, her small hands trembling uncontrollably. Her thoughts had become sensitive and suspicious. When faced with unexpected events, she could not help but imagine the worst. Thus, Winterling feared for Xiaoyu's well-being, terrified of being left alone in this world. It's nothing serious, Old Dong. I just have a bit of a stomachache. He forced a smile, attempting to appear unaffected. Yet his entire body trembled from the intense pain, his stomach feeling like it was being twisted by a knife. He had experienced similar symptoms a few days prior, but under the numbing effects of alcohol and cigarettes, he had managed to endure. However, with Winterling's return, he had refrained from indulging in those vices. The consequences of 10 days of indulgence in smoking and drinking finally struck back with ferocity. Xiaoyu was diagnosed with acute inflammation, accompanied by a severe fever, and was admitted to the hospital. In the hospital room, he lay asleep, not waking for a long time. Winterling kept vigil by his bedside, her expression fragile, tears flowing incessantly, unable to wipe them away fast enough. Suddenly, Xiaoyu stirred from his stupor and murmured, Old Dong, I'm here, don't be afraid. I'm here. The silver-haired girl looked up, hastily wiping her tears, striving to maintain her composure as she softly reassured him. The patient on the bed had not fully awakened, mumbling in response, You smell so good. This was true, even in his day's discomfort. Xiaoyu could detect Winterling's faint fragrance, pleasant and lingering at the tip of his nose, almost possessing a special effect that eased his suffering. She paused, speechless. her pale cheeks flushing with a subtle hue. Soon after, Xiaoyu drifted back into slumber. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Winterling remained steadfastly by Xiaoyu's side, her hands propping up her small head as she quietly watched over him. She had cleaned away the tear stains from her cheeks, fearing he might be upset if he saw them upon awakening. The girl was uncertain of her own feelings. Was it heartache? Sadness? Anger? Worry? All of these emotions swirled within her, yet her anger lay buried deep within. Winterling was upset with him for neglecting his health, but she remained silent, gradually letting that anger fade away. After all, the root of Xiaoyu's behavior stemmed from her unexpected departure, which had dealt him a tremendous blow, leading him into despair. Thus, he turned to alcohol and cigarettes in a misguided attempt to escape his pain, which, in itself, was not inherently wrong. On the third day, Xiaoyu was discharged from the hospital and chose to recuperate at home, though he remained weak under Winterling's careful watch. Despite his reluctance, believing he could manage on his own, he ultimately relented. At that moment, the girl's eyes were red, her expression conveying that if Xiaoyu disagreed, she would simply cry to make him comply. He felt a twinge of fear, worried that Winterling would be upset, especially since his excessive drinking had led to his hospitalization. Yet, she never broached the subject, acting much like before, albeit quieter than usual. This made Xiaoyu anxious. Thus, in the master bedroom, on the blue fabric-covered bed, wrapped in a blanket, Xiaoyu pondered deeply before cautiously speaking. Old Dong, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Beside the bed, the petite silver-haired girl stood, her concern evident as she gently touched his forehead. You still have a slight fever. However, Xiaoyu did not respond, savoring the warmth of her small hand against his forehead, softly admitting, I was wrong. Winterling was momentarily taken aback by his words, sensing his unease and quickly realizing what he meant. She spoke softly to reassure him. Is there anywhere that hurts? I'm not angry. Just promise me you won't do that again. Really? Really, the girl affirmed gently. Then, she offered a faint smile, reminiscent of a crescent moon, and casually asked, So, old Xia, do you feel unwell anywhere else? No. Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. Lying in bed, he took a moment to quietly observe her. The girl was beautiful, still the old Dong he knew, but with a hint of change. It seemed she had become gentler, more feminine. Yet, Xiaoyu felt joy, for it appeared that old Dong truly was not angry. Drink more hot water. I'll cook later. Don't run around. Take a break for these few days. Just rest, and don't worry about writing. After ensuring that Xiaoyu was all right, Winterling continued to fuss over him. All right, he nodded obediently. Soon after, a notice about the suspension of updates was published. The comments section of Xiaoyu's work was filled with sorrowful sentiments. Some even hurriedly ran to the comment section of Qiu Qi's work to ask for his address, claiming they wanted to send him a cold, shining blade. In simple terms, it was a metaphor for a sharp rebuke. But why does Qiu Qi have works? Because she, too, was a writer with fans similar to Xiaoyu's. Chapter 19. She aims to be an understanding and good brother in a quaint villa abroad. Qiu Qi clicked her tongue in disapproval. Xia is truly disappointing. The couple is all lovey-dovey, and yet they mention acute inflammation. Although I may be chatty, I would never stoop to reveal their address or commit such a heinous act. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Qi decided to post a message in the comments section of Xiaoyu's work. Don't rush me. I've already arranged a private hit, and then I saw Ling Yu being admitted to the ICU. Upon finishing, she smiled with satisfaction, reflecting, when the time comes, Xiao will surely thank me. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was immersed in thought as he perused the flurry of messages in the comments section, all inquiring about his well-being. Would I end up in the ICU? Am I on the verge of death? Some even speculated he had a terminal illness, suggesting that the mention of acute inflammation was merely to reassure them. Upon discovering the source of the rumor, Xiaoyu realized it was Qiu Qi who had posted it. He fell silent, then navigated to their chat window. Xia, thank you truly, Qiu. Qiu, no need for thanks. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding feast. Xia 6. He sensed that Qiu had misunderstood something and had evidence to back it up. What wedding feast? He was getting married? How was he not aware of this? Xiaoyu's intuition told him this was somehow related to his good brother. Perhaps in Qiu Qi's eyes, he and Lao Dong were on the brink of marriage. Absurd. What's more, how could Xiaoyu ever marry his own good brother? Despite Lao Dong being the epitome of a perfect, ethereal beauty with white hair, captivating blue eyes, and delicate features, he knew that she would undoubtedly be upset if she ever found out. Yet, Qiu Qi was unaware that Dong Ling was Lao Dong. She was likely still pondering over his supposed longing for someone. Or perhaps she was indulging in the classic tropes of romance novels. Xiaoyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, his expression darkening as he grappled with the inexplicability of all. That night, Dong Ling prepared a warm bowl of porridge for him. It was pleasantly sweet and at a comfortable temperature. Sitting beside his bed, she curiously asked, "What is this about you being in the ICU?" She often read novels, including Xiaoyu's works, so she had come across Qiu Qi's message and was equally perplexed. Xiaoyu in the ICU? While his inflammation is indeed serious, it's not severe enough for intensive care. It was a misunderstanding indeed. Qiu Qi had misinterpreted their relationship. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched in exasperation. What? Dong Ling blinked, a hint of confusion evident in her blue eyes. I took leave to spend time with you, and she told me not to forget to invite her to the wedding feast. I suspect Qiu thinks we are about to get married. He attempted to explain, feeling increasingly despondent. Ah, we're getting married? The white-haired girl paused, looking adorably bewildered. Xiaoyu thought, why does it seem like Lao Dong only heard that one line? It dawned on her, and she bashfully smiled, her cheeks blooming with a charming blush that made Xiaoyu want to pinch them. At times, Dong Ling's thought processes were intriguingly unique, as was the case now. Lao Xia, did you tell Qiu Qi that I'm your girlfriend? After all, how else could Qiu Qi claim that they were about to wed and being affectionate? Xiaoyu, mid-drink, was caught off guard and sputtered water everywhere. Dong Ling silently lowered her head, retrieving a tissue to assist him, feeling as though she had inadvertently crossed a boundary by asking the wrong question. Determined to be a considerate good brother, she resolved not to pry further. It's all right, I don't mind. Xiaoyu observed the expression of understanding on Dong Ling's face, lost in thought. Wait a moment, Lao Dong. What do you understand? This is truly a misunderstanding. After a considerable time, deep into the night, Dong Ling remained by her good brother's side. They were engaged in a mobile game, as Xiaoyu's desktop computer was currently inaccessible. Lao Xia, hurry back. The pumpkin monster has transformed, and I can't defeat it. The girl prodded Xiaoyu with her delicate fingers. All right, he responded promptly, racing back from the mine and drawing out his scythe to confront the pumpkin monster. However, after a fierce battle, Xiaoyu found himself somewhat exhausted and made a strategic retreat. Unfortunately, his retreat was unsuccessful, and he soon found himself in a deep state of contemplation. I made a mistake. After his second demise, he sighed, his expression one of regret, as if he had indeed failed once more. Dong Ling pondered for a moment before stating, we must collaborate in this battle. What? She proposed, let us gang up on it. So it knows we are not to be trifled with. Yet we have both failed. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Eventually, they concluded their gaming session. The white-haired girl felt a bit drowsy, but noticed Xiaoyu suddenly frowning slightly. What is wrong? She asked, quickly alerting herself, concerned that he might be unwell again, and promptly touched his forehead. Fortunately, he did not have a fever. My hand is a bit itchy, Xiaoyu replied honestly. Dong Ling was momentarily taken aback. Lao Xia, your hand is itchy? Are you wanting to hold mine? Or perhaps something else? After a brief moment of internal conflict, the girl resolved that it was only natural for him to want to hold hand with her, considering he was quite fond of white-haired girls. Thus, as his good brother, it was perfectly normal for her to extend her soft, white hand for him to hold. Without resistance, she leaned closer to the bed, presenting her delicate hand. However, Xiaoyu was momentarily startled, mistaking her gesture as a cue that she was tired and wanted to sleep. So, he shifted aside to make room for her. Are you sleepy? If so, I can sleep in the guest room, and you can stay here. It's warmer. Dong Ling was bewildered by his words. You're not feeling itchy? Yes, my hand was just a bit itchy. At this moment, Xiaoyu too seemed a bit disoriented, but he answered earnestly. The silence that followed was palpable. Dong Ling, finally processing the situation, felt her face flush crimson, a vivid hue spreading across her neck. In haste, she exited the main bedroom and scurried back to the guest room, diving under the covers. Xiaoyu's mention of an itchy hand was genuine, not an innuendo. She had thought, oh no, I can't face anyone. Chapter 20. laughter in her eyes in the master bedroom, on a blue fabric bed. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the empty room, a look of confusion etched across his face. The following day, Xiaoyu's inflammation had begun to heal, though occasional twinges of pain lingered. However, it was not serious, and the issue was manageable with some rest. At the breakfast table that morning, an unusual atmosphere hung in the air. Dongling found it difficult to meet Xiaoyu's gaze, and he too kept his head lowered, quietly sipping his porridge, with little conversation between them. The awkwardness stemmed from the events of the previous night. It took Xiaoyu a considerable time to grasp her intentions, mistakenly believing she wanted him to hold her hand. What struck him most was that the girl had consented so sweetly. Truly, his dear Dong had not forgotten her good friend even after transforming into a white-haired maiden, which deeply moved Xiaoyu. Yet, at that moment, he had merely been fidgeting, and he had yet to fully process it. Thus, today, the atmosphere felt rather strained. Moreover, neither of them had slept well the previous night, primarily due to their unfamiliarity with falling asleep in the absence of one another. After some time, following breakfast, Xiaoyu glanced outside at the darkening sky, which hinted at an impending rain. A gentle breeze blew, significantly cooler than the day before. After pondering for a moment, he broke the silence, scratching his head as he inquired, "By the way, when shall we go there?" They had initially planned to visit the location on Dongling's identification card on the afternoon of the 11th, the day after her return. Given its significance to Dongling, Xiaoyu was particularly earnest about it. However, due to his unexpected diagnosis of acute inflammation, they had been compelled to postpone. Maybe later? Dongling contemplated before responding. Although she was somewhat reluctant to venture out, she felt it necessary to learn more about her past. All right, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. They refrained from mentioning the misunderstanding from the previous night, and the atmosphere gradually began to normalize. However, Xiaoyu was preoccupied with thoughts. He resolved to be more cautious with his words in the future, particularly regarding idle remarks about hand fidgeting, lest he lead Dongling to misunderstand. Soon after, the two ventured outside. Yet, the gentle breeze had dissipated, soon giving way to a strong gust as the sky grew increasingly dark, confirming that rain was imminent. The hem of the girl's white dress fluttered, and she felt a sudden chill, shivering involuntarily. She wore only a thin autumn top, having previously believed that summer rain would not be cold, a conclusion she had drawn before becoming a girl. However, circumstances had changed. Her frail body was now susceptible to the cold. Suddenly, a coat was draped over her shoulders. It was warm, and she felt the chill dissipate instantly. Dongling paused, recognizing the familiar scent of the garment. It unmistakably belonged to Xiaoyu. Typically, in the heat of summer, Xiaoyu did not carry clothes when going out, yet this time. The white-haired maiden pondered, slightly surprised, yet undeniably pleased. Xiaoyu smiled gently, offering an explanation. "It's windy outside, and rain is coming. I brought it along to keep you warm." He had become increasingly attentive to Dongling's health and emotions, subconsciously more careful in this regard. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Her voice was sweet, laced with a hint of playfulness, her radiant smile brightening the moment and lifting spirits. Xiaoyu turned away, feeling a touch awkward. "It's nothing." Seeing his response, Dongling couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Xiaoyu was shy. This was the first time she had witnessed this side of him. Subsequently, she wrapped the coat more snugly around her, feeling warm despite the increasing wind. As they walked along the path to the parking lot, the gray-haired youth accompanied the lively white-haired girl. While he focused on the road ahead, his peripheral vision was irresistibly drawn to the petite figure beside him, a smile lingering in his eyes. In the wind, they appeared eternal, while everything around them faded into obscurity. At the parking lot, upon entering the car, Xiaoyu noticed Dongling hadn't taken the back seat, which caught him off guard. "Dongling, please sit in the back," he instructed. The white-haired girl pouted. "Why must I always sit in the back? I can sit in the front seat without issue. Safety, remember?" As Xiaoyu began to reiterate his familiar reasoning, she sighed, responding expertly, accustomed to his insistence. No matter the time, he always preferred her to occupy the back seat, while anyone else could sit in the front. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Seeing this, Dongling reluctantly retreated to the back seat, feeling a bit disgruntled, though not truly angry, for she understood Xiaoyu always had her best interests at heart. Before acquiring the car, Xiaoyu had consulted numerous safety institutions, inquiring about which seating position offered the highest survival rate in the event of a serious accident. The answers had been uniformly clear: the back seat behind the driver. Not long after they set off, heavy raindrops began to fall from the sky, drumming upon the city. The sound of rain intensified as mist began to rise, casting a hazy veil over the city, where lights shone brilliantly beneath the downpour. The white-haired girl gazed out at the rain-soaked window, tightly clutching her original identification card. As tranquility enveloped her, Dongling began to contemplate her future, only to suddenly realize a pressing concern. She would have to return to university. Previously, she had graduated from South City University with a degree in fine arts, and it appeared that her original identity mirrored her own. Moreover, it was currently summer vacation, and she was about to enter her junior year. All of this information she had gleaned from her translations and conversations with her academic advisor. Although returning to university would not be a daunting task for Dongling. Indeed, it could be considered effortless, given her prior experience. It was essential to note that she was not her original self, lacked her original memories, and knew little about her predecessor's circumstances at school. Most importantly, since becoming a girl, her social anxiety had intensified significantly. Without Xiaoyu by her side, she scarcely dared to step outside, let alone attend university classes. The mere thought was terrifying. She might even need to stay on campus, though that was unlikely. Given her severe depression and heart condition, applying for off-campus housing would not be an issue. Yet commuting to school daily posed a significant challenge, especially since her social anxiety seemed to have been exacerbated by her striking appearance. After a considerable time, Xiaoyu turned around and gently called out, "Dongling, we've arrived." However, Dongling did not respond. She had fallen asleep, her breath soft and serene. Given her prior lack of sleep and the comforting presence of Xiaoyu in the car, it was no surprise she had succumbed to fatigue. Seeing her peaceful slumber, Xiaoyu remained quiet, carefully exiting the car with an umbrella, mindful not to disturb her. He intended to assess the surroundings while waiting for Dongling to awaken. They were situated outside a narrow alley, the houses modest and aged, lacking much of the vibrancy of life. The passers-by were mostly elderly, strolling leisurely. In essence, this place felt worlds apart from the bustling city, reminiscent of remnants from a bygone era, like the last rays of sunlight beneath a dazzling new world. Inside the car, Dongling stirred awake, feeling a cool, moist breeze brushing against her face. Blinking in confusion, she realized the car had come to a stop. The door was ajar, and the driver's seat was empty. In that instant, a wave of unease washed over her, but a familiar figure outside caught her attention. It was Xiaoyu. Chapter 21. The fear of a future day. Thus, her unease dissipated. The emotions of the silver-haired girl were so uncomplicated. As long as Xiaoyu was present, she felt no fear. In his absence, however, trepidation would take hold. "Old Xia," she softly called out. "Here, here," came the reply from a short distance away. Xiaoyu turned his head and smiled at the car window. Though he could not see Dongling, he knew she was gazing at him through the glass. Indeed, she was. Dongling smiled gently, then alighted from the vehicle, opening her umbrella and hurrying to Xiaoyu's side. "Have you arrived?" "Yes," Xiaoyu nodded, casting a glance at the identification card in the girl's hand. We're not lost. This is the right place." Additionally, he noted how fair, soft, and fragrant Dong's hands were, but he decided to refrain from further comment. As they entered a narrow alley, the pair located a dilapidated little house based on the address. The door was wooden, quite old and rusty, yet unlocked. Dongling's strength was slight, making it a struggle to push it open. "I'll do it. You just watch, old Dong," Xiaoyu quickly interjected. He possessed considerable strength, having trained from a young age and engaged in martial arts for an extended period. His combat prowess was commendable. In the past, Dongling's striking white hair had drawn unnecessary trouble, and although Xiaoyu was always there to protect her, no one dared to harm her. He still felt a sense of fear. Thus, he took it upon himself to practice martial arts, anxious that one day he might be unable to safeguard Dongling. Indeed, misfortune eventually struck. A group of delinquents cornered Dongling outside of school, attempting to bully and extort her while Xiaoyu was absent. That day, Xiaoyu ended up in the hospital. The thugs were left battered and bloodied, suffering grievous injuries at the hands of the young man. Subsequently, many bullies at school altered their demeanor toward Dongling, no longer daring to trouble or torment her, for they feared the silver-haired youth who often wore a smile in her presence. On the other hand, the girl obediently stepped back. Soon, the door creaked open. The interior was dimly lit, consisting of a single room and a hall, with poor lighting that resembled twilight without the illumination of lamps. Nevertheless, it was clean. Despite the antiquated furniture, one could distinctly sense a tidiness, as if someone diligently maintained the space. There were not many belongings. The living room contained a small table, a cabinet, and a stove, alongside a few dishes and pots. The bedroom housed only a small bed and a wardrobe, both meticulously arranged, with the bedding neatly folded and the clothes similarly organized. Dongling glanced around and discovered a diary within the cabinet. It was written by the original owner. She gently opened it. 13:04. 13 Saturday, heavy rain. The teacher said to keep a diary, but I don't know what to write. 14:06. 16 Monday, heavy rain. There are bad people in the orphanage. I tried to hide in a corner, but it was futile. They laughed even louder. 15:02. 14 Saturday, torrential rain. It's very cold. I tried to pull my hair out, but I couldn't. I took scissors and bled a lot. My foster parents scolded me, calling me worthless. 21:04:03 Wednesday, light rain. I was born in 04. My birthday is April 4th, which is tomorrow. But I see nothing special about my birthday. I only see one word, death. 22:05:04 Thursday, overcast. My foster parents asked me why they bullied me and not others. Did I do something wrong? I don't know. Perhaps it's because I am an outlier with white hair. 22:12:24 Thursday, light rain. The teacher told me to keep my bangs long and to keep my head down. That way, no one will bully me. 23:09:14 Thursday, torrential rain. I dreamt I got into a car accident. I didn't survive. I was very happy. 24:08:04 Thursday, light rain. I was accepted into Nanshire University. My foster parents said my depression was an act. Otherwise, how could I have done so well? I don't know. They scolded me for being worthless because treating my depression wasted a little money. 25:04:04 Thursday, thunderstorm. On my birthday, I was diagnosed with a heart condition. The doctor said I would die if untreated. I was very happy. 25:07:14 Thursday, heavy rain. Today, doctor, one asked me if I had any hobbies. I said drawing, but that is not true. Years ago, when all my drawings were torn apart and no longer liked it. 26:07:24 Sunday, light rain. I'm going home. The weather forecast shows it will be sunny in 4 days. I am a bit happy because it should feel nice to leave when the sun is shining. Today, Dr. Wen also asked if there was anything that made me happy. I said yes. In 4 days, I will no longer be a burden. I will no longer be worthless. 26:08:01 Thursday, sunny. I have returned home. Today it is indeed sunny, and the sun feels wonderful. I am truly happy. So, I will take the first step and leave this gray world behind. The house fell silent. Both individuals remained quiet. The content of the diary was plentiful, yet each line resonated with sorrow and darkness. From a young age, she had been mocked and bullied, and her foster parents were indifferent to her plight, even perpetuating the notion of victim blaming. After she was accepted into university, her foster parents not only expressed no joy but questioned the legitimacy of her depression. Why? Because treating her depression was seen as a waste of money. Indeed, it was not merely an expense, but a waste. Additionally, the diary revealed that the original owner was from an orphanage and had once enjoyed painting, which resonated deeply with Dongling, white-haired with blue eyes. Suffering from hypoglycemia and a heart condition, she loved to draw, having grown up in an orphanage and even attended the same university. They both shared a frail constitution, unable to resist bullying. The difference was that the original owner had no one to care for her. She had never had her own old xia. No one ever told her they cherished her striking white hair. No one ever praised her art with a smile. Nor did anyone ever stand up for her when she was bullied. Consequently, the original owner fell into a deep depression exacerbated by her foster parents' indifference and cold demeanor, leading her to choose suicide to escape her grim reality. This diary was extensive, spanning several decades with its numerous entries. However, Dongling observed that nearly every entry was dated on a Thursday. The weather, too, was either overcast or rainy, with only the final entry marked by sunshine. This may symbolize the one day the original owner felt genuine happiness because she was finally leaving. The diary contained many poignant details, including that the original owner's foster parents had divorced a month prior and seemingly remarried. Dongling had been abandoned in the hospital. As for other relatives, they had long since vanished, unwilling to care for the endless financial drain that was the original owner. Even her previous medical expenses had been covered by her attending physician, amounting to tens of thousands, or else she would have accrued debts exceeding 60,000. The reason behind her long bangs was finally revealed. They concealed her appearance. Chapter 22. The best of all, old Xia in her usual demeanor of keeping her head lowered and wearing tattered clothes. The bullying girls who tormented her out of jealousy were naturally fewer in number. However, fear did not equate to none. There were still those who took pleasure in harassing her, deriving a twisted enjoyment from it. The original owner had become exceedingly self-doubting and timid over time, suffering under the weight of neglect and ridicule. In simple terms, anyone could easily trample upon her. More critically, no one would stand up for her. It was a tragic reality. Dongling remained silent, lost in thought, imagining the depths of despair she would feel if she were to live such a life. What would her existence be like if old Xia were not by her side? Likely, it would mirror the original's experience, being bullied since childhood due to her striking white hair, leading to a profound sense of inferiority and depression. Then in high school, she would be diagnosed with a heart condition. If she were adopted, perhaps she could afford treatment. If not, she would have to toil tirelessly to earn money for medical care, which would undoubtedly compromise her studies. The meager income would scarcely suffice for her treatment. Coupled with prolonged exhaustion, what would the outcome be? Illness or death from overexertion? Perhaps even a voluntary departure from this world. In that moment, she began to understand the original psyche, the deep-seated fear of this bleak world. Suddenly, she felt a blur in her vision, unable to discern her surroundings, and a chill washed over her face. Seeing this, Xiaoyu panicked, wanting to wipe away her tears, but hesitated, fumbling around in a fluster. Old Dong, old Dong. Then, a soft whisper reached Dongling's ear. The girl lifted her head to find a few candies before her, with Xiaoyu grinning foolishly, attempting to lighten her mood, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. He always acted this way, his absent-minded nature making it difficult for him to offer comfort. He could never articulate any heartwarming words. He simply offered Dongling candies, knowing her fondness for them. Thus, he believed that sweets could cheer her up. It seemed rather casual, yet the white-haired girl did not mind. She understood that this was his way of showing care, not indifference. Besides, Dongling was fond of this approach. Or perhaps it was simply because it was him. A smile crept across Dongling's face as she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having old Xia as a brother. With him around, no one could bully her. No one. Furthermore, it was because of Xiaoyu that she could focus on her studies when diagnosed with a heart condition, unburdened by exorbitant medical fees. Though life was arduous, they relied on each other and found happiness in their companionship. Moreover, during that catastrophic fire, given her frail health and heart condition, she would have scarcely survived. It was he who had contemplated sacrificing his own life for hers, granting Dongling a sliver of hope. Fortunately, they both remained alive. Thus, she was not alone. She had old Xia, whom she regarded as the best of all. The white-haired girl found solace, resolving to lead a bright future in place of the original's sorrowful past. In the small room, Dongling wiped her tears away, allowing the candy to melt in her mouth, the reflection of Xiaoyu's silly grin shimmering in her blue eyes. Then she smiled back. Thus the ethereal flower, with white hair and blue eyes, began to bloom. Next, Dongling began to gather her belongings, including the original's student ID and bank card, which she needed to take with her. However, the total was not much, so she returned to the car to retrieve a small bag, which easily accommodated her items. Afterward, the two prepared to leave. Xiaoyu bent slightly, offering to carry her things. I can manage, Dongling replied, exasperated. Old Xia, I'm not so fragile. It seemed to her that in Xiaoyu's eyes, she had already become a delicate flower. If she required help with just a few documents, that would be somewhat excessive. Oh, Xiaoyu scratched his head, sheepishly smiling. He merely thought it would allow old Dong to rest. Before they departed, the white-haired girl hesitated, glancing back silently while capturing a few photographs. Dongling likely would not return here often. After all, she had a home, though not this one. Yet this was not the home of that melancholic girl, for she had never truly possessed a home. Subsequently, the two got into the car, and as Dongling fastened her seatbelt, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, Old Xia, do I still owe Dr. Wen money? The diary had mentioned that when Xingyang had previously covered the original medical expenses, which were quite substantial, exceeding 10,000. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Yes, you should repay him. Dr. Wen is a good person. I borrowed his phone to call you before. As she spoke, the girl remembered his gentle visage, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, from the diary, she learned that the original had known Dr. Wen for quite some time. Dongling worried about revealing any inconsistencies, but soon rationalized that she needed to maintain some distance from Wen Xingyang, ideally avoiding contact for several months. This would create conditions for her character transformation, ensuring that even if she, Dongling, differed from the original, no one would suspect a thing. Although they currently had no contact, repaying the debt would necessitate interaction, and thus, this matter could not be left to her. Naturally, Xiaoyu agreed to handle the repayment. I'll go later. I have the previous number saved. I'll see if I can add Dr. Wen as a friend. If possible, I'll transfer the money directly to him. Dongling's blue eyes curved slightly, releasing her worries about the repayment. She merely needed to ensure she did not contact Wen Xingyang. Raindrops speckled the car windows, and the sound of rain pattered softly, though it was gradually lessening. In the back seat, the girl pondered, her brows furrowing slightly, feeling as if she had forgotten something significant. However, unable to recall it, Dongling decided to let it go, assuming it was likely a trivial matter. Yet, as they neared home, she suddenly paused, smacking her forehead. Groceries. Thus, Xiaoyu quietly turned the car around. Upon finally arriving home, the girl retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu focused on the repayment matter, successfully adding Wen Xingyang as a friend using the phone number. The request was quickly accepted, followed by a puzzled reply. Wen, hello, who is this? Xia, hello, Dr. Wen. I am Dongling's family member. I believe you previously covered her expenses. I am here to repay you. Xia, my apologies for the late hour. Please bear with me. Wen Xingyang did not dwell on it, indicating there was no issue. After confirming the amount owed, Xiaoyu transferred the money and expressed his gratitude multiple times. On the other end, at Nanxing Hospital, in an office, Wen Xingyang lowered his gaze, studying Xiaoyu's profile picture, which seemed familiar. He quietly typed a series of numbers into the search bar. The profile interface popped up, revealing the original owner's account. Her avatar resembled his closely. They were a pair. At Xiaoyu's home, in the secondary bedroom, Dongling held a mirror, gazing at her reflection. Fringes of hair fell across her forehead, complementing her fair complexion, appearing delicate and ethereal. However, it was rather long. Yet beneath the original beauty, it did not appear unattractive. Rather, it remained striking, albeit slightly out of place. As she contemplated, she called out to the outside, Old Xia. What's wrong? Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom, only to find the girl tilting her head slightly, gently pointing to her forehead. Chapter 23. Your dear Dong is quite handsome, isn't he? Xia, could you help me trim my bangs a little? As Dongling lowered her head, her long bangs obscured her vision, making her feel uncomfortable, prompting her to consider a haircut. Moreover, she often spoke in a rather masculine manner, as she essentially identified as a boy. He paused, hesitating before suggesting, how about we go to a barbershop? Xiaoyu was aware of his own clumsiness and feared he might mess it up. Additionally, there was another concern. If he helped Dongling with her hair, he would have to be very close to her, but being near her always made him flustered. I don't want to go out. The girl silently shook her head and then looked at Xiaoyu, blinking with trust in her eyes. Come on, Xia, I believe in you. Dongling's voice was soft and carried a hint of imploring, a most irresistible allure for a man. However, when at home, her tone was serene. Outside, especially in Xiaoyu's absence, her voice would subconsciously adopt a coldness, reflecting her demeanor. In short, such a display was rare for Dongling, and apart from her close brother, no one else could evoke this side of her. All right, Xiaoyu found it exceedingly difficult to refuse Dongling, just as it had always been, regardless of her looks or voice. Dong, he murmured, what's wrong? Could you stop staring at me? Xiaoyu expressed his nervousness, holding the hair scissors, hesitating to begin. He was close enough to sense her delightful fragrance, reminiscent of gardenias. The soft girl tilted her head back, her amber-like blue eyes gazing at Xiaoyu, obediently responding, oh. Then, her delicate eyelids gently fell, quietly closing her eyes. Moreover, Xiaoyu's warm breath brushed against Dongling's neck, causing a slight tickle, yet she dared not move, fearing it might disturb him. With a gentle, crisp sound, her bangs gradually fell to the ground. After a considerable time, Xiaoyu ceased his movements, looking down. A few strands of hair had scattered across her forehead, swaying in the light breeze, brushing against her fair skin. They moved gracefully, soft and delicate, and shimmered like tiny stars under the sunlight. Xiaoyu was momentarily entranced. Noticing his prolonged silence, Dongling curiously inquired, Xia, is it done? Brought back to reality by her gentle voice, Xiaoyu smiled softly and replied, yes, it's done. Upon opening her eyes, they sparkled with eagerness, as if filled with light, and she could hardly wait to glance in the mirror. So beautiful, she exclaimed, delighted with the results. Then, the white-haired girl tilted her head and playfully asked, Xia, is your Dong quite handsome? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu felt that describing her as handsome was inadequate, yet he still affirmed, yes, indeed. That's great. She beamed with a hint of pride. Following their playful banter, Dongling stood there, observing Xiaoyu as he became lost in thought again, unable to suppress a smile. However, Xiaoyu quickly regained his composure, realizing his rudeness, and hurriedly averted his gaze, about to apologize but was interrupted. Your Dong is quite handsome, isn't he? Dongling asked with a teasing hum. She could easily read his expression and felt a mix of exasperation and affection. After all, she had been his steadfast companion for nearly 20 years. Moreover, she was currently his most cherished white-haired goddess. It was one thing for him not to take advantage of the situation, but why should he apologize just for looking? It was utterly baffling. Xiaoyu lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze, responding honestly, very handsome. He was unsure why he had been staring at Dongling for such an extended period. Dongling smiled, her lips curling. So, if you find me handsome, it's only natural for you to look, right? Right? The white-haired girl insisted, her tone playful yet assertive. Yes, Xiaoyu responded weakly, not daring to hesitate or refute her claim. He had always been timid in front of Dongling, regardless of his own capabilities. Dongling's smile widened. Then it's settled. You can play games while I cook, and if you enjoy looking at me, feel free to do so. Your Dong doesn't mind at all. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Observing this, Dongling shook her head, realizing she had never noticed how oblivious he could be. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She cherished him regardless. With that, the girl went to prepare a meal, leaving her brother flustered and blushing, retreating back to his room. In the master bedroom, Xiaoyu's thoughts were in disarray, his heart racing. Dongling had said that if he liked looking at her, he could do so freely, and she wouldn't mind. Yet, Xiaoyu was unsure of his own feelings and found himself at a loss for words. However, one thing was certain. Dongling would not be angered or upset by his gaze. In the kitchen, Dongling frowned slightly, sensing discomfort once more. She understood the cause. It was simply the clothing, yet she was not fundamentally a girl. How could she wear such things? It felt awkward. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her gaze, her loose white t-shirt slightly billowing. Then, she opened her phone and typed into the search bar, "What happens if girls don't wear?" The lunch table was unusually quiet. Dongling kept her head down, her expression peculiar, as if she were engaged in an internal struggle. At times, she even managed to shove food up her nose. Xiaoyu had inquired, but she nonchalantly shook her head, forcing a smile in response. "It's nothing." Her demeanor practically screamed, "I have a problem, but I'm not going to say what it is." Xiaoyu felt that this couldn't continue. Worried she might be upset because he had been staring at her, he pressed on, "It really isn't. You haven't done anything wrong." The white-haired girl shook her head vigorously, her gaze cast down. "No." Xiaoyu hesitated, falling silent. Yet, Dongling appeared to remember something, her cheeks flushing crimson, her ears burning, and a rosy hue spreading down her neck. Eventually, she hurriedly entered the guest room and locked the door, leaving Xiaoyu bewildered at the dining table. He sensed that Dongling wasn't angry. So what had transpired? An hour later, the white-haired girl finally emerged from her room, still keeping her head down as she timidly approached Xiaoyu, stammering Xia. "Yes, I'm here. What's wrong?" Xiaoyu replied, puzzled and bewildered, noticing how strange Dongling had become since her haircut. "It's nothing, just... Could you accompany me to buy something?" She finally managed to say, her voice small and hesitant, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Buy something? Sure." He nodded eagerly, but remained somewhat confused. After all, it was merely a matter of purchasing something. So why was Dongling acting this way? Chapter 24. "No, but I will accompany you moreover." It is curious how her face remained flushed. It was not until half an hour later that he found himself lost in thought while gazing at the girl-esque specialty store. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Yet, soon after, Xiaoyu's face turned as red as a persimmon. Beside him, the petite girl with white hair silently lowered her head, her cheeks warm, yet filled with helplessness. She had researched that prolonged absence of such items could adversely affect a girl's health, leaving her with no choice. Winterling had briefly contemplated asking old Xia for help in purchasing them, but that notion was swiftly dismissed. After all, she was a girl now, and entering the store wouldn't raise eyebrows. However, if old Xia were to buy them, he would likely endure a barrage of peculiar glances, the pressure he would face far outweighing her own discomfort. "Old Xia, please wait for me here." After a moment's hesitation, Winterling summoned her courage to step inside. Xiaoyu's voice was somewhat muffled, primarily due to his overwhelming shyness. After all, he had seldom ventured into such establishments. Time passed. When Winterling emerged, she still dared not raise her head, her small head bowed low, clutching a bag in her hand. Although her appearance went unseen, Xiaoyu was certain her cheeks were aflame. Soon after, they returned home. She trailed behind Xiaoyu, her delicate white hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothing, her petite figure particularly conspicuous on the bustling street. This had become their routine whenever they ventured out together. Consequently, Xiaoyu often found himself the target of envious and resentful glances, coupled with the piercing stares of those who wished to harm him. It was inevitable. Who wouldn't he desire a soft and delicate girl to hold on to? The key was that she was also white-haired, despite Winterling donning a hat and shrinking her head. She could not entirely conceal her striking white locks. Truth be told, Xiaoyu did not relish the envy directed towards him. Their gazes implied familiarity with old Winter. When observed, would become anxious and uneasy, often trembling or paling under scrutiny. Thus, Xiaoyu wished fervently for no one to notice them, so that old Winter would be spared discomfort. He sat quietly, his thoughts drifting to a vivid image. Under the setting sun, in the alleyways, Winterling stood at a distance, her head slightly tilted, playfully clasping her hands behind her back. Then, she looked at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips, bathed in the warm glow of twilight, like a light that could illuminate his entire existence. Upon returning home, it was still early, around 4 o'clock, the sun yet to descend. But dusk was approaching. As the door swung open, Winterling finally sighed in relief, quickly retreating to her room. Seeing this, Xiaoyu refrained from speaking, settling onto the sofa with a worried expression. He understood the weight of pressure Winterling bore. Yet, he felt powerless, unable to conceive a way to ease her burden. After all, he had never been particularly astute, and old Winter often teased him for his foolishness and carelessness. Thus, Xiaoyu usually adhered to Winterling's suggestions. For her intellect and meticulousness far surpassed his own. What about offering her some sweets? No, that probably wouldn't help. He furrowed his brow in thought, only to suddenly realize some of his hair seemed to have fallen out. It was white but quite short. Was it old Winter's or his? Xiaoyu mumbled quietly to himself, rising to fetch a mirror. The living room fell silent as he fiddled with his short gray hair, lost in thought. The strands of white that had sprouted during Old Winter's absence had all but vanished. An hour later, Winter Ling finally emerged, her head still lowered, her face flushed, her steps shy and hesitant. "Old Xiai, I'll go prepare dinner," she murmured softly. However, Xiaoyu looked up, not responding directly, but instead gently proposing an idea. "Old Winter, how about you?" After a lengthy pause, as Xiaoyu articulated his suggestion, she appeared momentarily stunned. "Is that permissible?" "Certainly," he replied with conviction, asserting that there were no laws dictating that it had to be so, nor would anyone mind. It was illegal. Regarding those matters, Old Winter could gradually acclimate rather than conforming to the standards of a typical girl from the outset. Thus, the white-haired girl retreated to her room once more. When she reemerged, her demeanor was noticeably more at ease, and she smiled softly as she spoke. "Old Xia, I'm going to make dinner now." "No need, Old Winter, look." With a cheerful tone, Xiaoyu proudly presented 2 cream-filled cupcake cups. Winter Ling had once adored such treats. Hence, he had ordered them, hoping to uplift Old Winter's spirits. She froze momentarily, her blue eyes sparkling with delight. A few minutes later, Winter Ling sat on the sofa, happily indulging in her cupcake. Her discomfort completely vanished. "Hee, Old Xia truly understands me." The remnants of cream adorned her lips, yet she paid them no mind, her eyes twinkling with joy. Then, recalling something, she called out, "Old Xia, Old Xia." "Yes, what do you want for dinner tonight?" "I'll prepare a midnight snack for you." The cupcake was sufficient to satisfy Winter Ling, but for Xiaoyu, it would hardly be enough, considering he usually devoured 3 bowls at a time. "Dumplings or wontons?" He pondered aloud. "Sounds good," she replied softly, extending her delicate tongue to lick the corner of her lips, attempting to wipe away the cream, but falling short. Observing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching for a napkin to assist her, albeit hesitantly. Yet, the girl naturally leaned closer, prompting him to wipe gently. This marked Xiaoyu's first contact with Winter Ling's soft face. Although separated by a napkin, he could still feel the delicate texture of her skin, smooth and tender. Was this act intimate? Indeed, but Winter Ling seemed oblivious, turning to the refrigerator, tilting her head curiously to peer inside. "Old Xia, where are those sweet wontons?" she inquired, contemplating sharing a meal with him later. She recalled that she had accidentally made some sweet wontons earlier and intended to cook them. However, she found nothing. The girl remembered that Xiaoyu preferred savory wontons, showing some aversion to the sweet variety, yet she had no qualms about it, having always had a penchant for sweets. "Sweet wontons?" Xiaoyu paused on the sofa, explaining, "I've eaten them." "Ah, Old Xia ate them?" Winter Ling looked perplexed. "Yes, while you were away. They were quite delicious, though a bit salty." He chuckled lightly and continued, "The wontons were indeed salty, but not due to salt." At that, Winter Ling fell silent. "Sweet wontons are salty?" Old Xiao wouldn't deliberately add salt, as that would taste odd. "Then why?" Suddenly, it seemed she grasped the meaning. "Tears are salty." As night fell, Winter Ling called out, "Old Xia, the wontons are ready." "Oh." Xiaoyu grinned widely. He always relished the wontons or dumplings made by Old Winter. To him, the store-bought ones felt lacking. He carried a bowl back to the dining table, and shortly after, Winter Ling joined him, carrying a small bowl of wontons. "Old Winter, are you hungry too?" Xiaoyu remarked, feeling fortunate and contemplating that next time, he would need to order 3 servings of cupcakes, 2 for Old Winter, ensuring she would be satisfied. He was indifferent to his own needs. "No, but I will accompany you." The white-haired girl smiled warmly. Old Xia would feel lonely eating wontons alone, so she chose to share the meal with him, even though she wasn't hungry herself. Chapter 25. Good night, Old Dong. See you tomorrow. As Xiaoyu gazed at her, her words echoed in his mind. "I'm not hungry, but I want to keep you company while you eat." He smiled softly. "All right." The wontons were pleasantly warm, much like the ambience of their home. Years later, Xiaoyu struggled to recall the exact feelings he had at that moment. He only remembered savoring that bowl of wontons with great delight. After the late-night meal, a petite girl with white hair lounged lazily on the sofa, her delicate feet swinging back and forth. She was still rubbing her belly, feeling stuffed. "I have such a small appetite," she mused. On the other end of the sofa, Xiaoyu sat immersed in his writing. His health had nearly returned, and he had resumed working without rest. After all, he needed to earn money to treat old Dong's heart condition and save enough to prevent any future complications. The upcoming monthly checkup would also incur significant expenses. By now, it had become a routine for Xiaoyu to take Dongling to the hospital for regular checkups, ensuring her heart condition remained stable. This habit had been ingrained in him for quite some time, for he was deeply fearful of any recurrence of her illness. That incident had haunted Xiaoyu as a nightmare. He often dreamt of Dongling's pale face being wheeled into the operating room, never to return. Time passed without notice. Finally finished with his tasks, Xiaoyu stretched, only to find a white-haired girl still there, not having left her spot on the sofa. She lay sideways, her dainty feet together, wearing loose shorts that revealed part of her fair thighs, while her calves remained exposed. She seemed to have curled up and fallen asleep. However, he noticed her eyelids fluttering, suggesting she was still awake but drowsy. Xiaoyu's movement startled Dongling. She gradually awoke, sitting up in a daze and asking in a soft, sleepy voice, "Old Xia, are you done?" At that moment, her white hair was tousled, and a tuft of hair stuck up adorably on her head, making her look incredibly cute. He felt an urge to tousle her hair, but refrained, responding honestly, "Yes, I'm done." Watch now?" she asked, her spirit lifting upon hearing his answer, a smile spreading across her cheeks, her disheveled hair adding to her whimsical charm. Soon, the petite girl was seated beside him at the double desk in the master bedroom. Both were homebuddies, passionate gamers. They explored various game genres, but primarily indulged in a certain block game that began with the letter M, a personal favorite of Xiaoyu's. As for Dongling, she did not seem to have particular preferences. She simply played whatever he played, often delighting in farming games. There was a time when Dongling was absent, and Xiaoyu logged in alone, intending to farm. It was then he realized just how dull it was to farm alone. Consequently, the ever-curious Xiaoyu developed a newfound enthusiasm for farming and building with Dongling by his side. She was happy, and so was he. Meanwhile, as they logged into the game, Xiaoyu found it strange how eerily quiet their surroundings had become. They had been playing a terrifying mod pack over the past few days, filled with bizarre creatures and high difficulty levels. The nights were particularly unnerving, shrouded in darkness and filled with eerie sounds. Just before he left the mines, the area had been rife with strange noises, warning of lurking dangers. Yet now, there was an unsettling calm, accompanied by a familiar sound akin to the game's first guardian, the Iron Golem. It seemed that those creatures could not approach. Hearing this, Dongling smirked, clearly pleased, but Xiaoyu, intrigued, asked why. "There are 30 iron golems," she replied with a hint of pride. "Oh." Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the empty, iron ingot chest in their home, lost in thought. Dongling, sensing something was amiss, lowered her head and weakly explained, "You might not believe me, old Xia, but the iron can fly and merge into iron golems." At times, Xiaoyu found old Dong to be remarkably clever, while at other times, she appeared to be a naive, whimsical girl. After a long while, the game concluded. Dongling glanced at the clock. It was 11 o'clock at night. The petite girl felt a bit sleepy, rubbing her eyes and stretching, yearning to collapse onto the soft bed. However, she knew she had to return to her room first, as they could no longer share a bed. Old Xia wouldn't allow it. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyu was discreetly avoiding her gaze, silently repeating to himself not to look. As she stretched, her figure was inadvertently accentuated. Fortunately, her loose clothing concealed her delicate waist. Shortly after, Dongling prepared to head to her room for sleep. Before leaving, she turned back, her eyes crescent-shaped with a gentle smile, her voice soft and light. "Old Xia, good night." This was not a habit from the past. After all, they were both boys sharing the same blanket, and saying good night felt somewhat odd. But now, things were different. Dongling was a girl, and they had already separated for sleep. She pondered whether old Xia would be happy if his favorite white-haired goddess said good night to him before bed. Surely he would be, right? Thus she spoke those words. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flush creep to his ears, yet he managed to smile back. "Good night, old Dong. See you tomorrow." He felt a pang of shyness. Meanwhile, Dongling wondered if she had developed a peculiar quirk, finding joy in watching old Xia become bashful. But that thought was inconsequential. She tilted her head and smiled. The white-haired girl stood there, her visage like a painting, serene and tranquil, the oversized white t-shirt slightly askew, revealing a glimpse of her fair shoulder. Xiaoyu was momentarily dazzled. Returning to her room, Dong Ling climbed into bed, wrapping herself in a plush blanket, her tuft of hair still standing on her head. Deep inside, she felt a swell of delight, for it seemed old Xia enjoyed her saying good night before sleep. She resolved to do it every night. After all, what boy would not cherish a beautiful girl like her bidding him good night? Yet, nothing is absolute. Some might not appreciate it. Who? The type who is entirely preoccupied with themselves. Furthermore, Dong Ling mused that if someone like her opened a fish pond, it would surely be overflowing. But she wouldn't be that selfish. If it ever happened, it would only be a pond with one fish. Old Xia would come to fish. She was the fish. She would never allow old Xia to be the fish, nor would she let anyone make him one. Absolutely not. In the dead of night, the girl groggily rose, her face displaying a hint of exasperation, her tuft of hair now even more pronounced. She couldn't sleep. Ever since returning, she had felt this way. For over a decade, winter nights had always been accompanied by a familiar figure beside her, a presence that brought her comfort. But now, the room was silent. The familiar scent dissipated, leaving her feeling a touch frightened. She yearned to sleep beside old Xia. In the master bedroom, Xiaoyu was also unable to sleep. For the reason was the same. Without old Dong, he could not adjust. After a long while, he turned on the light and resumed his writing, shaking his head. There aren't many diligent authors like me. The room felt a bit cold, as the air conditioning was set to its lowest, but beyond the chill. The atmosphere felt devoid of warmth. It was simply not the same without old Dong. Chapter 26. To be a considerate girl with a generous heart nightfall often brings a sense of melancholy, much like the feelings of Xiaoyu. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about Lao Dong. However, there were no photographs of her on his phone, and venturing into the guest room was out of the question. It would surely startle her. Furthermore, she might wonder what he was sneaking into her room for in the dead of night. It would certainly raise suspicions of improper intentions and abnormal behavior. Yet the truth was far from that. If Dong Ling were to see him like this, she would simply pause for a moment and then obediently feign sleep again. After all, she aspired to be a considerate girl with a generous heart. Misunderstandings were inevitable, but she wouldn't care or be angry because it was Lao Xia. 2 days later, as dawn broke, Dong Ling sat at the table, her face twisted in despair as she sipped her porridge, occasionally sighing. This day marked the 16th of August. The school term at Nanshire University commenced on the 28th of this month, leaving her with barely 2 weeks. This realization sent the languid, white-haired girl spiraling back into memories of the past. Having escaped the depths of despair, she was now faced with the prospect of enduring it once more. She felt miserable, wishing to cry. The crux of the matter was that given her current state, she would undoubtedly attract numerous gazes upon returning to school. But she was plagued by severe social anxiety. How she wished Lao Xia could accompany her to class. She could comfortably hide behind him, alleviating her fear. But Lao Xia had already graduated. The white-haired girl found the thought of returning to school unbearable, and attending classes alone felt like a death sentence. Thankfully, there was no military training for third-year students. "What is wrong with you?" Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed by Dong Ling's gloomy demeanor. "School is about to start," she weakly explained, slumping onto the sofa, feeling as if life was engulfed in shades of gray. Xiaoyu looked momentarily bewildered. "Aren't we already graduates?" The foolish Lao Xia had forgotten that her previous self was still in university. The white-haired girl cast him a helpless glance, aware that he would never manage without her. He likely wouldn't even be able to take care of himself. But then, Dong Ling fell silent for a moment, before breaking into a smile. Henceforth, she vowed never to leave Lao Xia again. "All right, I completely forgot." Xiaoyu slapped his forehead, chuckling sheepishly. After their meal, Dong Ling lowered her head and opened her laptop. She wasn't planning to play games. Lao Xia was busy typing, and she had her own work to attend to, as university required funds. Most of her savings had gone towards purchasing a graphics card for Lao Xia, which was an exorbitant expense, costing over 30,000. The remaining funds were insufficient for her tuition fees, and Lao Xia's savings were limited, especially with recent expenditures weighing heavily. Dongling was an artist, having won numerous awards in online drawing competitions, and had gained some recognition in the industry. Although her income was decent, it was incredibly time-consuming. She could only accept one commission per month, as each would take nearly a month to complete. She could take on smaller projects with quicker payouts, but that would significantly reduce her earnings. The pressing issue was that she had already accepted a commission at the beginning of this month and had completed barely half of it, anticipating that she wouldn't be able to submit it until early next month, at which point she would receive her final payment. Time was running short. Suddenly, she felt a gentle poke. The familiar touch belonged to Lao Xia. Dongling snapped back to reality, glancing up to see Xia Yu's worried expression as he quietly asked, "What is wrong?" He noticed that Dongling seemed different from before, her brows furrowed, indicating she was facing a challenge. "I'm fine, just thinking about tuition fees," the girl reassured him, deliberately offering a faint crescent moon smile, which was quite lovely. However, Xia Yu was not focused on her smile. He blinked in surprise and asked, "Out of money?" "A little, but it's not a big deal. By the way, Lao Xia, hurry up and finish typing, and then let us play some games. I want to lead the Iron Golem army to conquer the main world." She blinked playfully, her expression lively as she waved her tiny fist to express her determination. Yet this seemed a bit too forced. The living room fell silent, devoid of a response, until her phone vibrated a few seconds later. She glanced at it and saw that Xia Yu had sent her a transfer. The amount was 10,341, 22 yuan, a little over 10,000 with an odd couple of cents. Dongling's smile faltered. The transfer could have been a neat 10,000 or 11,000, but it was 10,341, 22, suggesting that Lao Xia had handed over every last cent without keeping anything for himself. And indeed, that was the case. "I only have this much. Is it enough?" he asked, grinning, but to Dongling, he appeared rather foolish. What a silly boy, feeling a bit displeased. The girl subsequently returned the money, pouting slightly. "Silly Lao Xia, you should save some for yourself, and it's still early. There's no need to give it to me now. I sent it because I was thinking about you, Lao Dong. When does school start again?" Xia Yu laughed, scratching his nose, realizing he had acquired a new nickname, one that sounded pleasant and made him wish to hear it more often. Wait, why did he feel a bit perverted? This was something Lao Dong must not find out. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl remained oblivious to the youth's flustered expression, pondering for a moment before softly responding. "The 28th. That's soon," he remarked, equally troubled. He was well aware of Lao Dong's situation. Her severe social anxiety meant she was almost terrified of anyone other than him. Previously, during her third year, things had been manageable since she had interacted with classmates for 2 years, and attending classes alone was not a significant issue, merely nerve-wracking. But now, as a girl, her anxiety had intensified. She was frightened of strangers, particularly in a university environment. In short, Xia Yu was deeply concerned. Moreover, he was not foolish and understood Lao Dong well. She often attempted to tackle her challenges alone and would frequently feign happiness to conceal her struggles when he discovered them. But he was her Lao Xia. If she faced difficulties, who else would help her? Time flew by, and soon it was the 22nd. A week had slipped away. Xia Yu had set up an art studio with excellent soundproofing, specifically arranged for Dongling to work on her sketches. She had spent the past few days there, eager to complete her work and receive her final payment, so she could repay Lao Xia, as she owed him quite a bit now, although Xia Yu wouldn't mind in the slightest if she didn't pay him back. Dongling was not the type to let such things slide. Moreover, she was gradually coming to terms with her transformation into a girl. After all, acceptance was necessary. The reality could not be changed. Dongling felt fortunate. To miraculously come back to life after death was the greatest blessing. Perhaps this situation was not altogether bad. Don't ask why. It was simply a boon for her devoted friend with a penchant for white-haired girls. The countdown to the start of the school term was 6 days. Once more, dawn broke on an ordinary day. At the dining table, Xia Yu sat across from her, maintaining a comfortable distance. The white-haired girl sighed, gazing at the earnest young man engrossed in his breakfast, before quietly calling out, "Lao Xia, what is up?" He replied, looking somewhat dazed. "Come sit over here." "Huh?" Quickly, seeing Xiaoyu in a daze, she urged him on, determined to break through the thick-headedness of Lao Xia today. Chapter 27, August 22nd Memo. Oh, he did not dare to refuse, cautiously holding the bowl as he sat beside Dongling. The proximity made Xiaoyu lower his head even further. To this day, he still could not comprehend his own feelings. They were chaotic and beyond articulation. Yet, Xiaoyu was perpetually apprehensive of close encounters with Dongling, afraid to meet her gaze directly. It felt as though a shackle bound his heart, one he could easily surmount, yet hesitated to act upon. In essence, Xiaoyu was engulfed in confusion. After all, times had changed. Dongling tilted her head, watching him, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke in a gentle tone. Old Xia, how many years have we known each other? 19 years. Although Xiaoyu was uncertain of her motive for asking, he replied earnestly, not even contemplating the response, as the memory was too vivid. However, the silver-haired girl lowered her gaze, seemingly murmuring, yes, 19 years, almost 20. What's the matter? Xiaoyu sensed something unusual about Dongling today. She was too calm, as if harboring anger, yet it did not quite feel that way. Dongling reminisced, her blue eyes reflecting a daze as fragments of the past emerged, beautiful like a dream, causing a smile to unconsciously grace her cheeks. Old Xia, you have accompanied me for such a long time. In the past, you were always so carefree, your character unchanged. When I was diagnosed with heart disease, you remained the same. When my condition worsened, you still did not change. Despite the hardships we faced growing up, you have never faltered. But now, I am perfectly well. It's merely my appearance that is altered. The girl mused softly, her voice trailing off as she forced a smile. Yet, you're no longer the old Xia. She was not mistaken. Xiaoyu was indeed different from the person he once was, even though he still played games with her. In life, many of his habits had transformed, and each change was a stark contrast for Dongling. The youth remained silent, anxiously explaining, No, I am merely afraid. Afraid that, like before, I might cause you distress. He was correct. They had once been true friends, their interactions casual and familiar, often sharing shoulder-to-shoulder camaraderie. In fact, Xiaoyu had once delighted in playfully touching Dongling's white hair, laughing like a fool. White hair! White hair! Dongling would turn away in disdain, retorting, You're really hungry. If such familiarity were to occur now, Xiaoyu could not guarantee that Dongling would not feel uncomfortable. Thus, he had changed. Dongling was momentarily taken aback. Would it? It wouldn't, because I am your old Dong. She continued, the same one who has walked with you for 19 years. I have not changed. Even though I am a girl now, what of it? I am not anyone else. I am old Dong, your old Dong. The silver-haired girl chattered on, while the youth listened. On that day, they spoke at length. The sun stood tall in the sky above Nan City, warm and unclouded, much like the feelings Xiaoyu harbored within. The shackle began to shatter. As noon approached, Xiaoyu uttered the first words after the tension dissipated. Old Dong, you smell wonderful. This was true. He found Dongling always emanating a delightful fragrance, one he adored and wished to savor more. You are really hungry, aren't you? But do you have any? The light voice of the girl chimed, her eyes sparkling with laughter, yet soon she began to ponder. She recalled that during a previous high fever, old Xia had also murmured in a daze that she smelled delightful, but Dongling had never perceived it. Really? It's like a natural fragrance? Like gardenias. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Oh, is that so? The girl mused, recalling that girls seemed to possess a natural scent. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to her own, rendering her oblivious to it. Subsequently, Dongling descended from her chair, intending to prepare a meal, as lunchtime was approaching. Yet, she suddenly paused. The petite silver-haired girl realized her legs were short, white, and delicate. But more importantly, she felt as though her toes barely grazed the ground. What was this situation? After a moment, Dongling raised her head, her expression serious. Old Xia, what is it? Measure my height. It was only then that the girl recognized she had never accurately measured her height, possessing only a vague notion of being around 160 centimeters. The specifics eluded her, but she certainly appeared much shorter compared to old Xia. Height? Xiaoyu hesitated, his smile faltering. He estimated that his dear friend was likely not even 160 centimeters tall. Definitely a petite silver-haired girl, with soft hands and a gentle face, embodying softness all around. Yes, height. For some reason, as the girl observed Xiaoyu's momentarily frozen smile, she felt an ominous premonition. Wait a minute. She couldn't possibly be shorter than 160 centimeters, could she? That would make her a little silver-haired lowly. Suddenly feeling a pang in her stomach, she declared, I need to rest for a moment. Xiaoyu silently resolved to safeguard Dongling's emotional well-being. Come back. The girl's calm voice echoed behind him. Oh, I suddenly feel like my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. The young man turned around with a cheerful smile. After a while, the silver-haired girl gazed at the measuring tape, which barely indicated 159 centimeters, lost in thought. Old Dong, look, it's 160. Yet suddenly, Xiaoyu poked Dongling, his expression resolute. When she lifted her gaze again, she saw that she indeed reached 160 centimeters, if one were to overlook the slight curve of the measuring tape. But surely, a slight bend in the tape was normal, right? Moreover, her most trusted old Xia had declared her height to be 160 centimeters, so it must be true. Yes, that's right. It was merely an illusion, the silly silver-haired girl thought, feeling relieved and breaking into a silly smile. Subsequently, the cheerful girl prepared to cook, for she could not allow old Xia to go hungry. Xiaoyu followed suit. In recent days, he had been assisting Dongling in the kitchen, observing and learning, though it seemed to yield little result. Nevertheless, he believed in the importance of persistence in any endeavor. During lunch, the youth no longer sat directly opposite the girl, but instead joined her side, his movements more natural, no longer bowing his head. However, as Dongling was enjoying her meal, she suddenly recalled something, pausing to poke Xiaoyu beside her. Old Xia, you didn't take your medication this morning. Oh, I accidentally forgot. He scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. Then I'll remind you. The girl beamed, adding a new note to her phone's reminder list. August 22nd memo. Silly old Xia's inflammation hasn't healed, so I must remind him to take his medicine daily. She enjoyed using her phone, ensuring she would see it often and not forget. Xiaoyu was taken aback, then smiled in agreement. All right. The petite figure beside him lingered, like a breeze or a ray of light, dispelling all his inner unease. Additionally, Dongling's phone displayed several other notes above that reminder. January 12th memo. Old Xia was unhappy because he often felt unwell due to the block game, so I must strive to farm better. March 24th memo. Discovered old Xia enjoys thin meat porridge in the morning, must make more. May 10th memo. Old Xia's birthday is on the 21st of this month. Must not forget, spent $3,000 to buy him a new 4K monitor as a gift. July 2nd memo. Discovered old Xia wants a 4090, so I must save money to buy it. August 22nd memo. Chapter 28, because of concern. One tends to overthink, fearing separation and loss. After dinner, the young girl reclined on the sofa, gently rubbing her abdomen and swinging her little feet. It suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. All right. Old Xia had not patted her head as he used to. Thus, Dongling lifted her gaze towards him. Old Xia, lost in thought, came back to reality. What's up? You're quite the white-haired enthusiast, aren't you? She teased, blinking her eyes. Though puzzled. He nodded honestly. Then, do you want to ruffle my white hair? She asked playfully, tilting her head and leaning in closer. A cascade of white hair framed her soft, cherubic face. After a long pause, Xiaoyu hesitantly inquired, gently stroking the head of the petite white-haired girl, feeling its softness and sweetness. Really, just a mere head pat? How could that possibly hinder our brotherly bond? She asserted with conviction. Although it felt slightly embarrassing to be patted by old Xia, it was in fact quite pleasant. Yet, her cheeks flushed and her body felt a bit weak. Then, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Memories began to resurface, reminiscent of days gone by. As night descended, the two continued their usual gaming session. The petite white-haired girl rested her chin on her hands, deep in thought about an important matter. Tonight, it seemed she would be sleeping alongside old Xia. Feeling a tad shy, she pondered the situation, concluding that it was perfectly normal for good friends to sleep together, especially since she was experiencing insomnia, and he was her remedy. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her cerulean eyes sparkled with excitement. However, not long after, Old Xia, aren't we good friends? Dongling asked blankly. startled to discover that he was unwilling to share a bed with her. No way, not even as good friends, Xiaoyu replied with a serious expression, though his face betrayed a hint of unnatural blush. How could old Dong even consider sharing a bed with him? Did she not realize the implications of such a decision? A young man of 25, he had never engaged in such activities and felt a surge of desire, particularly at night, with a soft, delicate white-haired girl beside him. Who could guarantee he would be able to control himself? If desire took hold and he acted upon it, how would she react? Would she be angry, heartbroken, or would she silently drift away from him? In any case, Xiaoyu dared not take the gamble, fervently advising her of the myriad dangers, each more terrifying than the last. The oblivious white-haired girl hung her head, murmuring softly. She didn't mind at all, yet foolish old Xia fretted over this and that, as if her mere presence would incite him to commit a grave misdeed. Suddenly, Dongling paused. She recalled a saying she had once heard. It is because we care that we overthink, fearing separation. The more one cares, the more pronounced these fears become. On the other hand, in Xiaoyu's eyes, for some inexplicable reason, the girl seemed to lose her fixation on sleeping together, behaving rather obediently. As she left, she flashed him a fleeting smile. Wooden-headed old Xia good night. With another nickname added to his collection, Xiaoyu merely smiled in response. Good night, old Dong. See you tomorrow. As the night deepened, both found themselves sleepless once more. In the master bedroom, Xiaoyu tossed and turned, attempting to compose a draft, yet after a while, not a single word had been written. The image of that charming girl lingered in his mind, her long white hair, petite frame, and radiant smile. Her azure eyes bright and clear, her fair complexion delicate and refined, clad in a simple white t-shirt. So lovely, so pure, so captivating. Moreover, it seemed that old Dong had left in a rather unhappy state today. Yet, he felt no regret, for he believed it was better to be cautious than to risk everything. The room remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Xiaoyu tried various methods, reading, listening to calming music, but nothing worked. He remained wide awake. Eventually, he messaged his former high school teacher, expressing his desire to hear him lecture once more. Before long, the teacher responded, Why? Do you miss me? Not really. I can't sleep, but I recall your lectures were quite hypnotic, so I want to give it a try. 6. Exasperated, Xiaoyu realized his teacher had embraced the modern era. Nevertheless, in a moment of kindness, the teacher sent him a recording of a past lecture. However, shortly thereafter, the teacher sent another message. Is someone using old Dong's account? What did that mean? Xiaoyu felt perplexed but brushed it aside, starting to listen to the lecture. Yet, it proved ineffective. Even after an hour, he remained alert. After a moment of silence, he opened the nightstand, recalling that he had placed the sleeping pills there. After searching for a long time, he could not find them. Where could they be? He furrowed his brow. Suddenly, his teacher sent 2 more messages. Is someone stealing your old Dong's account? Confused. Then, a few seconds later, their SA ghost. There was no reply from the other end. The next day, August 23rd, the countdown to school had begun, 5 days remaining. In the morning, everything remained unchanged. Both awoke early as usual. Xiaoyu had never been one to rise early, often preferring to linger in bed, while Dongling had always been the early riser. Curious, she poked him while he sipped his lean meat porridge. He turned, yawning. What is up, old Dong? At that moment, as he caught a whiff of old Dong's familiar fragrance, he felt even sleepier. Coincidentally, the dopey white-haired girl was also drowsy, speaking in a sleepy haze. Old Xia, why have you been waking up so early lately? In an instant, they both froze, wide-eyed at each other. Old Dong, you couldn't sleep either? The white-haired girl nodded, her signature tuft of hair still standing, her expression troubled. I tried many methods yesterday, even got a lecture video from my high school teacher, but nothing worked. The teacher seemed fine at first, but then suddenly claimed I had the wrong person and inexplicably deleted me. Xiaoyu sighed. Foolish white-haired girl, he muttered. She, not one to back down, retorted playfully, her adorable demeanor shining through. Is it possible that, in the teacher's eyes, you have already moved on? As he explained, he found it both amusing and exasperating. Dongling paused, then nodded earnestly. I really am a foolish white-haired girl. Chapter 29. How could this day go awry twice? Winter Ling bit her lip, feeling foolish for having forgotten that she was no longer the same person. She gently picked up her phone and silently chose to deactivate her original account. After all, the acquaintances from her past held no significance for her anymore. It would be unwise to maintain contact, as it posed potential risks. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to Xiaoyu, who was focused on something with his head bowed. Curiosity piqued. She leaned in closer to see what he was doing and was taken aback, her voice tinged with confusion. "Old Xia, why are you deleting so many people? You stopped interacting with them?" His voice was calm and untroubled, as if he were merely stating an inconsequential fact. Old Dong's rebirth must not be known. Reducing his social circle was one method to achieve this, as he rarely interacted with certain individuals, making their presence unnecessary. Yet, it was still insufficient. Xiaoyu could not completely sever ties with all his old acquaintances, and he would inevitably encounter them in the future. Thus, Winter Ling's existence required a plausible explanation. He began to ponder seriously. From a distance, Xiaoyu appeared lost in thought, and his demeanor seemed somewhat gloomy. Meanwhile, the petite girl with white hair stood frozen, softly acknowledging that his actions were for her benefit. She lowered her gaze, sensing his unhappiness, and contemplated shifting slightly away. After all, he often claimed to have a pleasant scent, and perhaps being closer would lift his spirits. Her small feet, adorned in slippers, wiggled slightly, barely grazing the ground. As the chair she now occupied was a new purchase from Xiaoyu, designed to be a bit taller since Winter Ling was too small for the previous one. Moments later, Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with excitement, and he could not help but stand up, exclaiming, "Substitute literature." "Huh?" The young girl tilted her head, her expression slightly dazed as she looked at him. Without further ado, he began to explain, his joy evident as he smiled broadly. "Old Dong, your existence can be interpreted as me engaging in substitute literature. Due to your previous departure, I found myself in a haze until I fortuitously encountered Winter Ling previously. When Xiaoqi learned of Winter Ling's name, her immediate reaction was to conclude that Xiaoyu had gone mad with grief over substitute literature. The resemblance between her and Dong Ling was striking. White hair, blue eyes, and even similar names. Furthermore, with his closest friend having recently departed after nearly 20 years together, it was only natural for anyone to believe he was desperately seeking solace in someone who resembled her. Is that even possible? After listening to Xiaoyu's explanation, Winter Ling's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of amber, as if they contained stars. Yes, rather than conceal the truth, it would be better to acknowledge it. However, Old Dong, you must perform when we are outside. He smiled, lowering his gaze to examine the girl. Her eyes were stunning. Her delicate face and creamy skin made her the belle of the university. Such individuals had been difficult for Xiaoyu to approach in the past, with Qiuqi being the only exception. Yet now, he could see her daily, and they were no longer strangers. She was his Old Dong. Returning to the matter at hand. When outside, if acquaintances inquired, Xiaoyu would merely imply acknowledgement. In Winterling's presence, he would deliberately avoid discussing Dong Ling or any similar terms. After all, it was uncommon for anyone to wish to be seen merely as a substitute. For someone like Winter Ling, who struggled with depression, it was crucial that she remained unaware of the reality. Otherwise, her symptoms could worsen, or worse, she might seek to end her own life. Therefore, he would conceal the truth and request that acquaintances keep the existence of Dong Ling a secret in her presence, enhancing the credibility of the situation. The white-haired girl beamed with a smile, playfully making an okay gesture, assuring him, "I promise to fulfill my role." As for the performance, Winter Ling understood that it merely required her to resemble her original self, and over time, she could gradually evolve. Subsequently, Xiaoyu took the initiative to explain to a teacher, asserting that Winter Ling's account had indeed been hacked. That night, in a certain faculty apartment, a middle-aged man sat up in bed. "What? Is the hacker out of their mind? I was terrified last night and wondered if I'd been too harsh on Dong Ling." He harbored resentment and contemplated revenge. Yet, he could not recall any such incident from his past. Meanwhile, at home, after breakfast, Winter Ling called out, "Old Xia, could you help me fix my hair? That stubborn tuft won't lie down." The petite girl blinked her eyes, looking up at Xiaoyu with an innocent expression. Xiaoyu felt a bit shy about ruffling her hair, so as a good friend, Winterling naturally took the initiative. However, she sensed something was slightly amiss. After a long moment, Xiaoyu gently tousled the hair of the naive, white-haired girl, the texture soft and pleasant, as he helped her manage the unruly tuft. The small girl grew quiet, feeling drowsy, and contemplated resting her head against Xiaoyu's shoulder, as it seemed like it would be quite comfortable. In a fleeting moment of deliberation, she deemed it feasible but resolved to feign nonchalance, making it seem accidental, lest the wooden-headed Xiaoyu comment again. Yet, just as she was about to execute her plan, Xiaoyu, noticing her fatigue, kindly suggested, "Old Dong, why not take a short nap?" Winterling paused, lowering her head, her voice soft and weary. "Oh." The plan to sneakily lean on the wooden-headed Xiaoyu has failed. She then lazily stretched, accompanied by a soft murmur. Underneath her oversized white shirt, her fair skin was subtly revealed. Oblivious to the young man's averted gaze, she prepared to head to her room for another attempt at sleep. However, after a few steps, she fell into contemplation, and her stubborn tuft of hair inexplicably shot back up. Several hours later, in the living room, Winterling stood with an innocent expression, her hands clasped behind her back. "I accidentally walked into the wrong room." "Yes, that's right, I truly did, old Xia. I'm not deceiving you." In front of her sat Xiaoyu on the sofa. It wasn't he that he had ordered Winterling to stand as punishment. She had merely woken up and found herself in the living room when he inquired. Xiaoyu had initially intended to take a nap as well, but upon entering the master bedroom, he found Winterling already asleep, covered by a blanket, looking serene and peaceful, devoid of her usual playfulness. In that moment, the room seemed to freeze, filled only with the soft sound of her breathing. As a result, Xiaoyu chose silence, quietly exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Returning to the present, Xiaoyu shook his head, not overly concerned. If old Dong walked into the wrong room, it was of little consequence. Yet in the deep of night, he found himself gazing at the small white-haired girl asleep on the bed, lost in thought. Wait a minute, how could this day go awry twice? Chapter 30. Only old Xia can massage. So where does he sleep? Moments later, Xiaoyu cautiously climbed onto the bed in the guest room. Everything, the pillow, the bedspread, and the blanket, was imbued with a familiar scent, the lingering fragrance of Dongling. He could vividly imagine the scene of the girl lying here, her delicate, snow-white legs curled, her tender feet restlessly moving about. Then she would either lazily play on her phone or quietly drift into slumber. And that night, Xiaoyu slept exceptionally well. The next day, August 24th, with 4 days remaining until the start of the new semester at Nansha University. In the master bedroom, Dongling's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Gradually, she awakened, sitting up with sleepy eyes, rubbing them and letting out a gentle yawn, her voice laced with a hint of languor. Breaking the tranquility, her hands felt a bit cold. Glancing down, she was momentarily taken aback, for her slender wrist was slightly flushed. Could it be that old Xia had sneaked into her room at midnight to do something inappropriate? Wait, the girl thought to herself, how could he? After all, if he truly desired such things, the wouldn't old Xia Wu and Ti have refused to sleep together, as that would have been more convenient for him to act upon his desires. Looking into the small mirror, she noticed slight red marks on her soft cheeks, likely from resting her head on her wrist while sleeping. Her white hair was somewhat disheveled, perhaps even tangled. After a while, Dongling furrowed her brows, struggling to tidy it. It seemed she needed a comb, she murmured, glancing around, only to fall silent. It appeared there was no comb at home, as neither of them had any use for such an item previously. What to do then? After pondering for a moment, Dongling slowly rose and left the room. Without a comb and unable to manage it herself, she would have to ask old Xia for help. In the living room, morning light poured in. Her hair was tangled. The girl responded softly. She had slept comfortably last night, perhaps because the master bedroom carried old Xia's scent, which brought her peace. As for Xiaoyu, he did not think too much and began to help Dongling with her hair, his large hand gently smoothing it out, not daring to apply too much pressure. The tip of his nose caught the girl's fragrance, her fair neck visible through her pure white strands, creating a hazy allure. Bathed in the morning light, her white hair shone like a beacon, and her skin appeared flawless. All of this was so close at hand. Before long, her hair was untangled and neat. Xiaoyu contemplated remembering to buy old Dong a comb next time they went out. He recalled that girls typically needed a comb to fix their hair when it became messy, as using their hands was not as effective. For some reason, Dong Ling felt that having old Xia comb her hair was always quite comforting. His warm, large hands could easily envelop both of her slender wrists. Yet she also understood. It was simply because he was old Xia. Lost in her thoughts, the girl suddenly pondered something, and after a long while, she whispered, "Only old Xia can massage." What? Xiaoyu, who was nearby organizing items, looked up in confusion, vaguely hearing Dong Ling calling for him. He had just woken up not long ago, and for the first time since old Dong's incident, he had slept so soundly last night. She turned to him, a faint smile blooming on her face. "It's nothing. What are you doing? School is starting soon, just checking to see if anything is missing." Xiaoyu sighed and explained. Upon waking, he had looked at the time. Only 4 days remained until Dong Ling was to report for the new semester. She hadn't mentioned dropping out, so she must be attending, which is why Xiaoyu thought to check if she had her original identification and other documents necessary for school. If anything was missing, there was still time to rectify it. Oh. Initially, the girl didn't sense anything amiss and chuckled in response, but moments later, "Wait, school is starting soon?" Dong Ling then picked up her phone and checked the time. August 24th. Only 4 days remained until the 28th when classes began. Her petite, white-haired figure went pale, and she sank to the ground on the sofa, despair etched across her face, tears threatening to spill. In that moment, her world felt gray. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless before softly suggesting, "How about? Never mind." He didn't want old Dong to feel this way and couldn't bear to let her, a girl with severe social anxiety, attend classes alone. Moreover, Dong Ling was now earning quite well and had gained some recognition in the artist community. There was no need for her to return to school. That can't be. Dong Ling gently shook her head. Although she had previously graduated from university, that was in the past. In the present, having a university degree was undoubtedly advantageous, especially since Nansha University was a prestigious institution in the southern province. No one could predict whether the art industry would decline in the future. If that happened and she had no income, she couldn't expect old Xia to support her, could she? That would be too burdensome for him. Furthermore, old Dong had worked so hard to get into university. How could she easily give that up, especially since she had relied on him to survive? Xiaoyu chose not to press further, respecting old Dong's thoughts, but it was evident that she was unhappy, which pained him. So, soon after, Xiaoyu stepped out for a while. When he returned, he held a small cake in his hand, but unlike before, this time there were 3 portions. Xiaoyu remembered that old Dong hadn't seemed full last time, so he ordered 3. Oh wait, at that time, old Dong had been full. She had eaten wontons because she wanted to accompany him for a late-night snack. The girl looked up and found him grinning like a fool. "Old Dong, come eat some cake. After we finish, let us play games together." She paused for a moment, then beamed brightly. "Okay." However, Dong Ling suddenly fell silent again. Old Xia had given her 2 portions. Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" "It's nothing." The girl forced a smile, silently ordering another small cake for old Xia. Additionally, they were still playing that same game. Dong Ling still enjoyed farming at home or engaging in base defense activities. As for Xiaoyu, he found himself distracted, often glancing at the girl beside him. She played the game with such intensity, her fair cheeks adorned with a smile. It seemed as if she had never felt bored. Yet soon, Dong Ling noticed old Xia's gaze and blinked in surprise before helplessly facepalming. Hey, I'm your old Dong. Do you really need to sneak a peek at me?" The girl, somewhat exasperated, thought he was still too shy to look directly at her, the white-haired goddess. How ridiculous. Xiaoyu simply chuckled again. "Old Dong, what's wrong? You really don't have to just stay home and farm. It's boring." Oh. Moments later. Old Dong, I encountered a bug." "Huh? Dozens of iron puppets have vanished." "No, I took them across the main world." Dong Ling felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She remembered saying something similar last time, and old Xia had suggested she didn't need to just farm, so she decided to give it a try. Then, Xiaoyu fell into contemplation. After some time, Dong Ling returned home. "Huh? You completed the main world so quickly?" Xiaoyu was astonished. He had thought that dozens of iron puppets would be nearly unstoppable. No, they were all wiped out. The white-haired girl lowered her head, explaining weakly. Huh. Chapter 31. Who dares to claim wealth in front of Benjio? As for the reason, do not ask. The answer lies in being toppled by a terrifying creature adorned with horns atop its head. After the game concluded, Dongling no longer fretted about the upcoming school term, for it was an inevitability to confront. Moreover, she had Lao Xia by her side, did she not? Subsequently, the young girl rose and made her way to the art studio, preparing to continue her work and striving to obtain her remuneration at the earliest opportunity. Before that, she accessed the artist platform and entered a group chat entitled The 3,000 Beauties of the Winter God. The atmosphere within was lively, albeit the usernames were predominantly peculiar, with most members idly chatting away. Dongling quietly made her presence known. What was this? It was her fan group. In the group name, Winter God referred to her, as the young artist bore the pseudonym Dong Xia, which was a fusion of her and Lao Xia's surnames. As for the group name, Dongling felt helpless. It was not created by her, but rather by an enthusiastic fan, although she had never disclosed any real-life information. A fan had deduced from her avatar that she was a boy. This was not entirely incorrect, but only in the past. As Dongling made her presence felt, the already boisterous group chat became even more animated. Yahweh Chun, yo, is that not the Winter God? After 23 hours and 1 minute of absence, how have you become so handsome? A man named Xiao Ming chimed in. Darling. Xiong Chunin, Empress of the Dongxia Empire, how dare you? A bunch of mere concubines. His Majesty rarely graces the palace, and yet you are not prepared to serve? Nuclear-powered windmill. You are all truly famished. All you can do is type, unlike me, who can only feel pity for the Winter God, Gigi Dongling. These individuals possessed an air of peculiar obsession. She felt compelled to conceal her identity as a girl, for the thought of their reaction upon discovering the truth was too daunting to contemplate. Soon after, she received a private message. Xiong Chunyayan, Winter God, are you there? This was one of her earliest fans, the group leader, a self-proclaimed emperor, and the most notable eccentric within the chat, bestowing titles upon the members. Moreover, he was male. Who then was the emperor? It was she, yet he maintained a cool demeanor in public, contrasting sharply with his behavior in the group. If there were a ranking of her fans, he would undoubtedly hold the top position, having commissioned numerous works over the years. The young girl silently replied, Dong Xiaoyu. The other party quickly responded, Xiong Chunyayan, Winter God. Please do not disclose your address. I am currently moving. I will inform you once I find a new place. Dong Xia, all right. Presently, the commission she had from him was for a physical artwork, with a payment exceeding 10,000, depicting a vast starry sky composed of whimsical orange hues. It was quite absurd. However, his previous commissions had always been in a similar vein, whether featuring panda-like beings defeating alien fleets or dog-headed figures triumphing over foreign deities. In essence, the artistic style was humorous. As noon approached, the sun remained hidden behind dense clouds. The sky darkened, the wind howled, and thunder rumbled ominously, signaling an impending downpour. Yet, none of this affected the interior of the house. The white lights illuminated the room as Dongling busied herself with cooking, filling the air with delightful aromas, while Xiaoyu attempted to study, offering assistance along the way. Despite the passage of over 10 days, he still struggled. Dongling felt helpless and had gently advised him, you really do not need to learn, for I can handle it. It has always been this way, has it not? Your health is not the best. To this, Xiaoyu could only utter such sentiments in a muffled tone, as if burdened by discontent or regret over his clumsiness. He had produced numerous high-scoring works, yet he could not even master cooking. It's all right. Look at me. I am lively and well. Cooking is not a laborious task. Besides, Lao Xia, you cannot possibly do everything for me, can you? The girl responded, her eyes twinkling, yet a touch of helplessness flickered in her smile. Since Dongling's return, Xiaoyu had become increasingly reluctant to let her do any chores. He washed the dishes, mopped the floors, and cleaned the house. He took on nearly all responsibilities. At that moment, Xiaoyu fell silent for an instant before speaking again. What if? However, The girl appeared not to comprehend his meaning and interrupted him, gently whispering, "What if I am not here? Then we can order takeout until I return." Yet, she would not be absent. Lao Xia could not do without her. Nor could she do without him. It felt predestined, perhaps even a continuation of a past life. The next life would be the same. Despite her reassurances, Xiaoyu remained steadfast in his resolve to learn, persistently holding on and refusing to give up. He was concerned that the fumes from cooking could trigger a heart attack, even if the odds were minuscule. Yet, he was overly anxious, unwilling to take any potential risks that could endanger Lao Dong. This was true even when others deemed the task entirely safe. Moreover, at that moment, Xiaoyu wished to express that should a day arise when her health deteriorated due to such matters, what then? After all, Lao Dong's health was exceedingly fragile. The medication she had brought home from the hospital could fill half a drawer. She was as delicate as fine china, requiring careful nurturing to remain well. Xiaoyu was that person, ensuring she did not engage in too many activities, believing that allowing her to rest was sufficient. As for painting, that was special, a lifelong passion for the girl, and he dared not prevent her from pursuing it. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu worried that if she painted for too long, it might adversely affect her health, so he often found himself nagging her to take breaks, like a concerned elder. Later, during lunchtime at the dining table, Xiaoyu cheerfully ate his meal while chatting away. "Lao Dong, I have received quite a few tips this month." Beside him, Dong Ling held a small bowl, taking dainty bites, her fair legs swinging as she responded with a smile. "Oh, really? Then Lao Xia, you are about to strike it rich." "No, we are both getting rich." Xiaoyu shook his head, his eyes filled with joy. Since his earnings were Lao Dong's earnings, it meant she too would prosper. Dong Ling was taken aback for a moment, and upon grasping his meaning, she shook her head. "That is your money. We earned it together. Did you not create the illustrations for my works? By the way, I received 9,000 for my commission last month. I will give it all to you for school expenses." The young man rambled on, continuing to speak while enjoying his meal, savoring every bite, especially since Lao Dong had prepared his favorite red braised pork today. Dong Ling lowered her gaze slightly and murmured, "There is no need for that much." "Not a problem. It's good to have a reserve." Xiaoyu smiled, recalling the various expenses associated with the school term. But Lao Dong had yet to receive her earnings and had little money. "Oh." Dong Ling felt it unnecessary to say more and could only obediently respond, thinking that once her payment arrived, she would give it all to Lao Xia. However, it still would not be enough. Furthermore, at present, due to Xiaoyu's work ranking first in terms of financial prowess, it had garnered significant attention. Some claimed the top supporter was a true admirer, while others speculated about various matters, bringing considerable traffic to the works. Yet, Jiu Zige had only 2 remarks regarding this. "Who dares to claim the title of a wealthy patron? In front of me, who dares to speak of riches? Not a soul in the entire southern province. Those who may have contested this, how could they? Achieving the second place was still unobjectionable, but to covet the first place would result in a cataclysmic upheaval." Chapter 32. The white-haired girl always walks barefoot. The comments below were rather uniform in nature. An employee from the Chun family remarked, "The God of Nine is terrifying." The Jiuan group commented, "The God of Nine is incredibly handsome." A devotee of the God of Nine exclaimed, "Lord God of Nine is majestic." Tianliang Libo questioned, "Is this a case of paid promotion?" Jiuzi responded, "Absolutely not. How dare you slander me, you audacious fool, treading on forbidden ground." Tianliang Libo retorted, "Such a middle school mentality." Jiuzi replied, 6. As night fell, it was once again time for their routine gaming sessions. Recently, Dongling had spent a considerable amount of time in the studio, diligently working on her illustrations. She would only take breaks close to mealtime or after eating. However, her evenings remained devoted to playing games with Xiaoyu, a commitment that would not waver, no matter how busy she became. Nevertheless, after their gaming sessions concluded, the girl began to feel a sense of melancholy. She could no longer feign a wrong turn into the wrong room, considering their games were always played in the master bedroom. But she longed to sleep there. Thus, Dongling began to devise a plan, yet as thoughts swirled in her mind, weariness crept in. Ultimately, her mind was a blank slate, devoid of solutions. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had risen to use the bathroom. Upon witnessing this, The girl's blue eyes sparked with inspiration. Not long after, when the young man returned, he found a delicate white-haired figure nestled in the master bed. She had succumbed to slumber, lying at the edge of the bed without a blanket, evidently exhausted. This was the very plan Dongling had concocted. Now, old Xia had no choice but to either share the bed with her or retire to the guest room. Alternatively, he could carry her back to the guest room. Xiaoyu, observing the scene, fell silent. How had old Dong fallen asleep in just a few minutes? All right, she had seemed rather drowsy earlier. He then chose to retreat to the guest room, never questioning Dongling's feigned slumber. A few minutes later, after confirming Xiaoyu had indeed left for the guest room, Dongling sat up cautiously and slipped out of bed, her small, pale feet making not a sound on the porcelain floor. Once she was certain Xiaoyu had truly gone asleep in the guest room, she let out a triumphant chuckle. The plan had succeeded. However, mere moments later, soft footsteps echoed from outside the room. Dongling's expression froze, and she quickly resumed her previous pose, slightly anxious that old Xia might discern her ruse. Fortunately, Xiaoyu entered the room quietly, murmuring to himself with a hint of regret. How foolish of me, almost forgetting to cover old Dong with a blanket. What if she catches a chill from the air conditioning? She would feel miserable. He then gently shifted the petite, white-haired girl toward the center of the bed. After all, if he didn't tea, she could easily roll over and fall, risking exposure to the cold. The young man moved cautiously, fearing he might wake her, avoiding direct contact with Dongling's delicate form. His inner thoughts revolved around not taking advantage of her while she slept. Yet, even through the blanket, Xiaoyu could still feel the softness of Dongling's skin. He soon noticed another detail. Old Dong was remarkably light, akin to snow, beautiful yet fragile. Therefore, she needed to be protected. Afterward, he covered her with a blanket, quietly turned off the lights, and exited the master bedroom, closing the door behind him. The room fell into silence. The girl sat up in the darkness, her gaze lowered, lost in thought until she finally revealed a bittersweet smile. August 24th. I wanted to sleep in old Xia's bed, so I pretended to be asleep to deceive him. I'm sorry, but old Xia was worried I might catch a chill, came back to cover me with a blanket, and even moved me to the center, fearing I might fall. Yet he remains such a blockhead, too timid to touch me directly while I slept, even using the blanket as a barrier. But it's all right. Old Xia is the best. The following day, August 25th, the countdown to the start of school was 3 days. Both of them had managed to sleep well, but Xiaoyu often felt that old Dong was acting strangely that day. This was particularly evident during breakfast when she frequently asked, "Old Xia, would you like to rub my head?" Or, "Old Xia, would you like to squeeze my hand?" Her voice was gentle, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Xiaoyu could only respond with an exasperated smile, a subtle blush gracing his cheeks. "Let us eat first." Dongling obediently complied. Oh, all right. Why was she being so docile? Because she had deceived old Xia yesterday and felt the need to make amends. As noon approached, the girl peeked her head from the kitchen, cheerfully inquiring of Xiaoyu, who was still typing away in the living room. "Old Xia, what dishes would you like to eat?" He pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps chicken drumsticks?" "Sure, I'll make those." "Anything else?" "Kung Pao chicken." "I'll make that too. And everything else you want." By lunchtime, Xiaoyu found himself lost in thought, gazing at the table laden with all his favorite dishes. In that moment, a glimmer lit up his eyes, for he had 3 great loves in life: enjoying old Dong's cooking, playing games with her, and simply being in her company. As for the white-haired girl, she was not included in that list, for he had never been particularly fond of white-haired individuals. At that moment, Xiaoyu's heart echoed a singular thought. His old Dong was the best. Additionally, there was a bit of commotion outside their door that day. Xiaoyu resided in a building with 2 units per floor, but the unit across had remained vacant. Today, however, it seemed someone was moving in, carrying various items, including furniture and an array of paintings that struck him as oddly familiar. It appeared they had new neighbors, but Xiaoyu paid little attention to it. As night fell, after finishing their gaming session, Dongling quietly returned to the guest room. Just before leaving, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to Xiaoyu, flashing him a smile. "Good night, old Xia." "Good night, old Dong. See you tomorrow," he replied warmly, returning her smile. It is worth mentioning that the girl had taken to walking barefoot, showing little inclination towards wearing shoes. Her petite feet were charmingly delicate, unabashedly exposed, soft and white with enticingly pink toes. She believed old Xia would appreciate this view. However, whether she wore shoes or not was inconsequential, as the floors in their home were impeccably clean, making it perfectly fine to tread barefoot. Time moved to August 26th. Early morning. Dongling had anticipated a sleepless night, especially since she had not slept in old Xia's room. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she slept soundly, awakening naturally according to her biological clock. Rising from bed, she drew back the curtains to welcome the morning light, glancing down at her attire before changing clothes. Furthermore, the countdown to the opening of Nansha University stood at 2 days. The day after tomorrow would mark the beginning. Chapter 33. Do you know? She resembles old Dong quite a bit. Time is almost upon them. Merely 48 hours have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Afterward, Dong Ling changed her attire and left her room barefoot, making her way downstairs. The girl appeared somewhat dazed, her movements languid, and her light blue t-shirt, adorned with white, hung askew, revealing one delicate shoulder. Primarily, she was clad in her old clothes, which were indeed quite oversized, the hem obscuring a good portion of her thigh. As she descended the stairs, before reaching the living room, she spotted a familiar figure seated there. It was Xiaoyu. Ever since Dong Ling's return, he had not risen late, even waking earlier than she did. He was determined to assist her and learn to cook, pledging never to miss a single day. Yet, she was aware of old Xia's nature. He had never been one to sleep in. Thus, she reassured him that she would wait, and there was no need for him to rise early. After all, it was inconsequential if they had breakfast a little later. However, Xiaoyu would not allow Dong Ling to wait for him. If she were to glance at his phone, she would discover that he had set 12 alarms, starting from 7 o'clock, each 5 minutes apart. After completing their morning routines, it was time to prepare breakfast. Yet, Xiaoyu discreetly avoided Dong Ling, murmuring, "Old Dong. Adjust your clothing." She glanced down and saw that her loose t-shirt had become even more askew, her fair collarbone exposed, coupled with her messy hair, which was quite disarming to the young man. Oh, the languid, white-haired girl responded softly. She had previously paid little heed to her appearance, finding it troublesome to fix, as it would easily revert to disarray. Thus, she had chosen to disregard it altogether. After all, there was no one else at home, just old Xia. He could look as he pleased. Following breakfast, the petite girl reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling and murmuring to herself. The day after tomorrow, as her leisurely existence was about to conclude, this thought weighed heavily on her. At times, Dongling wondered why time seemed to pass so swiftly. It felt as though, just a moment ago, she had been living a month ago. After lingering in her thoughts for a while, she sighed and spoke melancholically. Old Xia, should we tidy up? They had always done so in the days leading up to the start of school, ensuring everything was organized beforehand. Xiaoyu paused, pondering, yes, I suppose. Thus, the young man and the petite girl rose, only to realize there seemed to be nothing to organize. After all, the necessary documents for school were quite few, and Xiaoyu had already accounted for them. Nothing was missing. As for luggage, given Dong Ling's situation, it was impossible for her to stay on campus. He would never agree to that, as he could not fathom how frightened and uncomfortable she would be alone. Severe social anxiety is not a mere jest. Although Dong Ling's counselor was in the process of applying for her early departure from school, it would likely take a week to finalize. What should they do? They fell into silence. Suddenly, Dong Ling seemed to recall someone, her demeanor shifting as she sat up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Isn't Shangwan at Nansha University? Shangwan was one of their few acquaintances, someone she had known since high school. Full name Shangwan M.O. Following the college entrance examination, she, Dong Ling, and Xiaoyu had all been accepted into Nanda. They had even shared a dormitory throughout their years in college and maintained a good relationship, often keeping in touch. I believe so. She's the department head. Xiaoyu confirmed after a moment of reflection. He recalled that when Dong Ling had left, Shangwan M.O. had made several visits, concerned that he might spiral into despair. It was evident that she understood Xiaoyu well. Soon after, a phone call was placed and connected swiftly. Hello, what is up, Xia? A calm voice resonated on the other end, familiar and belonging to Shangguan Mo, who was known for her serene demeanor. She was typically composed and rarely spoke much, with her closest relationships being with Xia and Dong. I'm encountering a bit of an issue, Xia Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak. Oh, what is it? I'll see if I can help. Shangguan Mo inquired soothingly. She was aware of Dong Ling's departure and had previously witnessed Xia Yu's prolonged silence. Fearing he might be left despondent, even contemplating self-harm, for after all, his old Dong had left him. What did this mean? This was the person who occupied every fragment of Xia Yu's memories, the one with whom he had shared his childhood, both being orphaned and relying on each other until they reached 25. She was no longer there, and few could truly grasp the depth of that feeling. It was akin to suffocating with each passing second. Moreover, Xia Yu considered her to be one of his few friends. Yet, it seemed he was faring well now. Although he was unaware of the circumstances, he appeared to be in better spirits than before, when he had seemed like a living corpse. After a brief pause, Shangguan Mo spoke again. You have a friend suffering from heart disease and hypoglycemia, compounded by severe depression and social anxiety, seeking to apply for early departure? That is possible. However, I will need some identification photos and medical records sent to me. It can be processed before classes commence. By the way, what is his name? Do I know him? Shangguan Mo agreed, noting that the description bore a resemblance to Xia Yu's old Dong. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Xia Yu hesitated before replying, Dong Ling. Silence enveloped the line for several seconds before Shangguan Mo's voice returned, now tinged with confusion and surprise. Who? Your old Dong? No. The clever Dong, Xia Yu explained with a wry smile. Shangguan Mo fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly asked, as if beginning to understand something. A girl? Yes. Afterward, the line fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a soft inquiry, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Is this a case of surrogate literature? Indeed. Shangguan Mo realized that Xia Yu seemed to be in desperate need of someone reminiscent of his old Dong. Thus, he sought out this girl, who shared a name and bore striking similarities to Dong Ling in terms of symptoms. Xia Yu remained silent, merely shifting his feet, as if fearing that someone might overhear him. He stepped away to a secluded spot, then smiled sadly, wiping his eyes with a tissue. Do you know? She resembles old Dong quite a bit. After a long silence, only a sigh remained. Very well, but you must treat her with sincerity. Otherwise, your old Dong will surely be upset. Moreover, that girl is severely depressed. You must be there for her at all times and exercise great patience. Treat her as you would your old Dong, and do not let her know about Dong Ling. Do everything in your power to help her that day. Shangguan Mo rambled on about many things. Finally, Xia Yu cast his eyes downward and replied softly, yet with a hint of determination, I will. After hanging up, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. When he looked up, he found Dong Ling silently giving him a thumbs up. Old Xia, it's truly a pity you're not pursuing acting. Xia Yu. Chapter 34. Proposed by the remarkably wonderful Lao Xia after resolving the matter at hand. The two discussed future arrangements. Firstly, it was clear that Dong Ling would need to be picked up and dropped off every day by him, as her disposition made her hesitant to take a taxi. Moreover, Xia Yu was not comfortable with Dong Ling being alone. He glanced at the petite figure beside him, her white hair a striking contrast to her boyish attire. Although she looked charming, there was an undeniable sense of incongruity. This was inconsequential at home, but it could attract unwarranted attention at university, particularly since a girl consistently dressed in male clothing would certainly stand out, especially with Lao Dong's striking appearance. Though she might not care, enduring prolonged scrutiny could be uncomfortable. Lao Dong's aversion to feminine attire would make her feel uneasy, so it was necessary to find a solution. After much contemplation, Xia Yu gently prodded Dong Ling and spoke cautiously. Lao Dong, how about we buy a few new outfits? Dong Ling paused, her previously carefree legs coming to a halt, a dazed expression crossing her face. Buy new clothes? She already possessed many outfits, including several new ones. It seemed unnecessary. Did Lao Xia want her to wear girls' clothing? Yet, her essence was that of a boy. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson, her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. She grappled with whether to acquiesce. Ultimately, after a brief hesitation, she resolved to agree, despite her embarrassment. After all, this request was made by the remarkably wonderful Lao Xia, and it was impossible to refuse. At that moment, Xiaoyu continued to explain softly. Not girls' clothing. What I meant was, perhaps we could buy some gender-neutral outfits to wear when school starts. Dong Ling was taken aback. How frustrating, this silly Lao Xia. Why couldn't he just finish his thoughts in one go? She had initially thought he wanted to buy her girls' clothes. What should she do now? Noticing her silence, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of anxiety. The girl managed to smile, her voice tinged with resignation. It's fine, let's buy them. After all, it was her misunderstanding. Besides, how could the remarkably wonderful Lao Xia possibly want her to wear girls' clothing? At most, it might be a matter of wearing them at home if he found them appealing. Strangely, Dong Ling sensed that her emotions had been slightly off these past few days, feeling different from her usual self. It wasn't discomfort or anxiety. Her mindset was quite stable now, and she no longer obsessed over becoming a girl. It was merely a sense of change, one she could not quite articulate. Additionally, many acquaintances referred to Dong Ling as your Lao Dong in Xiaoyu's presence, while in Dong Ling's company, they would say your Lao Xia. No one found this odd, as those familiar with them recognized that Dong Ling and Xiaoyu were each other's sole and most significant family. They had a home, a sanctuary uniquely belonging to the two of them. Meanwhile, as they ventured out, they chose to do so in the cooler morning hours of summer. Xiaoyu was unconcerned about the heat, but primarily worried about Dong Ling's discomfort. In the bustling commercial district of Nan City, they entered a clothing store. She is not my girlfriend, Xiaoyu explained with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, just moments ago, Lao Dong had once again been mistaken for his girlfriend due to her habit of tugging at the hem of his shirt. This behavior made them appear as a couple, as such an action implied a close relationship, and their resemblance to siblings was questionable. After Xiaoyu clarified, he noticed a distinct shift in the expressions of the shop assistants. It was evident that he was the dominant figure in their dynamic, while Dong Ling remained quiet, obediently staying by his side. Whenever she did speak, it was to ask him, "Which one do you think looks good?" After he responded, she would choose that very item, as if seeking his approval. In summary, he did not come off as a good person. After purchasing 6 outfits, mostly in lighter, neutral colors that would suit either gender without raising eyebrows, they took to the car. As Dong Ling recalled the earlier events, her eyes sparkled with delight. Lao Xia, she called softly. What is it? Xiaoyu asked, fastening his seatbelt and turning to look at her with curiosity. Well, if I'm called your girlfriend again, you don't have to deny it. Otherwise, you'll just be labeled a scoundrel, she teased, stifling a laugh. And I sensed a desire to harm you in their eyes after you explained. The truth was, in the eyes of those shop assistants, a delicate and soft white-haired girl like Dong Ling was the object of many admirers. What perplexed them was how a man who seemed only moderately attractive and not particularly wealthy could be treated so affectionately by her. Xiaoyu's clarification that they were not in a romantic relationship might have inadvertently suggested that she was pursuing him. The crucial point was that he seemed oblivious to this implication. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by her words. Lao Dong implied that if others referred to her as his girlfriend, she would not mind, which meant she accepted that status in the eyes of others. But Lao Dong did not seem to mind, and Xiaoyu found himself conflicted. It appeared trivial. Lao Dong simply wished to avoid misunderstandings that could label him a scoundrel. Yet, his heart raced slightly at the thought. Smiling, he replied, "All right." Furthermore, the white-haired girl truly did not care about being labeled as Lao Xia's girlfriend. Her indifference stemmed solely from the fact that it was Xiaoyu. Upon returning home, they chose to rest rather than dive into chores, as the summer heat was oppressive, akin to a furnace. Despite the air conditioning in the store and the car, beads of perspiration still formed on Dong Ling's forehead. Xiaoyu, though feeling fine, noticed her discomfort. "Lao Dong, why don't you take a shower?" he suggested, genuinely concerned for her well-being, knowing that sweating in the air conditioning could lead to a chill. Dong Ling paused, glancing at the new clothes they had just purchased. She looked up with a playful smile in her blue eyes. "All right, I'll wear the new clothes for you to see if they look good." "What? Lao Dong is going to model the new clothes for me? I can't refuse," she teased, tilting her head playfully. "But I want to know if I look good. It's better to let Lao Xia decide." After that, Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned. But by the time he regained his senses, The petite figure had vanished. All he could think was that the day felt unusually hot, especially on his face. Chapter 35. As long as old Xia wished in the distance, the bathroom door had been closed. After a rustling sound, the gentle sound of the shower echoed, and Xiaoyu quietly distanced himself. He felt that even a glance in that direction would be a transgression. Yet, images kept surfacing in his mind. However, old Dong could not be sullied by such thoughts. Therefore, Xiaoyu silently donned his headphones to listen to music, simultaneously beginning to type, attempting to divert his attention. After a considerable amount of time, nearly an hour passed, and the girl finally emerged from the bath. This was a noticeable change, as, previously, their showers would be wrapped up in a matter of minutes. Girls were always different. The bathroom door swung open, revealing a petite figure stepping out, towel in hand, drying her hair, barefoot, radiating a fresh and dewy allure. It was Dongling. She wore loose clothing, though it differed from her previous styles, presenting a simple elegance that felt entirely natural. It was as if she had donned an entirely new outfit. Dongling was clad in a short-sleeved top. But that was not the most significant detail. The most striking change was that for the first time, she had swapped her lower attire for shorts that did not reach her knees. This led Xiaoyu to behold her delicate legs, as pure and white as freshly fallen snow, untouched by dust. His gaze trailed downward. Her calves were exquisite and translucent, and lowering his eyes further revealed her dainty ankles. Finally, he beheld her delicate feet, soft and pink, with a hint of rosy undertones, small enough to fit comfortably within his hand. When he raised his gaze again, he found Dongling's fair complexion, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she smiled brightly at him. Her blue eyes sparkled with clarity, a beauty so profound it seemed otherworldly. In an instant, Xiaoyu was entranced. Then Dongling's gentle voice broke the spell. Old Xia? Her petite figure stood before him, slightly tilting her head. Gazing quietly at Xiaoyu, he was still lost in thought. This was the first time Dongling had chosen to wear shorts, deliberately exposing her fair thighs, hoping to give old Xia a glimpse of beauty. Among the 6 new outfits she had, only one was a short-sleeved top, the one she had just changed into after her bath. The others were quite conservative, all long-sleeved, suitable for school attire. There was no way she would reveal so much skin. This particular outfit was specifically purchased for her to wear at home, just for old Xia's eyes. Her legs were meant only for him to admire. After a few seconds, Xiaoyu's thoughts returned, and he finally noticed Dongling, unable to suppress a blush as he turned his head away. What is wrong, old Dong? Old Xia, could you help me dry my hair? The small girl inquired, her eyes shining with anticipation, her fluffy hair standing adorably atop her head, making her appear quite obedient. Moreover, Dongling despised the daily chore of drying her hair after a shower, as it was rather bothersome. She had to towel dry it first before using a blow-dryer. Otherwise, she would easily catch a cold. Xiaoyu paused, lowering his gaze to meet her eager eyes, and could only smile. All right. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of the girl, his eyes drawn to her delicate skin, his hands tangled in her white hair. Everything felt surreal. Then, with sincerity, he remarked, Old Dong, you smell wonderful. Oh, if you like it, keep inhaling, Dongling replied, her reaction subdued, as she had grown accustomed to such compliments from her good friend. After all, it was old Xia. Anything he said was acceptable. Furthermore, as he dried her hair, he unwittingly found himself caressing her head, which she found quite comforting. Not long after, her hair was dry, cascading over her shoulders, and she chose not to tie it up, as she was unaccustomed to such styles. Dongling looked up, her smile radiant, as beautiful as a painting. Old Xia, here, am I handsome? Very handsome. She still preferred to describe herself that way, and Xiaoyu didn't mind, always indulging her. Dongling giggled, her joy evident, and then she flopped onto the sofa, picking up her phone to catch up on her reading. She had yet to read the latest update from old Xia. After all, he was ranked 3rd, and she was determined to keep up. The girl delighted in his work, particularly his fantasy series entitled that year, Eternity, which featured her alongside old Xia. She then scrolled through the comments section, eyeing the daily whimsical remarks from the top-ranked user, such as, I, the unseen book friend, shall seize first place with overwhelming power. Who can match my prowess? Or ultimately, I shall fall, sorrowfully vying for that second position. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat nearby, reflecting on Dongling's ethereal beauty. Old Dong, what's wrong? Dongling lifted her gaze, curious. It's just, I feel that if we had never met, and you were still a girl, your smile would have undoubtedly made you my unattainable muse. What was that saying? People are ultimately haunted by the unattainable desires of their youth. Xiaoyu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. After all, old Dong was truly beautiful with her soft, white hair. If she were a bit more aloof, she could easily be the embodiment of a cool goddess. A mere, unintentional smile from her could etch itself into someone's memory for a lifetime. What are you talking about? Unattainable muse. Dongling sighed, both amused and exasperated. An unattainable muse is someone you can only yearn for from afar. But that's not me. I am your old Dong. How could I be that way? As long as old Xiao wishes, I am within reach. All right, you said if not now. After a moment of thought, Dongling replied earnestly, that may not necessarily be the case. Who knows? Even if we hadn't met since childhood, I would still be by your side. Besides, I'm not an unattainable muse now. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. In that moment, for Xiaoyu, aside from her radiant smile, nothing else mattered. After a long pause, he finally nodded. His hand continued to ruffle the soft, white hair of the girl, feeling its plushness. After all, how many people's unattainable muses could spend every day together, allowing for head rubs, leg squeezes, and hand-holding? Though aside from ruffling her hair, he had yet to touch her in any other way. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's voice broke the silence. However, old Dong, what is it? I feel you will become someone else's unattainable muse. Oh, perhaps. This was indeed a possibility. Perhaps someone would remember her for a long time, even for a lifetime, and she might not even know that person. But what did it matter? Dongling didn't care much. She just wanted to be there for old Xia, and that was enough. The next day, August 27th, the countdown to the start of the new semester at South City University was down to 1 day. The two did not venture out. With school starting the next day, Dongling wished to stay at home, drawing or playing games with old Xia, savoring this final day. However, she wasn't too distressed, for although school commenced tomorrow, all she had to do was check in. The official start of classes was on August 31st, the following Monday, leaving 4 days until then. Additionally, after lunch, the leader of her fan group finally sent over the new address. She gazed thoughtfully at the neighboring address. Is the new neighbor your loyal fan? Dongling replied softly. Then, Xiaoyu fell silent, only to realize something. No wonder those drawings seemed familiar. They were all done by old Dong. Chapter 36. Time Stumbles. Seasons come and go, old Xia, what should I do? Dongling inquired softly, her eyes filled with sorrow. In recent days, she had been diligently working in the studio, and she hoped to complete her project within the month. However, she couldn't simply walk out through the front door to submit her work. She remembered that the new neighbor next door was a young man, which made her wonder how he could boast daily about being a queen. The crux of the matter was that she had been communicating in the artist platform group as a boy. It felt somewhat ambiguous, she thought. Perhaps the top contributor was also a boy. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Perhaps they could drive to another district and send it within the city. Life truly resembled a play. The neighbor turned out to be an old fan, even akin to the top contributor. It was absurd. How would they interact moving forward? Xiaoyu vaguely recalled having seen the neighbor a few times. He was quite young and often wore headphones. She couldn't help but imagine the reaction if he discovered that his favorite artist, the petite white-haired Dongling, lived next door. Such behavior was unpredictable. However, Dongling's true identity as the well-known artist would surely be hard to conceal, and it would cause quite a stir in the group. After all, who would expect the artist, who had been presenting himself as a boy, to actually be a petite white-haired girl? Furthermore, since she was posing as a boy, and the group consisted of men, their discussions about risky topics were unfiltered. Given their eccentric personalities, it was hard to fathom their reactions. Xiaoyu remembered being inexplicably dubbed hidden concubine by the group leader for being a silent observer. That night, in the secondary bedroom, only a bedside lamp cast a warm glow in the darkness. Dongling lay curled up under a blanket, her pale legs tucked close, her delicate hands poking at the pillow in her embrace, murmuring softly. Old Xia. Days had passed, and she found herself wishing to share a bed with him again, for she was truly unaccustomed to sleeping alone. Yet he still had not agreed. How foolish. She, the white-haired goddess, would gladly share. Why was she poking the pillow? Because she felt a bit angry, yet she did not want to upset old Xia, so she could only resort to this. Moreover, Dongling sensed that her emotions had been somewhat unstable lately, though she could not pinpoint why. She also found it difficult to sleep, especially with school starting the next day. She felt a bit anxious, and she could no longer detect old Xia's familiar scent on the bed. It had been a while since he had slept there. The following day, August 28th, was the opening day of Nanshur University. Dongling and Xia Yu woke particularly early, and after breakfast, they began to gather their belongings such as student IDs and identification cards. The girl glanced at herself, having changed into a new outfit, a simple long-sleeved t-shirt, predominantly white, decorated only with small patterns and a hood. It was thin, suitable for summer. She wore beige casual pants, fluffy and breathable. Dongling's attire seemed more autumnal, with her white hair hidden beneath the hood, only visible from the front. Her delicate feet were clad in white canvas shoes, paired with thin white socks, but certainly not stockings, for she was a boy. What nonsense was that? Unless it was old Xia who wanted to see her in them. Ultimately, after confirming that everything was in order, they set off. In the car, Dongling sat in the back seat, looking forlorn with her eyes cast downward. She felt she would remember this day. However, Xiaoyu silently exited the car, returning with a bag of snacks and chocolates, along with a generous amount of candy. The moment the bag landed in Dongling's hands, she froze, then smiled brightly, filled with joy at old Xia's thoughtful treat. The clumsy youth was careless, yet he did not wish to see Dongling unhappy. After a long while, nearly 2 years had passed since they last visited their alma mater. The familiar sights were comforting yet strange, for each year new students arrived, full of vitality, while others departed, their youth waning. Time seemed to stumble along like the changing seasons, never ceasing. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu walked ahead, while Dongling held onto the hem of his shirt, quietly tucking her head down and moving slowly. He could sense her hand trembling slightly, indicating her unease. In a moment of silence, Xiaoyu gently took her small hand in his grip soft and delicate, as if fearing to cause her discomfort. Suddenly, Dongling felt no fear. Her eyes brightened, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red, yet she felt a sense of security. That day, she realized the truth. When she was at ease, old Xia was a bumbling fool. But when she was troubled, he would go to great lengths to make her feel better. Thus, Dongling understood, her blue eyes shining with a glimmer of hope, though it quickly dimmed. She could no longer deceive old Xia. On the other hand, Xiaoyu felt a surge of nervousness. This was his first time acting this way, as he had never dared to cross that boundary before, a line he was reluctant to breach. What was that boundary? Friendship. Xiaoyu knew that, given their past relationship, he could ask Dongling to do many things: hold hands, caress her leg, pinch her cheeks. He could even coax her into saying shameful words or wearing certain outfits to satisfy his desires. Yet, Xiaoyu refrained. There were many reasons, but it ultimately boiled down to one. He was her old Xia. Just as Dongling was willing to accommodate Xiaoyu's whims, he too cared for her enough not to overstep and offend her. After arriving at the registration area, Xiaoyu quietly handed over their student IDs and identification cards. The teacher looked up momentarily, puzzled. Where's the other one? Then, a small head poked out from beside the young man, timidly saying, Teacher, I'm here. The teacher confirmed everything was in order and returned to her paperwork. Meanwhile, Dongling shyly withdrew her head, her gaze falling on the hand Xiaoyu was holding, unable to suppress a gentle smile. It was lovely. Amidst the bustling crowd of students, many noticed the girl despite the noise. Her voice was so distinct, soft and tranquil. One onlooker gasped, watching the petite figure in the distance, and began to whisper, Is she a new student? Her voice is lovely, and she is so beautiful. Plus, she is white-haired. Isn't she practically a goddess? Beside him, a friend replied nonchalantly, Don't get your hopes up, she's taken. As he looked up, he immediately spotted the delicate white hand held by the young man, and the white-haired goddess appeared obedient and serene. Maybe they're siblings. Do you think they look alike? Thus, that night, yet another heartbroken young man joined the world. He suddenly sat up, filled with indignation. Why does he get to hold her hand? I want to hold the white-haired goddess's hand too, especially since she's so gentle. Chapter 37. Fantasizing. He is still alive before long. The registration concluded. Xiaoyu felt the urge to use the restroom, but after careful consideration, he decided against it, opting to return home instead. Given the current circumstances, if he were absent, Lao Dong would be left standing there alone. And a classic scenario of flirtation was highly likely to unfold. It would probably go something like, "Junior, shall we add each other as friends?" In any case, Xiaoyu was uneasy. As Lao Dong's close friend, he felt it was his duty to protect her. He couldn't allow her to be approached, as it would frighten her. As they left school, Xiaoyu held the young girl's hand until the moment they boarded the vehicle, when he finally released his grip. His expression was slightly awkward, and he dared not look at Dongling. In simple terms, he was bashful. She tilted her head to gaze at Xiaoyu. Her earlobes flushed, yet she couldn't help but smile and softly call out, "Old Xiao, what is wrong?" Xiaoyu stammered slightly, for they had held hands for quite some time. Then Dongling blinked and inquired with a gentle voice, "Do you like holding hands?" "Ah, if you like it. Let's hold hands more often, and maybe even squeeze a little." "Ah, Dongling. Indeed, the wooden old Xia has returned." Not happy. Upon returning home, Dongling let out a sigh of relief. However, she felt sticky and sweaty, finding it rather uncomfortable. She intended to take a shower soon. Yet, when she raised her eyes, she was puzzled to find Lao Xia had vanished, even though he had been there just a moment ago. "Lao Xia?" A familiar voice echoed from the bathroom here. She stood there in a daze. So, Lao Xia needed to use the restroom? And urgently at that. Why didn't he mention it at school? Suddenly, Dongling realized. She, as a girl, could not enter the men's restroom. She could only wait outside for him or go into the women's restroom. Regardless, she would be afraid. Moreover, she might be approached by others wanting to be friends, as she had noticed many gazes directed at her in school. Thus, Lao Xia was worried. Thinking of this made her chuckle softly, murmuring, "Well, Lao Xia is the best." She then went to take a shower. Time flew by, and soon it was August 30th, the day before classes officially commenced. In the art studio, Dongling looked up, inexplicably feeling like crying. She had finally completed her illustrations. Originally, she had planned to draw a little each day, allowing ample time to happily play games with Lao Xia or indulge in delightful novels. But who would have thought that after a car accident, she would be reborn with white hair and remain unconscious for a full 10 days? This had resulted in a shortage of time for her drawings. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief at last. It was time to submit her work. She first took a photo and sent it to Qiong Chunyin, as it was customary to let the client preview it before submission, in case he wanted any modifications. The response arrived swiftly, consisting of 2 simple words, "MMM, handsome." Quite aloof, Dongling quietly entered the fan group, only to find the top client speaking at that moment. Qiong Chunyin, Empress of Dongxia Empire in this harem of beautiful women. Who dares to claim the title of Empress? Who dares to speak against it? They were not present when the group was established. A man named Xiao Ming responded, "My husband dares." Qiong Chunyin, Empress of Dongxia Empire impertinence. How dare you speak ill of Her Majesty, the Winter Goddess? Someone, drag him out and behead him. Dongling. Quite the contrast. Afterward, the two prepared to go out to send off the illustrations, but Xiaoyu first stepped outside to scout the area. He needed to check if Lao Dong's top client was around. Wearing headphones, he heard a serious inquiry from a petite white-haired girl. Old Xia, this is Lao Dong. Please respond if you hear me." Xiaoyu silently typed a message on his phone. Old Xia is here. Old Xia is here, investigating the situation. Received, be careful. At that moment, Dongling's childish tone seemed amusing, but Xiaoyu didn't mind, earnestly cooperating with her. After all, he was her old Xia. This phrase had echoed in Xiaoyu's mind countless times, having been by her side since childhood, and it would accompany him throughout his life. Before long, he report. Lao Dong, this is old Xia. The situation has been confirmed. Safe. Received. Shortly after, a familiar figure stealthily emerged from the door, clutching her artwork. Xiaoyu hurriedly took it from her. Once inside the vehicle, Dongling relaxed, patting her chest and exhaling deeply, finally at ease. Truth be told, She had never felt so anxious even when watching horror films with old Xia. The fear of being discovered was palpable. An hour passed. In another district of the southern city, they completed their mailing and set off on their journey home. As they entered the hallway of their community, they moved cautiously, with Xiaoyu peeking around each corner first. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in confusion. Wait, why are we still being so cautious now that we're back? Oh, right. Dong Ling was momentarily stunned, realizing. After all, the artwork had already been sent, and it was no longer in their possession. Even if the new neighbor saw it, there would be no suspicion. She then relaxed, a smile blooming on her lips. However, Xiaoyu, lost in thought, stared at the tuft of hair atop her head. Wait, what if my hands suddenly feel itchy? I'm in a bit of a predicament. It wouldn't be appropriate to suddenly ruffle Lao Dong's hair, at least not now. Perhaps later. Finally, upon arriving home, Xiaoyu poked Dong Ling. She turned around, puzzled. What is up, old Xia? You have a tuft of hair sticking up. Xiaoyu explained honestly. Oh, then please fix it for me. Upon hearing this, the girl narrowed her eyes and said, It looks nice. All right. Thus, the young man began to gently tousle her white hair, the most crucial aspect being that she leaned closer to him, as if intentionally positioning herself for his touch. And indeed, as Lao Xia's close friend, she naturally wanted to indulge some of his quirks, such as ruffling his hair. But it was more than that. Under normal circumstances, he only dared to do such things. He was quite the wooden fellow, but as long as old Xia was happy, she was willing to take the initiative. In the afternoon, Shangwan Mo called to inform him that the day student registration had been completed. Then he suddenly inquired in a low voice, Xia, is there anyone with you? Xiaoyu glanced around. The only person in the room was Lao Dong, who was lazily sprawled on the bed, taking a nap. He was seated at the computer, typing. So he stood up, tiptoeing out of the master bedroom, puzzled. Know why? His intuition told him that the next words would concern Lao Dong. Then, Shangwan Mo sighed in relief, his tone returning to normal. Remember to keep it a secret. Be sincere with her. But if your Lao Dong finds out you have such a beautiful girlfriend, she'll probably be so thrilled she won't be able to sleep. As Shangwan Mo spoke, he lamented the bittersweet and desolate nature of life. He had seen Dong Ling's ID photo. White hair and blue eyes. She bore a striking resemblance to Dong Ling. Yet, according to the date on her medical record, she had been diagnosed with depression long ago, with a lengthy history. Moreover, Shangwan Mo felt a tinge of worry, fearing that Xiaoyu might only perceive that girl as a source of solace. Seeking the shadow of Dong Ling in their interactions and fantasizing that she was still alive. Chapter 38. Wherever Summer You goes, I shall follow. As Shangwan Mo understood the depth of feeling that Xia Dong held for one another, it transcended mere existence, becoming more significant than life itself. In their senior year of high school, he encountered both of them. At that time, Xia Dong faced adversity with unwavering resolve. Despite his hardships, he remained unyielding, and his clothing, though worn, was always clean. In contrast, Summer Yu bore a pallor of frailty, his health severely compromised, yet he indulged in meat daily. A gift from Xia Dong, who cheerfully lectured him about the virtues of nourishment. I consulted the doctor, and eating more meat is beneficial for your health. Meanwhile, Summer Yu donned tattered clothes and toiled after school, striving to earn money for Xia Dong's treatment. Shangwan Mo once inquired about this, receiving only a smile in response. It's improper for old Dong to wear such old clothes. What if he becomes the subject of ridicule? And what of you? What others say is of no concern to me. During that time, Xia Dong was almost entirely dependent on him, grappling with heart disease and chronic illness that left him physically fragile. Thus, Summer Yu resolutely forbade the silver-haired youth from working alongside him. Old Dong's health is too poor for labor. It would be too taxing. But what about you? Yes, it is exhausting, yet my fatigue is bearable. Old Dong's is not. Moreover, if I do not earn, how can I afford old Dong's treatment? That year marked Shangwan Mo's first glimpse of such profound friendship. Unlike their peers, the two exhibited a remarkable maturity. In their tender years, they shunned frivolity, one toiling for financial sustenance, while the other dedicated himself to his studies. As for parents, they had never known such figures. They only had each other. Xia Dong, emotionally reserved and the top student of their grade, rarely spoke. Yet he would always smile warmly in the presence of the pale-haired boy. Summer Yu was careless in his studies, barely achieving satisfactory grades. However, he once uttered a phrase that Shangwan Mo still recalls. In this vast world, Old Dong is my greatest treasure. Thus, Summer Yu would invariably send any good fortune his way with a cheerful demeanor. Later, after the college entrance examination concluded, Summer Yu faced disappointment, having fallen short. His grueling life of labor had drained him, leaving little room for the focus required for such an important test. Though he feigned ease before the silver-haired boy, he was far from prepared. Yet that day, Xiaodong raised his gaze and calmly declared, "Wherever Summer Yu goes, I shall follow." Consequently, Summer Yu was admitted to Nanshire University, albeit by a narrow margin, as Xiaodong had devoted considerable effort to tutoring him, even attracting the attention of their teachers. Yet Xiaodong remained composed, responding, "Do you think I study for whom?" After that day, no further mention of the matter arose. In their fourth year, following a devastating fire, Summer Yu bore numerous scars, one particularly large and unsightly, marring his back. The day after, Shangwan Mo inquired about it, to which Summer Yu touched his nose and smiled. "I thought I might perish that day. I wasn't even prepared to escape, and being burned was indeed quite uncomfortable." Shangwan Mo gently probed, "Were you afraid?" "Of course I was afraid. I worried that if I perished, Old Dong would remain unrescued, and I would be unable to protect him. Moreover, what if someone bullied him after my departure? I did not wish to die, but you once told me, if someone must leave, it would not be Old Dong. Why? Because it is fine for me to die." That day, Shangwan Mo learned for the first time that some individuals truly prioritize others above their own lives. Returning to the present, Summer Yu remained silent, only smiling. His emotions slightly askew, as if he could no longer articulate his thoughts. He played the role convincingly, as though Old Dong had indeed departed. Yet in truth, Summer Yu had never been acting. At times, he too felt fear, fearing that perhaps all of this was merely an illusion. After a considerable silence, Shangwan Mo ended the call. Upon returning to his room, Summer Yu gently opened the door, only to find Xiaodong awake. The room was silent, devoid of the familiar sound of Summer Yu's typing, preventing her from falling asleep. She sat quietly on the bed, her blanket cast aside, her fair legs exposed as she rubbed her eyes and stretched lazily. Despite her petite frame, she possessed an alluring charm, her unruly hair standing on end once more. Old Xia, who was looking for you?" the soft, endearing silver-haired girl inquired lazily. Xiaodong had not been in a deep sleep and had faintly heard someone calling for Old Xia before he had stepped out. Summer Yu turned back, replying. Shangwan said the review was approved, and then, "What?" The silver-haired maiden expressed curiosity and confusion. Summer Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. "He asked me to keep it a secret, and also mentioned that if it should bring joy." With a resigned smile, he explained, "Shangwan has misunderstood our relationship." "Oh," Xiaodong nodded, then stroked her chin thoughtfully before smiling brightly and earnestly stating, "Indeed, if I hadn't returned, I would want to know that Old Xia found a white-haired girlfriend like me. He would surely be overjoyed. Hee. After all, the first page of the life plan is complete. After all, Old Xia favored white-haired girls. If he had a white-haired girlfriend, it would undoubtedly make him happy, and thus, she too felt joy. Do not say such things. It is inappropriate. Who, besides someone like Old Dong, would ever consider me?" Summer Yu shook his head gently. After all, he was neither exceptionally handsome nor well-paid, far from the perfect protagonist of novels. Moreover, his body bore numerous scars, albeit faint, yet still visible upon close inspection, particularly the unsightly mark on his back. Thus, Summer Yu considered himself ordinary, having only known one truly remarkable person in his life, Old Dong. She was a rising star in the art community, receiving countless commissions each month, with fees often exceeding 10,000. Her works were widely recognized online. In summary, she was quite famous. Furthermore, Old Dong had once been the city champion in the college entrance examination, scoring third in the province. A remarkable achievement. "Oh, but that is uncertain." The girl smiled brightly. She had not realized it before, but now, Old Xia had someone he cared for deeply, a white-haired goddess. Whenever he wished, he could have her without reservation. Thus, it was not that no white-haired girl would fancy Old Xia. He was truly exceptional. Many people read his books, and he was especially tall. she had to look up at him. His monthly income neared 10,000, and not only did he graduate from a top-tier university, but he could also cook. Although he was still studying, Summer Yu remained the most remarkable person in the world, at least in her eyes. But suddenly, Xiaodong raised her gaze, puzzled. "Old Xia, why do you always hide things from me?" Summer Yu hesitated for a moment before calmly responding. "It's nothing. I just felt a bit thirsty, so I'm going to get some water." However, the girl sensed something amiss, getting out of bed to look at him from the side. Old Xia is bleeding from his nose again. "Wait, why?" she thought, silently glancing down, noticing some movement that suggested development. She had seemingly stretched earlier. Consequently, Xiaodong was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing deeply. Chapter 39. A calm nod. It was August 31st, a Monday, marking the onset of the new school year. Today was a tumultuous day, as Dongling's leisurely life came to an end, necessitating her attendance at school almost every day, save for the weekends. In the car, the young girl sat in the back seat, murmuring to herself, her tone tinged with both resignation and a flicker of anticipation. With 2 classes scheduled for Monday morning and none in the afternoon, she could return home by 9:50. Tuesday held only a single class at 10, allowing for more time at home. Wednesday, blissfully, had no classes at all. In the corridor of Nanda University, Dongling quietly trailed behind Xiaoyu, moving at a leisurely pace with his hand clasped in hers. The girl, lacking energy, gazed downward and gently poked the young man's back, whispering, "Old Xia, please remember to come pick me up early." The thought of parting, though for a mere few hours, filled her with unease, without Xiaoyu by her side. She felt fear creeping in. Fear of strangers, fear of unfamiliar surroundings. Yet Xiaoyu spoke soothingly. "Do not be afraid, I shall not leave." Startled, Dongling looked up to see him smiling softly, reassuring her, "I will stay here with you." He could ride anywhere, but he preferred to guard her outside the classroom. After all, he could not bear the thought of leaving her alone. When her social anxiety flared, it could render her speechless and profoundly distressed, even triggering heart issues. Moreover, what if someone took advantage of his absence to bully or harass her? Better safe than sorry. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Dongling gazed up at him, her clear eyes reflecting his smile. "Yay!" she exclaimed joyfully, lifting her head, her hat slipping off to reveal her silvery hair and delicate face. In the corridor, her enchanting voice caught the attention of onlookers, who were momentarily entranced by her beauty. Her alabaster skin, strikingly fair, paired with her blue eyes that sparkled like amber, and her gentle smile, made her appear almost ethereal. The most striking feature was her petite frame, draped in flowing white hair that cascaded down to her waist. A true goddess of the snow. "Wow, look at that white-haired girl!" someone exclaimed. "Who is she? Is the new freshman really this beautiful?" Another chimed in, "Stop discussing her. She's going to be my girlfriend, so please maintain your distance." "Thank you," a confident voice declared, while others murmured their disbelief. "Who is this person? Someone, drag him away. How dare he covet my future wife?" Dongling, overhearing their whispers from a distance, fell silent. She could never be anyone's girlfriend, nor anyone's wife. Even if she were, her heart belonged solely to Xiaoyu. No one else would ever take that place. Even if he were to find a girlfriend in the future, she would choose to remain alone, resolutely refusing to let any other man encroach upon her heart. Meanwhile, amidst the murmurs, a peculiar voice broke through. "Butler, in 1 minute. I want all the information on this white-haired girl." "What? Impossible? Then prepare for your demise." "Thank you. I've managed to scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment." "Ha, thank you." With the weather turning cold, the Xie group should be facing bankruptcy soon. 6. It's still August. "Butler, in 1 minute, I want the weather to cool down." The butler seemed to be a jack of all trades, prompting someone to reflect on his versatility. Who will step forward to befriend the white-haired goddess first? "The brave shall enjoy her company," someone suggested, pointing out Dongling, whose delicate hand was being held by a young man. To their astonishment, the once invincible white-haired goddess appeared gentle and obedient beside him. The atmosphere fell silent, and then someone lamented, "Why him? What gives him the right?" A smile masked the salty taste of tears on another's face, revealing their discontent. That night, many hearts were heavy with sorrow. Shortly after, Xiaoyu accompanied Dongling into the classroom, unwilling to leave her alone. Knowing her anxiety would heighten without him, he sought to prolong their time together, helping her find a seat. The classroom was tiered, and as Dong Ling shrank back, surrounded by many unfamiliar faces, she usually felt a wave of nervousness. However, today, despite her discomfort, she did not feel overwhelming fear. Instead, she experienced a mild unease. With Xiaoyu holding her hand and shielding her from view, she found solace in simply following him, needing neither to speak nor to look up. The presence of others was inconsequential to her. Not far away, someone noticed Dong Ling, their expression frozen in disbelief as they nudged their friend. Who is she? I don't recall any girl in the art department being this beautiful. I don't know. Was there someone named Dong Ling? I remember she had white hair. Dong Ling? They paused, the name ringing a bell, though they barely remembered her. Their memories of her were faint, recalling only that she often kept her head down, appearing shy and reserved. While they could affirm her petite stature, they struggled to believe that the radiant girl before them was indeed Dong Ling. As the realization dawned, many fell into silence, grappling with disbelief. The once inconspicuous girl had transformed dramatically, radiating brilliance and beauty beyond their wildest imaginations. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu surveyed the classroom, noting that most seats were already occupied, leaving only a few solitary spots. Suddenly, he spotted a vacant area, quiet except for a single striking figure, a girl with long white hair. Who is that? He wondered, unable to recall her name. However, he had previously encountered a beautiful white-haired girl in the art department before graduating, though he hadn't paid much attention to her then. "Hello, classmate," a voice called. The white-haired girl lifted her gaze, her expression calm and unyielding as she regarded the young man who had addressed her. Xiaoyu's first impression was one of coolness, yet he offered a polite smile. "I was wondering if..." Upon hearing his request, the girl nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you," Dong Ling replied quietly, sincerely expressing her gratitude before taking a seat. Chapter 40. Xinjiao. Time passes swiftly. After the class finally concludes, Dong Ling rises and briskly approaches Xiaoyu, exhaling in relief. "Old Xia," she smiles gently, calling out softly. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Was class all right? Should we take a leave and head back?" As soon as she speaks, Xiaoyu begins to chatter incessantly, his words dripping with concern. "Just hold my hand. We can talk outside." Dong Ling blinks her eyes and extends her delicate, fair hand. The young man quietly takes her hand, though his broad palm is somewhat sweaty, evidently from having been tense for a long while. She cannot help but smile. Inside the classroom, faint murmurs persist. After all, who would have guessed that a goddess with white hair was hidden within the department? Moreover, many single students have been eager to see if they could befriend her. Yet at this moment, no one dared to take action, for Dong Ling was already taken. Within the classroom, a sigh escapes someone's lips. "I feel like I've missed out on treasure." A voice chimes in. "A bunch of lecherous fools. Where were you all when Dong Ling was here?" Someone scoffs disdainfully, having realized that Dong Ling holds deep affection for the young man. As for those who covet her, they are nothing in her eyes. Suddenly, the discussions at the door come to an abrupt halt, giving way to silence as a graceful figure passes by. It is the white-haired girl, her expression cold. She leaves quietly, clutching her third-year textbooks, having not uttered a single word since class began. Sin Shun's temperament rivals that of the previous Dong Shun. Both with their white hair, a boy mutters softly. "Geniuses are always different from the ordinary." A friend beside him remarks calmly. On a shaded pathway, few pedestrians are present, allowing Dong Ling to relax her demeanor, though the primary reason for her ease is the presence of old Xia. He carries some snacks, his voice gentle. "Old Dong, how was class? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, we should take leave and head back." The soft jade in his hand exudes warmth and fragrance. Yet Xiaoyu is too preoccupied with concern for the girl's well-being, contemplating that if she truly feels unwell, they should skip the rest of the day. In the grand scheme of things, Dong Ling's health and happiness take precedence above all else. However, the girl smiles faintly. "I'm all right, just a little scared. But not too much, because you are here." She speaks earnestly, as if it were a solemn truth. Then, with a playful grin, she tilts her head slightly, a hint of pride shimmering in her eyes. "And your old Dong is a professional artist, isn't she? Attending art classes should be a breeze." All right. My old dong is the best, the young man replies cheerfully, nodding with unwavering belief, before bending down to offer the snacks he had prepared earlier. Dong Ling giggles, happily accepting them. Of course. Then, with a playful smile, she adds, but my old Xia is the greatest of all. The break is brief, merely 10 minutes. But after class, the two can set off for home. Yet Dong Ling ponders, her mood inexplicably sinking. She yearns for her computer, the air conditioning, and the supremely comfortable bed in Xia Yu's room. Oh, how I long to return home. It is peculiar that she never cared too much about these comforts before. It had seemed so ordinary. In life, there are certain things that one only realizes are precious after they are lost or no longer possessed. However, for Xia and Dong, that will never be the case. During the second class, a petite white-haired girl continues to sit beside the white-haired girl. She remains silent, her gaze fixed on her textbook, her expression cold. When Dong Ling shyly inquires, she merely nods in response. Dressed in a light blue, thin sweatshirt, she is quite beautiful. Yet Dong Ling is not inferior to her. However, the white-haired girl exudes a cool aloofness, appearing disinterested in conversing with anyone in the department, preferring solitude. She is either reading or on her way to read, resembling a high-achieving, cold scholar. As for Dong Ling, she is a petite, adorable white-haired goddess, seemingly more approachable. Yet in truth, she is not. Her demeanor is also somewhat detached. Perhaps those who have experienced hardship from a young age are simply like that. But she has never shown this side in front of Xiaoyu. She only smiles in his presence, sometimes resembling a child, and at other times a guardian. Or perhaps, she affectionately refers to herself as his old Dong, listening intently to his words and responding thoughtfully, much like a graphics card. During class, Dong Ling catches sight of the white-haired girl's name on the cover of her book, Xinjiao. Her handwriting is elegant and pleasing to the eye. As the class nears its end, Xiaoyu waits outside the classroom for Dong Ling to finish, so they can return home together. His gaze is always directed toward her. However, someone nearby takes notice, a black-haired youth who tilts his head and chuckles. Are you looking at Xinshun? She's quite cold, my friend. If you wish to pursue her, you might as well give up now. Xiaoyu shoots him a glance and replies nonchalantly, not interested. Why would I want her when I have my Dongshin? Or are you referring to the one beside Xinshun? Yes. Well, just take a look at her expression. So indifferent, she clearly shares Xinshun's otherworldly demeanor. The black-haired youth shakes his head, sighing dramatically. I give up. Who are these white-haired girls? To which Xiaoyu merely twitches his lips. Moments later, class ends. He beams a smile, waving cheerfully to Dong Ling. Stop waving, buddy. She doesn't even acknowledge you. Don't make a fool of yourself, the black-haired youth scoffs. He wonders how someone who is neither a handsome prince nor a wealthy heir could catch the eye of such a goddess. What a ridiculous joke. Yet Xiaoyu pays him no mind, stepping forward to take Dong Ling's books and grasping her delicate hand. Shall we head home? He asks with a smile, gently fixing her slightly disheveled hair. She responds earnestly, her tone soft, let us buy some groceries first. I'll make you chicken legs for lunch. Then, Dong Ling glances curiously at the black-haired youth and whispers to Xiaoyu, who is that? I saw him talking to you earlier. I don't know. Don't worry about him. Oh, okay. She nods obediently. The black-haired youth mutters to himself, the clown is me. Tears stream down his face. How could the white-haired goddess, who should be as cold and distant as the moon, be so easily reached by an ordinary mortal? The most shocking part is that the goddess not only willingly offers her hand to hold, but also seems eager to cook. Oh dear, that night, yet another soul joins the ranks of the heartbroken. Chapter 41. The most delicious little cake. Upon returning home, the young girl felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Do not inquire too deeply. Simply put, she missed everything profoundly, as if all that she experienced was a long-lost treasure of beauty. With no classes in the afternoon, she could stay home with her dear companion, Xiaoyu, to indulge in video games, immerse herself in novels, or enjoy a cozy nap. All in all, it was a moment of pure contentment. She glanced down at her phone to check the time, just past 10:20, leaving ample opportunity to prepare a meal. Her lock-screen wallpaper featured a small cake, albeit one that appeared to have been poorly crafted. Nevertheless, it was adorned with an abundance of colorful candies and chocolates, along with generous swirls of cream and a variety of sweet toppings. Beneath the cake, a line of text read, the most delicious little cake in the world. As Dongling gazed at the image, memories stirred within her, and a smile crept upon her lips, her blue eyes softening with warmth. She then lifted her gaze towards the kitchen, where Xiaoyu was diligently preparing chicken drumsticks, his demeanor cheerful as he busied himself not with cooking, but with preemptively preparing everything for her ease later on. With this sight, the girl smiled gently, bending down to remove her thin socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet. After all, she wanted to present her charming little feet to Xiaoyu. Next, she thought she should change her clothes, allowing him a glimpse of her legs. "Hey, old Xia, I'm going to change my outfit. I'll cook for you later, and we can play games this afternoon," she called out cheerfully. "Sounds great." Xiaoyu replied with a grin, his spirits lifted as he discreetly stole a glance at her petite, white-haired feet. So soft, so fragrant, so adorable. However, he quickly diverted his gaze, feeling it inappropriate to stare at Dongling for too long. Yet the girl couldn't help but giggle. "If you like it, feel free to look. After all, these little white feet of mine are what you used to call out for every day, saying you wanted to touch." Cough. Cough, that is not true. Xiaoyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Dongling found the situation amusing. Being a white-haired enthusiast, it was only natural for him to admire her delicate feet. Besides, having known each other for nearly 20 years, she was well aware of his feelings. In essence, he desired but dared not act upon it. This was rooted in a profound care, making any physical contact with her feel almost forbidden. Even though he craved it, and she would not refuse, it was understood that as his favorite white-haired companion, she could take the initiative. On the other hand, as the girl entered the secondary bedroom, she noticed the door was ajar, not locked, and could easily be pushed open. Soft rustling sounds emanated from within, captivating her curiosity. Pausing, Xiaoyu quietly donned his headphones, knowing that Dongling often preferred this relaxed atmosphere when they were alone at home. He felt, however, that this habit needed to change, for he was apprehensive, not only of himself but also of Dongling. A few minutes later, he called out, "Dongling, come here. I need to talk to you." Sitting on the sofa, Xiaoyu wore a serious expression, while Dongling looked puzzled, yet approached him cautiously. "What is wrong?" she inquired, having rarely seen him so somber. Xiaoyu hesitated, noticing her unease, and then he playfully scolded himself for his seriousness. He then smiled and asked, his tone lightening but still tinged with a hint of exasperation, "Dongling, you realize I'm quite the white-haired enthusiast, right?" Dongling blinked, her confusion deepening as she struggled to comprehend his words. How could he be so hard on himself? Yet, she nodded softly in affirmation. "Then you are the super beautiful white-haired goddess, correct?" "Ah, I suppose," she replied uncertainly. "Not suppose, but absolutely." "Oh." The white-haired girl nodded obediently, though she couldn't quite grasp why Xiaoyu was asking such questions. Nevertheless, she responded sincerely. For some reason, she felt a bit dizzy, discomforting, and warm all over, despite the air conditioning running in the living room. Xiaoyu sighed. "So think about it, Dongling. If you change clothes without locking the door, what if my white-haired impulses take over, and I lose control?" Dongling froze, her hair standing on end. "Ah, when did that happen?" "Well, can happen at night. I have a bit of a desire to draw during the day, if it's not possible." Her voice was soft and gentle, innocent and inviting. Xiaoyu was taken aback. He carefully recalled his words, relieved he hadn't inadvertently said, "I will lose control in the future." However, the critical point was that Dongling seemed to have interpreted it that way. Thus, she seemed to acknowledge her mischief, showing no anger, nor any resistance whatsoever. Realizing this, Dongling snapped back to the moment, blushing slightly as she softly asked, "So, old Xiao, would you?" "Possibly," Xiaoyu replied gravely. He felt it necessary to speak in alarming tones to make her aware of the situation's seriousness. Dongling nodded obediently, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Oh," and then silence fell. Xiaoyu felt a mix of powerlessness and frustration. Suddenly, he noticed something was off and quickly reached out to touch Dongling's forehead, his voice firm as he asked, "Dongling, are you feeling unwell?" Something felt amiss. She had seemed a bit dazed since changing clothes. Was she ill? However, her forehead was only slightly warm, not quite feverish. I have a bit of a headache, feeling fuzzy, fatigue, and sleepy, and my stomach hurts a little, she murmured, contemplating her discomfort. Xiaoyu paused, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he sprang to his feet and spoke with conviction. We're going to the hospital. At the South Qing Hospital. In the consultation room. He pondered, is she about to start her period? He was momentarily stunned, but then relieved. It's good that Dongling is fine. The doctor, with a mix of laughter and exasperation, explained, young man, it's nothing serious. Just take care of the girl, ensure she drinks warm water, avoid cold food. And he continued to offer advice on what to be cautious of during her menstrual cycle. Xiaoyu nodded silently, diligently jotting down notes on his phone, then suddenly looked up with an anxious expression. Doctor, could I get some medication in advance? I've heard that it can be quite painful. Beside him, the white-haired girl facepalmed. Silly old Xia. Chapter 42. Some view her as mere weeds, while others regard her as a precious treasure. After a considerable time, the two departed from the hospital. Half an hour passed. Inside the car, in the back seat, Dongling remained silent, her lips pressed together, cradling a multitude of warm packs and wrapped in a cozy blanket, all gifts from Xiaoyu. A thermos containing hot water was also among the supplies. The front passenger seat held an array of items: ginger, brown sugar, goji berries, and red beans. Even a box of soybean milk powder was tucked away. Fearing the soybean milk powder might not be fresh, Xiaoyu had even gone out to procure a soybean milk machine and yellow soybeans, as the doctor had advised that these could alleviate the discomfort of her menstrual symptoms. He had purchased everything. No cold food, no spicy dishes, no exercise, no. Xiaoyu murmured to himself in the driver's seat, deeply focused as he jotted down the doctor's reminders in a memo. These details could not be forgotten, for otherwise Old Dong would suffer. Meanwhile, Dongling felt a sense of helplessness. She sensed that Xiaoyu was even more anxious than she was, worrying about supporting her on the stairs. Every few minutes, he would fretfully inquire, does it hurt? Are you uncomfortable? Should we return to the hospital? Xiaoyu believed that the hospital was a safe haven, with doctors present, after all. Yet, despite her frustrations, the girl felt a warmth in her heart. Her cheeks adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon. Reflecting on her life, she realized he had always been by her side. In fact, in nearly every moment of her memories, that familiar figure was present. Thus, Dongling had never felt alone. However, at times, Xiaoyu could be quite obstinate. For instance, if she exhibited even the slightest discomfort, he would insist on taking her to the hospital, haunted by the memory of the initial onset of her previous illness, which had begun with her experiencing mild discomfort. Consequently, Xiaoyu was terrified, truly terrified. He feared the tragic past would repeat itself, that the surgery would not succeed once more, and that Dongling might slip into eternal slumber. He was also afraid of the hazy, fragmented memories of her that lingered in his mind. Yet she was everything to him. Old Dong, what's wrong? Does it hurt? If it does, we should go to the hospital. The girl, with her brows arched and a smile gracing her lips, replied, it doesn't hurt much, but is there something wrong? Nothing at all. It's just, I want to go home. For she believed that lying on Xiaoyu's large, comfortable bed would surely make her feel better. Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then sheepishly scratched his head. All right, home it is. Hee. In the back seat, the silver-haired girl beamed brightly. It was noon by the time they arrived home. However, they had not eaten anything, and Dongling contemplated preparing a meal, having promised to make Xiaoyu some chicken legs. But he would not allow it. My period hasn't started yet. Cooking a dish is fine, she insisted earnestly. That is still not acceptable, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head vehemently, as if it were a rattle drum, resolute in his decision. He then planned to buy some porridge for Old Dong to drink. Not long after, in the master bedroom, before leaving, Xiaoyu fussed over the girl lying in bed, reminding her, stay in bed and rest. I'll go get you some porridge and be back soon. You can read a novel or play a game. Don't draw any sketches for now. On the blue fabric bed, Dongling nodded obediently. MHM. After that, she blinked her eyes, watching him depart. However, beside her, her phone vibrated with a message. It was from the leader of the harem group, speaking in a frosty tone. Qiong Qinyao. Dong God, taking orders? Dong Xia. Yes. But I can only draw in a few days. Qiong Qinyao. All right, but what's wrong? Dong Xia. My period came. Message retracted Dong Xia. I am not feeling well. Qiong Chun Yao. Okay, Dong God. Make sure to rest. In an adjacent room, a young man appeared perplexed, his expression somewhat confused. What does K mean? Back in the master bedroom, Dong Ling sighed in relief. Murmuring softly to herself, he shouldn't have seen that, right? She lay quietly, a blanket covering her abdomen, a hot water bag and warm packs on the bedside table. There was even ginger tea prepared in the thermos. Although her period hadn't arrived yet, she estimated it would soon. Then, the girl began to engage in farming within her game. Yes, she was exceedingly obedient to old Xia. Shortly thereafter, Dong Ling took small sips of the rice porridge Xia Yu had bought, accompanied by some side dishes. It was fragrant and warmed her stomach delightfully. But suddenly, she looked up and softly called out, Old Xia. What is it? In an instant, Xia Yu felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if Dong Ling's period had indeed begun and panicking slightly, having heard that it could be quite painful. Why did you hurt yourself earlier? Yet, the girl merely expressed confusion. She had long found this strange, but had never had the opportunity to inquire. Xia Yu hesitated, scratching his nose. I thought it would scare you. So you just hit yourself? He replied, his head bowed, speaking softly, unsure of himself. Dong Ling remained speechless. Old Xia was truly foolish. She would never be frightened by him. After a long pause, the girl raised her gaze, pursing her lips, and gently asked, Does it hurt? Not at all. I have tough skin. Xia Yu smiled broadly and added, Old Dong. Yes, what is up? Remember to lock the door when changing clothes. Even at home? The languid silver-haired girl felt just a bit aggrieved, for there truly was nothing amiss. Old Xiao wouldn't even look, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter. At most, she would be angry for a minute. Xia Yu lightly tapped the girl's head. The touch so gentle it was barely a brush. You must. Oh. In the afternoon, in the master bedroom, Dong Ling lay peacefully asleep, her breath serene and soft, occasionally emitting faint sounds of murmuring. In short, the girl was in a deep slumber. However, in a hazy dream, she found herself in a familiar orphanage. Suddenly, voices echoed around her. Look at him, white-haired. He obviously has a disease, and it might be contagious. The childish voice sneered mockingly. Looking up, she saw a throng of children, all jeering and laughing. Then, one of them kicked her down. From her perspective, those children towered above her. No worries, we'll treat his illness. One of them wickedly picked up a pencil, snapping the tip and preparing to throw it at her head. In an instant, Dong Ling jolted awake. Sweat beads glistened on her pale forehead, her complexion slightly ashen. Her heart racing with unease as she instinctively called out, Old Xia. Regaining her senses, she found herself in her familiar room. Outside the master bedroom, hurried footsteps approached. In an instant, Xia Yu burst through the door, a look of panic on his face as he urgently asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Old Xia is here. Then, he caught sight of the girl's pale face. Without hesitation, he frantically dialed emergency services, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Dong Ling gently tugged at the hem of Xia Yu's shirt. I'm fine. Before her, Xia Yu's expression was one of alarm. Just moments ago, the children had been taunting her mercilessly. She had dreamt of a day from her childhood when someone, like a madman, had smashed those children's heads with bricks until they bled profusely. Chapter 43 That day. On that day, a small boy with gray hair carefully washed her hair. And on that day, he gently patted her head, sincerely offering comfort. Do not fear, having white hair is not a sickness. At that moment, she faintly remembered responding. However, those people said just that, claiming that no one would love me for my white hair. That is not true. The boy's youthful face, though small, radiated certainty, accompanied by a hint of a smile. And, let me tell you a secret, I actually adore white hair the most. Really? Yes. It's not that no one likes it. So, if any bad person says otherwise, just tell them that a certain Xia Yu absolutely loves it. On that day, some regarded her as a weed, while others cherished her like a treasure. The scene shifts back to the present. Xia Yu is exceedingly anxious, utterly disbelieving the girl's words. Old Dong, do you feel unwell? Let's go to the hospital. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his face pale and devoid of color, hurriedly preparing to fetch the car keys. After all, how could old Dong be fine in such a state? Then, Dong Ling's blue eyes misted over, becoming damp, her vision blurred. her nose tinged with a sourness, and she could not help but softly call out, "Old Xia." Thus the young man froze. The girl tilted her head back, soothingly revealing a smile, softly explaining, "I am truly fine, it's just I had a nightmare." Although her cheeks remained pale, that smile imbued her with a semblance of vitality. Despite her frailty, she was always beautiful. A nightmare? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Falling into silence, then nervously inquired again, "Really? Indeed. Do you not trust your old Dong?" Noticing the young man seemed skeptical, Dong Ling sniffled and murmured, "I almost cried just now, because I remembered a long time ago. Since then, old Xia has been incredibly kind." On the other hand, Xiaoyu finally sighed in relief, his emotions gradually stabilizing. Seeing the girl give a delicate hum, seemingly unperturbed, he smiled as well. No, I believe you." He paused, then gently clarified, "Do not fear, dreams are mere illusions." Subsequently, Xiaoyu gently drew back the curtains. Bright sunlight flooded the room, bringing with it vitality and warmth. Thus, the dream faded into the distance, fragmented, dissipating, never to be seen again. As Dong Ling lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings, the furnishings were familiar. Almost everything was arranged by her and old Xia, representing cherished memories of warmth. Before the dual computer desk, the keyboard shimmered under the light. She recalled that just yesterday, old Xia had been there, filled with indignation. "How dare that despicable police siren bully me? Does it not know what creation is? Oh no, who is this god Xiaoyu?" Because in the game, their home had been breached by monsters. Then, Dong Ling thought, unable to suppress a smile, no longer feeling frightened. Because old Xia is here. Before long, Xiaoyu began his usual rambling. "Old Dong, I've heard that it can be quite painful. Shall we visit the hospital first?" Dong Ling pressed her forehead. The phrase "go to the hospital" had become old Xia's catchphrase, often asking if they should go. But she merely had her period, and it was likely nothing serious, just a slight discomfort. Nevertheless, the girl did not mind, even if Xiaoyu seemed overly inclined to assume the worst. But he acted this way out of concern for her pain. That was all. Moreover, since Dong Ling's nightmare, Xiaoyu had hardly left her side, steadfastly guarding her by the bedside. He had originally been preparing red date ginger tea. Yet at that moment, he lacked the focus to continue, afraid to leave the girl alone, fearing she might once again succumb to nightmares, or recall the horrors of her dream. The room was bright, both computers were on, and Xiaoyu cheerfully watched humorous videos with Dong Ling. He believed it was crucial for old Dong to maintain a good mood, which could alleviate her previous anxiety caused by the nightmare. After a while, the girl, with a smile, lifted her gaze. "Old Xia, shall we play a game?" The young man smiled in response. "All right." Thus, the block game commenced. Chapter 44. Dongling was fatally pierced by a cluster of sweet berries while attempting to escape from a corpse shell. Not long after, old Dong, not a total defeat, just one remaining. As dusk welcomed the twilight, the night descended upon the horizon, and the sun sank beneath the waves. Everything reverted to a tranquil darkness. The warm sun faded, and a chill crept in. Yet, despite this, some remained unperturbed, having never felt the cold. They basked in a warm glow, enveloped in light. For they had a home, a hearth. However, that depended on the presence of the wick. In the master bedroom, it was bright and lively, filled with laughter. A young girl lay on the bed, playing games with Xiaoyu, her face radiating pride. Her slender legs curled casually, reminiscent of a boy, if one were to overlook her ethereal white hair. "Old Xia, look at me, he. Her playful voice echoed, tinged with a hint of arrogance. "What is wrong?" Xiaoyu asked, puzzled, as he silently adjusted the game's perspective to gaze at Dongling. He found her dazzling in her confidence. "From now on, please address me as the super invincible, max-level diamond set, sword-wielding PvP goddess, general of the Xiaoyu Empire, Dongling." "Huh, what is a police siren? Merely a foe to be defeated. Utter my name and watch it tremble." The girl, in her moment of exuberance, chose to venture out in search of monsters to challenge. However, after a while, a message popped up on the side of the screen. Dongling was fatally pierced by a cluster of sweet berries while attempting to escape from a corpse shell. Xiaoyu, after a long pause, a small white-haired figure bore a sorrowful expression, lamenting her hasty retreat, or rather, her unfortunate mishap during what was supposed to be a valiant battle. She was a goddess, as old Xia had proclaimed. How could she possibly be bested by a mere corpse shell? It must have been due to the lag. Yes, that was certainly the case. Suddenly, Dongling paused. Her period had arrived. At that moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. It felt as though she might perish from the pain. On the blue fabric bed, Dongling curled up weakly. Wasn't it said that girls wouldn't suffer too much during their periods? She had thought it wouldn't be a problem. Yet her eyes were moist, her expression fragile, her lips pale, and her small head buried tightly. Beneath her loose t-shirt, her delicate body trembled. Despite having a hot water bottle, it provided no relief. The girl continued to suffer, feeling as though she were in torment. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was already in a state of panic, feeling helpless and his mind a whirlwind. What to do? What to do? Right, take old Dong to the hospital. To the hospital. His thoughts were too disordered, his mind tense. No longer inclined to regard it as merely a period. All he knew was that old Dong was in distress. Thus, they must go to the hospital. Bending down, the young man attempted to lift the girl, who had curled herself into a tiny ball. Yet he hesitated, preparing instead to call for an ambulance. Suddenly, from within the room, the girl's weak voice emerged, barely audible. Old Xia, but Xiaoyu still heard her, responding hastily, striving to keep his tone gentle. Though it was in vain, his words tinged with anxiety. I'm here. I'm here. Old Xia will take you to the hospital. So that one hurt anymore. Could you help me rub my back? She murmured, her head heavy, barely comprehending Xiaoyu's words. Yet she distinctly remembered the warmth of his hands. Xiaoyu froze for a moment. Yet ultimately, in a fleeting moment of silence, he acquiesced, as all boundaries crumbled under the weight of the girl's suffering. In the haze of consciousness, Dongling felt a sense of comfort, the pain subsiding. She vaguely heard someone speaking. It was old Xia. He assured her not to fear, for he was there. Yes, she was not afraid, for the mightiest old Xia was by her side. Oh, it seemed there was the sound of an ambulance. At Nanking Hospital, in a single patient room, the white hospital bed cradled a girl still deeply asleep. Her delicate hands clutched Xiaoyu's arm tightly, her small face pressed against it, occasionally nuzzling unconsciously. He remained still, hesitant to move for fear of waking her, for he could feel her soft skin, so tender. Yet his thoughts were consumed with concern for her discomfort, wondering if she still felt pain. They had arrived at the hospital. Once old Dong awoke, they would conduct an examination, procure medication, and she would soon feel much better. The room remained dim, for the lights were off, but Xiaoyu paid it no mind. He lowered his gaze, watching the petite girl on the bed. She slept soundly, her serene face tranquil, her breath gentle, and he could feel the warmth of her breath against his arm, even a hint of ticklishness. It was like a picturesque countryside, evoking a sense of nostalgia. As night fell, Dongling awakened to find darkness enveloping her, the environment unfamiliar, and a moment of panic washed over her. But beside her was someone familiar. Old Xia? She called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. This way, if old Xia were asleep, he wouldn't be disturbed. Yet the young man responded instantly. Old Xia is here. Does it still hurt? Would you like some brown sugar water? We're at the hospital. After the examination and medication, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore, and we can go home. The girl remained quiet, listening to Xiaoyu's gentle murmurings, finding solace in his words, feeling secure even in the absence of light. Suddenly, her small face reflected confusion as she spoke. Hospital? Xiaoyu silently lowered his head. After all, old Dong had insisted many times that they need not visit the hospital. Yet he was fearful, so he had come anyway. Oh, but she did not exhibit the expected helplessness or silence. Instead, she smiled softly, her eyes crinkling as she responded to Xiaoyu's earlier inquiry. I feel much better. Yes, I do. Hooray. When can we go home? I want to continue playing games. I had a bit of mishap earlier. Chapter 45. Old Xia as a guardian indeed, a slight oversight. It must be so. Moreover, old Xia probably did not eat anything in the evening. Upon returning, he could prepare some lean meat porridge, which he enjoys. Well, it was particularly laggy at that time, and there were indeed unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled cheerfully in response. Then, Dongling blinked her blue eyes and chuckled softly. Since old Xia mentioned the internet lag, it surely wasn't her fault. She certainly wasn't a novice. Yes, that's right. Subsequently, Xiaoyu offered her some brown sugar water. The young girl accepted it, taking a sip, which was pleasantly warm. It felt comfortable in her stomach. However, Dongling fell silent for a moment, gently calling out old Xia. What's wrong? Are you in pain again? I'll call the doctor and return immediately. In an instant, Xiaoyu's smile faltered, and he hurriedly stood up, a sense of panic rising within him. Yet he was stopped by the girl. She lowered her eyes, her fair face slightly flushed. No, it's just, I need to change that. Oh, then I'll help you to the bathroom. I have some with me. She hesitated. Also just now, Dongling clearly noticed Xiaoyu's sudden tension, which was merely due to her speaking softly. I must be more careful in the future. I can't scare old Xia. By the time they returned home, it was already around 8 o'clock. The silver-haired girl wished to prepare some lean meat porridge for old Xia, since he hadn't had dinner and must be hungry. However, he surprisingly disagreed. Though slightly displeased, Dongling weakly explained, I've taken my medicine, and I'm not uncomfortable. Cooking porridge is no trouble, but that's not acceptable. You should rest. You can play games or read novels. I'll accompany you shortly. The young man earnestly clarified. The doctor had advised that old Dong needed to take care of herself. I'm really fine. The girl felt she could still put up a fight. After all, who was she? She was old Dong. Though now a frail girl, she had been a boy for 25 years. How could something as trivial as a menstrual cycle require her to be treated like a fragile white-haired child, constantly cared for by old Xia? Be good. Xiaoyu gently ruffled her hair. Dongling thought to herself, how infuriating. It feels as though the silly old Xia is treating me like a child, despite the fact that she was indeed quite petite. Is it possible? No. Oh. For some reason, Dongling felt that old Xia was about to become a domineering CEO. That one word, no, was delivered so coldly. Even though Xiaoyu's demeanor remained gentle, the girl chose to selectively ignore it, her hair standing on end as she muttered to herself. Domineering CEO, Xia's forced affection? Xiaoyu. Old Dong. This silly white-haired girl must have read too many novels. Who is a domineering CEO? A man who could violate half of the civil code upon birth. But Xiaoyu is a law-abiding citizen. Truly a misunderstanding. Afterward, Xiaoyu meticulously covered her with a blanket and checked the hot water bottle, which had only a little warmth left. Quietly, he turned to fetch a new hot water bottle, which was warm. He had bought several of these to alternate for Dongling's use. I'm going to make porridge for old Dong. Just call me if you need anything. Don't worry. Your old Xia is right outside. He continued to murmur reassurances. Since old Dong hadn't eaten dinner, she must be hungry, so he needed to prepare the porridge quickly. The brown sugar, jujube, and ginger water could also be tried, as it would alleviate menstrual discomfort better than the brown sugar water. All right, I got it. The girl responded weakly, watching as Xiaoyu turned back multiple times before leaving, biting her lip. Old Xia seemed like a parent. No, that is not quite right. He was indeed her guardian, a superlatively wonderful guardian who had cared for her, nurtured her, and protected her since childhood. Yet, he was clearly the same age as she was. Soon, the room fell silent. Dongling lowered her gaze, realizing she hadn't changed out of her knee-length pants, so she could only see her fair, slender calves. After a moment of contemplation, the girl lifted her head. Old Xia, what is the matter? I want to take a shower. The petite white-haired girl said with an innocent expression. The young man, not sensing anything amiss, responded with an affirmative. Only until the girl emerged from her bath, her delicate figure glistening, her eyes crescent-shaped with a radiant smile, blooming like a flower, beautiful as a painting. Old Xia, I'm here, she called. Look at my legs. She blinked, tilting her head, her loose blue and white t-shirt not properly worn, revealing one side of her fair shoulder and delicate collarbone. Her pair of jade-like legs were white and refined, her petite feet adorned with rosy toes that wiggled slightly. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. However, contrary to her expectations of old Xia's delight, he merely twitched his lips and chose to give her a playful tap on the head. Ouch! Old Xia, why did you hit me? The silver-haired girl pouted slightly. Be mindful of keeping warm, get into bed and rest, quickly cover yourself with the blanket, and ensure the hot water bottle is snug. You mustn't catch a cold. Xiaoyu's expression bore a hint of helplessness. When one is on their period, One must take care not to be chilled. Old Dong had been rather silly lately. Could it be that she was truly becoming a silly white-haired girl? Thus, the young man fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Dong Ling, at times, had a rather peculiar thought process. As was the case now, when a sudden realization struck her. Oh, old Xia, you want to see my legs while I'm in bed? Xia Yu. Chapter 46. Old Xia is always there. Speak plainly, old Xia. As your old Dong, does merely glancing at your legs threaten our friendship? Certainly not. The girl feigned understanding, sighing dramatically as if lamenting a wasted potential. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's lips twitched in bemusement. Is it merely a matter of legs? Such triviality could lead to significant consequences. Thus, the young man silently delivered a gentle tap to Dong Ling's head, sending her back to bed. It felt akin to a child being reprimanded for a minor misdeed. Yet she was no child. The crux of the matter lay in her petite stature. Another tap could hinder her growth. Hence, Dong Ling expressed her discontent silently. But do not inquire. Her thoughts wandered to missing old Xia's grand bed. Yes, indeed, that was the truth. Afterward, the girl climbed into bed, carefully positioning her hot water bottle and snugly covering herself with a blanket enveloping her fair legs. She had initially intended to show old Xia, but he had disallowed it. Xia Yu stood by her bedside, observing as her clothes slipped askew, deep in contemplation. Old Dong, perhaps you should purchase a few more outfits tomorrow. Why? Dong Ling paused, pondering. It's too easy to slip. A few fitted garments would be prudent, Xia Yu elaborated. Most of her clothing was excessively loose, easily exposing her collarbone and shoulders, which was unsuitable for both of them. Oh, very well, Dong Ling acquiesced. Yet a playful smile graced her lips as she chirped, the new clothes will be for outside. At home, I shall wear my old ones. I am accustomed to them. Then, after a brief silence, Xia Yu inquired, is that truly the case? But Dong Ling, the resolute one, responded coldly, no. Old Xia was truly oblivious. It was apparent that she wished to extend a benefit. Had it not been for her own restraint, how could she have slipped so easily? How vexing. She bore no resemblance to a severe white-haired person at all. In another instance, the young man's earlier tap had been quite gentle, akin to a light touch, for he had no intention of causing her any pain. At that moment, when Xia Yu had glimpsed the girl emerging from her bath, an undeniable stir had ignited within him, his breath becoming heavier. After all, he was a man of flesh and blood, and who could resist the allure of such innocence and purity? She was breathtakingly beautiful, almost ethereal. Had her demeanor been a touch more aloof, she could have easily passed as a frosty goddess. Yet they lived together. Were it anyone else, his thoughts would likely have wandered far afield. However, she was his old Dong, the companion who had walked alongside him for nearly 2 decades. She was not to be sullied. Her peace and happiness were paramount. Thus, a mere pat on the head sufficed. After all, many wished to caress old Dong's head, but could never attain such a privilege. Before long, the comforting aroma of porridge wafted through the room, a creation of Xia Yu's own hands. He always modestly claimed he lacked culinary talent, yet in truth he possessed it, albeit with conditions tied to Dong Ling. Thus, he found it nearly impossible to falter. What a sly old Xia, secretly honing his skills as a chef, Dong Ling murmured, sipping the porridge thoughtfully, her words somewhat muffled. She then gazed up, her blue eyes sparkling with delight. More, please. Very well. Xia Yu chuckled as he ladled another half bowl for the girl, mindful not to let her overindulge. After considerable time, she called out old Xia. I am here, he replied. No matter the hour, Xia Yu was always there, watching over Dong Ling, concerned she might face any form of distress. Whenever she called, he would come. Xia Yu could not imagine life without Dong Ling. Nearly 20 years of reliance on one another had ingrained her presence within him. She too had grown accustomed to him. Together, they formed a home, a sanctuary illuminated by bright lights, where they both served as the wicks, shining ever brightly in each other's company. Should even one of them be absent, the home would dim, extinguishing into darkness. Their future seemed predestined. Thus, even amidst the encroaching darkness outside, they remained untouched by desolation, for they resided within a radiant abode. Dong Ling then lifted her gaze, a mischievous smile forming. Time to play. And so, the block game commenced. Before long, the notifications appeared. Dongling perished while battling zombies. Xia Yu has a vendetta against the pests. Old Xia. The connection just lagged. Indeed, that was the case. The master bedroom was exceedingly cozy, if one disregarded the incessant chatter of a petite white-haired girl. Losing items due to unfortunate circumstances was entirely reasonable, especially when one had the means to reclaim them, considering they originally belonged to her. Since she had already activated the creative mode, it was equally logical to retrieve a few pieces of equipment, wasn't it? And with matters as they stood, seeking a little revenge against the small, pesky creature was hardly an issue, right? Wouldn't you agree, old Xia? Xia Yu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. He Dongling beamed. As the night deepened, the girl with white hair furrowed her brow, instinctively curling up her legs, pulling the blanket even tighter. A twinge of discomfort had emerged once more. Though it was not as painful as earlier, it was still unpleasant. Old Xia, why are you staring at the wall? Unable to suppress her laughter, she noticed Xia Yu's ears had turned crimson, his hands delicately massaging her abdomen. Old Xia was blushing. He shook his head, an air of mystery shrouding him as he sighed. You wouldn't understand. The wall holds great secrets. What secrets? She inquired. It's merely a wall. Dongling mused silently. Her gaze dropped as she pondered his words. Chapter 47. The bewildering sight, old Xia gently rubbed his belly, his movements slow and delicate, as if wary of causing any discomfort. Nonetheless, she found his palm pleasantly warm, and the pain in her abdomen had considerably subsided. Winterling lowered her gaze, observing him for a long while, a soft smile gracing her lips. Where can one find such a wonderful old Xia? He must not be lost. After a considerable time, Xia Yu sensed the stillness of the person beside him and turned to look. He discovered that Winterling had already fallen asleep. Her head tilted slightly, her cheeks soft and fragrant, her clothing askew, and her breath gentle. In essence, she appeared utterly enchanting to anyone's eyes. The young man hesitated momentarily, then cautiously attempted to withdraw his hand, intending to return to the adjacent room. After all, he could not possibly share a bed with old Dong. However, unexpectedly, the girl turned over, wrapping her delicate, alabaster arms around his hand as if it were a cherished pillow, holding it tightly. Her small face nuzzled against him, seeking comfort. On several occasions, her lips inadvertently brushed against his, each instance feeling like a soft, tender kiss. Moreover, she murmured his name in her sleep, familiar and endearing. Old Xia. Even in slumber, Winterling called out to him, for regardless of reality or dreams, there was always someone by her side. Thus, she felt no fear. That certainty would remain unchanged. Beside the bed, Xia Yu paused, then smiled softly, whispering to himself, Old Xia is here. He will always be here, forever protecting old Dong. Perhaps it had always been this way in their past lives, and it would be the same in the next. Furthermore, the young man found himself unable to leave, unless he chose to break free. Yet, doing so would surely disturb Winterling. The serenity of her sleeping visage was so beautifully peaceful, a dreamlike quality that seemed as distant as the moon, though she lay so near. After a lengthy silence, the night dispersed. The sun began to rise, casting a radiant dawn, a symbol of vitality and brilliance. Within the master bedroom, a warm, golden glow enveloped the space. On the bed, Winterling stirred slowly, her amber-blue eyes still dreamy and bewildered, as if she had not fully awakened. Her long white hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, exuding an air of languor. The loose t-shirt enveloped her petite figure, her fair skin barely visible, immaculate and untouched by dust. Gradually, Winterling sat up, her disheveled hair still in place. Murmuring in a daze, had she fallen asleep? Surely, old Xia had not engaged in any mischievous acts while she was unaware. After all, she had been in slumber, oblivious to everything. As the girl pondered this, her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a warmth that prompted her to glance back, only to be startled. The atmosphere was quiet, for there lay Xia Yu, asleep against the bedside table, seemingly having spent the entire night in that position, her hand still cradled in his. The movement startled Xia Yu awake, and he groggily attempted to stretch out. Thus, that day, the young man's lament echoed throughout the room. In the living room, "Clumsy old Xia, can't you sleep in bed?" the girl exclaimed, inspecting the young man's arm with utmost gentleness, as if afraid to cause him any discomfort. Winterling's small face puffed up in mock anger, though it was not true ire. Rather, she felt a tinge of discomfort, even though she was reluctant to wake him. Could he not shift slightly and sleep beside her? Why must he choose to nap against the bedside table? They had known each other for nearly 20 years, having weathered countless trials together. Such trivial matters should not bother them. As for Xiaoyu, he timidly explained, not daring to raise his voice. "But your hand was holding mine." In response, the girl pursed her lips, falling into silence. Ultimately, she simply inquired, "Old Xia, is there anywhere that hurts?" "No." "Do not deceive me." Winterling's small face grew serious. She stood on tiptoe, hands on her hips, her expression adorably earnest, devoid of any authority. However, despite this, the pressure on Xiaoyu remained heavy, for she was his old dong. The young man, with heartfelt sincerity, asked, "Do you think old Xia would lie to you?" "Yes," she replied, nodding earnestly. This big fool had always enjoyed teasing her since childhood. "What has he deceived you about?" "I'm not tired. I've eaten. It doesn't hurt. The wound looks worse than it is. And it's nothing, old dong. I'm tough. Fire cannot burn me." On the other hand, the young man felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He had lost his love for old dong. Winterling paused, a helpless smile forming on her lips. In a softer voice, she poked Xiaoyu gently and said, "I mean it, old Xia. If you're feeling unwell, we should go to the hospital. I truly feel fine." His words were sincere. Initially, he had felt quite unwell, but now, he experienced no discomfort. "It's Tuesday," she reminded him. Their class at 10 in the morning. They had both risen early. It was only 8 o'clock, but Winterling needed to change her clothes. After all, she couldn't wear short sleeves. Those were a privilege reserved for old Xia, and no one else should see her like that. Old dong. Here. What is it?" A small head peeked through the doorway, a cheerful inquiry. "Lock the door." "Can't I?" The young man remained silent. Thus, Winterling obediently locked the door. Do not ask. She merely wished to hear old Xia speak. However, previously, Xiaoyu had vaguely heard a petite white-haired figure sighing. Such a dense-headed fool, utterly clueless about how to find a wife. Xiaoyu. How did asking old dong to lock the door relate to his quest for a partner? The young man was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 48. Yet, in his absence, she felt a sense of fear, as though her mind was insufficiently equipped. This was the thought of Xiaoyu. In a moment, a graceful figure stood before him. It was Dongling. Despite her long sleeves, she was still strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion complemented by her flowing snow-white hair, captivating anyone who beheld her. However, she struggled to speak, her body feeling weak and limp. "Lao Xia, can you help me with my hair? It's tangled." She was unable to untangle it herself, and with classes approaching, her discomfort was palpable. Without Lao Xia by her side, she felt a sense of unease. In the past, they always sat in a corner together, with Xiaoyu on the outside and Dongling on the inside, and often he would speak on her behalf. It was no wonder that she was often referred to as the aloof, academic genius, given her quiet demeanor. She typically communicated directly with the person beside her. All right, Xiaoyu replied gently, expertly untangling the strands of the girl's hair. Although the white strands were soft to the touch, her head hung low, clearly not in high spirits. Thus, he said, "Lao Dong, perhaps you should take the day off." It was a simple statement laced with concern. He didn't ask, but rather suggested directly. She was experiencing her menstrual cycle, feeling unwell, and it would be better for her to rest at home. On second thought, Dongling murmured, biting her lip. After all, it was only the second day of school. The timing felt too premature to miss class. Then, she poked Xiaoyu gently, with a hint of frustration. "Lao Xia, could you only get the comb?" "The comb? I believe it's hanging on the wall," he replied, a bit puzzled. The young man did not perceive any issue, as the petite girl had minimal strength, making it difficult to distinguish between her need for assistance and her own ability. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu sensed that today Lao Dong's small hands felt even softer than usual, delicate and pale, almost tempting him to squeeze them. Then the girl pouted, her voice tinged with irritation. You silly Lao Xia, I still can't reach it. Huh? He looked down, realizing that Dong Ling was tilting her head back to speak to him, and he couldn't help but chuckle sheepishly. Ah, you're right. I forgot that Lao Dong is now a petite girl one. 59 meters. Some things are just out of reach for you. Once again, her head drooped, and she mumbled, it's so short. Xiaoyu felt the urge to console her, so after a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. It's all right. Being petite is quite endearing. Oh. She seemed to consider it for a moment. I suppose that's true? Now, it's quite easy for my good brother to pat my head. It's just that it's not always convenient, but with you around, you're so tall. Gradually, Dong Ling's mood lifted. Feeling the comfort of his large hand gliding through her hair, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing in delight. Lao Xia, she said cheerfully from now on, you'll be in charge of my hair. I'm not really accustomed to using a comb, nor do I know how. She smiled softly, her words gentle. Well then, do you want me to teach you, Lao Dong? Xiaoyu inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Idiot Lao Xia, idiot. She pouted in dissatisfaction. The young man, bewildered, could not fathom how he had managed to upset her. He sighed, deciding to retaliate. Lao Dong, you're quite the fool yourself. What fool? A clever fool. Xiaoyu chuckled. Lao Dong is exceptionally intelligent. Isn't that what it means to be a clever fool? That day, Dong Ling felt a mix of anger and silence. She anticipated that Lao Xia might call her a fool or perhaps a silly white-haired girl, but never did she expect to be referred to as a clever fool. It was true. The oblivious Lao Xia always regarded her as more important than himself. For instance, throughout their lives, if someone spoke ill of him, that was acceptable, but if they spoke ill of her, it was entirely unacceptable. Thus, he could be called a fool, but she could not. How clueless he was. From that day forth, she never again called him a fool. At that moment, Dong Ling suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Lao Xia enjoyed staying at home, was not particularly adept at comforting others, and was rather careless, spending every day engrossed in being with her. How would he find a girlfriend in the future? Would he even seek one? She didn't know. A small part of her felt reluctant for him to find a girlfriend, as it would mean having to avoid suspicion, and they could no longer spend every day together. Their frequent conversations would become scarce. Yet, in his absence, she would feel frightened, terribly so. She could not fathom how challenging it would be to live alone. What should she do? After a long while, they stepped outside. There was only one class in the morning, and after it, they could head straight home. She thought about making braised pork for Lao Xia and smiled to herself, counting on her delicate fingers, her expression earnest, yet her blue eyes sparkled with joy. Xiaoyu ruffled her hair. Be careful while walking, Lao Dong. Oh, I'll wear my bracelet too. Dong Ling always wore a white bracelet on her slender wrist, used to monitor her heart rate for safety. She had it since her diagnosis of a heart condition in high school. She carefully preserved her old bracelet as a cherished keepsake, for it was a gift from Xiaoyu. Before long, Dong Ling arrived at the classroom. The white-haired girl, Sinjio, was still there, her white-framed glasses adding an air of aloofness to her demeanor. She quietly immersed herself in her reading, undisturbed by those around her, embodying the essence of a studious scholar. Dong Ling felt a sense of admiration, but did not dwell on it, for she was no slouch herself. She had been called a genius since childhood and had ranked third in the southern province during her college entrance examinations, first in her city. After the customary inquiries, she sat beside Sinjio, her head bowed in silence, still feeling a tad anxious. However, if she lifted her gaze, that familiar silhouette would always be there. Dong Ling carried a small backpack filled with essentials like a hot water bottle and heating pads, all prepared with care by Lao Xia. To her, it was incredibly thoughtful. Time passed swiftly. When class ended, no one approached Dong Ling, which was quite normal. How could anyone shamelessly interrupt? After all, she was already spoken for. She felt happiness bubbling within her as she jogged away, even though her abdomen ached slightly. It was manageable. She would simply have Lao Xia massage it later. Yet, someone was not following the usual path. Dong Shui, a charmingly roguish young man, called out, flashing a radiant smile. Dong Ling cast a fleeting glance and felt a flutter of anxiety. However, it was of little concern, as someone was already by her side, Xiaoyu. He looked calmly at the roguish youth, offering a polite smile. Hello, classmate. She has social anxiety, If you need to discuss anything, you can talk to me first. The petite girl nestled behind Xiaoyu, exhaling in relief. She no longer had to speak. In the distance, the dark-haired youth shook his head, realizing that he was the foolish one. Upon returning home, the girl changed her clothes, her blue eyes calm and her expression detached. To Dongling, most people outside were not to be trusted, as she had often been bullied since childhood. If it weren't for Xiaoyu suddenly, a familiar voice called from outside. Lao Dong, remember to lock the door. In an instant, she lifted her beautiful eyes, her smile radiant, and her voice gentle yet playful. Oh, I know. Chapter 49. The parent who prepares dumplings for Xiaoyu during festivals. Just now, it was the innermost essence of Dongling, extremely cold, utterly indifferent, remaining vigilant and fearful of anyone from the outside world. And now, too, gentle, docile, and obedient, unconditionally trusting and entirely unguarded, even accommodating everything. Yet, this was solely for one person, a bond that none could sever. After dinner, she glanced at the lower compartment of the refrigerator. It was quite effortless. No need to twist her waist, lest her clothes become askew, which would prompt old Xia to comment. However, there were hardly any wontons or dumplings left. Thus, Dongling raised her gaze, smiling brightly. Old Xia, I shall make some more wontons and dumplings. Old Xia was particularly fond of the delicacies she prepared, so it was wise to stock up. Good, good, good. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously as he busied himself with the filling. Although he lacked culinary talent, this was something he could manage, having done so long ago. Once upon a time, during festivals, without relatives visiting or parents making dumplings, the two would contemplate crafting their own. Yet, his hands were clumsy, and he was inept. But it mattered not. Dongling was attentive, always managing to wrap them beautifully, while Xiaoyu would watch eagerly. Thus, every holiday, within their dilapidated little abode, under the glow of a single light, steaming dumplings would be savored, and Xiaoyu would relish every bite. So did Dongling. She would smile and earnestly advise, eat slowly. They're leftovers, don't burn yourself. In that moment, Dongling was his guardian, the parent who prepared dumplings for Xiaoyu during festivals. The scene shifts back to the present. Not long after, at the dining table, the young girl was quietly wrapping dumplings, her expression earnest. Yet, as she seemed to reminisce, her cheeks involuntarily displayed a gentle smile. Her delicate fingers, dusted with flour, appeared unsoiled, accentuating the whiteness of her slender wrists. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat beside her. Once the filling was ready, he had little else to do. He couldn't wrap them and felt no boredom, for merely gazing at Dongling was a delightful distraction. Moreover, she always enjoyed conversing with him. For instance, Old Xia, do you think we could put braised pork in wontons? I feel it would work. Old Xia, I think we ought to earnestly engage in survival. Not that kind of creation, truly. Old Xia, tomorrow is Wednesday morning. There's no class. We can sleep in and play games. Hee hee. The girl's murmurs echoed in Xiaoyu's ears, warm and reassuring, rendering him at ease. It was too beautiful, imbued with dreams and the surreal. Yet Dongling was within arm's reach, neither a mere shadow nor a fantasy. She was real. He then poked the girl, feeling the softness of her skin even through her clothing. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, her hair swaying gently as she smiled and inquired, "What's wrong?" Old Xia? It felt even more genuine. Nothing, just a bit restless, Xiaoyu replied softly, shaking his head. He felt immensely fortunate, believing that the greatest blessing of his life was Dongling's return. Not because she had turned into a white-haired beauty, nor because of her striking looks. It was simply because the old Dong, who had been his companion for so long, had returned. Nothing more. Oh, Dongling was unperturbed, as this was a trivial matter to her. After all, Old Xia had always been harmless even without the barrier of clothing. However, in truth, the girl felt uneasy when approached by other men. The mere closeness made her skin crawl, let alone any physical contact. But Xiaoyu was the exception. He was allowed. In the afternoon, as classes concluded, no one approached Dongling. They merely gazed at her from afar, their eyes filled with awe or envy. Presently, she ranked among the most beautiful at the university, few could rival her, and all appeared dim in comparison. Moreover, the girl had never worn makeup. Her cheeks radiated a luminous glow, soft and tender. Her delicate hands were gentle, Her blue eyes and white hair exuded a cool elegance. Her figure was exquisitely proportioned, embodying the dream goddess for many admirers of white-haired beauty. Yet, they lamented, what right does that gray-haired one have? It was rumored that she seemed to have a boyfriend, who guarded her closely, never allowing her to stray from his side, leaving others with no opportunity to speak to her. Perhaps he was her bodyguard? Speculations grew, and the more they pondered, the more convinced they became, but the very next moment, the surrounding remarks shattered their hopes. What bodyguard holds hands and tugs at the hem of her clothes daily, let alone touches her head? What if they are siblings? Do you think they resemble each other? Then, someone blurted out without a second thought, if I dye my hair gray, will I catch the attention of the god of Chun? The god of Chun referred to Chunjiu, the white-haired girl known for her cool demeanor, rarely speaking, yet accumulating numerous accolades. Someone scoffed and suggested, wait until night to think about it. Why? Dream on. Returning home, the sky tinged with yellow as the sun set. The girl changed into loose-fitting short sleeves that concealed her figure, yet made her appear even more petite and endearing. She then lazily sprawled on the sofa, sighing in comfort, quietly diving into a novel or browsing comments. In every chapter's discussion section, two individuals had always been present, never absent, whether bubbling up, urging updates, or expressing their youthful musings. For example, Brother Josie, loneliness consumes me. Tian Liang. Brother Josie, you wouldn't understand. I am enduring the darkest and most terrifying tribulation. Yet despite it all, what of it? No one can dethrone me from first place. Tian Liang. Brother Josie, sister. Tian Liang. I am first. Brother Josie. Tian Liang. Brother. Brother Josie. 6. Chapter 50. Prayers for Xia and the two often found themselves in a competitive rivalry, occupying the top 2 spots on the leaderboard, while the third place, Dong Ling, remained largely unnoticed. She rarely left comments, but diligently followed updates, for she was also a devoted fan of Xia, an ardent supporter since the very inception of his creative endeavors, his first reader. On the sofa, the young girl lounged gracefully, her slender legs swaying attractively. Yet, her demeanor soon shifted to one of mild exasperation. Old Dong, make sure to keep warm. I prepared a hot water bottle and blanket, and I'm brewing ginger water with red dates for you to drink soon. Xia Yu chattered incessantly. Dong Ling listened attentively, swiftly draping the blanket over herself and settling down on the sofa like a well-behaved child. Then, a melodious voice broke the silence, delightful to hear. Oh, dear Xia, what would you like for dinner tonight? She asked. He was no longer picky. He relished whatever old Dong prepared, even sweet wontons. Dong Ling tilted her head, grinning mischievously. Then I'll make wontons for you tonight. She then added earnestly, you mustn't refuse. Old Dong isn't feeling unwell anymore. Making wontons is no trouble at all. Or, the girl's tone remained tranquil. It's nothing, Xia Yu mumbled, his reluctance palpable, searching silently on his phone. Can a girl cook wontons during her period? But he found no answer. Yet, Dong Ling couldn't help but chuckle, poking Xia Yu playfully, her voice softening. Really? It's fine, old Xia. Look, I'm not in much pain today. Besides, if it hurts, you can just massage it for me. She noticed a faint blush creeping up the young man's ears. That night, in a dormitory at Nan City University, someone lay curled up in their blanket, gazing at their chat app where Dong Ling's profile appeared calm, yet their heart raced with excitement. When he enrolled, he had added every classmate as a friend, including Dong Ling, though they had never conversed. It wasn't a significant issue. Then, he typed, Dong, are you there? Moments later, he was met with a notification. Qixia Anren has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend verification request. You may chat once the request is accepted. In simpler terms, he had been unfriended. The glaring red up beside the message was hard to ignore. Qixia Anren? He murmured into the darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence. For many who adored white-haired characters, Dong Ling seemed distant and unattainable, a figure to be cherished only in dreams. Her demeanor serene, akin to a cold moonlight. She was the luminous moon, impervious to touch, or perhaps accessible, but not by them. On the other side, in the master bedroom, the girl exclaimed, Old Xia, we've become masters at this 5-minute speed cube game. She stood proudly with her hands on her hips. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging her accomplishment, if one overlooked the fact that he and Old Dong were the creators. After some time, the game concluded, and it was time to sleep. This meant the two would part ways, possibly to face another sleepless night in silence. However, tonight felt different. The girl on the bed gazed earnestly at Xiaoyu. Old Xiao, what's wrong? He turned back, slightly bewildered, anxious about whether she was feeling unwell again. About to inquire. But Dongling blinked, speaking up first. We're still good friends, right? Of course, he replied with solemnity. The girl continued with a serious expression. Then it's perfectly normal for good friends to share a room. I assent to it. She longed for things to be as they once were, desperately wishing for it. For without it, sleep would be elusive. After nearly 20 years of accustomed companionship, Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. Old Dong, things are different now. He was fearful, afraid of desire's overwhelming reason, knowing that in such a state, Old Dong's delicate form would have no means of resistance. But I might feel discomfort tonight. If you leave, it will hurt. If you stay, it won't. She asserted with conviction. Xiaoyu responded with a hesitant. Fine, I won't leave. Dongling's blue eyes sparkled with delight, her cheeks flushed yet smiling, pleased by his answer. However, he added, I'll sleep on the floor. Can't you not? She asked weakly. Xiaoyu shook his head decisively. No. After a moment of gloom, Dongling quickly brightened. It's all right. It's better than before. At least old Xiao won't leave, and I'm not as scared anymore. Not long after, the room was cloaked in darkness. Yet, soft whispers persisted. Old Xiao, please don't sneak away. The girl lay under the blanket, only her little head peeking out. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she feared that old Xiao might deceive her and slip away while she slept. I won't leave, really. If your stomach hurts, just tell me. Xiaoyu, already lying on the floor, responded gently, his voice soothing. He had prepared various remedies, like warm honey water, all kept in thermoses to maintain their warmth for a long time. Oh, the girl nodded softly in the darkness, her expression hidden. But her blue eyes shone like clear amber, twinkling like stars, radiating happiness. Then, Dongling thought to herself, Old Xia is the best. That night, Dongling slept soundly. Knowing that Old Xia was by her side, dispelled her fears of the darkness and nightmares. For even in the depths of a bad dream, he would be there. Chapter 51. The transformation into a fragile, white-haired girl that night. Xiaoyu found himself free from insomnia. The soft sound of the girl's gentle breaths reverberated through the quiet room, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. Occasionally, Dongling would murmur Old Xia, her words laced with a hint of laughter, suggesting that she was lost in a dream that included both him and her. Xiaoyu pondered. Whether in dreams or reality, Old Xia would always be present. As dawn broke and the sun rose, Dongling stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to the soft, golden morning light. She sat up, sleepily peeking out, and was relieved to find Old Xia still there, albeit still asleep. A soft smile crept across her face, cautious and tender, as she wished to let him enjoy a few more moments of slumber. Her gaze then fell upon her disheveled clothing. Should she adjust it? After a brief contemplation, the languid girl chose to lie back down. Feeling a bit drowsy, she resolved to steal just one more minute of sleep before rising to prepare a bowl of lean meat porridge for her beloved Old Xia. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu awoke, rising slowly and glancing at the bed where the petite white-haired girl still lay, sound asleep. Her t-shirt hung loosely, revealing the delicate contours of her slender figure, with her graceful neck reminiscent of frost. The blanket was askew, exposing a fragrant shoulder, and a small, soft hand rested upon it, pale and inviting. Her tousled hair cascaded over her collarbone, a few strands framing her fair face, creating an enchanting sight. Xiaoyu tiptoed out of bed, gently covering her with the blanket to shield her from the chill, then quietly departed to prepare porridge for Old Dong. He felt a sense of joy watching her peacefully sleep, despite the monotony of daily life. This simple existence with Old Dong was all he had ever desired. Another half-hour passed. Dongling stirred again, groggily reaching for her phone, the familiar wallpaper of a small cake displaying the time, 8 o'clock. She did not panic, but instead contemplated quietly. Had she truly lost track of time? It seemed so. Otherwise, how could she have mistaken 7 o'clock for 8? Perhaps her waking method had been amiss. With that thought, she closed her eyes again, then opened them once more. No, she had misread. Upon turning, she realized old Xia was not there, leaving the room feeling empty. Dongling's mind raced as she muttered to herself, realizing she might have overslept. It was unusual for her, as she typically rose early, but she worried that old Xia might be displeased. He enjoyed his homemade lean meat porridge in the morning. Minutes passed, and she stepped out of her room. Familiar laughter greeted her. "Old Dong, here is some warm milk for you." Before her stood a glass filled with fragrant, warm milk, the heat palpable even before tasting it. Lifting her gaze, she spotted old Xia, his face beaming with joy, devoid of any displeasure. Dongling obediently accepted the glass, taking a gentle sip. It was warm, subtly sweet, and fragrant, her pink tongue delicately licking her lips. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu continued to chatter. "I prepared the porridge. You'll be able to enjoy it shortly. It's going to get colder today, so we're something warm for class this afternoon." Dongling always listened attentively to Xiaoyu, responding with a smile as her eyes drifted toward the window, noticing the dimming light. "Is it going to rain?" "The wind is picking up," she mused, remembering the sunshine that had greeted her when she first awoke. The weather had shifted rapidly, which might pose an inconvenience for her afternoon class. But it was still early. Perhaps the rain would hold off until later. Just then, she tilted her head slightly. "Old Xia, could you help me smooth my hair? It's a bit messy and uncomfortable." "Of course," Xiaoyu replied, nodding with a smile. As he assisted her, Dongling couldn't shake the feeling that she was becoming like a child, reliant on old Xia's care, almost turning into a delicate white-haired girl who could do nothing on her own. But that was not quite right. After all, she was an artist, capable of earning ample money to pamper her beloved old Xia. Thus, Dongling resolved to continue her artistic endeavors today. Chapter 52 Foot to adore old Dong's white hair. Old Dong, shall we not take a few more days off? Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu hesitantly spoke, aware of the young girl's intentions, feeling a twinge of unease. "It's nothing. The pain has lessened considerably." The petite girl with white hair patted her chest, exuding confidence. After all, her menstruation would only last a few days and was likely to conclude soon. Therefore, sketching should pose no issue. Just a little each day would suffice. It wouldn't consume much time, and besides attending classes, she could still indulge in long gaming sessions with old Xia or delve into numerous novels. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu continued to chatter on. "But a day like this is exhausting. There's no need to rush into work. Haven't we struck gold?" The remuneration for August was substantial. The earnings he shared with old Dong could last them a long while, alleviating any forthcoming pressures. However, currently, there were none. Her expenditures were limited to her monthly heart checkups and medications, which amounted to no more than 1,000. Yet, old Dong suffered from menstrual cramps and her health was poor. She was still on medication, as the original body also battled heart disease, which had significantly worsened over time. Thus, the girl was exceptionally frail. Though she appeared unaffected, the reality was quite the opposite. Her health had deteriorated to the point where she struggled to lift even slightly heavier objects. Additionally, Dongling's cheeks always bore a sickly pallor, a condition that had persisted over the years. Initially, it was quite pronounced, but it had started to fade, gradually improving under Xiaoyu's nurturing. And if he had a life plan, it would encompass: Page 1, nurturing old Dong's health. Incomplete. Page 2, curing old Dong's heart disease. Incomplete. Page 3, safeguarding old Dong to last a lifetime. And also, Page 4, to adore old Dong's white hair. An eternal vow. The scene shifts back to the present. Upon hearing we've struck gold, Dongling paused momentarily, tilting her head and beaming brightly. "I'm not tired at all. I only sketch for a little while each day." She refrained from contesting his statement further. At times, old Xia could be quite stubborn. Xiaoyu then earnestly inquired, "Are you truly not? Indeed, you don't believe in your old Dong?" The girl responded with a light chuckle. The two shared an unconditional trust in one another. Yet, they were unwilling to reveal their exhaustion, pain, or unhappiness to each other. For such revelations would only distress the other, just as it had been in the beginning. Despite Dongling's emotional turmoil, she still smiled and appeared cheerful, behaving as she normally would. She did not wish to worry old Xia. That was all there was to it. On the other hand, Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Dongling's delicate fingers poked him, her blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. I have an ominous premonition. Such was Xia Yu's thought. Yet, in truth, from a rational perspective, he was likely earning well, inciting envy and jealousy among those who adored white-haired individuals. After a long while, beside the white bed in the secondary room, the girl furrowed her brows, her lips twitching as she shook her head, sighing softly about the difficult plight of the frail white-haired girl, murmuring to herself, "My strength is so minimal. I can't even move the blankets." Dongling wished to add another layer of bedding to the floor, something soft that would make sleeping more comfortable, as Xia Yu was to share the floor with her. Just as in the past, it would remain unchanged. Moreover, what he had just said came from the heart. It was not a demand from some petite white-haired girl. Yes, indeed, that was it. Although it was a floor mat, it mattered little. Perhaps one day, the wooden-headed old Xia would come to his senses, and she could also sleep on the floor while old Xia took the bed. However, contemplating such matters now was inappropriate, as Dong Ling lacked the strength to move the blankets, which posed a challenge. Yet, it was of no consequence, for old Xia's summoning magic was activated. "Old Xia, I'm coming, what's the matter?" Then the girl smiled. He was always there, at all times. Before long, Dong Ling painstakingly spread the blankets. Though it required no effort for an ordinary person, for a frail girl, it was always a struggle. She had initially wanted to call old Xia to help, but upon noticing him typing away, she fell silent, realizing she could not disturb his work. The girl lowered her head, stretching out her hand, which was pale and soft, yet so slender and fragile, lacking any strength. The reasons for her condition could be attributed to malnutrition during her childhood or the aftereffects of her heart disease. That had been her reality. After falling ill, her strength had diminished considerably, and it was since then that old Xia had been reluctant to let her overexert herself. Yet gradually, she began to recover, thanks to old Xia. He always aimed to restore her health, even if it meant depriving himself to ensure she ate well. But that came at a cost. What was it? Hospitalization and, subsequently, years of gastrointestinal issues. Soon, the girl gently seated herself on the floor mat. She then covered herself with a blanket, her fair legs concealed beneath it, her delicate feet restlessly shifting. She had gained newfound insight into her petite stature, for just yesterday, old Xia had nearly occupied the entire floor mat while she slept as if it were a grand bed. In conclusion, she was just a tiny little thing. Chapter 53. A calmness laced with intrigue, Winterling curled up in bed, feeling uncharacteristically childlike, as if she could be effortlessly lifted by old Xia with just one hand. The ground beneath her was surprisingly soft, and she snugged the blanket around her, finding an even greater comfort. She thought to herself that she would only rest her eyes for 30 seconds before getting up. After all, half a minute would surely not lead to slumber. With that thought, she closed her eyes and began to count her mind. 1, 2. After a lengthy pause, someone entered the master bedroom. It was Xia Yu. The sight of the curled-up figure on the floor caught his attention. It was Winterling, peacefully asleep, revealing only one chubby cheek, occasionally rubbing against the pillow. However, the blanket was still not adequately covering her, and her delicate, pale feet, pinkish and petite, were exposed, pressed together. Xia Yu hesitated for a moment, ignoring the charming sight of her little feet, and gently reached down to touch her forehead. Fortunately, it was not warm. After that, he quietly withdrew, ensuring to tuck the blanket over her feet to protect them from the chill, knowing that she would be uncomfortable if they got cold. With no classes in the morning, old Dong could sleep in until noon without consequence, and even if there were classes, taking a leave of absence would suffice. Time passed unmeasured. In Winterling's mind, the environment shifted to an old, dimly lit corner, resembling a dream. She perceived her school uniform to be worn and the scene to be hazy and gray. In her days, she could hear a woman's voice, someone with the surname Lin, discussing a costly ailment, heart disease, which, if left untreated, could be fatal. The voice was sharp and bitter, though not entirely intelligible. Yet, it was clear that it dripped with disdain. Winterling recognized that this was not a memory from her past, possessing no recollection of it, leaving her in a state of confusion. Then, a man's voice responded, dripping with impatience. "Nonsense. It's probably the hospital trying to bleed us dry." Look at her. She is fine, whereas the sickness. The scene darkened, but after a moment, it brightened once more, revealing a change. The figure in the vision appeared to be tightly curled in bed, trembling slightly. The voices returned, questioning treatment. Should we treat her? What if that wretched girl dies? The man dismissed it, saying she was likely just pretending, calling her wretched. The figure in the vision stiffened and curled tighter, trembling more violently, as if gripped by fear. Winterling fell silent, coming to a realization. The figure in her vision was her original self. Subsequently, in a void of darkness, hushed voices debated. What is the situation with patient 901? Heart disease, right? It took ages to get a diagnosis and treatment. What were the parents thinking? I heard their also depression. The darkness persisted, rendering everything invisible, but she could hear someone angrily berating. All you do is sleep. Don't you have classes? Why don't you just sleep forever? Winterling recognized the familiar tone. It was her original self, weak and timid, anxiously explaining, there are no classes this morning. How can you not find something to do? Pretending to be depressed is just a waste of money. What a disgrace. Also, the doctor said that costly treatment is necessary to prevent any after effects. But it's all the same. I've looked it up. The worst that could happen is a little weakness. I don't have the money anyway. So, forget it, what a waste. After a while, in the silence, the original self curled up, murmuring to herself, if I die, will it stop hurting? This statement was delivered with a calmness tinged with uncertainty. In the profound silence, Winterling awoke, her heart racing, gripped by panic. She breathed rapidly, still lost in the dim memories of her original self. Slowly, she lifted her gaze. The room was shrouded in darkness. The lights were off, the curtains drawn, and the sound of rain drummed softly against the window. The downpour was relentless, enveloping everything in mist. A chill crept through her. The girl remained silent, her gaze downcast. Her frail body lacked the strength to even shift the blanket. And all her doubts had found answers today. It was due to the untreated heart disease that her adoptive parents were suspicious, just as the diary of her original self had revealed, questioning the authenticity of her depression. Furthermore, malnutrition had led to severe aftereffects, leaving her particularly weak. Winterling was also engulfed in confusion. She did not comprehend the reasons behind the memories of her past life. Perhaps it was due to her rebirth or something else entirely. Yet, it mirrored the final entry in her diary. Well, I shall take the lead and leave this gray world behind. Indeed, it was gray. It resembled the world through Winterling's own eyes, a dream devoid of color or light, suffocating in its despair. She pondered further. Though she bore a striking resemblance to her original self, their lives were polar opposites, vastly different. Why was that? The answer lay in the presence of old Xia, the one who had always protected her since childhood. In a moment of clarity, she recalled the day she received her diagnosis in the hospital, where Xiaoyu had smiled broadly, reassuring her, "Don't worry, old Dong. The doctor said it's treatable. As long as we have the money, you just need to rest. I'll earn the medical fees." There was no doubt, no hesitation. He sought to soothe her discomfort in every way possible. Chapter 54, As Long as Xiaoyu is Alive. Then, Dong Ling remembers. In their dilapidated little rental, Xia, you once held a bag of goodies, grinning with childlike delight. "Old Dong, guess what I bought? Little cakes and meat. Those are good for your health." Hee. His clothes were dirty, having just returned from the construction site, without a moment to wash up. Back then, Xiaoyu was always like this, bringing Dong Ling delicious treats every day. Not just meat, but also vegetables, snacks, and fruits, everything because the doctor had advised that she needed to replenish her nutrition. That was all. The scene shifts back to the present. Dong Ling lowers her head, feeling a slight heaviness. The sharp voices of her adoptive parents echo in her mind, faint yet overwhelming. Suddenly, the master bedroom door is gently pushed open. It is Xiaoyu. He moves cautiously, aware of the girl's stirrings, worried that Dong Ling might feel unwell or be having a nightmare. In that case, she would be frightened. So he wants to be there. Yet, he also worries that Dong Ling hasn't woken up, so he tiptoes to avoid disturbing her. However, the room is dim, the curtains drawn tight, and with the rain falling outside, he can only see the girl sitting there. He softly calls out, "Old Dong." In an instant, Dong Ling looks up. A smile blossoms on her face, accompanied by a light sigh. I'm here. You might not believe it, but but I was just thinking of sleeping for another half a minute. Just like any ordinary day, there is no difference. It feels as though she has merely awakened from simple slumber. No nightmares, no discomfort, because she does not want to worry Xiaoyu, especially after he had been so frightened last time. Then, with a click, the bright lights illuminate the room. It's fine, old Dong. Are you still sleepy? Why not sleep a bit more? You don't need to cook lunch. I bought sweet porridge. But I think I'll need to take a leave this afternoon. The rain is quite heavy. The familiar chatter begins. Xiaoyu speaks, and Dongling listens. At that moment, the world around her quiets down, leaving only Xiaoyu's words, and all her unease dissipates. As long as he is there, she will not be afraid. Then, Dongling softly replies, "Oh, I've slept enough. Let us have sweet porridge for lunch. And there is no need to take leave. Perhaps the rain will stop by afternoon." She responds earnestly, not missing a single word. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu silently grumbles, "All right, let me check the weather forecast. It seems like that thing isn't very reliable. After all, it showed sunny weather for today yesterday, and we ended up with a torrential downpour and strong winds. It's been like this several times before. In any case, it's not good to go out. Thankfully, there is a restaurant nearby." The girl tilts her head, smiling gently, her clear blue eyes reflecting the figure of the young man, as if illuminated by a light. She is unsure of her thoughts, but feels a warmth in her heart, as if past hardships have faded away, including the original owner's sorrow, all dissipating upon departure. For the true Dongling, leaving might even be a form of liberation. On the other side, after finishing the porridge at noon, Xiaoyu finds himself lost in thought over the 100 words he had typed for half a day. Stuck? Just a minor issue. Because, old Dong, are you there? What is wrong? The girl's sweet voice comes through. Don't ask. Just call me if you run into difficulties. Is there a problem? There isn't. Afternoon. The heavy rain continues relentlessly, showing no signs of letting up. Old Dong, let us take a leave this afternoon and rest at home. Okay, on the couch. The girl obediently agrees, but after a while, she lowers her gaze, feeling inexplicably anxious. She still remembers the scenes from her dreams, which linger in her mind. So what if, in the future, those bad people come looking for her? What would she do? Would she be humiliated? Like the original owner, being scorned for being worthless, for being a burden? But after a moment, Dong Ling stares blankly. I feel so silly, like a naive little fool. Because old Xia is here. My old Xia would never let bad people bully me. So there is no need to worry. The girl is not mistaken. As long as Xiaoyu is alive, he would never allow such a thing to happen. And no one could harm Dong Ling in the slightest. Just like that day when Xiaoyu lost his previous innocent demeanor, his expression turning ferocious and mad. His fist stained with blood as he furiously struck. You bastard, move again. Because on that day, a fugitive brandishing a knife nearly harmed Dong Ling. Yet, a heart condition cannot be easily startled. Even though she was unharmed, it still incited the young man's fury. Later on, the fugitive was nearly left for dead. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that today, the artist platform's harem group is particularly lively. Dong Ling has taken on a commission, and Xiong Chun, the radiant one, is curious and send a message. Winter deity, what is that? Last time, Xiong Chun had been puzzled but hadn't had the chance to ask. Now, he finally can. But the girl would never reveal this, feeling that once her identity as the white-haired girl is discovered, it would turn her world upside down. Thus, he asks again in the harem group. Xiong Chun, ladies, does anyone know what that is? Last time, the winter deity said it was coming. Shaking spring. Is it a girl's monthly period? A man named Xiaoming, clearly a fake fan. Our husband is a handsome guy. Nuclear-powered windmill. Indeed, last time the winter deity claimed he was 189 meters tall with a 10-pack. Dongling. Did she ever say that? 159 meters is more accurate. No, she is 160. Definitely not a little potato at 155. Xiong Chun. So what is that? Shaking spring. I don't know. Xiong Chun. Useless concubine. What use are you to me? Guards, throw her into the cold palace. Shaking spring, your majesty. After a long while, the girl silently lowers her gaze, observing her fair skin and petite figure, along with her waist-length white hair, feeling a tightening in her heart. I absolutely must not expose myself. Chapter 55. The Moon Hidden. the rain unabated, a sense of calm upon first glance. Nancher University, amidst the dim and overcast sky, stands resilient, radiating a gentle glow. Inside a classroom, someone gazes out at the gloomy rain, feeling a chill, yet simultaneously enveloped in warmth and a sense of security. Nearby, a friend inquires, "Has Dongling not arrived?" "Foolish, she probably took leave due to the heavy rain," comes the light-hearted reply. In another corner, Tsinjio remains composed, diligently engrossed in her book, seemingly detached from the world around her. Later that night, in the main bedroom, a girl with white hair sits cross-legged upon a blue and white bed, her delicate legs covered by a blanket, counting on her soft fingers. Next Thursday, then Friday, and I have no classes that afternoon, which leaves me with a day and a half until the holiday, she murmurs, a smile of delight gracing her lips. The first weekend of the semester is always special, for she will be able to indulge in lengthy gaming sessions with Lao Xia, an idea that fills her with immense joy. After all, a girl has but a few passions. First, preparing delectable meals for Lao Xia. Second, enjoying gaming sessions with him. And third, following his literary pursuits. Beyond that, there are other novels to explore, yet for Dongling, they hold little significance. For her, Lao Xia is paramount, and all else must yield to that. Then, she lifts her almond-shaped eyes, as if recalling something, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Initially, she had considered inviting Lao Xia to sleep on the bed, as the floor space is rather limited. However, he declined, explaining girls need to be cautious about warmth during their period. "But the floor is quite warm," she softly retorted. Yet, Lao Xia was resolute, stating, "Nothing is warmer than a bed, and it would be unthinkable to let a frail girl like you sleep there, especially since your period hasn't ended." While she usually could lie down without issue, a true sleep was another matter altogether. Frustrated yet unwilling to upset Lao Xia, she acquiesced. Soon, she becomes aware of certain truths. For instance, in Lao Xia's eyes, she appears exceedingly fragile, which is not entirely inaccurate. She has indeed become so weak that even moving the blanket feels laborious, and her body is as delicate as porcelain. Moreover, their brotherly bond seems to have slightly transformed. Recently, Lao Xia has taken to affectionately ruffling her hair, much like a boyfriend would, yet he still maintains a respectful distance, never sharing the same bed. They were once the best of friends. However, it is understandable. As a devoted admirer of white-haired girls, he finds joy in such gestures, which, in the grand scheme, are inconsequential. If it brings him happiness, she would allow him to indulge. Wooden-headed Lao Xia, she murmurs softly after a long pause, sighing as she lies down, ensuring the blanket is properly tucked in, for the wooden-headed Lao Xia has insisted on keeping warm. As night falls, the moon remains hidden, the rain persists, its rhythmic sound echoing like a gentle lullaby. The girl sleeps on her side, close to the edge of the bed, with her gaze softly drifting to her beloved Lao Xia, a sight that brings her peace. That night was unremarkable. Nothing of note occurred. Dongling did not dream of her past life, but instead recalled moments from her usual days. Whether it was during the hospital bills for her surgery, or when Lao Xia bought her a large cake, or even during the fire incident, where, despite the pain in her teeth, she managed to smile and offer him reassurance with a trembling voice, saying, "Don't be afraid. Lao Xia is here." Such memories are akin to nightmares, indelible and haunting. Yet inevitably, they will become fragmented. As dawn breaks, a cheerful voice calls out, "Oh, Dong Dong, sleep a little longer. I will make kanji for you. Remember to dress warmly for class today. It's cold and easy to catch a chill." "Oh, that's not necessary. I have class in the morning. I'll make you some lean meat kanji," replies the girl with a tousled hairstyle, rubbing her eyes, her voice soft and imbued with a hint of languor. Chapter 56. In that fleeting moment, the young man was momentarily blinded. Then, she rose, her delicate, pale feet touching the floor, only to be gently poked by Xiaoyu, who earnestly advised her to wear cotton shoes. Being barefoot could lead to catching a chill, especially during her menstrual period, yet the foolish white-haired girl remained oblivious. "Oh!" Dongling pursed her lips and lowered her gaze, obediently slipping on the small, white cotton shoes. They had been recently purchased by old Xia. Though the size was small, they fit her well. Indeed, it made her seem even more like a child. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell. Unlike the torrential rain of the previous day, it appeared as a light rain, enveloped in a veil of mist, creating a moist atmosphere. The master bedroom was bright, illuminated by the warm glow of a bedside lamp, while both computers were on, displaying their lock-screen wallpapers. Dongling's wallpaper was quite familiar, a group photo from a Square game with Xiaoyu. As for the young man's wallpaper, it was rather plain, featuring but a single phrase, standing before winter. In any case, the ambience was cozy. Dongling then stepped down from the bed, her cheeks slightly flushed. A hint of shyness in her voice as she called out, "Old Xia." "Yes, yes, what is it?" Xiaoyu responded, turning back from the computer desk, puzzled to see the girl looking rather reserved, which left him bewildered. Dongling lowered her head, her delicate hand tugging at the hem of her blue and white t-shirt. Her earlobes tinged with pink as she softly explained, "I need to change my clothes. I have class later, so I need to wear long sleeves." She also intended to heed old Xia's advice to bundle up more and avoid catching a cold. Otherwise, if she fell ill in the middle of the night, it would frighten old Xia. Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, felt his cheeks flush after just a few seconds, hastily departing the room. "Oh!" After a while, in the kitchen, the petite white-haired girl broke into a bright smile. "Old Xia, come have some lean meat porridge." She had changed into her attire, which, while not baggy, was form-fitting yet quite modest. Nonetheless, the girl remained beautiful, her white hair and divine features captivating. Cheerfully, she stood there holding 2 bowls of hot porridge, lightly walking over to place them on the table. Then she sat on a dining chair, swinging her legs, waving at Xiaoyu with a soft voice and crescent-shaped eyes. "Old Xia, hurry up." In that moment, the young man was again momentarily dazzled. "Old Xia, how does the porridge taste? I feel like I might have added too much salt." The lean meat was bought the day before yesterday, and I was thinking that after class, we could. At the dining table, Dongling supported her chin with her hand, her cherry lips curling into a smile as she rambled on, her sleeves hanging down, revealing her delicate white wrists. The girl did not have a large appetite. A small bowl sufficed. Thus, a few minutes later, feeling somewhat bored, she continued her chatter. Dongling experienced social anxiety, yet before her old Xia, she felt at ease. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was attentively listening as he sipped his porridge. He responded occasionally, his gaze unintentionally drifting to the window, feeling the solitude of the wind and rain were of no concern to him because he had a home in Old Dong. Half an hour passed. The rain ceased. Before heading to school, Dongling anxiously inquired, "Old Xia, is there an umbrella in the car?" Xiaoyu pondered carefully and replied earnestly, "Yes, there are 2. Another half hour went by. As they entered the university, the rain began to fall once more, fine droplets pattering against the car window, gradually intensifying and blurring their view. Yet the 2 remained silent, for there was only one umbrella. There should have been another, but it was nowhere to be found, likely left at home and unnoticed when they got into the car. Xiaoyu hesitated to speak, timidly asking, "What should we do, Old Dong?" The girl looked up, her blue eyes reflecting confusion. "Can't we just share one? We used to do that, didn't we? Sometimes it rains, but with only one umbrella, we would just share it with old Xia. It's nothing unusual now." Chapter 57. That day, in the rain on that day, amidst the rain, 2 figures shared a single umbrella. "Old Xia, what's wrong? Don't just hold it for me." Dongling looked down, gently poking him with a hint of exasperation, then tilted her head up, realizing that the umbrella had shifted away from her. As for the clumsy old Xia, he had scarcely shielded himself. He seemed oblivious to the possibility of falling ill. "Oh, all right," Xiaoyu replied, carefully guiding the girl through the rain, yet feeling a flutter of nervousness, for they had never been this close before. The fragrance of the girl, mingled with the scent of the rain, was incredibly delightful. However, he remained unperturbed. To summarize, he heard her, yet did not truly listen. The girl had to stay dry, for rain could easily lead to a cold or fever. As for Xiaoyu himself, he was indifferent. His skin was tough, and a prolonged exposure to the rain would not harm him. Perhaps he would only feel a bit dazed, which was inconsequential. Though Xiaoyu did not concern himself with his own well-being, Dongling did. She cared deeply. With a pout, she extended her small, pale hand, attempting to shift the umbrella closer to Xiaoyu. Yet before his sturdy arm, Her delicate wrist appeared feeble and fragile. Nevertheless, it was an effortless task. A gentle nudge was all it took. In the campus of South University, onlookers paused frequently, casting envious glances at the silhouettes of Dong Ling and Xia Yu in the ring. Many eyes were filled with admiration. Among them, the gray-haired boy did not stand out, nor was he particularly handsome. However, the white-haired girl was undeniably beautiful. Yet, he did not exhibit any signs of inferiority, nor did she display arrogance. They walked together, and the white-haired girl, with puffed cheeks, would actively shift the umbrella over the boy's head, followed by a radiant smile. This was a scene that many dreamed of. Soon after, more onlookers stood in a daze, captivated. Within the corridor of the teaching building, the white-haired girl hummed a few notes, clearly displeased, yet diligently wiped the boy's clothes, which had become damp from the rain. She continued to grumble, "Clumsy old Xia. If you do this again, I'll be really upset." Truly. And who was it that entertained such fantasies in their heart? On the other side, all right, I absolutely want to do it again," Xia Yu replied earnestly. Before him stood the petite girl, hands on her hips, tilting her head with a serious expression, a hint of cuteness in her demeanor. "You can't deceive my old Dong." It was endearing, yet in the eyes of others, it lacked intimidation. Xia Yu nodded vigorously, his expression sincere. "Do you think your old Xia would be the type to deceive you?" "Certainly not." The girl pursed her lips. "Bad old Xia. You clearly can." However, she did not dwell on it further, lightly poking Xia Yu and revealing a gentle smile. "All right, I'm off to class now. If you feel unwell, just head home and change your clothes. I can manage on my own for the class." After all, feeling sticky was uncomfortable, and old Xia would have to accompany her for 2 classes, which would take quite a while. "Don't worry, I'll change when I get home." Xia Yu chuckled, unwilling to leave old Dong alone, for although she did not voice it, he knew she would be frightened. "Oh." The girl smiled brightly. During class, Xia Yu remained in the corridor, occasionally lost in thought while gazing at the rain, and sometimes casting his eyes toward Dong Ling, who was diligently attending class. It was as if he was silently assuring her, "Do not fear, I am here." In response, she would slightly tilt her head and smile back at him, softly. It was a beautiful moment. Life continued on, devoid of significant upheaval, and the days flowed quietly. They either stayed home together, played games, or watched videos. Or they were busy writing and drawing. They would venture out to buy food, clothes, and shop together, always side by side, never apart. Thus, day after day, it was warm and cozy. Despite the tranquility, they never found it tiresome. Xia Yu often wondered how wonderful it would be if this could last indefinitely. If not, as long as old Dong remained well, that would suffice. As for himself, it was of little consequence. After a while, someone gently tapped Xia Yu on the shoulder in the corridor of the teaching building. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a young man of similar age, with a calm demeanor, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, exuding a certain melancholy. Yet, his face was gentle, and he spoke softly. "Xia, are you waiting for your girlfriend?" Yes," Xia Yu responded with a smile. The quiet young man was Shangguan Mo, the department head at South University, and one of Xia Yu's few friends. Although old Dong was once again labeled as his girlfriend, she had previously mentioned that there was no need to deny it, so he accepted it. Moreover, his heart raced slightly. In that moment, Shangguan Mo did not bring up Dong Ling further, but instead inquired warmly, "Xia, would you like to go out for a drink this Saturday night?" "I don't drink," Xia Yu replied with a resigned smile. He rarely indulged in alcohol. He would rather spend that money on a small cake or some snacks for old Dong, who couldn't handle the scent due to her heart condition. Thus, he rarely had a drink throughout the year. However, Shangguan Mo paused for a moment, waved his hand, and a smile broke through his calm demeanor. "How about some Sprite? And some skewers, too?" Xia Yu's lips twitched. "I'll see how it goes afterward." Shangguan Mo did not linger long and chose to leave, smiling as he bid farewell to Xia Yu. "Well, it seems I might have broken character, yet perhaps I haven't tea." This was Xia Yu's thought. Chapter 58. A Dream of Yellow Millet. After settling down, Xia Yu raised his gaze, his thoughts swirling. He had indeed seldom indulged in alcohol throughout his life. Yet there was a time when he succumbed to inebriation. It was after Dong Ling's departure that he had heard whispers that drinking could summon the presence of the one he missed the most, who was no longer by his side. Thus, Xia Yu drank. He drank excessively. And it was true. in the depths of despair, surrounded by darkness. He felt as if he had found a life-saving elixir. He trembled with joy, emerging from the shadows. Upon opening his eyes again, he was enveloped in a warm glow. Everything felt so familiar. Then, there she was, old Dong, chattering away as usual, her voice filled with myriad words. She would prepare meals for him and inquire with a smile. Old Xia, what do you wish to eat for lunch? Why so silent? How about braised pork and chicken drumsticks? Or perhaps, old Xia, why do you keep staring at me? Oh, is your old Dong looking particularly charming today? My old Xia has become more handsome too. In addition, she would remind him earnestly, her expression tinged with concern, Old Xia, you must take care of yourself. Do not fear, your old Dong is always here. If one day you can no longer see me, do not panic. I will still be here, quietly accompanying you. Yet, it was merely a fleeting dream. Upon awakening, the living room was dim, filled with the remnants of smoke and alcohol, a scene of utter disarray. She was nowhere to be found. Eventually, Xiaoyu became a slave to alcohol. No longer was it bitter. It became a remedy, a sweet spring, as his suffering faded into oblivion. Even as he awoke each time in greater despair, he became lost in his fantasies, living within dreams. After a long while, Xiaoyu regained his senses. His vision slightly blurred, his heart trembling, a profound sense of relief washing over him. Thankfully, old Dong was still here. She had not departed. Not long after, Dongling finished her classes. With one more session remaining before she could return home, and, as the rain ceased, the two strolled leisurely. Did you hear that Su Guan invited you for barbecue this Saturday night? The silver-haired girl nibbled on snacks that old Xia had bought for her, her cheeks slightly puffed. Soft and inviting. How about I keep you company at home? Xiaoyu suggested gently, not wishing for her to be alone. Though old Dong could not join out of fear. Dongling playfully poked him, her voice soft and teasing. No. Last time he helped out. I'll just stay home, sleep, and read novels. Then, with a smile gracing her lips, she reminded him, but you have a weak stomach, be careful not to drink. It's only a few hours. A quick nap will pass the time. Xiaoyu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. All right, Su Guan suggested Sprite. I'll bring you back a small cake and some treats. Yes. The girl's eyes sparkled with happiness, yet she soon fell into contemplation. Wait, Sprite, that doesn't seem right. Something feels off. The time reached Friday, still gloomy. The relentless rain brought a chill, autumn already upon them in September. Upon returning home at noon, the petite silver-haired girl changed into her cozy slippers, padding softly. Oh, old Xia's super soft bed, on the blue and white sheets. The girl sprawled lazily, her long white hair tousled, her little head snuggling in. So comfy. Plus, it's vacation. I can sleep in, play games with old Xia, and snack. Such bliss. Then, tilting her head, she glanced at her attire. It was rather snug. After a brief moment of contemplation, she rose silently. Time to change, for she wished to show old Xia her legs, to reveal her little feet. Old Xia, I'm coming. What's wrong? Sitting properly on the sofa, Dongling extended her delicate foot, looking sweetly obedient. She hummed a little tune, her expression one of playful pride. Don't you dare say a word. I'm wearing my slippers, I have a blanket, and I'm using a hot water bottle. Your old Dong is incredibly well-behaved. Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, silently gazing at her pretty feet, pale and tender, the cute little toes and slender ankles, a sight to behold. Old Xia, do they look good? She asked with a beaming smile. She was indeed a devoted sister. Even as a silver-haired girl, she hadn't forgotten to delight her old Xia. I'm sure he is quite moved. Perhaps he'll even buy himself a gift. Should be one small cake or two. She pondered with a grin. Definitely two. One for my old Xia. Xiaoyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned his head away, his ears turning crimson. They look lovely. Dongling smiled radiantly. Look as much as you want. I don't mind at all. After all, being a white-haired admirer. What is wrong with appreciating my dear brother's lovely feet? In Dongling's eyes, boys fell into two categories, old Xia and everyone else. Being gazed at by old Xia was perfectly acceptable, for he was a white-haired enthusiast who found joy in admiring her. However, if it were any other man, that was unacceptable. They surely harbored ill intentions, malevolent hearts, and were undoubtedly villains. Chapter 59, Achieving Greatness, A Friendship Beyond All. As night descended, the sky darkened. The golden hues faded, replaced and concealed, vanishing amidst the myriad of lights in the homes below, where some awaited and others returned. In the living room at home, the girl was absent, having gone to take a bath. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat quietly on the sofa, his phone vibrating with a message from Shangwan Mo, inquiring, "Good night, Xia. Are you coming tomorrow? If Sprite is unavailable, we can manage some white wine. Yuan Dong, all is well, white wine. Good night, AD calcium." Xiaoyu fell into contemplation. Was Shangwan Mo always like this? It seems so. He rarely indulged in alcohol. "Yuan Dong, all is well, I'll come." "Good night, all right." Before long, Dong Ling emerged from the bathroom, her attire exceedingly loose, the hem hanging down to her pale thighs. As she dried her hair, tilting her head, she flashed a playful smile at Xiaoyu on the sofa and approached him, speaking in a familiar tone. Old Xia, just as a child would call out to their parents. "Here, here." The young man looked up, setting down his phone, and returned her smile. Dong Ling then sat beside Xiaoyu, who took the towel and began to dry her hair, shortly thereafter reaching for the hairdryer to style her damp strands. His hand gently brushed against her hair, soft to the touch, slightly damp. The fragrant scent of the girl lingered in the air, her skin radiant from the bath, seemingly delicate and fragile. Yet, Xiaoyu harbored no ill intentions, his gaze clear, sometimes reflecting on the beauty of life, other times worrying about Dong Ling catching a chill. Albeit such concerns were somewhat unfounded. After drying her hair, Dong Ling turned to him, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Old Xia, are you done?" "I'm done." He nodded. With a smile gracing her lips, she asked, "What's next?" "Let us log in." Thus the game commenced. Recently, they had been playing a new integration pack called Utopia, perfectly suited for friends. Indeed, both Dong Ling and Xiaoyu enjoyed it immensely, reveling in their time together at the dual computer desk, sharing countless joyful moments. They ventured into small boats, sailing through the waves. Then, Dong Ling was drowned by a corpse. Xiaoyu was drowned by a corpse. "Old Xia, where's the promised boat god of Akinishan?" Cough, cough. A mistake, a minor issue. Alternatively, they explored together. "Old Dong, there are diamonds below the canyon." "Great. How do we get down?" "Water on landing." Thus Dong Ling jumped, followed by Xiaoyu. Then, Dong Ling fell too hard. Xiaoyu fell too hard. Achievement unlocked. Life and death together. Old Xia, we both made mistakes, right? I feel like the internet is lagging." The girl inquired with a look of regret, her words sincere. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed. I felt the internet was lagging too. It's truly unfortunate. After several instances of being blamed on the internet. So, moreover, they could also dig a cave in the icy wilderness amidst a heavy snowstorm. They set up a campfire and roasted meat, sitting together to watch the white snow pouring down outside. "Old Xiao, what's wrong? Are we going to freeze to death?" "Silly, we didn't add a temperature mod." Oh, Soon, the meat was ready, and they shared smiles as they ate. A message popped up in the upper right corner of the screen. Achievement unlocked, enduring the harsh cold. Eventually, on a beach, they constructed a small house and set up a fishing platform, cultivating a tranquil life. "Old Xia, come quickly and witness the birth of the fishing god of Akinishan." "All right, I'm coming." Thus, Dong Ling and Xiaoyu stood side by side. On the fishing platform, she fished while he watched in silence. Before them lay the vast ocean, the setting sun casting its golden glow, shadows stretching long beneath the sky. Their silhouettes froze in time, destined to last forever. Then, achievement unlocked, eternal companionship. Achievement unlocked, a friendship beyond all. As the night deepened, the game concluded. Lights turned off, and though the room was shrouded in darkness, Dong Ling was no longer afraid. "Old Xia, are you there? What is up? Good night." In the stillness, her voice was soft and bright, imbued with joy. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then beamed. "Good night, old Dong. See you tomorrow." A night passed. The weekend arrived. Relaxed and carefree, she yearned to linger in bed, wishing every day could be Saturday or Sunday. Such were the thoughts of a languid girl in bed. Yet despite her drowsiness, she struggled to rise, for she intended to prepare lean meat porridge for her dear old Xia. Yesterday, she had purchased some carrots and sausage, hoping they would enhance the flavor of the porridge. If old Xiao liked it, she would make more. However, a familiar voice echoed in the room. Old Dong, sleep a little longer, keep warm. There's ginger tea on the bedside table. I'll go make the porridge. Old Dong seems very sleepy. No class. Then sleep a bit more. It's comfortable and good for your health. As for breakfast or porridge, I can handle it. Xiaoyu felt he had mastered the art of cooking porridge, elevating his culinary skills to a new level. This was indeed noteworthy. Dongling paused for a moment. She had intended to decline, but upon raising her gaze, she saw the young man had already left, the door softly closing behind him. Turning her head, she noticed 2 thermoses on the bedside table. Chapter 60. The silly white-haired girl and the clumsy old Xiao. One vessel contained hot water, while another held ginger tea with brown sugar, both pleasantly warm, evidently prepared not long ago. She paused momentarily, refraining from lying down. Instead, she smiled softly and took a sip of the ginger tea, relishing its warmth. After a considerable duration in the living room, having watched the instructional video for the umpteenth time, Xiaoyu finally pressed the button on the soy milk maker with a solemn expression. Indeed, he was determined to make freshly squeezed hot soy milk for old Dong. However, it proved to be a daunting task, at least for Xiaoyu. On Saturday, the sky remained overcast and gloomy. Although the rain had ceased, the wind had calmed. Yet the temperature continued to drop, carrying a hint of chill. This was a harbinger. Summer was drawing to a close. Within the home, seated together on the living room sofa, he remarked, Old Dong, shall we venture out this afternoon? We need to purchase some autumn clothing. He rambled on. As the season of autumn steadily approached, necessitating new, well-fitting garments for old Dong, it was no longer suitable for her to wear the old and oversized clothes. While summer attire was manageable, autumn and winter clothing would pose considerable inconvenience. Dong Ling held a glass cup containing steaming soy milk in her delicate, pale hands. She sipped it slowly, responding in a muffled voice, Yes, there was no need for contemplation. She would simply heed old Xia's arrangements. After finishing the soy milk, she made a smacking sound and playfully licked her lips. It's sweet. Xia looked down, a smile gracing his face as he gently pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. Yet, she tilted her head back, her expression serious. Old Xia, I want more. The soy milk was made by old Xia, and it was simply delectable. She felt a pang of melancholy, realizing that old Xia was becoming increasingly adept, while she, on the other hand, was feeling more like a wasteful white-haired girl. She glanced at her phone, finding solace in the message indicating the arrival of her remuneration from last month. I'm quite impressive too. However, when the money arrived, she promptly transferred it to old Xia, giggling. Yet, he had the audacity to tap her on the head and call her a silly white-haired girl. That was not the case. It was clearly old Xia who was foolish, giving her all the money upon hearing she needed tuition fees, keeping not a single cent for himself. She was not like that. She had saved 20 yuan for a small cake, 2 of them, to be precise. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, noticing her delight, chuckled. All right. If old Dong loves to drink it, I will make more in the future. As the afternoon progressed, the 2 prepared to head out. The sky had brightened somewhat, though clouds still lingered, suggesting it was unlikely to rain. The weather forecast indicated cloudy skies for the weekend, though its accuracy remained uncertain. Sitting on the sofa, Xiaoyu stroked his chin, pondering its precision with skepticism, while musing over their shopping list. Clothes, snacks, small cakes, some fruits, and daily necessities. He calculated, considering if he had overlooked anything. After all, recalling at home could be quite a burden. Beside him, the petite white-haired girl looked up, her blue eyes sparkling. Old Xiao, what's wrong? The young man, puzzled, lowered his gaze. Dong Ling then earnestly requested, when we buy fruits, could we get some watermelon? Her blue eyes, pink lips, and innocent expression were simply heart-melting to anyone who beheld her. Absolutely not, he replied with regret. Watermelon was too cool. Consuming it during her menstrual cycle could cause discomfort, especially since old Dong was already frail, making it even more inadvisable. The girl looked dejected, feeling wronged. Suddenly, she recalled something, placing her hands on her hips, her demeanor resolute as she declared, My period has ended. Dongling wished to eat watermelon and could buy it herself. She had money and did not require old Xia's permission. However, doing so would upset her dear brother. Therefore, she needed Xia Yu's approval. He hesitated for a moment, then relented. Well, let's buy a little, but must not be chilled, and you cannot eat too much. Yay! Old Xia is the best. In that instant, Dong Ling's smile bloomed, radiant as a flower, enchanting as a painting. She was filled with joy, lively and adorable, always embodying a sense of whimsy, yet her daily companionship made her all the more real. It was not a dream. Xia Yu chuckled bashfully, but he too was contemplating. Old Dong was indeed the best. Upon returning home in the afternoon, the girl was lively and sprightly. Her beautiful smile illuminating her delicate face framed by waist-length white hair, flowing freely without being tied. It looked lovely, Xia Yu mused. Dong Ling cheerfully embraced the watermelon, slicing it carefully into small pieces, arranging them neatly on a plate. Her appetite was modest. She could not consume too much. A whole piece would likely fill her halfway. After a while, the white-haired girl lowered her head, eating a piece at a time, yet it still did not suffice, resulting in her cherry-red lips. Slow down. There's no rush, Xia Yu chuckled. Oh, Dong Ling replied playfully, nodding earnestly, then gently poked him. Old Xia, you should have some too. Xia Yu was taken aback for a moment, but complied. All right. Thus, he joined her in enjoying the sweet watermelon. In Xia Yu's eyes, Old Dong's laughter was just as sweet. Chapter 61. Upon awakening, Old Xia returns as the clock struck 6:40 in the evening. Winter Ling waved cheerfully at the door. Her fair face illuminated by a radiant smile, her eyes curved in delight, showing no hint of discontent. Xia Yu turned his gaze towards the silver-haired girl, his tone soft yet earnest. I will be home in about an hour, he assured her, before breaking into a grin, scratching his head as he inquired. Shall I bring you a small cake, and anything else you desire when I return? Winter Ling responded with a gentle smile, her voice laced with warmth and concern. There is no need to rush. Just be careful. Your stomach isn't well, so please avoid carbonated drinks and spicy food. As for other things, perhaps just some snacks will suffice. You needn't buy too much, as I have already acquired plenty of delicious treats today. Understood. I promise to fulfill my task. Xia Yu nodded vigorously, a cheerful grin on his face as he earnestly noted her requests. He added reassuringly, if anything comes up, just message me. Don't worry. I'll be there. Yes, I know, the girl replied, her eyes bright and playful, obediently nodding her head. With that, the young man took his leave. Yet moments later, he glanced back. The delicate silhouette of Winter Ling stood still, petite and ethereal in the dim light, hands clasped behind her back, as if awaiting someone's return. In a bustling eatery, the noise of patrons filled the air. In a secluded corner, two figures sat alone, a bottle of liquor and an AD calcium bottle prominently displayed. The sight was striking. Shangwan Mo, with his head bowed and cheeks slightly flushed, chuckled, Xia, treat her well. So many wish for a girlfriend as lovely as hers. Xia Yu quietly sipped his AD calcium, nodding earnestly. Of course. How can I not treat her well? She is my Winterling. He found it odd that Shangwan Mo had taken to drinking, albeit in moderation, but refrained from questioning him. After all, they were adults, and drinking was a common indulgence. Their conversation meandered through memories and light-hearted banter, but Xia Yu frequently glanced at his phone, opening the messaging app to check if she had sent any messages. At home, in the living room, an air of solitude enveloped the space. Winterling curled up on the sofa, her hands clasped around her legs, her small head resting against her pale knee. She sat in silence, lost in thought, her slender form wrapped in a blanket, her little cotton slippers nearby. She was no longer barefoot, as Xia Yu would have worried about her catching a chill. After an indeterminate passage of time, the girl slowly lifted her gaze to the coffee table, where a small cake lay, a treat left by Xia Yu, anticipating her cravings. It remained warm, while the rest was stored in the refrigerator. As she remembered someone, a soft smile graced her lips, gentle and fleeting. She began to eat the cake. But soon her gaze fell, her expression tranquil yet tinged with melancholy, her eyes dimming. The small cake seemed less delightful than before. After a brief while, Winterling resolutely donned her cotton slippers, determined to behave well, even in Xia's absence. She padded softly into her room, lying down on her bed, preparing to take a nap. A flicker of joy sparked within her, for upon waking, old Xia would be back. He would bring delicious treats. A smile crept onto her face, her eyes brightening with hope and anticipation, dispelling the room's chill. Chapter 62. Yet another disturbing dream before succumbing to slumber. Dongling set an alarm for 50 minutes later, just as it would be an hour since Xiaoyu's departure. She intended to awaken early to await his return. Carefully tucking herself beneath the blanket, she curled up into a small ball, burying her head within its warmth. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence and darkness. She drifted into sleep. In a hazy state, the strong scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Dongling slowly opened her eyes, only to be taken aback as she sat up abruptly, her small face etched with confusion. How did she end up in a hospital ward? The environment felt eerily familiar. She lowered her gaze to find herself clad in a white patient gown, covered by a blanket, her petite frame adorned with a pink wristband. Nanjing Hospital. Inpatient department name, Dongling gender, female date of birth, 04. 04? 04, raising her head once more. She finally recalled that this was indeed the very ward where her original self had resided in Nanjing Hospital. A wave of anxiety surged within her. Dongling sought her phone, but it was nowhere to be found, nor was Xiaoyu present. The stillness around her was almost chilling. Was she trapped in a dream? She pondered, reaching out to pinch her own cheek. The pale skin reddened at her touch, stinging enough to elicit a soft cry of pain from her lips. This was no dream. As the dim light from outside filtered in, Dongling swung her legs over the side of the bed, but found herself momentarily dazed. The shoes she wore were those of her original self, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Yearning to find Xiaoyu, she prepared to exit, but suddenly, the door to the ward creaked open. "Are you all right?" A voice, both strange and familiar, resonated. As the girl looked up, she was completely taken aback. It was Dr. One, and his first words mirrored those he had spoken on the day of her awakening. Before long, when Xingyang exited the room, yet Dongling's gaze fell upon the date on her phone, and her small hands trembled uncontrollably as she searched the internet for the time. August 10th, 4:45 p.m., Dongling dialed Xiaoyu's number. Although she could not fathom why, a sense of helplessness enveloped her. She longed to see him. Yet, the call was neither disconnected nor answered. It simply rang coldly, perpetually indicating that it was dialing. Then, abruptly, she froze for a moment, her frail body trembling increasingly. She remembered that day. On Xiaoyu's bedside table lay a bottle of sleeping pills, its cap ajar. As the waning sunlight cast a warm hue, perhaps it signified something ominous. Under this dim light, the girl desperately rushed home, her complexion pale, devoid of color, her entire being feeling as though it were plunged into an icy abyss. At the moment she opened the door, a stench of alcohol assaulted her senses. But Dongling paid no heed, her vision blurred, her cheeks cold as she called out, her voice thick with emotion. "Xiaoyu." There was no response. Then, in the enveloping darkness of the master bedroom, the girl beheld a figure upon the bed. The silhouette was familiar. It was Xiaoyu. Yet he lay there quietly, seemingly in a deep slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he were lost in a beautiful dream. Xiaoyu had departed, content in his final moments. Time became an enigma within the dimly lit room. Beside Xiaoyu, Dongling smiled softly. Yet her azure eyes were devoid of life, no longer brimming with vitality. She was entranced, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. She murmured to herself, fragments of thoughts spilling forth like whispers. At times, she appeared calm. At others, she laughed or trembled in fear. "Xiaoyu, look, your old dong hasn't tea left yet. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, am I beautiful? I am your favorite white-haired girl. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, why haven't you come home yet? I miss you a little, so hurry back, okay? Xiaoyu, you've gone. What am I to do? Xiaoyu, I'm scared. Can you come back? Xiaoyu, please wait for me." Chapter 63. Embrace in the dimly lit master bedroom. Only the warm glow of the bedside lamp illuminated the space, casting a gentle radiance. On the blue and white bed, a small, white figure was curled up tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, she awakened, her surroundings engulfed in darkness, her body cold, and her eyes filled with unshed tears. She could see nothing clearly, and the small pearls of sorrow cascaded down uncontrollably. Old Xia. The girl choked out, her voice trembling with a hint of anguish. A palpable sense of helplessness lingering in the air. Yet there was no response, unlike the hurried footsteps that would have rushed in mere seconds in the past. There was only silence and the relentless patter of heavy rain outside. Old Xia had not yet returned home. In a flurry of anxiety, she called Xia Yu, striving to maintain her composure, though her hands trembled. However, the call did not connect. The cold, mechanical voice of the operator echoed in her ears, informing her that the number she dialed was turned off, a chilling finality that felt like the last straw. A thunderous roar erupted, mirroring the turmoil within her. In the living room, the door creaked open, and a cheerful voice broke through the gloom. "Old Dong, I'm back." It was Xia Yu grinning widely, glancing down at the large bag he carried, a smile lighting up his face. He had brought back an array of treats for Old Dong. Yet, he did not call out loudly, mindful that she might be lying in bed, engrossed in a novel or playing games, or perhaps even asleep. The rain was torrential, soaking him through, but thankfully his little cake remained dry, carefully wrapped in his coat. After setting down the bag, Xia Yu looked up to see a petite figure standing at the threshold of the master bedroom. It was Dong Ling. She stood there barefoot and fragile, her eyes misty with tears, and in an instant, she leapt into his arms, trembling. The girl clung to him tightly, burying her head in his chest, sobbing softly. "Old Xia is still here. Old Xia has not left." In that moment, Xia Yu's pupils dilated, his body stiffening momentarily, veins bulging. Yet he quickly suppressed his alarm, hastily soothing her. He felt a surge of panic, but his efforts seemed to have some effect. Dong Ling's emotions gradually steadied, though she remained silent, holding on to Xia Yu as if fearing he might vanish. Xia Yu embraced her silently, gently stroking her head and softly patting her back. After a long while, she finally lifted her little face, tear-streaked and red-eyed, sniffling adorably. Yet, Xia Yu was tense and unsure, clearly distressed as he tenderly offered her a tissue to wipe her tears, softly asking, "Don't be afraid. Old Xia is here." What happened? Dong Ling's nose tinged with sorrow, almost bringing forth another wave of tears. "It was a nightmare," she whispered, burying her head into Xia Yu's embrace once more, rubbing her cheek against him, seeking warmth. It felt comforting, unlike the coldness of her dream. Thus, the reassuring presence of Old Xia, safe and sound, was merely a figment of her imagination. Xia Yu paused, his large hand ruffling her hair as he comforted her in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid. Old Xia is here. Dreams are false. Perhaps you've just been weary lately. Why not take a few days off? It's understandable to be frightened." He felt a lingering unease, the remnants of fear still haunting him, though he hid it well. "Yes, perhaps, but it's not necessary," Dong Ling replied softly, gradually feeling less frightened, a gentle smile appearing in her eyes. In the bright living room, the two nestled together, exchanging soft words and laughter, enjoying quiet conversations. Xia Yu, keen to lift Dong Ling's spirits, attempted to tell jokes, despite his clumsiness and lack of finesse. Yet, Dong Ling always responded with delightful laughter, her lips curving into a smile, playfully engaging with his attempts. Time passed, and Xia Yu continued to hold Dong Ling gently, his movements hesitant, not daring to let go. She remained nestled against him, and the warmth of her petite form was comforting, her skin soft and delicate. This was their first genuine embrace, unlike the fleeting moments in the hospital where they had only shared a brief hug. Eventually, Dong Ling felt reassured, her cheeks flushed and her ears warm. She had initiated the embrace, feeling bold, yet a hint of shyness crept in. So, she gently poked Xia Yu, her voice soft and sweet. "Old Xia, I want to take a shower." Her shirt was damp with tears, clinging uncomfortably to her skin, and Xia Yu was equally wet, possibly from her tears or the pouring rain outside, which still rumbled ominously. All right, Xia Yu chuckled, carefully releasing Dong Ling from his embrace. Ruffling her hair as he reassured her, Don't be afraid. Old Xia is here. Chapter 64. Achievement Unlocked. You two are truly awful, the young man often spoke, and had been doing so for an exceedingly long time, though the exact duration eluded him. However, it could be traced back to the day he first met Dongling. He spoke during moments when she was bullied, and when she faced adversity. Regardless of the circumstances, he would be there, akin to a steadfast promise, a vow to last a lifetime. Thus, old Xia would always be present, as long as the girl desired it. Before long, the bathroom door was gently closed. The interior was adorned with warmth. The lighting was soft, and there were numerous items compared to what once was, all intended for her bathing and grooming rituals. She had even purchased bath towels, though she seldom used them, primarily due to her unfamiliarity. Dongling quietly gazed at herself. Although petite, her figure was quite commendable. In any case, old Xia would surely appreciate it. Suddenly, the girl fell into contemplation. It seemed that she now bore little difference from a genuine girl. If one were to pinpoint the distinctions, it would largely be her attire. She did not don feminine clothing or apply makeup, and her habits differed slightly. However, these variances were minimal. Overall, one could hardly discern her true nature if they did not reside together. Nevertheless, Dongling had never been overly concerned. If she were to become a girl alone, facing the future would likely instill fear, confusion, and trepidation. But she had old Xia, after all, and that brought her comfort. Half an hour later, the girl emerged from her bath, exuding an almost ethereal freshness. She dried her delicate feet in front of Xia Yu and then donned her small cotton shoes, pad-padding over to his side. Old Xia, what's the matter? After you dry my hair, can you hold me again? Dongling tilted her head back, her damp hair cascading, her neck bare and fair, her expression hopeful, and her blue eyes sparkling. It seemed she no longer feared that dream. Yet, the truth was otherwise. The anxiety lingered, buried deep within, refusing to surface. However, being embraced by old Xia for a brief moment would grant her immense reassurance, alleviating all fears. For Dongling, that dream resembled an abyss, shrouded in gray and devoid of light, especially that fleeting smile of old Xia's. He was joyful because he could seek her out, even if the price was the loss of life. Xia Yu paused briefly, but without hesitation, he chose not to deny the frightened girl. All right. Thus, Dongling smiled faintly, her eyes crescent-shaped. Her white hair, now dry, framed her face as she gently embraced Xia Yu. The girl radiated softness, while the young man remained stiff, hesitant to move for fear of touching her. His ears and cheeks flushed crimson. After a considerable silence, Dongling exclaimed, Old Xia, I had a little cake. It's absolutely delicious, hee. All right. Xia Yu replied with a grin. Before long, the pair was engaged in their gaming once more. Having just emerged from a nightmare, Xia Yu suggested they play a game together, hoping it might alleviate her unease, and it indeed appeared to work. She was visibly delighted, though her gaze occasionally drifted toward him, her clear blue eyes shimmering with light. Moreover, they planned to utilize their gaming prowess to construct a hellish teleportation portal, a testament to their abilities. Yet, Dongling attempted to swim in lava. Xia Yu suffocated within a wall. Achievement unlocked. You two are truly awful. Ahem, a miscalculation. Xia Yu rubbed his nose. Yes, that was indeed the case. The girl nodded earnestly, a tinge of regret on her face, selectively ignoring the achievement notification. It seems the network is a bit laggy. As the night deepened, preparations for sleep commenced. The girl climbed into bed, carefully tucking herself beneath the covers. Yet she fell silent. A touch of fear gripped her at the thought of sleeping alone. The dream had left an indelible mark on Dongling, having witnessed Xia Yu perish before her very eyes. But who was he? The sole beacon of light in her life, accompanying her for nearly 2 decades. In her memories, every moment, every second, every day and night was imbued with his presence, whether scratching his head, grinning broadly, or shielding her with an expression of fury that softened into gentle reassurance, whispering that old Xia would always be there, or presenting her with a grand cake. His demeanor endearingly earnest. Yet he was gone. The reason? To descend and accompany her. That feeling was difficult to articulate. At that time, the girl was rendered speechless. The main bedroom lights remained aglow. Within the room, a soft, tender voice broke the silence. "Old Xia, could you sleep in bed too?" She was afraid of revisiting that dream. Or perhaps, afraid that upon awakening, old Xia would no longer be there. Thus, Dongling wished to share the bed with him, for that would quell her fears and bring her comfort. The young man hesitated for a moment. When he lifted his gaze, he found Dongling sitting on the bed, quietly observing him, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. The implication was clear. If he did not acquiesce, she would cry. Consequently, Xiaoyu agreed, without a moment's hesitation, carefully climbing into bed, his body tense with uncertainty. However, they certainly lay apart, yet Dongling held his hand gently, her touch light. She rubbed her small face against his warm palm, unable to suppress a soft smile. Then, they drifted into slumber. Chapter 65. What is wrong with a good brother sleeping together? In the stillness of the night, the rain had diminished to a gentle patter. It persisted in an unbroken cadence. A warm lamp glowed softly on the bedside table, casting a gentle light that was far from harsh. However, Xiaoyu found himself unable to slumber, for Winter Ling lay beside him, deeply asleep. Her fair forehead rested lightly against his arm, warm and delicate. What was more, her hand was nestled within his embrace. What a sensation that was! He could not quite articulate it, but he thought it must be the most comforting embrace he had ever known. The girl's skin was soft, her white t-shirt made of gentle fabric, akin to a tender haven, captivating in its allure. Today marked the 26th day since Winter Ling had returned home, and the two had finally shared a bed once more. It felt reminiscent of the past, yet distinctly different, for the person beside him had transformed. She was now a petite girl with striking white hair, crowned as the school beauty within a week of enrollment, the center of attention for many. How many would dream of such a reality? It was likely enough to bring smiles, even in their slumber. Yet, Xiaoyu did not share in that delight. In fact, he felt a sense of dread at the thought of others discovering this closeness, fearing the piercing gazes that could wound him 1,000 times over. He was apprehensive, afraid of losing control. But at that moment, he felt an odd assurance. Perhaps it would not happen. Winter Ling slept soundly, yet often shifted, occasionally brushing against his hand or curling her delicate legs, changing her sleeping position. As a result, the blanket sometimes slipped away, revealing her fair shoulders and collarbone, her figure faintly discernible under the soft light, exquisite and graceful. Yet, Xiaoyu remained calm, devoid of any agitation. It was peculiar, yet somehow normal. Desire breeds reaction, but in its absence, one's mind wanders elsewhere. For now, he felt at peace with Winter Ling's presence, savoring the tranquility and the joy of her return, occasionally marveling at her beauty. But that was all. Why? He understood fully. Thus, Xiaoyu felt a slight relief. However, the girl beside him stirred, refusing to curl up, indicating her deep relaxation. The blanket had again failed to cover her properly. With gentle care, he adjusted the blanket around her, ensuring warmth enveloped her snugly. Yet soon after, he found himself lost in thought, for the petite figure seemed to inch closer to him. In the dead of night, at the edge of the bed, Xiaoyu fell into an abyss of silence, his lips twitching as he observed Winter Ling drawing nearer, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. What should he do? He felt perplexed, yet dared not move, for old Winter would surely weep and be angry. He cast his gaze downwards. In the stillness, her visage appeared serene, a faint smile gracing her lips, so different from the past. Since becoming the white-haired girl, Winter Ling had grown increasingly subdued. Only once before, when Xiaoyu had fallen asleep with her hand in his, had her cheeks revealed a smile. He had contemplated shifting her back, for she was indeed light and small, yet hesitated, fearing he might awaken her. Then he realized he was sneaking around. The misunderstanding would be monumental. The next morning dawned bright and sunny, enveloping the room in a warm golden hue. Xiaoyu awoke first, though the remnants of sleep clung to him, having only fallen asleep close to 2 o'clock. As he pondered what to do, he drifted into slumber without realizing it. When he finally looked down, he found himself frozen, breath caught in his throat, instantly alert. For Winter Ling, in all her petite beauty, had snuggled against him in her sleep. Her small head rested against his side, a delicate hand wrapped around his waist, and her soft feet brushed against his thicker legs. In essence, she clung to him like an octopus, especially since she was still asleep, adorably innocent. Xiaoyu felt a rush of panic, his face turning crimson as he cautiously attempted to rise, to free himself from her embrace. Yet she held on tightly. Despite Winterling's slight frame, he did not dare to pull away forcefully. At that moment, her eyelids fluttered, revealing her clear blue eyes still clouded with sleep, gazing up at him with a dazed expression. Good morning, old Xia. Her voice was soft and lazy. Initially, Winterling did not sense anything amiss. But moments later, her startled blue eyes widened. After a long pause, Winterling sat on the inner side of the bed with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with warmth, silently fidgeting with her fingers, deeply embarrassed. When she heard Xiaoyu's apologetic words, she looked up in surprise. Old Xia, you're here, Xiaoyu responded weakly, and then she tilted her head, a smile breaking through as she teased. Are you really apologizing? I was the one who initiated the embrace, wasn't I? Why apologize? Such a silly goose. She accepted their shared moment of slumber with remarkable ease. After all, they had relied on each other for 19 years, having been close friends for nearly 2 decades. Their bond was beyond words. So what was wrong with sleeping together? Such a trivial matter could not possibly affect the unbreakable camaraderie between them. While there was a hint of shyness, she felt overwhelmingly secure. As long as old Xia was by her side, she had no fear of nightmares. On the other hand, Xiaoyu scratched his head and chuckled, for there was nothing more to say. Thus began an ordinary day, and as the night passed, their relationship had subtly transformed. As they prepared to rise, Winterling called out, Old Xia, wait for me. Xiaoyu hesitated. This feels a bit inappropriate. Why? She asked, bewildered. You need to change your clothes. He murmured, his ears turning slightly red. Winterling stared at him for a moment, then burst into laughter. Silly old Xia, it's the weekend, and we're not going out. Why would I need to change? Oh, right. Chapter 66. The taste of home as the day progressed during their morning routine. The gentle voice of the girl called out to him. Old Xia, could you squeeze a bit of toothpaste for me? Ah, the young lady possessed her own toothpaste, a new purchase by Xiaoyu, yet she seldom used it, preferring instead to borrow his. Later, comrade, old Xia, she exclaimed, are you there? You should try the soybean milk. It's absolutely delightful. Seated at the dining chair, her petite white-haired hand cradled a glass, now empty, as she playfully licked her delicate tongue against it, yearning for another sip. Yet, she refrained, for it was the only glass available, and she wished to save it for him. Xiaoyu, with a light chuckle, poured himself half a glass. As for the remainder, old Xia was quite easy to please. With the girl's cheerful chatter, a smile graced the young man's face. Old Dong cherished these moments, prompting him to prepare more, though he deemed it prudent to vary their meals, as daily soybean milk might become tedious. Before long, Dongling seemed to recall a significant matter in her life, blinking her clear blue eyes as she carefully donned her little cotton slippers and cautiously descended from her chair. The young man observed her with curiosity. On the coffee table lay 2 small cakes, freshly retrieved from the refrigerator, as the girl continued her musings. Once they warm up a bit, we can enjoy them. One for old Xia and one for me, hee. Though her monthly cycle had ended, Dongling still hesitated to indulge in cold treats. Mindful of the admonitions from a certain elder in her family who often reminded her to heed such advice. Yet, the girl remained blissfully cheerful, resembling a naive little sprite. Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle quietly, gently advising old Dong, why not take a break today? She had a manuscript to complete, but it was difficult to focus, especially after having endured a nightmare. Although old Dong usually maintained a calm demeanor, yesterday had been different, and that dream had left her quite frightened, perhaps still casting a shadow over her. Thus, a respite was necessary. Perhaps with time, she would forget. Oh, all right, she replied with a playful glance, her smile brightening the moment. With some spare time in her work schedule, taking a day off would not hinder her submissions. Afterward, Xiaoyu returned to the master bedroom, a bittersweet expression adorning his face. No further inquiries were necessary. The act of writing brought him joy. Dong Ling, momentarily taken aback, picked up a small cake and obediently followed the young man to the computer desk, where she settled in with an air of quietude. She donned her headphones, listening to music and perusing novels while he typed away, the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard providing a soothing backdrop. Though he was preoccupied, the girl found herself bored at times and would glance over at him, occasionally swinging her fair, delicate legs and indulging in a few snacks. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, utterly adorable, with her hair slightly askew, a sight that was hard to ignore. However, aside from Xiaoyu, no one else could appreciate her charm. As noon approached, the white-haired girl took to the kitchen, donning a blue and white apron, her expression serious as she prepared the meal. In that space, everything remained the same as before, despite her own transformations. She was still old Dong, unwaveringly present. When it was time to eat, the table was adorned with a variety of dishes: kung pao chicken, sweet and sour ribs, and a steaming soup, all fragrant and inviting. Each dish was a favorite of theirs, and none were spicy, as Xiaoyu's sensitive stomach could not tolerate such fare. Dong Ling had always remembered this, never allowing him to suffer discomfort. In the living room, her gentle reminder floated through the air. "Old Xia, wash your hands before we eat." Xiaoyu responded with a smile. All right, all right." Old Dong's cooking was always exceptional, imbued with a unique essence that Xiaoyu found himself longing for. What was it that made it so special? The taste of home. A short while later, the two of them focused on their meal. However, a soft, slender finger gently poked Xiaoyu, accompanied by Dong Ling's sweet call. "Old Xia, are you there? Did you drink yesterday? I noticed a hint of alcohol when you didn't shower." Her voice was soft, her eyes filled with concern. Xiaoyu paused, taken aback, before shaking his head with a resigned smile. No, no. It was Shangwan who drank with old Dong around. I wouldn't dare touch alcohol. But Shangwan had quite a bit yesterday, and I must have caught a faint scent. Oh, I see. Dong Ling acknowledged, her eyes narrowing slightly, accepting his explanation without doubt as she resumed her meal with earnestness. Old Xia encouraged her to eat more to support her growth. Although she was a junior in college, she was not particularly tall, making her stand out, especially with her striking white hair. She remained quite subdued. Chapter 67. With a radiant smile, a single ponytail, and a long, pale yellow dress, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back. As for Xiaoyu, he sighed inwardly. Just yesterday, moments before their final parting, Shangwan Mo was inebriated, his head bowed, eyes clouded. He mumbled incoherently, whispering a question. Why? In that moment, Xiaoyu fell silent, softly responding, that person? Shangwan Mo had once cherished a girlfriend named Wan, with whom he shared a deep affection, a decade of companionship, and 4 years of love. Her name was Melodious, and her demeanor gentle. Her cheeks always bore a tender smile, enchanting when she laughed, resembling a crescent moon, and she favored ponytail. However, half a year after their university graduation, they parted ways. Prior to this, Wan remained the same in nature, yet gradually grew disinterested in spending time with Shangwan Mo. She became increasingly elusive and eventually, with indifference, proposed their separation. The reason? She was simply tired of it all. As Shangwan Mo drifted in and out of consciousness, his voice heavy with melancholy, he murmured, "One night, I was drunk and called her, wanting to ask why. But I cannot recall whether I actually asked. I only remember speaking for what felt like an eternity, perhaps a few hours. Yet after a moment of silence, he softly continued, the next day, I checked the call duration, 9 seconds. The recording wasn't even her voice. When I returned the call, it was a little girl who answered. She said it was a newly registered number. The scene shifted back to the present. Xiaoyu cast his eyes downward, momentarily dazed, yet he began to grasp the situation. Old Xiao, what's wrong? A light, melodious voice broke through his thoughts, filled with concern, curiosity, and a hint of anxiety. It was Dong Ling. Young men often find themselves under the attentive gaze of young women. Even the slightest word or an unnoticed silence could capture her interest. Xiaoyu did not conceal his feelings. Dong Ling, momentarily taken aback, was flooded with memories. In a narrow path, a gentle face, adorned with a single ponytail and a pale yellow dress, stood with hands clasped behind her back, shyly asking Dong, do you and your old Xia have any free time? My family member's birthday is coming up, and I would like to throw a birthday party for him. Her smile radiated warmth, her eyes shimmering with the essence of autumn, exuding elegance and a scholarly charm. It was a beautiful moment, with affection palpable in her words. However, this was during their senior year, as graduation approached, a mere 6 months ago, and everything had since changed dramatically. Their bond had been the envy of many, not merely for Nwan's beauty, but because of the 10 years they shared. In the long duration of their companionship, such feelings are not easily severed. A day or two is far from sufficient. Furthermore, a phone number would not be arbitrarily reassigned. Thus, Shangwan Mo deduced the truth. Yet, he could not find Nwan. Her family had also vanished. He felt lost, enveloped in despair. Thus, he fell into a melancholic state, perhaps still submerged in sorrow, albeit not outwardly displayed. Yet it was evident. He was consumed by his fading emotions. Life is indeed filled with tragedies. Now, that time had long passed. The two of them were powerless to change anything. Nwan had disappeared, and no one knew her whereabouts. After lunch, they rested on the sofa. Xiaoyu sat, engrossed in videos, laughing heartily at times, occasionally poking a small white-haired figure beside him to share in the amusement. Dong Ling lay beside him, leisurely engrossed in a novel. Though she would occasionally be playfully ruffled on the head, she couldn't help but let out a small sound of protest. Yet she offered no resistance, accustomed to it. After all, old Xia had a fondness for white hair. What harm was there in a little affectionate teasing? She genuinely enjoyed it, despite the simplicity of their lives. There was an undeniable warmth. Suddenly, Xiaoyu glanced at the calendar, momentarily stunned, and then excitedly poked the lazy white-haired figure beside him, exclaiming, "Old Dong, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching." Mid-Autumn? Dong Ling's face lit up, her previous languor gone as she quickly sat up, pointing at the calendar with her youthful fingers. Her blue eyes sparkled. Indeed, the festival was near, falling on the 13th of this month, which was next Sunday, and Saturday was a makeup class, followed by 3 days of holiday. How wonderful! 3 days off. I could play games with old Xia for a long time. Moreover, besides that, they could admire the moon together, eat mooncakes, enjoy pomelos, and feast on many delicious treats. Just the thought of it was delightful. Her almond-shaped eyes glimmered with anticipation as she wiped non-existent drool with her soft little hand. Looking up with a hint of joy, she asked old Xia, "Shall we make mooncakes ourselves this mid-autumn festival? That way, I can prepare the filling." Chapter 68. The gift for old Xia on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Old Xia has a penchant for specific fillings, so she decided to craft mooncakes with his favorite flavors. If he enjoys them, then every year henceforth, she could make mooncakes herself. Although it may be a bit cumbersome, it is of little consequence. Xiaoyu, naturally, had no objections and responded with a cheerful smile. Winterling, with her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, began to ponder seriously. After all, it was a festival, and gifts for old Xia were a necessity. The question arose, what to give him? The young girl contemplated, her hair tuft bobbing as she thought. Yet worry clouded her mind. It seemed old Xia had not expressed any desires recently, but she could not simply inquire. She yearned to surprise him. Old Xia was a homebody, fond of gaming. Perhaps she could fulfill his gaming wish list? It was a splendid idea, yet it felt insufficient. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Winterling shook her head, visibly troubled, though she concealed it, quietly leaning against Xiaoyu's arm. He was engrossed in watching videos, and she joined him, stealing glances at him. Previously, she had discovered his wish for a 4090 graphics card through casual conversation, leading her to save up to purchase it. At that time, Xiaoyu was also watching videos. Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to Winterling's closeness. After all, their years of companionship had fostered such habits, and having embraced each other in the past, made it even more natural. Additionally, she exuded a delightful fragrance, which was quite enchanting. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself frequently encountering videos of various goddesses. Whether aloof or charming, all were undeniably beautiful. However, he remained silent, scrolling past them, for beside him sat the silver-haired girl, her blue eyes blinking innocently. Yes, he must be a considerate and understanding brother. There were things he ought not to comprehend. Nonetheless, they often shared laughter. especially while watching humorous videos, which brought them joy until they stumbled upon a video featuring a silver-haired lowly, her demeanor obedient, dressed in white stockings, extending her delicate feet. Xiaoyu scrolled past nonchalantly, yet Winterling paused, her blue eyes widening in realization. Old Xia hesitated for a moment. What did this imply? Did he fancy that? In that instant, the girl felt she had discerned the perfect mid-autumn gift for him, especially since he had previously shown an interest. Looking down, she noticed her own alluring legs, fair and slender, and gently squeezed them. They felt soft, and her skin was smooth and delicate. Wrapping them in white stockings would undoubtedly enhance their beauty. Perhaps old Xia would be utterly captivated, she thought with a mischievous grin. Yet, a hint of bashfulness crept in. After a brief internal struggle lasting merely a fraction of a second, she inhaled deeply, her eyes resolute. Yes, she would wear them during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just this once. After all, it would be for only one person to see, and it mattered little, as he was her dear old Xia. Moreover, gifting her good brother with a pleasant surprise during the festival was entirely reasonable. Thus, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, not only could they admire the moon, but he could also behold her beautiful legs adorned in stockings. Old Xia would surely be overjoyed. As Winterling continued to entertain her thoughts, she felt increasingly justified in her decision, her smile radiant, though her cheeks flushed a delightful red. Suddenly, someone gently touched her forehead. It was Xiaoyu, his brow slightly furrowed with concern. "Old Dong, why is your face so flushed?" he inquired. Just moments ago, her complexion had been fair and pristine, but now it bore an inexplicable rosy hue, reminiscent of a mild fever, though her forehead was cool to the touch. "It's nothing, just a bit warm." Winterling blinked her blue eyes. After all, it was meant to be a surprise, and she had to keep it a secret from old Xia. Xiaoyu then looked up at the air conditioner, set at 25 degrees, lost in thought. "Old Dong, I'm taking you to the hospital." Chapter 69. Growing in the Shadows, Protected by Trees, Nanqing Hospital. Inside a consultation room, Xiaoyu anxiously inquired, his palms slick with sweat, betraying his nervousness. "Doctor, is everything truly all right?" Just now, her face suddenly turned bright red. She claimed it was hot. "Really?" The doctor massaged his temples, a wry smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, pondering what sort of titanium alloy man this beautiful girl had chosen as her partner. Young ladies, blushing, yet still needing to be checked. To be frank, it was his first encounter with such a situation. However, upon glancing at the computer and reviewing the medical history, he was taken aback. Heart disease, hypoglycemia, and severe depression. Raising his gaze, he noticed the girl, evidently timid, clutching the young man's clothing, retreating behind him, attempting to explain with a mixture of laughter and tears. "I'm really fine, you see. The doctor has said it numerous times." Her tone was tinged with helplessness, yet laced with a smile. The doctor silently reflected that the severe depression had alleviated, showcasing clear signs of recovery, and turned his attention to the young man. He softly asked, "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" "No," the girl affirmed with conviction, radiating vitality. Upon returning home and entering the living room, Dongling bowed her head to change into her little cotton slippers. Yet Xiaoyu reached out to touch her forehead, once again inundated with concern. "Old Dong, are you still feeling hot?" "Not hot anymore, I promise," she firmly denied. She understood that if she mentioned feeling hot again, Xiaoyu would likely rush her back to the hospital. This might seem like an overreaction, yet it merely reflected the extent to which someone cared. September 6th. Today I went to the hospital. I underwent numerous tests, including for my heart, because I turned red and said it was hot under the air conditioning. Then the clueless Xia insisted on taking me aside. I mustn't speak carelessly again, or else old Xia will worry and take me for another examination moreover. He is so silly. Can a girl blushing be for any reason? Humph. But old Xia is the best. Xiaoyu may be careless, or perhaps not. At times, he could even forget to take his medication, which did not seem to weigh heavily on him. Yet on other occasions, he would be thrown into a state of panic from a single comment from a girl about feeling a bit hot under the air conditioning, stubbornly dragging her to the hospital, even if such concern was largely unfounded. The flower, removed from the world, bore pale petals and blue eyes. Beautiful, yet fragile and delicate, Yet, she remained unharmed, thriving in the shade, sheltered by the trees. As evening fell, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a yellow hue that signified twilight and heralded the encroaching night. The lengthy examination had brought a sense of ease back to the home, though Xiaoyu occasionally reached out to touch Dong Ling's forehead, asking if she felt hot again. The girl, obedient and smiling softly, replied, "Not hot anymore, truly." After a while, in the master bedroom, Xiaoyu sat silently before his computer, browsing a certain website. As for what he was doing, do not inquire. He was merely seeking inspiration. Meanwhile, on the blue and white bed, Dong Ling, feeling bored, gazed at her fair thighs and then at Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gently called out, "Old Xia, old Xia." "What is it?" he replied, turning back in confusion, only to find her tilting her head with a light, playful smile. "I'm quite pretty too. If you enjoy looking at beautiful sisters, you should look at me more often." Her voice was sweet and melodious. Then she bit her lip and added, "And those beautiful sisters can only be seen, not touched, but I'm different. I'm super obedient. I can be held, embraced, and hold hands." Xiaoyu, although that truly is just a misunderstanding. After a moment, "A misunderstanding, indeed. Yes, yes, I know it's a misunderstanding," the petite girl with white hair affirmed confidently. She had immense trust in old Xia, which is why she believed him without doubt. Meanwhile, the young man felt utterly powerless, sensing that his illustrious reputation before Dong Ling was rapidly crumbling, likely never to be restored. Additionally, Dong Ling had not forgotten her own intentions, but first stole a glance at Xiaoyu to ensure secrecy. He was deeply engrossed in typing, his attention fully on his task, his gaze not falling upon the bed. Thus, she nestled into the blanket and quietly opened a shopping app, first ordering mooncake molds and then a few pairs of white stockings. This was a surprise, a gift for the mid-autumn festival for the oblivious old Xia. Since he favored white stockings and delicate feet, she thought it would be delightful for her to wear them. After all, what mattered most was that old Xia liked it. As she contemplated, a soft giggle escaped her, her cheeks flushed with warmth, tinged with embarrassment. After all, it was somewhat shameful. Yet, ultimately, it was acceptable because it was for old Xia. No other man would ever elicit such feelings from her. Then, the girl touched her flushed cheeks, feeling the heat radiate. "I can't go outside, otherwise that big, silly man will worry." So she called out, "Old Xia, I'm going to take a nap." Her soft voice emerged from beneath the blanket. Xiaoyu, unaware of any mischief, responded gently, "All right." The room soon fell into silence. The sound of the keyboard nearly inaudible, Xiaoyu instinctively slowed his breathing, moving with utmost care, fearful of disturbing the girl. In the deep of night, it became a time fraught with melancholy, especially after finishing a game and preparing for bed. Chapter 70. Is it normal for good brothers to sleep together? Monday arrives, ushering in the beginning of classes. The young girl languidly slumps, her countenance heavy with sorrow. The weekend has come to a close, and she laments the swift passage of time, as if it were but a fleeting moment since she had just been granted a reprieve. Slowly, Dong Ling rises, stretching lazily, her eyes casting down upon a certain young man who is attempting to sneak in a nap on the floor, feeling a blend of disappointment and affection. The floor will be returned to the spare room tomorrow, depriving Lao Xia of his restful slumber. How amusing. Pouting her small lips, she calls out, "Lao Xia." Alas, before he can even commence his ruse of feigned sleep, it has already faltered. What a pity. Soon after, Xiaoyu stealthily ascends to the bed, his body still tense, though somewhat improved from the previous day. Despite this, he remains apprehensive. Before long, his arm is enveloped by the soft embrace of the petite girl, her touch delightfully gentle and comforting. The lights dim, leaving only the warm glow of the bedside lamp. The young girl drifts into a sweet slumber. Yet Xiaoyu remains awake. As with the previous night, she draws closer to him, nuzzling against his palm and murmuring incoherently, "Lao Xia." A silly grin spreads across her face. How utterly endearing. In the stillness of the night, Xiaoyu finds himself unable to succumb to sleep. Though he is held by the delicate girl, a sense of tranquility eludes him, and his thoughts wander. He is a young man of desires. The sole romantic activity he had previously shared with Qiu Qi, holding hands, would make him blush. Yet, that sentiment seems to have vanished. Dongling's beauty is undeniable. A mere smile from her could make one's heart race. Not to mention, she cuddles up to him at night, gently rubbing against him, and even whispers his name in her sleep. Yet, he struggles to summon those feelings. Why? The answer is clear. She is Lao Dong. Amidst the warm, golden glow, a languorous, sweet voice breaks the silence, tinged with the intoxication of early morning. Lao Xia, good morning. Good morning, he replies quietly. The petite girl rubs her eyes, momentarily dazed. Then, she continues, Lao Xia, you may not believe this, but I tend to move around in my sleep, and then... She shyly retracts her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Embarrassed at having clung to him like an octopus during the night, she feels a twinge of shyness. Xiaoyu's lips twitch in amusement. But soon enough, she asserts confidently, it's perfectly normal for good brothers to sleep together, right? Dongling stands on the bed, hands on her hips, her tousled white hair framing her face adorably. She has forgotten that she and Lao Xia have been inseparable for 19 years, leaning on each other through thick and thin. Thus, sharing a simple embrace during sleep is hardly a problem, is it? No, it is not. Although she often clings to him. No, wait. Lao Xia has a preference for white-haired girls, and she happens to be one. Therefore, in deference to her good brother's tastes, she reluctantly allows herself to snuggle up to him for a while. Is there a problem with that? Of course not. One could only say that she is a diligent good brother, even in her sleep, thinking of how to benefit Lao Xia. The more she contemplates it, the more justified her actions seem, and she smiles brightly, a tuft of soft hair adorning her head. After breakfast, she exclaims, Lao Xia, take me to school. Coming, coming. He responds, feeling as though he is escorting a child. This is how Xiaoyu perceives it. The small girl in the back seat, filled with enthusiasm, munching on snacks, or gazing out of the window, her face aglow with joy. Overall, she is quite vivacious. However, the moment is fleeting, as her expression soon shifts to one of bittersweet longing, a mix of pain and resignation, with a hint of hope. She yearned for the end of the school day, even before classes begin. Upon entering the university, they find their seats in the classroom, as always beside Sinjio. She remains engrossed in her book, her complexion pale and delicate, her figure tall, at least in comparison to the petite white-haired girl. After the customary inquiries, Dongling takes her seat, quietly engrossed in her phone, feeling a bit anxious, thus engaging in conversation with Lao Xia. But soon, a cool voice breaks through her thoughts. There's no need to ask in the future. It is Sinjio. The white-haired girl's expression is placid, devoid of any turbulence, as if speaking to herself. Yet there's only one other person present. This is the first time Dongling has heard her speak, indeed the very first time. In the previous week's class, she had never witnessed Sinjio utter a word. She always remained detached, immersed in her reading. When questioned, she would merely nod or shake her head. Dongling responds politely with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. She enjoys reading. Dongling muses. Her initial impression of Sinjio is accurate. Every time she encounters her, she is either reading or on her way to read. Furthermore, she is not fond of conversation and possesses an air of aloofness. Nevertheless, the young girl does not dwell on it too long. After the second class, she dashes over to Xiaoyu's side, her blue eyes sparkling, reaching for his hand, which he gently squeezes, tousling her hair playfully. She cheerfully inquires, Lao Xia, what would you like for lunch? I'll make it for you. Sure, how about steamed pork? Got it. She beams, responding with a playful laugh. Envious glances are cast her way. Meanwhile, Sinjio sits in the classroom, her expression as cold as ever. As if slow to react, she takes her time to lift her gaze long after class has ended, only to find herself alone, letting out a sigh of relief. Then, the white-haired girl mumbles softly, home is the best, with the great deity of novels and the deity of snacks guarding. The great calamity is too terrifying. In the comment section of Xiaoyu's work, Josie comments, another invincible day. Though the great calamity is frightening, I, Gio, am unafraid. I am Gio, the deity destined to suppress all enemies in the comment section. Who dares to defy me? Chapter 71. Brother Gio. The god of Gio should have the countenance of a true celestial. Then, Responses swiftly appeared below. Brother Geo, the god of Geo should have the countenance of a true celestial. A devotee of the god of Geo. Damn, which department are you from, stealing my lines? The devotee continued. Oh my god, never mind, those weren't actually my lines. Brother Geo replied. Tian Liang Libo, you crack me up, so juvenile. Brother Geo responded. Say it again if you dare smile. Tian Liang Libo, juvenile. Brother Geo replied. Say it twice if you dare smile. Tian Liang Libo, juvenile, juvenile. Here, several hundred words omitted. Brother Geo replied. Say it 10 times if you dare smile. Tian Liang Libo. On Tuesday, after class in the afternoon, the two returned home, nothing unusual. The young man carried a variety of items, snacks, little cakes, small fruits, and a special little bag for dongling. Furthermore, he held a soft little hand, dongling's. Initially, she hummed a cheerful tune, her delicate wrist gently clasped by Xiaoyu. Feeling warm. However, upon reaching home, the entrance shelf held 2 packages. Then, the young man paused, silently glancing down, realizing the soft little hand had vanished. The young girl beside him was equally perplexed. He then looked at dongling beside the shelf, bewildered, asking, What's wrong, old dong? The petite girl with white hair blushed, placing her hands behind her back, giving him a gentle glare, her voice soft. Nothing. Oh. The young man scratched his nose, still confused, but finally noticed a package at the door and cheerfully asked, Is the mooncake mold here? MHM. Dongling nodded, her earlobes flushed. The white stockings hidden behind her back, and softly murmured, Old Xia, I'm going to change. Her good brother cheerfully responded, All right, remember to lock the door. MHM. The girl obediently agreed, tiptoeing into the master bedroom, shutting the door behind her, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, almost got discovered by old Xia. That was close. After hesitating for a moment, she changed into her usual home attire, a loose t-shirt and knee-length shorts. Her hands, legs, and feet were all fair and delicate. On the blue and white bed, the girl tore open the package, revealing several pairs of white stockings. She lowered her gaze, her neck turning crimson. Shall I try them on early? MHM. After a long while, on the blue and white bed, Dongling sat quietly, her legs clad in over-the-knee white stockings, her little feet looking charmingly cute. The pale skin was tinged with a hint of pink. The stockings subtly revealed the tender jade of her feet. Moving upward, her slender calves gently curved, while her snow-white thighs appeared even more delicate against the white stockings. She couldn't help but smile. Despite her embarrassment, she looked truly beautiful. Old Xia should like this. Then, Dongling gently removed the white stockings, raising her gaze to survey her surroundings, carefully hiding them. She mustn't let old Xia discover them. She would wear them for him on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hee. After a while, leaving the room, the girl's complexion was fair, yet a flush remained, her beauty accentuated by a smile, looking exceptionally lovely. She sat on the sofa, unboxing the delivery. Inside were numerous mooncake molds of various styles and sizes, all exquisite and clean, although the fillings were yet to be prepared. Moments later, Dongling sat quietly, deep in thought. What fillings should she prepare? They must be old Xia's favorites. Beside her, the young man found it amusing. He leaned over, wanted to take a look at the molds, but saw the girl in contemplation, mumbling to herself with a few tufts of hair sticking up. Can I put braised pork in the mooncake? Should be possible, right? Should I get a try? She pondered, and upon noticing Xiaoyu leaning in, her blue eyes widened. Filled with laughter, softly asking, What is up, old Xia? Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. Braised pork mooncakes? After a moment of silence, he gently ruffled Dongling's hair, smoothing down the tufts, speaking warmly. Let us make something else, okay? She closed her eyes, her little face radiating joy, as being patted on the head by old Xia felt delightful. As for his words, though confused, Dongling still obediently replied, Oh. However, shortly after, the girl's tufts of hair perked up again, accompanied by her self-questioning. Can Kung Pao chicken be wrapped in a mooncake? Xiaoyu? But in the blink of an eye, Friday arrived. Time sped by, and life continued unchanged. The two remained the same, attending classes, playing games together, or busily supporting one another. Every day felt fulfilling. After lunch, the girl changed her outfit, tying on an apron with a serious expression, while Xiaoyu did the same, albeit clumsily. I can't tie it. In the end, it was Dongling who helped him, both exasperated and amused, as she retrieved several bowls of filling from the refrigerator. Of course, there was no Kung Pao chicken, nor was there braised pork. The main ingredients were red bean paste and minced meat, corresponding to red bean mooncakes and savory meat mooncakes, respectively, since Dongling loved sweets, while Xiaoyu preferred savory flavors. In addition, the girl had prepared a few other types, though in small quantities, just a small dish. Flour and molds were also laid out on the dining table. Old Xia, mooncakes activate, the girl exclaimed enthusiastically, shaking her flour-dusted fist, eager to begin. Seeing this, Xiaoyu chuckled, unable to resist ruffling her hair again. The petite girl playfully stuck out her little pink tongue, fully focused on making mooncakes. One side of her cheek revealed itself, becoming more serious. She was beautiful, like a painting, like a dream. Chapter 72. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Meanwhile, the instructional video played in the background. The young man furrowed his brow, lost in thought, as he gazed at the peculiar object in his hand. Can it be eaten? It should be, perhaps. The taste, however, is likely indescribable. Beside him, Dongling focused intently on the video, learning the art of making mooncakes. Flour dusted her delicate cheeks, not quite dirty, but enhancing the porcelain quality of her youthful face. She paid it no mind, for Lao Xia would surely clean it off. Indeed, upon realizing that her talent for mooncake making rivaled her cooking skills, Xiaoyu quietly washed his hands. He felt a pang of melancholy, but it lasted only a fleeting 0.01 seconds before his spirits lifted, and he broke into a cheerful smile. After all, it was no cause for concern. He had Lao Dong, who was quite capable. After all, she was exceptionally intelligent and had been a source of guidance in all aspects of life since childhood: academics, daily living, culinary arts, and more. Without her, he doubted he would have even managed to attend university, as his learning relied entirely on her comprehensive support. Before long, a glimmer of confidence sparked in the gray-haired youth's eyes. All right, there are molds. Just stuff the filling inside and press it down. Yes, that's it. Surely, there would be no issues. However, a mere 10 minutes later, Lao Xia, is this a snowman mooncake? The girl tilted her head, her gentle fingers poking Xiaoyu playfully as she asked with a bright smile. She had guessed correctly. Xiaoyu maintained an enigmatic expression, his tone grave. Before him lay two irregularly shaped dough balls stacked together, resembling a small snowman, complete with two red beans for eyes. How impressive! Dongling's blue eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands, her face radiating joy and admiration. Look, her Lao Xia was quite skilled at making mooncakes too. Unlike any others. What would this be called? Unique, certainly remarkable, at least in Dongling's eyes. In her world, Lao Xia was simply the most extraordinary person. There was no one else quite like him. Xiaoyu, feeling bashful, scratched his head and smiled shyly, flattered by the compliment. As time passed, laughter filled the room. The gentle girl often called out to the young man affectionately, murmuring sweetly. For instance, Lao Xia, please wipe my face. Lao Xia, can we make a few more snowman mooncakes? I want some too, hee hee. Lao Xia. And so the hours slipped by unnoticed. Two souls finding warmth in each other's company amidst the solitude. At 4 in the afternoon, the mooncakes were completed, filling the dining table. Most were exquisitely small and visually appealing, their aromas promising delightful flavors. These were crafted by Dongling. As for the few remaining, well, those were less certain. Nevertheless, Dongling's bright blue eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded Xiaoyu's little snowman as a treasure, filled with affection for it, despite its lack of aesthetic appeal. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the two had taken to sleeping together daily, having grown accustomed to it. Xiaoyu no longer felt awkward upon climbing into bed. The room felt somewhat empty now, for the bedding had been removed. Dongling had insisted with a serious expression, hands on her hips, threatening playfully. If you don't agree, you want to be able to rub this white-haired head of mine for 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Her words held no real intimidation. Yet, Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Aside from succumbing to Dongling's whims, he had little desire to sleep on the floor anymore. Being embraced by the petite girl was far more enjoyable, his senses filled with her sweet scent, and he could gaze down at her adorable sleeping face. Her skin soft and tender, her small hands warm, and her entire being delightfully soft. As night descended, Dongling slept soundly beside Xiaoyu, her gentle breaths barely audible. She wrapped her arms around him, her small head resting against his body. Xiaoyu responded with a soft smile, lowering his gaze to stroke her white hair. Life was beautifully serene. On Saturday, the rain fell incessantly. The temperature dropped, the wind howled, and the sky darkened, shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured the distance. In the car, Dongling wore a melancholy expression, a small white bag slung over her shoulder. The calendar bore a prominent class marking, indicating the necessity of attending school today, which felt quite burdensome. Yet, the thought of the upcoming 3-day holiday brought her joy, and she felt elated. Moreover, tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. She was incredibly excited, albeit somewhat embarrassed, for she would have to wear white stockings for Lao Xia. But when? In the morning or the evening? After pondering for a moment, she hesitated. The evening, perhaps. If it were the morning, she would have to wear them for too long, which would be quite embarrassing. Additionally, she planned to secretly empty his wish list while he was away. Today's supplementary class was only 2 periods long, but time dragged on excruciatingly. For Dongling, each second felt like an eternity. Seated in class, the white-haired girl appeared calm and aloof. Yet there was a hint of intrigue from the boy sitting next to her. In truth, no one dared approach her. Many gazes were cast furtively in her direction. Impossible to discern who they belonged to. This had become a daily occurrence, and Dongling could sense it. She felt a twinge of fear, but ultimately, it mattered little. After all, her gaze was fixed on one person who remained steadfastly by her side. When school ended, Dongling could hardly contain her happiness. A gentle smile illuminating her face, causing the surrounding admirers of white-haired girls to fall silent in awe. Unfortunately, it was a pity. Her smile was not meant for them. Home, she chimed sweetly as she was led away by the young man, leaving a trail of heartbroken admirers in her wake. Woe is me, my goddess. Chapter 73. The great emperor of the market realm, after all, who among the most beautiful flowers of the prestigious Southern University is not like a radiant moon, soaring high above the mundane world. Yet it is still bearable. Although they seem distant, there are others as well. But now, alas, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that she lets him hold her hand, sweetly whispers, "Let's go home," and smiles only for him. Oh, I must not dwell on this. It becomes overwhelming and sorrowful. Some even lament that a cabbage has been trampled by a pig. In the dead of night, one sits up from bed and wonders, but why him? Yet, the girl remains oblivious, and even if she were aware, it would not concern her. For it is not old Xia who feels the pain. However, if it were, she would. Old Xia, do not cry. Come here. Let me hug you. I will massage your head. And how about I make you braised pork for lunch? Then I will accompany you to play games. Besides, there is nothing to fear. I am your old Dong, your very own. Haha. On the other side, in the car, the girl seems to sense something, murmuring in confusion. What is that sound of shattering? It's as if something has broken into pieces. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Xiaoyu asks in bewilderment. What? Nothing. I must have imagined it, she replies. Oh, I see. Before long, upon returning home, the girl appears quite exhilarated. After all, it's vacation time. She is overjoyed. Thus, the sofa welcomes its sovereign. This is a great being, known as the petite, lowly, white-haired, lazy girl, Dongling. Indeed, that is correct. And her mere words could compel a creator of worlds to cater to her every whim. Witness the following evidence. Old Xia, I want some water. A certain languid, white-haired girl sprawls on the sofa, weakly stating, Coming, a young man hurries over. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Dongling quietly retreats to bed, lazily covering herself with a blanket, curling up her delicate feet. In the room, Xiaoyu sits before the computer. The white-haired girl then delves into a novel with utmost seriousness, but after a while, her lips pucker slightly because old Xia has finished the book. It's a tad short. Hence, she chooses to read it again. What? Urging for updates? Old Xia works hard at typing. She must be a considerate and understanding sibling. Moreover, After Dong Ling concludes her reading, she logs onto the artist platform and discovers a particularly lively fan group. Its name is the Harem Beauties of the Winter God, led by the dazzling Cheong Chun, with 6 members in total. All are Dong Ling's initial fans. And likely due to the approaching Mid-Autumn Festival, they're mostly online. A peculiar daily routine unfolds. The first thing to catch her eye is a familiar phrase. Nuclear-powered consort. You are too presumptuous. I can no longer tolerate you. Guards, throw her into the cold palace. Indeed, this was spoken by a certain empress of Cheongchun. Replies come swiftly below. Nuclear-powered windmill. Thanks for the invitation. I've been thrown into the cold palace 10 times today, and it is indeed frigid, the kind that could freeze. Cheongchun. Indeed, a true cold palace, right? Nuclear-powered windmill. What can I say? It is aptly named. It nearly froze me to death. Funny. Cheongchun. So how long have we, the fans of the Winter God, known each other? Nuclear-powered windmill. You too. It's been about 3 years, I believe. Cheongchun. Wow, has it really been that long? Where are you all located? I'm in Nan Province. Nan City. A man named Xiao Ming interjects. To not know where you've been for 3 years is quite extraordinary. I'm in Shi City. Swing Spring. Indeed. I'm in Long City. Nuclear-powered windmill. Nan City. Cheongchun. All right, so nuclear-powered consort is also in Nan City. What about the others? Are you all in Nan Province too? Cheongchun. Not too far apart. Shall we have an offline meetup? Let's all meet the handsome Winter God. Nuclear-powered windmill. No way. Cheongchun, why not? Last time you mentioned meeting up, you bragged about your 8-pack abs. I must see for myself. Nuclear-powered windmill. It's just not happening. Don't ask why. Cheongchun. All right then, if offline is not possible, how about online? Shall we meet in the game? The man named Xiao Ming. I think that sounds good. Swing Spring. Sure. Nuclear-powered windmill. All right. Thus, after deep contemplation from the 4, the venue for their gathering is determined to be within the game. Nuclear-powered windmill. So, is this any different from teaming up for a match? I'm also going to throw you into the cold palace. Cheongchun. Oh, really? A little nuclear-powered consort dares to be presumptuous? I am the ancient great emperor of the market realm. Nuclear-powered windmill. Oh, big brother. Cheongchun. Cheongchun. Dongxia, Winter God, will you come? Let us team up for 5 players in the game. The cheerful and incognito Dong Ling is momentarily taken aback. Dongxia replies, When? I'm not very good at playing. I've only ever reached village level. Being a 3-year fan provides no reason for refusal. And since she and Old Xia have played this game before, she possesses an account. Soon, messages pop up below. Nuclear-powered windmill what? Village Supreme? That's terrifying. Please carry me. Cheongchun, double standard consort. And Dong Ling can't help but chuckle. She then exhales a sigh of relief. Just now, when Cheongchun mentioned an offline meetup, she felt quite anxious. After all, if that were to happen, her identity as a girl would be exposed, likely leading to the following headline in the artist community. Shocking. Rising star artist Dong Xia is actually a girl in disguise as a boy, and she is a white-haired lowly. However, online is a different story. She need not speak if she doesn't want to, and, if necessary, she can let Old Xia do the talking. Haha. Meanwhile, the small group continues to chat enthusiastically. Cheongchun, when are you all free? Nuclear-powered windmill. Next Tuesday, I suppose. The remaining 2 express their availability as well. Thus, the date is set for the 15th, Tuesday, yet the group remains lively. Cheongchun, remember to turn on your mic then. I feel like the Winter Goddess voice must be particularly cool. Nuclear-powered windmill. No way. Cheongchun, into the hot palace you go. Chapter 74. Clearing Old Xia's wish list plan. In the afternoon, as the rain gradually ceased, the sun shyly peeked through the clouds, providing a sense of reassurance to many. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival was upon them the following day. What joy could be found in moon-gazing if the heavens poured relentlessly? Within the confines of the master bedroom, a young girl chattered on, recounting recent escapades, while Xia Yu listened intently. After a moment, he waved his hand cheerfully, saying, It's fine, I'll just watch you play. Oh, the girl replied with a gentle smile. The game could accommodate a maximum of 5 players, and with her and 3 fans, they were at full capacity. Thus, Old Xia could not join. Slightly disheartened, she pondered how they could play together, even if it meant taking turns. Xiaoyu, recalling something, inquired curiously, "By the way, how long has it been since we played that game?" "Quite a while. 5 months, perhaps?" Dong Ling pondered softly. Previously, they had enjoyed exploring the virtual canyons together. Xiaoyu was exceptionally skilled, likely among the best in the southern province, while the girl was a novice, often reliant on his guidance. Despite his protests against the constant criticism, he eventually grew weary of it, leading him to gradually turn to block games. In those realms, it was just the two of them, free from judgment, where no one would belittle her skills. Even though neither Dong Ling nor Xiaoyu were particularly adept, they found genuine joy in their shared experiences. As night fell, they bravely ventured once more into the terrifying integration pack, beginning with their familiar calls of Old Xia, Old Xia, or perhaps Old Dong, Old Dong. Here we go. Hee hee. Beneath the night sky, the room glowed with warmth and comfort. However, a vibration from Xiaoyu's phone indicated a friend request. The origin was from the building's resident group, and the note indicated it was from the familiar Unit 502, the neighboring apartment. He paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Is that the dazzling Qiongshun? What is up, Old Xia?" Dong Ling asked curiously. Xiaoyu silently handed over his phone, and the girl found herself momentarily dazed. "Oh, the #1 fan." A twinge of nervousness washed over her. She bit her lip, retreating behind Xiaoyu, feeling a bit timid despite being at home. "Should we accept it?" the young man whispered, noticing Dong Ling's apprehension. She nodded quietly, shrinking her head back, her small hands covering her eyes as she peeked through her fingers at Xiaoyu's phone screen. Don't ask. This is how she felt utterly secure. In the chat application, a greeting was sent almost immediately. "Xingyi, hello brother. I just moved in. We'll be neighbors from now on. Yuan Dong Wuyang, hello, hello." Their conversation was brief, lasting only a few minutes. Yet, even then, Qiongchun exhibited his loquacious nature, reminiscent of a harem narrative. As for why he added Xiaoyu as a friend, the reasoning was easy to surmise. After all, they were neighbors. While not necessarily seeking to forge a strong bond, it was prudent to exchange contact information. Dong Ling returned to her spot, her delicate, pale hand patting her chest as she swung her short legs, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. After contemplating the potential consequences of being discovered, her blue eyes steeled with determination, murmuring to herself, "I must not be found out." Suddenly, she froze. Wait, why did it feel as though she resembled a girl? Dong Ling had previously noted her personality subtly shifting towards a more feminine demeanor. This was evident in her tendency to unconsciously snuggle up to Old Xia while sleeping, to strike poses with her hands on her hips, and to enjoy being patted on the head by him, occasionally referring to herself as this little white-haired girl. Just like moments ago. But was that such a bad thing? If she didn't team mind, then it was trivial, especially since her body had already become that of a girl. There was no reverting back to what once was. Did it matter? It seemed. Not really. As long as Old Xia was present, she felt blissfully happy and carefree, regardless of the circumstances. After all, she was still his old Dong. Moreover, even in death, she would continue to be by his side, which filled her with contentment. Even if it meant embracing a female identity, at least she had truly lived, and thus, she could accompany Old Xia in gaming, prepare meals for him, read the novels he penned, gift him during holidays, and walk alongside him through life. She felt immensely fulfilled. Before long, Old Xia, I'm here. Let us continue, come on, hee hee. All right, came a joyful banter. Sunday, the Mid-Autumn Festival. I must wear white stockings for Old Xia to see. This was the first thought that crossed Dong Ling's mind as she awoke from her slumber on her blue and white bed. Then, as she groggily rose, the remnants of sleep dissipated. It was time to secretly fulfill Old Xia's wish list task, beginning now. The first step, divert Old Xia's attention. Old Xia, I want to drink the porridge you make." The girl's voice was soft and sweet, peeking out from her blanket, her little head gazing eagerly at the young man. Who could resist such a sight? Xiaoyu quietly exited the room. The second step, access Old Xia's computer and enter the gaming platform. Thus, Dong Ling tiptoed to the computer, bare feet upon the floor, pressing the power button. The third step, Add every item from the wish list game to the shopping cart. Then, beep. Scan pay. The girl wore a sly smile. Chapter 75. Mid-Autumn Festival Gifts in Bed. Xiaoyu's phone vibrated, inundated with numerous emails bearing the subject line. Saint support. Thank you for your purchase on ST. From computer gaming platform. The young girl blinked, adeptly unlocking Xiaoyu's phone with her fingerprint and with a deft touch deleted the emails. She intended to keep her gaming pursuits hidden from old Xia, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Soon after, at the dining table in the living room, the two shared a bowl of porridge, exchanging idle chatter, as they had done on previous holidays. After all, there were no relatives to visit and none arriving to pay a call. The term relatives was foreign to Dong Xia and Xiaoyu. They understood its meaning but had never experienced it, having grown up without such connections. Nonetheless, it mattered little to them. For both, simply being together sufficed. After finishing her porridge, Dong Ling licked her lips with a delicate tongue, set down her personal bowl, and poked the young man beside her. With a gentle smile and a voice brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, "Old Xia, today marks our 19th Mid-Autumn Festival together." Xiaoyu chuckled softly. In the blink of an eye, it had indeed been 19 Mid-Autumn Festivals. Old Dong was still here, and so was he. Neither had departed nor faded away. How wonderful it was! Moreover, the two had no pressing engagements. As was tradition for the Mid-Autumn Festival, they were to share a reunion dinner. Dong Ling was the one to prepare it each year, and they had never missed a single occasion. However, it was still early, with preparations slated for the afternoon. They had already procured the ingredients the previous day, eliminating the need for any errands. So what could the two do? Naturally, they turned to block games. Let the fun commence. In the master bedroom, Dong Ling urged, "Old Xia, I wish to see you play something different." The girl propped her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming. Xiaoyu, of course, would not refuse. All right, he laughed, ruffling Dong Ling's hair affectionately before entering the gaming platform, only to be momentarily taken aback. The wish list displayed a number of 0. Was it a glitch? He then clicked into the library. To his surprise, a row of games appeared prominently in the favorite section, clearly indicating they had been purchased. 13 titles, totaling nearly 2,000 yuan, all of which he had yearned for but hesitated to buy, had been added to his wish list, contemplating a future sale. A mid-autumn festival gift. Dong Ling's voice chimed in his ear, and she tilted her head, her blue eyes shimmering with expectation as she cheerfully inquired, "Old Xia, do you like them?" The young man was momentarily stunned. Then, a broad smile spread across his face. "I love them." Afterward, Xiaoyu gently called out, "Old Dong, what is it?" The girl responded with a radiant smile, her clear blue eyes reflecting the image of someone dear. Xiaoyu then rose and retrieved a number of unopened packages. Despite often being teased by Old Dong for being clumsy and forgetful, he had secretly prepared a plethora of gifts for her in celebration of the Mid-Autumn Festival. A new wristband, a new keyboard, a new mouse, and even an expensive new graphics tablet. Because it was mid-autumn, a time for giving gifts to loved ones. And Old Dong was family, the only one he had. Xiaoyu scratched his head, grinning as he explained. "You remember how you found the keyboard and mouse a bit cumbersome? I got you a smaller one. This wristband is the latest model. I heard it's excellent for monitoring heart rate. And since you've used your old graphics tablet for quite some time, I thought I'd buy you a new one. It's from a reputable brand and is said to be very user-friendly. This entire set cost quite a bit, with the graphics tablet being the most expensive, as professional drawing equipment often commands prices in the thousands. However, he thought little of it. After all, it was a gift for Old Dong, and well worth the investment. In essence, he would grumble about spending hundreds on games. Yet he had no hesitation in purchasing thousands worth of gifts for Dong Ling. He had certainly mastered the art of double standards. Chapter 76. The white-haired one of the old Xia family then, Xiaoyu, feeling a touch of shyness, inquired, "Do you like it?" Dong Ling stared blankly for a few moments, then tilted her head back, blossoming into a radiant smile as she nodded vigorously. "I like it. As long as it was given by my dear old Xia, I adore it immensely." Time flew by swiftly. In the morning, with nothing pressing, Dong Ling and Xiaoyu indulged in gaming together. The outside world was bustling with activity, as many were visiting family, reuniting, or enjoying outings. Yet, None of that pertained to the little home of the two. They remained undisturbed. In the master bedroom, the adorable yet proud Dongling, with her white hair and hands on her hips, playfully declared, "Humph, silly old Xia, it's time for this white-haired one to take charge." The game they played was akin to a puzzle-solving adventure. Although they collaborated, it was Dongling who ultimately cracked the challenges. Despite her occasional moments of silliness, when she focused, her intelligence shone through brilliantly. After all, she had once achieved third place in the provincial college entrance examination, a feat not to be taken lightly. Indeed, my dear Dong is the most formidable, the young man chimed in with a smile. Absolutely, she chuckled, her heart light and joyous, unconcerned by his reference to my family. After all, it was the truth. She was indeed part of his world. She was not just any white-haired girl, but the one from the old Xia family. And as long as he wished, no one could take her away, giggling at the thought. At noon, Dongling's freshly made dumplings wafted a delightful aroma that made Xiaoyu think he could easily devour 3 bowls. Beside him, the petite white-haired girl silently counted with her soft fingers, a hint of worry clouding her eyes. She pondered how many dumplings would remain for old Xia to enjoy in the coming days. Perhaps not enough for 2 meals. What should I do? I ought to make a few more. Thus, in the afternoon, aside from preparing the mid-autumn reunion dinner, Dongling took on an additional task, making dumplings for old Xia. During this process, she playfully chanted, "Old Xia, wipe your face." All right. Old Xia, wipe your mouth." Xiaoyu glanced down at her delicate, rosy lips, which appeared soft and inviting, speckled with a bit of flour. Meanwhile, Dongling blinked her blue eyes quietly, exuding an air of innocence. Hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyu retrieved a tissue, dampened it, and gently wiped her mouth with utmost care. She pursed her lips and offered a playful smile, sticking out her little pink tongue, a sight that was simply adorable. Unable to resist, Xiaoyu ruffled her hair, finding it soft and pleasant to touch, which elicited a joyful smile from her. The white-haired enthusiast Xiaoyu, he absolutely loves to ruffle heads. He may not grow tall, but who cares? Since she's my dear old Xia, I suppose I can indulge him. As night fell, they sat together for the mid-autumn reunion dinner, savoring the simplicity of the moment. Dongling lifted her gaze, her face earnest. Old Xia. Yes, what's the matter? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. This marked their 19th celebration of the festival together, with many more to come in the future, 20th, 21st, and countless others. Xiaoyu smiled back. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. After the reunion dinner, it was time to admire the moon. Unfortunately, the rain had returned once again, obscuring the moonlight. Xiaoyu's lips twitched in disappointment as he sighed. However, turning his gaze, he spotted a lovely figure standing not far away, Dongling. With her head bowed, she appeared shy, her cheeks flushed crimson, her loose white t-shirt askew as if intentionally styled that way. Her little hands clutched the hem of her shirt, betraying her nervousness. Below, her legs, clad in over-the-knee white stockings, were as enchanting as frosted jade, with skin so delicate it was utterly alluring. Xiaoyu froze, momentarily breathless, until a soft voice broke the silence. It's a mid-autumn surprise. Old Xia, don't be sad. If we can't admire the moon, we can enjoy the sight of my white stockings and jade-like legs, hee. She lifted her head, tilting it slightly, her eyes twinkling with delight. Chapter 77. Worn solely for your gaze in that fleeting moment, the young man was momentarily dazzled. He could discern little else but the striking white hair, leaving him flustered and stammering, his anxiety palpable. Old Dongyu, how come you? I recall you. You weren't particularly fond of this. The girl with the white hair stood at a height of 1.59 meters, her demeanor soft and endearing. Her delicate shoulders and snowy collarbone were visible beneath her excessively loose clothing, enhancing her petite charm, complemented by dainty white socks. Particularly striking was her flushed visage. Tilting her head and gazing at him with arched eyes, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. The impact on Xiaoyu was undeniably profound. He felt his face flush, a warmth creeping to his ears. Without inquiry, the answer was evident. Yet, the young man maintained his composure, his mind troubled, for in the past, Dongling had detested feminine attire, let alone white socks. Thus, he had always refrained from broaching the subject. It was only upon her initial return, after several days of indulgence in alcohol and cigarettes, that she had succumbed to fantasies, her mind dulled and rusted, leading her to purchase women's clothing. Even now, thinking back, Xiaoyu wished he could chastise his former self. Dongling nodded lightly, acknowledging the truth. She admitted to a slight aversion. Yet her countenance brightened with a smile as she casually explained, "But since you like it, I wore it." It was as if she were stating a trivial matter, devoid of elaborate reasoning, simply because he liked it. Nothing more. When Xiaoyu regained his focus, the girl stood before him, her posture shy, her neck blushing. Yet she cheerfully inquired, "Old Xia, do I look good?" Her cerulean eyes were so clear, devoid of any resistance or conflict, purely willing. Her delicate legs stood before him, exquisitely crafted, yet Xiaoyu remained silent, merely averting his gaze. Without question, the evidence of his embarrassment was clear as he subtly wiped away a trickle of crimson, a result of indulging in too much watermelon. He resolved to consume less in the future. This was Xiaoyu's thought process, though he feigned indifference, eventually responding in a muffled tone, "You look wonderful. Old Dong is the most beautiful." Dong Ling, taken aback, blushed even deeper, akin to a ripe apple. Yet she still offered him a tissue to wipe his face. Xiaoyu's silence was deafening. To recount the most mortifying moments of his life, it was not the days he worked tirelessly while still in school, nor was it the time he borrowed money during old Dong's heart condition. Although the saying goes, "A man should kneel before no one," to Xiaoyu, those words held no weight. Old Dong lay in the ICU. What could compare to her life? Nevertheless, despite all that, it still wasn't the most embarrassing moment in Xiaoyu's eyes. What was it? It was the instant he bled from his nose in front of old Dong. And it was entirely due to her looking too enchanting. Would it not be better to find a crevice to hide in? In the midst of his despair, Xiaoyu pondered. Soon enough, the bleeding ceased. The girl, though shy, continued to respond to the young man's earlier words with a gentle smile. "If it looks good, then look more." She paused, then earnestly added, "I specifically wore it for you." Then, touching is permissible, but do try to avoid those things online that are elusive and intangible. She murmured softly, a hint of helplessness in her pout. She then sank onto the sofa, her petite feet curling up, quietly resting beside Xiaoyu. So close, with just a thought, he could easily reach out and touch her. But, old Dong, what's wrong? Shall we take off the white socks? Why? Dong Ling was taken aback, her little mouth pouting in discontent, feeling she had barely worn them for 10 minutes. She could vaguely sense old Xia's wooden demeanor manifesting. He chuckled, feeling sheepish. "Actually, I prefer plain." "Really?" The girl hesitated, yet a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, Xiaoyu spoke with certainty, his words devoid of pretense. Thus, "Oh." The girl believed him, obediently slipping off her socks, revealing her petite, delicate feet. She appeared considerably more at ease. Not long after, Old Xia, what is it? Come quickly to eat mooncakes. It's the mid-autumn festival tradition, and there's pomelo too." He, not far away, by the dining table. The girl tilted her head, her eyes crescent-like. The fillings of red bean were soft and sticky, the savory meat rich, and the fruit sweet. Xiaoyu found them utterly delightful. As for Dong Ling, she nibbled slowly, savoring each bite, leaving tiny bite marks on the mooncake, utterly charming. The girl had a small appetite and soon felt full, resting her chin on her hand, quietly watching him eat. Chapter 78, The Mid-Autumn Night. Noise and solitude on this mid-autumn night. Amidst the warmth of home, the commentary section of Xiaoyu's works is particularly lively. Jiuzi Gu exclaimed, "Today, all calamities shall retreat, and light shall descend upon the world. Since the tribulations began, I have treaded on thin ice, yet I must find a glimmer of hope." Tian Liang Libo retorted, "Speak plainly, please." Jiuzi Gu responded, "The holiday is here. I am overjoyed." Tian Liang Libo replied, delighted. Jiuzi Gu continued, "Dare you mock me? Quite audacious. You've just kicked a cotton ball. I wish you a joyful mid-autumn." Tian Liang Libo said, "Happy mid-autumn to you too, cotton ball brother." Jiuzi Gu fell silent. In a lavishly adorned room, a silver-haired girl lay on her bed, secretly troubled, poking at her pillow with discontent, murmuring softly, "I'm not cotton ball brother. Yet, Not long after, she broke into laughter, reaching for her phone, suggesting that her sorrow was fleeting, while the atmosphere inside and outside remained eerily quiet. Moreover, within the artist platform's harem of beauties, the chatter was vibrant. Xiong-Chin exclaimed, "The mooncakes are running low. What should I do?" "I am in a hurry." He knew Dong Feng replied, "How about a cold dish of scrambled eggs? I'll buy some." Xiong-Chin complained, "I'm too lazy to go out." He knew Dong Feng suggested, "No worries, I can arrange for delivery." Interested? Xiong-Chin quipped, "You wouldn't poison me, would you?" He knew Dong Feng reassured, "Relax. I made it myself. Do you want or not?" Xiong-Chin responded eagerly, "Yes, yes. I must sample the culinary skills of the nuclear power concubine. When we meet, I'll treat you to a massage." Xiong-Chin added, "I know 2 stunning masseuses, one for you and one for me." He knew Dong Feng. Smiling, in the adjacent room, a young man sat in confusion, watching as the nuclear power concubine inexplicably ignored him, leaving him utterly perplexed. After a while, a light sparked in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Did she want to? She should have said so." As night deepened, preparations for sleep commenced. Yet Dong Ling had matters to attend to. She needed to take her heart medication, stored in the bedside drawer, overflowing with numerous bottles. Crouching down, she carefully retrieved each one, placing them on the desk. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu prepared warm water, meticulously counting the pills on his phone to ensure none were missing. "Take your medicine, and then sleep," he reminded gently. The girl laughed, her fair legs swinging playfully as she hummed a cheerful tune, radiating liveliness. However, her expression soon shifted to a frown, tears nearly spilling, for the heart medication was numerous, with tastes both sour and bitter. Beside her, Xiaoyu remained silent, his gaze lowered, holding a few candies and a cup of warm water, ready to offer it to her after each pill was swallowed. He watched her intently, fearful she might forget or skip a dose. During these moments, the young man often fell into silence, as the multitude of medications served as a constant reminder of Dong Ling's heart condition, one that was difficult to heal. Her treatment required prolonged medication, partly due to the delay in seeking medical attention upon her initial diagnosis. He could vividly recall past instances when Dong Ling appeared frightfully pale or lay weakly in a hospital bed, clinging to life. The fear was indescribable, lingering in Xiaoyu's mind even after the passage of years. Yet, unlike his silence, the girl was always cheerful. After each round of medication, she would playfully seek more sweets from him, just as she did now. She took the warm water, obediently sipping it, then eagerly nudging Xiaoyu, her voice sweet and tender. "Old Xia, old Xia." Then, the candy found its way into Dong Ling's delicate hands. With a playful smile, she popped the candy into her mouth, savoring its sweetness that masked the bitter taste of her medicine. Afterward, she cheerfully tidied up the pills, never once displaying a hint of unhappiness. She wished to infuse her joyful spirit into Xiaoyu, believing it to be effective in the past. But today, glancing back, she noticed the young man's downcast eyes, a subtle melancholy in his demeanor. Thus, Dong Ling pondered for a moment, then beamed at him, leaning closer to gently pat his cheek, coaxing, "Old Xia, how about I massage your feet? Or perhaps rub your snowy hair? Do not be sad, look, your Dong Ling is perfectly fine." Chapter 79. Titanium alloy cupcake in the soft glow of the warm light, amidst the cozy ambience. Dong Ling's gentle whispers echoed through the master bedroom. By the blue and white bed, Xiaoyu sat in a state of dazed contemplation. Then, she tiptoed and reached out her warm little hand to gently pat the young man's head. "Everything will be all right, truly," she reassured him. "The doctor said that as long as you maintain a regular schedule, take your medications on time, and take good care of your health, there shouldn't be any major issues." The girl spoke with unwavering conviction. "Not just now, but in the future too, I will always be well because my silly old Xia is a tad careless. Therefore, I must stay by his side, otherwise I will be exceedingly worried. Old Dong, please, trust me, all right? How could your old Dong deceive you, silly Xia?" Dong Ling hummed softly, her voice gentle. Xiaoyu paused, close to the girl before him. Her white hair was but a breath away, her fragrance delightful, and her strands clearly visible as she murmured reassuringly, bringing him solace. He smiled in return. "All right. Regarding the heart condition, Dong Ling was not particularly fearful, for she had a parent who took excellent care of her. They would remind her to take her medications, ensure she did not stay up late, and fuss over her during her menstrual cycle even more than she did herself. Furthermore, he had done countless things to guarantee her safety, such as purchasing a wristband to monitor her heart rate and stockpiling a significant amount of emergency heart medications throughout the house, with several located in the living room alone, dispersed across four corners. This ensured that she could access her medication swiftly from anywhere in the house should an emergency arise. Monthly checkups were scheduled, and any sign of discomfort warranted a visit to the hospital. Thus, she felt immensely at ease. Not long after, the room was plunged into darkness. Yet, in the dim light of the bedside lamp, Xiaoyu noticed a white-haired figure stealthily approaching him. Old Xia, she called softly. Xiaoyu, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" As he squeezed her little foot, Dong Ling shyly explained, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush as she drew her small foot closer to his hand. She had mentioned earlier that she could not deceive old Xia. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold as expected. Xiaoyu merely blinked in surprise before affectionately ruffling Dong Ling's hair, cheerfully suggesting, "Let us sleep first. We can talk tomorrow. I'm just simply tired." Not afraid of the red water again, she insisted. "Indeed, that's it. MHM. Oh." The girl responded softly as she felt her head being patted. Time swiftly moved to Tuesday. Perhaps due to the onset of autumn, the city often experienced dreary rain. Today, the petite white-haired winter goddess, Dong Ling, was set to meet her four charming companions online. As they added each other as friends and entered the same team room, the chat bar buzzed with excitement. "Starry hero, nuclear power concubine. Why do all your heroes seem to be female?" Indeed, this was Qiong Chun Yao Yen. Below, someone replied, "Time to strive, oh. I borrowed this account from a female friend." Correct, this was a nuclear power windmill, who then boasted proudly, "Time strive. You know, I have an 8-pack NM1, 85 meters tall, super handsome. Starry hero. Then why not use your own account?" Qiong Chun Yao Yen questioned, puzzled. "Time to strive. None of your business." Qiong Chun Yao Yen, "Oh." As for the remaining two players, one went by the name Spring Revival, while the other was that person called Golden Hair Ming. Their identities were clear. Dong Ling herself was named Winter Little Cake, and coincidentally, they all clicked into her profile. Qiong Chun Yao Yen scratched his head, staring at the dazzling array of golden ranks in Dong Ling's hero list, lost in thought. Could it be that the novice is actually me? Just a few days ago, I was bragging about the city boundary emperor. Yet, the winter goddess turns out to be a true provincial fairy? I thought she only had village ranks? Then, he clicked into Dong Ling's relationship list, but was taken aback to find only one entry. Summer braised pork, lover, level 312, entering their profile. National boundary, immortal king. Summer braised pork and winter little cake. Are these couple names or brother names? Winter, summer? A youthful voice murmured. Over 300 levels. How long must they have known each other? One cannot estimate, but surely, quite a long time. So, the winter goddess must have an incredibly good brother. Perhaps that's where the name comes from. Nevertheless, why was it labeled as lover? He pondered, then suddenly understood. A romantic relationship is singular and rather special. Many have such bonds with their brothers. After all, it would be absurd to think the winter goddess was a girl, while summer braised pork was her partner. That was simply impossible. Subsequently, he returned to the team page. The canyon, let us begin. A few seconds passed, and the roles were quickly assigned. The group first determined their positions while tacitly allowing for the jungler. Don't ask, just let the winter goddess carry them. After all, her jungler skills shone brightly. Dong Ling thought to herself, although she had only ever taken a small support village rank, the rest were all earned with old Xia's help. The result was evident. They were steadily falling behind. Time to strive. You really are a novice. Can you be of any use? As for Qiong Chun Yao Yen, he responded with an air of indifference. Starry hero, a miscalculation. Time to strive. Novice, stop making excuses. Starry hero. Dong Ling felt too timid to speak up, feeling small since she had died the most in the match. Enemy team, Jungle Little Cake, please stop playing. You're just too inexperienced. The girl pouted, feeling frustrated by the ridicule. Thus, she looked up, her eyes full of grievance, old Xia. She sought to summon him. Moments later, the titanium alloy cupcake logged in. 10 minutes later, enemy support. Are you serious? Do you have a mental issue? Enemy team. Don't ask. Just know that after the previous ridicule, they began to be pushed around without any power to resist. As for the others, Starry Hero. Winter Goddess is magnificent. Time to strive. Indeed, it's evident she is superior to a certain city boundary novice. Starry Hero. Chapter 80. On being recognized while gaming. An inescapable truth. Is a poignant reality. Yet, Qiongqin's brilliance led to some speculations. After all, an individual's transformation should not be so drastic, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Thus, that summer braised pork beside the winter deity? Furthermore, he previously claimed to have merely graced the village's supreme realm. What this implies is evidently, a celestial king from the national borders has indeed descended with overwhelming force. In the main bedroom, beyond the transparent glass window, a glimmer of dim yellow emerges. The rain has ceased, and the scattered clouds seem to herald a rebirth. However, as night approaches, the remaining sunlight dwindles rapidly. Twilight is upon us. Concluding the match, the young girl stretched languidly, letting out a soft sigh, her form elegantly curvaceous. Could she still challenge the old winter? The young man's gaze was pure, a smile playing on his features. Let us play. The white-haired youth felt invigorated once more. Meanwhile, the winter spirit stood confidently with her hands on her hips. Do not inquire. Simply observe as she believes she has attained the stature of a celestial king from the national borders after her last game with the Elder Summer. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to assert they are undefeated? Before her, all shall fall. Yet, as delightful as fantasies may be, reality is often harsh. Merely 10 minutes in, the winter spirit found herself in contemplation. Her score, 0 to 10. Were she and the Elder Summer truly playing the same game? However, within the match, no one mentioned it. They were engrossed in cheerful banter. The exchange is quite amusing. Starflame, nuclear power consort, you are audacious. Time Moon must strive. Starflame, suddenly recalling, why didn't you mention last time that the mooncake had bitter melon filling? Time Moon must strive. You didn't ask, disdainful. Starflame, 6. Just as the two were exchanging playful jabs, the winter spirit finally secured her first kill, owing to the enemy's lag as they stumbled into the tower. As for her, she merely landed a hit. Then within a second, she retreated. Oh no, it was a strategic withdrawal. Moments latte. She turned back and executed a series of brilliant maneuvers to claim victory. Indeed, that was it. Starflame. The winter deity is magnificent. This sentiment felt familiar to the winter spirit. Meanwhile, the opposing player inquired curiously, what winter deity? Time Moon must strive, the artist known as Winter Summer, incredibly skilled at painting. But soon after, oh, is that the one who frequently illustrates for the old lamp, Ling Yu? I recognize them. Starflame? Time Moon must strive. Winter Spirit. It seems she has stumbled upon a fan of the Elder Summer, perhaps one who is quite devoted, as they would only refer to him as the old lamp. But how could the other recognize the Winter Spirit? It was due to the fact that within Summer's works, each illustration bore the signature Winter Summer, a deliberate effort to elevate her recognition. Hence, anyone who took a moment to look would surely recall those two words upon mention. Within mere minutes, everything became clear. A writer? Hundreds of illustrations within their works crafted by the winter deity? Is this industry so lucrative? A young man mused. It should be noted that the winter deity possesses exceptional skill, with commissions often reaching thousands and numerous online art awards to her name. How could she not be deemed a deity? Thus, the cost of commissioning such works must be substantial. How much would one have to spend for hundreds of illustrations? Yet suddenly, he paused. Wait a moment, could that Ling Yu be? The summer braised pork who is romantically linked with the winter deity? If so, it would certainly clarify matters. However, perhaps it was merely a coincidence in names? Although Qiongqin had never heard of another artist by the name of Winter Summer. Thus, with curiosity piqued, after the game concluded, he opened a novel application and searched for Ling Yu, a level 3 author possessing considerable prestige in this realm. Subsequently, he clicked into their latest work, That Year of Eternity. With the name Winter, Summer prominently appeared at the 3rd position on the gift rankings. Chapter 81. In the misty rain, the illustrations, remarkably familiar, are indeed the work of the winter deity. After a prolonged period of contemplation, gazing at the extensive reading hours accumulated on the Dongxia account, Qiongxin fell into deep thought. He discerned a particular fondness of the winter deity, reading novels, especially those by Ling Yu. Each book displayed a completed status, adorned with his illustrations, and consistently ranked among the top 3 in the gift listings, with his name never absent. Moreover, Ling Yu and the winter deity were each other's sole focus. Outside, the sky was shrouded in darkness while the home radiated warmth. "Old Xia, do take your time," Winterling said gently, her chin resting on her hand, a smile gracing her cheeks. Having not dined that evening, she prepared a pot of lean meat porridge. As for being recognized, the young girl paid it little mind, for the account ranking 3rd belonged to a boy, leaving no room for suspicion. The young man chuckled heartily. All right, all right." Beneath the glow of a lamp, the two sat across from one another, Xiaoyu earnestly savoring his porridge, while a small, empty bowl rested before Winterling. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with mirth, quietly watching the silver-haired youth, her amber-blue orbs shimmering as if they housed stars. Days passed in tranquil monotony, and soon it was Friday, nearing noon. The rain continued to fall in the southern city, albeit lightly, yet persistently, casting a somber hue over the sky. Amidst the gentle rain, Xiaoyu sheltered the petite girl beneath his umbrella, his large hand clasping her delicate, porcelain-like fingers. Soft and tender, they felt cool to the touch, as the chill in the air mingled with the wind, which carried droplets of rain. Nevertheless, Winterling laughed sweetly, clutching a bag of snacks beside her. Her fluffy hat was snugly fitted upon her head, and after smoothing her silvery hair, Xiaoyu leaned down, concern lacing his voice. "Old Dong, are you cold?" The cool weather and her frail constitution could easily lead to a cold or fever, and it was crucial to ensure she remained warm. "I'm not cold at all. I feel quite cozy," the girl replied cheerfully, her fair hand cradling 2 roasted sweet potatoes, freshly purchased and nestled in a paper bag, radiating warmth. The young man carried a plethora of groceries, including delectable treats, with Winterling's small white bag slung over his shoulder. They proceeded through the city, the misty rain casting a hazy veil over the surroundings. Though visibility was limited, they could still discern many things: the delicate strands of her hair, the gentle smile of the maiden, her sweet fragrance, and her tender chatter. "Old Xia, later you can have the big sweet potato, and I'll have the small one." "Okay. Hee, my appetite is small. Shall we cook some wontons for lunch?" "Sounds good," he replied with a grin. "Hee, it's all wonderful." Soon, the rain subsided. In the corridor, a pristine ambience prevailed, the bright lights creating a warm contrast against the gloomy sky. Ahead stood another young man, seemingly of similar age to Xiaoyu, clad in a thin black coat and holding a bag that appeared to contain mooncakes. Unwrapped and seemingly handmade, he greeted them with a cheerful disposition upon noticing their presence. "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon," Xiaoyu responded with a smile. "Who is that?" Qiongxin pondered. He had a slight acquaintance with this individual, named Shun Xingye, known for his vibrant personality and love for conversation. Then, beside the silver-haired youth, a soft, melodious voice chimed in, "Good afternoon." It was Winterling, her polite smile shining through her social anxiety. Despite her discomfort, propriety dictated such exchanges, even though the other party remained unaware that she was the winter deity he had known for 3 years. Shun Xingye smiled faintly, "Good afternoon." Though the white-haired girl was exceedingly beautiful, his gaze quickly shifted, recognizing her as someone else's girlfriend. He felt the need to maintain appropriate boundaries, and he found gazing at the petite girl with white hair less appealing than admiring the winter deity's artwork. Such was Shun Xingye's contemplation. Chapter 82. If you want to hold hands, just hold hands. Old Xia had yet to showcase the mooncakes, made with nuclear power. One could only wonder how he wrapped them, as they were both fragrant and exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of a young maiden. They were simply delightful. Additionally, Shun Xingye noted that the name of the neighbor seemed oddly familiar. This was due to the fact that the writer, who bore a striking resemblance to the winter deity's close companion, also had the character Yu in his pen name. Furthermore, the only person who shared a connection with the winter deity and was also a romantic partner had Xian their nickname. What a remarkable coincidence. However, the neighbor's girlfriend was unaware of this, and, in order to avoid any misunderstandings, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. Outside, the rain grew increasingly heavy, the rhythmic patter growing more intense. Upon returning home and switching on the lights, the interior felt familiar and warm, enveloped in a cozy ambience that dispelled any chill. Xiaoyu bent down to change her shoes, while the girl beside her did the same, revealing her delicate feet with dainty, rosy toes. She fidgeted slightly, then donned her little cotton slippers, appearing exceedingly adorable. When Dongling raised her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback, for her hand was still being held by old Xia. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, the girl blinked and, remaining silent, allowed Xiaoyu to continue leading her into the living room, where they arranged the dishes and organized the newly purchased items. However, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes was tantalizing. She felt a slight yearning to taste them. Thus, when Xiaoyu turned a glance back and noticed the petite white-haired girl hesitating, he curiously inquired, "What is it, old Dong?" As for Dongling, her cheeks flushed slightly as she pressed her lips together, finally saying, "Old Xia, could we finish the roasted sweet potatoes before holding hands? If not, that's fine too." The young man silently lowered his gaze to her soft, pale hand in his, then glanced at the obedient girl who allowed him to hold her hand. He dreaded the sudden silence that enveloped them. Xiaoyu simply muttered. Before long, in the living room, their conversation echoed with a mixture of complexity and bitterness. "You might not believe me, old Dong, but I genuinely forgot. I'm not lying to you." Dongling nodded obediently, her blue eyes blinking as if she comprehended, yet perhaps she did not. Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat helpless, continued to explain, "Really, I know you trust old Dong." The girl, both amused and exasperated, poked Xiaoyu and tilted her head, her tones softening as she implored, "Let us eat roasted sweet potatoes. Old Xia can have the big one, and I'll have the small one. Later, I'll cook wontons for you, and we'll play games together tonight. Hee, it will be so much fun." As for the incident from earlier, Dongling was indifferent, treating it with utmost nonchalance. For her, the truth or falsehood did not hold significance. After all, if old Xia wished to hold hands, then let him. It was nothing of great consequence. Holding hands every day was inconsequential. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. "All right then, let us eat the roasted sweet potatoes." "Yay! Hee." The next day, Saturday, the rain had ceased, yet Nanshire was shrouded in a layer of mist, appearing pale and cold. The dark clouds began to disperse, but the wind carried a chill, and the autumn air felt more pronounced, giving an impression that winter had already arrived. Inside a shopping mall, the girl donned a light blue long-sleeve shirt. Draped in a thin white coat, wrapped snugly yet unable to conceal her beauty, her white hair drawing many admiring gazes. Numerous eyes were cast upon her, a mix of awe and envy. She was being led by someone, and it was unnecessary to specify who it was. After all, aside from Xiaoyu, no one else could enjoy such close contact with Dongling, let alone hold her hand continuously. He carried a gray travel bag containing emergency medication for heart conditions, sanitary napkins, and various other items. Meanwhile, the young man continued to chatter, "Let us get some chicken legs, ribs, and maybe a few small cakes later. Oh, old Dong, do you want to buy some more snacks?" The girl smiled. Chapter 83. A stunning revelation today. The two individuals prepared to return home. Yet not to their previous residence, but to another place, the nominal home of Dongling. Indeed, it was merely nominal, for her. A home was defined by the presence of Lao Xia, and without him, it was merely a structure for habitation. Moreover, the apartment under Dongling's name represented their first true home, imbued with profound significance. How did they acquire it? It was a long time ago, during their junior year of college, following Dongling's heart surgery. Her health finally began to show signs of improvement after a year. Although she still required a plethora of medications daily, her condition had markedly improved, allowing her to engage in various activities, which was when she embarked on her journey as an artist. This seemed rather hasty, considering she was still in her third year. Yet, Dongling was resolute, impervious to any counsel, including that from Lao Xia. At that time, Lao Yu bore the full weight of her medical expenses, tuition fees, and living costs, tirelessly working to make ends meet while being relentlessly pursued by debts amounting to over 200,000. Additionally, he had to finance Dongling's recovery, a substantial expenditure that few were aware of, but the pressure was immense. Most individuals would have crumbled under such strain, yet Lao Yu persevered, despite his disheveled appearance and the disdainful inquiries from others about who he was. There were many who admired him for his striking white hair, commendable looks, and exceptional academic performance, but his reticence set him apart. Consequently, he appeared out of place beside Dongling, yet the mocking remarks never registered in his mind. His singular focus was on earning money, to buy medicine for Dongling, to repay debts, and to secure a home that belonged solely to them. The pursuit of wealth and the alleviation of debt were the primary motivations behind Dongling's insistence on entering the art industry prematurely. She merely wished to lessen Lao Xiao's burdens. Additionally, she adopted the pseudonym Dongshu to participate in various online art competitions, driven by the promise of substantial prizes. Thus, she emerged as a remarkable talent in the artistic community. In that same year, the debts were fully repaid. By the time they reached their senior year, Dongling had garnered multiple championship titles in art competitions, earning her the revered title of Goddess of Winter. It was during this year that her loyal fans, including the radiant Xiongtian, first recognized her. Upon graduating, Dongling intended to purchase a house with her accumulated prize money and earnings as an artist, but she insisted it be registered under Lao Xiao's name. He vehemently refused, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, that money belongs to you." To which Dongling responded with calm assurance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Ultimately, the property was registered in her name, as Lao Xiao's objections were unwavering. It was also that year that her will was drafted, motivated by her concerns regarding her heart condition. A year later, they acquired a second property together, financed jointly, and registered in Lao Xiao's name. They also purchased a car, again in his name, as Dongling had insisted with a serious demeanor. "Lao Xia," the doctor said, "I must avoid excessive excitement, but if you refuse..." The remainder of her statement hung in the air, unspoken yet profoundly understood. Lao Xia could only acquiesce helplessly. Now, Dongling remains haunted by the memories of her sophomore year. Shortly after her surgery, she recalls how exhausting it was for him to care for her, to work tirelessly for their sustenance, and to endure the recurring nightmares that left him pallid each time. Ironically, Lao Xia had never feared nightmares throughout his life. Chapter 84. The girl's gentle smile, starry eyes, and lunar gaze. The young girl faintly understood the reason behind it. In those nightmares, despite old Xia's relentless efforts to gather the funds for the operation, she still departed. She perished in the operating room, as if it were destined, given the already low success rate of the surgery, leaving little hope. Thus, at that moment, she chose not to undergo treatment. She wished to save the money to buy a few small cakes, to purchase some meat and flour, and return home. She wanted to prepare extra dumplings and wontons for old Xia, and in her final days, lived joyfully as they always had, playing games together, going out, and indulging in delicious food, all in blissful harmony. Moreover, she longed to teach him how to cook. Ah yes, and she must take plenty of photographs, otherwise, with old Xia's clumsiness, he might gradually forget her face. When taking pictures, she must smile and be happy. She could not afford to be sorrowful. Then, at the very end of her life, they would share those small cakes once more. That would bring her such joy. Yet he disagreed. She could not find old Xia, and when they met again, he wore a bright smile, bearing a bounty of treats. He declared that the funds were sufficient. He reassured her, saying not to fear, for after the surgery, he would bring her home. However, on that day, she noticed blood seeping through old Xia's trousers. Upon lifting the fabric, her gaze was met with crimson stains. He deceived her, claiming he had merely bumped into something, but it was evident that was not the truth. Later, the surgery was a success. It seemed as though fate had smiled upon them, rendering the nightmares mere figments of imagination rather than reality. She remained alive. Until now, everything had improved. Old Xia was safe, living comfortably with a house and car under his name. Furthermore, he had become a renowned author. His fame was immense. Even while gaming, he encountered enthusiastic fans, which was exceptionally impressive. As for her, she was well. She had died, yet had returned in the form of a youthful girl with silver hair, stunningly beautiful and the center of attention. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that she could continue to accompany old Xia, walking together for an eternity. That thought filled her with joy. After a while, Dongling's thoughts returned. When she lifted her gaze, he was right there beside her. Outside the mall, on the pathway, the pair, a tall young man and a petite girl, strolled together. The silver-haired youth carried bags, a smile gracing his lips. The lively girl, with cascading white hair and delicate skin, was breathtakingly lovely. He gently held her hand as she tilted her head to look at him. Old Xiao, what's wrong? I want to carry something too. Let me help you. Your old Dong can assist, she volunteered, ignoring her frail form and minuscule strength. Old Xia chuckled and ruffled her hair. No need, your old Xia is here. With Dongling being delicate, it was better for him to carry the items. He was sturdy and strong, able to bear the burden with ease. The petite girl pouted slightly, her slender fingers poking the young man, her tone stubborn, insisting that old Xia should not carry everything alone. With a sigh, old Xia acquiesced, but still gently reminded her, if you're tired, just say so. Then he would take over. Although the items they purchased were numerous and somewhat cumbersome, it was manageable. He had grown accustomed to it. Dongling's face blossomed with joy as she eagerly accepted several small bags. Looking up, she sweetly called, Old Xia, Old Xia. Yes. What is it? He replied. Are we heading home? Yes, we are going home. And so, the girl smiled softly, her starry eyes twinkling, resembling the moon's gentle glow. Half an hour later, a crisp click echoed as the light turned on. Before her was a scene of white and blue, simple and serene. Perhaps influenced by her silver hair, Dongling had favored white since childhood, while Xia Yu preferred blue. Chapter 85, she spoke as she once did, unchanged thus. She too cherished the color blue. The house was tranquil. With no one residing there for nearly 2 months, it had lost some of its vitality. Yet despite this, it remained familiar and warm. For this place represented the past, evoked memories, symbolized every little moment, and encompassed so much more. Old Xia, we have a home now. Old Xia, what should the decoration style be? Should we lean towards blue? That would look splendid. Old Xia, when will we be home? I prepared the dishes, all your favorites. Every beautiful memory felt as if it were just yesterday, vivid and unforgettable, clearly visible in the mind's eye. How could one feel the chill of loneliness? Yet Xia Yu found himself momentarily dazed. Behind him, familiar whispers echoed. Old Xia, there is so much dust in the house. Let us clean it together. Turning back, the young girl kept her head lowered, not looking at him. Squatting down to gently touch the floor, scrutinizing her fingers closely. A little dirty. She spoke as she always did, unchanged. Xia Yu felt a fleeting haze. Then he smiled. Good. Life continued in its mundane rhythm. By the time they returned home, it was afternoon, and after cleaning, it was already evening. The surroundings appeared refreshed and immaculate. However, they had yet to dine. So, Old Xia, what do you want for dinner? A soft inquiry came from the kitchen, where Dongling, clad in a small apron, wore a bright smile as she prepared their meal. Kanji? The young man pondered. Cooking would require time for stir-frying vegetables. Kanji would be simpler. Oh, Dongling nodded earnestly. Kanji? Then I'll make some lean meat kanji for you, Old Xia. I bought corn today, and I can add some kernels in. It should taste delightful, right? And indeed, it was so. Xia Yu happily devoured 3 bowls, quite enamored with the dish. Additionally, during the meal, they chatted amiably, the conversation simple yet filled with warmth. The weather had turned chilly rapidly, hovering around 18 degrees. The young girl sipped her kanji and sighed, having checked the weather forecast, lamenting the swift drop in temperature. Just last month, it had been particularly warm. Compared to now, it was like night and day, perhaps due to the recent persistent rain. The young man paused, surprised. Isn't it a bit cold? Should we get a light blanket? If so, I can fetch it later. Yes. Dongling replied with a light laugh. She contemplated what to prepare for old Xia the following day. Noting that they had chicken legs and pork, perhaps a braised dish together? A splendid idea. Suddenly, the petite girl with white hair seemed to recall something, her blue eyes lighting up. A blanket? Shortly after dinner, in the master bedroom. It was quite normal for good friends to share a bed, right? The girl placed her hands on her hips and chuckled. Initially, Xiaoyu had moved in with 2 blankets, but now only one remained. As for the other, don't ask, it simply ran away. Yes, exactly that. Returning to the living room, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa in contemplation, frowning in confusion, as he felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting something today. Yet, he could not articulate it. This troubled him greatly. Then, Dongling, curious, inquired, "What is wrong, old Xia? Do you feel like you've forgotten something?" The young man hesitated for a few seconds, uncertain. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly became momentarily dazed, slapped her forehead, and glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and she hurriedly asked, old Xia, do you have any drafts left?" "No, why?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's confusion deepened. But in just a second, he fell silent, a flicker of pain, regret, disbelief, and a hint of sorrow crossing his eyes. He had forgotten how to write. Chapter 86. Diligent yet indolent old Xia on that day. Xiaoyu found himself perplexed, pondering deeply until he finally discerned the meaning hidden within Dongling's words. The phrase that lingered in his mind was, "He hasn't written the manuscript." Could it be that he had indeed reached such a juncture? The young man was consumed by sorrowful thoughts. As Xiaoyu's only close brother and his devoted companion, who could effortlessly transition from girlfriend to wife at his whim, the young lady could not bear to see him in such despair. She quietly settled beside him, gently patting his back, offering earnest comfort. "It's all right, old Xia. Why not take a leave? No need to write." As she spoke, she tilted her head, flashing a playful smile in response to his dazed gaze. After all, old Xia was usually diligent, painstakingly crafting his manuscripts, striving to update consistently, and working with a fervor that could bring one to tears. Therefore, encountering an unforeseen circumstance that necessitated a brief hiatus was quite reasonable, was it not? Compassion was warranted. As Dongling, one of his closest confidants, she understood perfectly. It was acceptable for him not to update frequently, for she was more than capable of earning ample income to support old Xia. Times had indeed changed. Although, in the presence of certain individuals, Dongling appeared as a languid, white-haired girl, casually allowing herself to be patted on the head and holding hands. Her demeanor was adorably naive and perpetually cheerful. Yet, when outside, she transformed into an elite artist to prodigy since childhood, the top scholar of Nan City, an enviable white-haired beauty that others could only dream of. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sighed in resignation upon hearing her words, shaking his head. He could not forget the day he had last suspended updates. "Xiao, why did you stop updating?" "Xiao, you better provide a legitimate reason, or I shall appear at your doorstep tomorrow." Smile. And aside from a certain ex-girlfriend ranked second, there was also Gio, you audacious wall lamp. Angry. Gio, you have 2 hours. I demand to see a new chapter. Otherwise, I shall weep for you. Smile. It was indeed terrifying. Thus began the arduous hours of writing, wherein he had to concentrate and could not afford to be lax. He could not indulge in the temptation of ruffling the young lady's hair or take prolonged breaks to sip water, lest he fail to complete his work. At that moment, Xiaoyu's mood was akin to, after he spoke, the young lady softly responded, "Oh, fine." She ceased further conversation, barefooted, retreating to her room to fetch her headphones. She returned, flopped onto the sofa, resting her head beside Xiaoyu's thigh, suggesting that if he felt bored, he could easily reach out to touch her hair. Subsequently, Dongling quietly immersed herself in reading a novel. Her gaze was earnest, for it was a work by old Xia, exquisitely penned. At times, she would also glance at the comments beneath her illustrations, discovering that they primarily discussed the quality of her artwork. However, nowadays, is it true? Lin Yu, that wall lamp, is so impressive. He has the esteemed Dong Shun illustrating his novel illustrations every day. What Dong Shun? Sounds somewhat familiar, but I don't know much. You just need to search for the third-ranked name, and you'll find a plethora of his award-winning works on any platform. Thus, some began to investigate, only to fall into contemplation. Artistic name, Dong Xia. Profession, artist. Honors received, National Qingling. Art competition, first prize, National Freshman. Art competition, first prize, International Art. Competition, first prize, a cumulative total of 52 participations in international, national, and province art contests. First prize champion, received a total of 52 awards. A multitude of fans and readers could only express their astonishment. So every time he competes, it's either first prize or champion. That is quite impressive. Thus, one could not help but wonder why such a prominent figure would condescend to illustrate for a mere novelist on a daily basis. The key point being, he was still ranked third. Chapter 87. In silence, the girl in my arms, by the way, I checked. Commissioning this winter goddess can cost thousands. Oh dear. 6. Is that rich second-generation heir? Writing novels as a hobby? Surely she isn't doing it for free. Indeed. After all, she belongs to the illustrious Xia family. The girl pondered silently. Not long after, Winter's spirit slowly sat up on the sofa. Her fair, delicate face bore a few errant strands of hair, complementing her youthful, tender skin, creating a captivating sight. She radiated a kind of innocent beauty. She shook her head, tucking the stray white locks behind her ear, and then looked up, her slender fingers poking at Xiaoyu, inquiring softly, Xiaoyu, how much longer? Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. It was already 8 o'clock. They usually retired around 10, as Winter's spirit suffered from a heart condition and could not stay up late. She wished to play a game with Xiaoyu, stuck in a creative block. It might take another hour, the young man explained with a wry smile, feeling helpless, contemplating writing it down in a small notebook tomorrow for updates. Although it seemed unlikely he would forget again, it was better to be safe. Speaking of which, wasn't there a small notebook in old Dong's master bedroom drawer? Perhaps it could be of use. He also noted it on his phone for double assurance. He must not forget to play games with old Dong tonight. Oh. Winter's spirit, ever obedient, lowered her gaze. Xiaoyu was stuck, and she felt disheartened. Yet, moments later, her amber blue eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. And she cheerfully said, Xiaoyu, I'm going to take a shower now. Changing her clothes, she intended to show Xiaoyu her legs, her delicate feet, her fair shoulders. And collarbone. Hee. All right, but do mind to keep warm, Xiaoyu advised. The girl emerging from the bath was enchanting. She was fragrant all over, draping a blanket around herself as she sat beside Xiaoyu, radiating warmth and charm. She remained modestly covered, for that super wooden fellow might speak. Winter's spirit thought to wait until he finished. However, as time passed, drowsiness overcame her. Old Dong, I'm done. After an unknown duration, Xiaoyu chuckled cheerfully, but there was no response. He paused, looking down to find the petite girl asleep, her breath gentle and her brow serene. She curled up, wrapped in a blanket, her small head resting on his shoulder, soundly asleep. Xiaoyu froze, his breath quickening, his movements stilled, careful not to disturb Winter's spirit. Yet soon, he faced a dilemma. Old Dong had been tired beforehand and was now in a deep slumber. Surely she could not be awakened. What to do? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyu lowered his gaze, hesitating for a few seconds. He stood up quietly, cradling her through the blanket. That should not be considered taking advantage, right? He merely feared old Dong would wake and misunderstand. Yet, he had no other choice. Moreover, Winter's spirit was indeed light. Xiaoyu thought, effortlessly lifting the small white-haired girl as if she were a sponge. Soft and gentle. But in the stillness, the girl murmured, Old Xia. He stiffened. Yet, she remained still, not awake, merely calling out to him in her sleep as usual. So, Xiaoyu tiptoed again. However, not long after, the young man fell into self-doubt. Had he not moved 2 blankets earlier? It seemed he should not have misremembered, right? After pondering for a while, Xiaoyu gently placed Winter's spirit on the bed, carefully tucking her in. He then turned to search for another blanket. But as he turned, the girl on the bed seemed to awaken slightly, her voice drowsy and soft as she reached out her delicate white hands. Old Xia, don't go. I want a hug. Then, she murmured, laced with unease, I'm scared. Chapter 88. Because of a simple I'm afraid, just a few words. Summeryu's heart was thrown into disarray. In the stillness of the night, nestled under the covers, the two of them lay close together, sharing warmth. The scent of Dongling was delightful, her body delicate against him. Within the blanket, a petite, white-footed little creature fidgeted restlessly, always seeking to press against Summeryu's leg, moving about like a little furnace. Meanwhile, Dongling's feet were slightly chilly, perhaps due to her frail constitution, yet they were exquisitely soft. At that moment, Summeryu too felt bewildered. He could not discern whether the young girl was awake or not, but it no longer mattered. He would not leave her side. After all, old Dong had said she was afraid. As the night passed, dawn broke. It was Sunday, a gray day with a gentle breeze, thin clouds hanging in the air, a chill settling in, autumn's essence gradually revealing itself, banishing all remnants of heat. Within the home, in a hazy state, Dongling murmured softly, feeling warm, curled up under the covers in someone else's embrace. Wait a minute. The girl appeared slightly dazed, but the person holding her was far too familiar. In an instant, she recognized him and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it was old Summer cradling her. That was perfectly fine. After all, he was her old Summer. If he wished to hold her while sleeping, so be it. Nothing to be concerned about. Soon, Dong Ling recalled last night. At that time, she had planned to wait for old Summer to finish typing before playing games with him. However, she had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she found herself in old Summer's arms. It was incredibly cozy, yet she felt so drowsy that she remained still. However, when he gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in, he actually intended to leave. A sense of dread washed over her. She was a bit afraid, fearing he would retreat to the guest room. And then, what was it again? It seemed she had said something, but was all forgotten. In the gentle morning light, the room glowed softly. And within the embrace of that certain someone, the small white-haired girl's delicate face shimmered with confusion, contemplating but ultimately letting it go. Yet, she did not move. She merely tilted her head slightly, noticing that Summer Yu had not awakened, which allowed her to relax again, feeling just a tad sleepy. Thus, she decided to indulge in a bit more rest. No, she certainly did not enjoy being in old Summer's arms. She simply wished to continue sleeping for a while longer. Yes, that was it. The girl thought to herself, feeling justified. After a considerable time, Summer Yu awoke, his demeanor calm, though his ears were tinged with a soft blush. He looked down at Dongling, who remained peacefully asleep, sweet and soft. Her petite nose, delicate lips, and creamy skin made her appear enchanting and serene. He had long ceased to shy away, for it was all due to a simple "I'm afraid." Eventually, "Oh, old Summer, you are so warm." The girl stirred awake, rubbing her eyes sleepily, her voice soft and melodic, cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. After all, it was her first time being actively embraced by old Summer while sleeping. It was exceedingly comfortable. It seemed he had finally come to terms with it. In the past, if she had nothing to do, he would have been reluctant. However, Dong Ling felt at peace. As for the reason, don't ask, for she had grown accustomed to it. After all, she had snuggled up to him for quite some time. The only difference now was that old Summer held her. Summer Yu felt a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head. "Old Dong, will you sleep a little longer? It's a holiday today, no classes." No. The girl shook her head. Unless old Summer also slept, for without his embrace, there was no allure in the blankets for this white-haired girl. Sundays were always delightful. After all, with no classes to attend, she could engage in countless activities, such as starting a block game. The girl leaped with joy, her spirit exuberant. Her white hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, trailing behind her, falling beside the young man. He gently lifted a few strands, smoothing her waist-length hair, a smile gracing his lips. Everything was as it should be. Chapter 89 Life Plan, page 5, or perhaps it is merely the daily routine within the shallow waters of the harem. Cheongchun Yao Yin, logging in. Nuclear-powered windmill. Not playing. Cheongchun Yao Yin Y. Nuclear-powered windmill. I'm out buying ingredients for a big brother's mooncake sweat. Nojadais, Shan Vingye. That esteemed elder brother of the city is always eager to flaunt the mooncakes gifted by his nuclear-powered good friend, despite the mid-autumn festival having already passed. However, the allure of delicious food remains irresistible. Cheongchun Yao Yin. So touching. When we meet next, let us celebrate our brotherhood. And I'll treat you to a massage twice. Nuclear-powered windmill. Get lost. Smile. Cheongchun Yao Yin. Next door, Shun Xingyi pondered for a few seconds, then hesitantly replied, "What about 3 times?" Afternoon, post-lunch. The girl sprawled on the sofa, rubbing her stomach, feeling delightfully full. A tuft of hair swayed gently. She was deep in thought, always sensing that she had forgotten something. Oh right, the life plan. that is absolutely not to be seen by old Xia. Because, page 1, I must find a meticulous girlfriend for old Xia. Ideally, one with white hair, his favorite. Incomplete, if old Xia remains single in the future. And if he doesn't mind, I might as well sacrifice myself to offer my services. Right now, I am the white-haired girl he adores. In any case, the girl remembered distinctly, and as she reflected, her small face flushed, her earlobes warm. By the way, where is that little notebook? It seems to be in the main bedroom drawer. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the familiar figure was absent. Where did old Xia go? It appeared to be in the main bedroom. Then the girl froze. Meanwhile, within the room, the young man quietly opened a drawer, peering intently, and indeed discovered a little notebook. It seemed to have some writing on it. He picked it up just as he was about to read. A white-haired figure appeared at the doorway, accompanied by a tense call. Old Xia, what is wrong, old Dong? Xiaoyu looked up in confusion, but then was taken aback. He glanced down again, finding his hands empty. The notebook was gone, and upon raising his eyes, the girl had vanished as well. Huh? The bewildered gray-haired youth wore a look of utter confusion. What has happened? That was close. I almost got caught by old Xia. Outside the main bedroom, Dong Ling patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, then stealthily slipped into the secondary bedroom. This place felt familiar. A blue and white fabric bed similar to that in the main bedroom, with comparable bedside tables and arrangements. There wasn't too much difference. After all, it was old Xia's room. As for why she was here, don't ask. It is said that the most dangerous places are often the safest. Old Xia surely would not sleep here. Why? Because he must sleep with her. She could not be discovered. The girl murmured to herself as she quietly opened the life plan notebook, leafing through page after page. But after a while, she fell silent. She picked up a pen. Page 5, must be diligent. Must always accompany old Xia. For a lifetime. As night fell, the girl retired early to bed, snugging under the covers. Yet she found herself inexplicably lost in thought. It seemed she was warming the bed for old Xia. Beside the bed, Xiaoyu cheerfully murmured, Old Dong, their SA re-examination next Saturday, and also, the National Day holiday is approaching. At the end of each month, Dong Ling must be taken by Xiaoyu to the hospital for a heart checkup to preemptively avert any dangers. Oh, but how many days off for the National Day holiday? The girl smiled, her blue eyes suddenly sparkling. Are we having a holiday? 7 days, but their essay makeup class next Sunday. The young man answered without a second thought. Don't ask him how he knew. Simply because that day, the calendar bore a large character for class. Dong Ling. She was likely unwell. Upon hearing the term makeup class, she felt dazed. A profound sense of melancholy washing over her. Chapter 90 Invitation to discuss publishing matters. Note, Nansheng Province, Nanshur City, Long City, and other such places are entirely fictitious and should not be compared to reality. Please refrain from correlating the plot settings with real-life situations. As the National Day approached, the young girl felt the shadows of her worries dissipate. The holiday was simply too long, an entire week indeed. As the night deepened, she spoke softly. Old Xia, what is the matter? Are you going to sleep? Winterling replied obediently, noting the time. She suffered from a heart condition and could not stay up late. Xiaoyu paused for a moment. Oh. He gently lifted the quilt and carefully climbed onto the bed. The fragrance of gardenias, a scent uniquely hers, filling his senses. Though clad in her pajamas, her delicate skin and silvery hair were unmistakably enchanting. Her small face was a portrait of beauty. Then, Winterling blinked her azure eyes, filled with anticipation. Old Xia, Xiaoyu sensed something amiss, yet noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed as she whispered her explanation. Yesterday, I want to be held by you. She had come to realize that if he could embrace her to sleep before, he could certainly do so again today. Right? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. After a while, she melted into his embrace, light and languorous. The next day dawned, Monday. After a stretch of gloomy autumn rains, Nanshur City finally unveiled its sunny face, accompanied by a hint of warmth as the familiar sun hung high in the sky. Another ordinary day unfolded. The girl attended classes. The young man accompanied her. They bought groceries together, dined, and played games in the master bedroom. Everything felt much like any other day. But as night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, an email arrived at Xia Yu's computer, titled Invitation to Discuss Publishing Matters for that year. We met. Upon opening it, Dear writer Ling Yu, greetings. I am Chen Wenyun, an editor at Longling Publishing House. Recently, I had the pleasure of reading your work that year we met, and I was deeply intrigued. We firmly believe that your work possesses remarkable market potential. Several hundred words omitted. Therefore, we sincerely anticipate your visit to Long City to discuss publishing matters in detail. Sincerely, Editor, Chen Wenyun. Email, Longling Publishing House, date 26/09/21. After carefully perusing the email, Xia Yu felt momentarily dazed, taking a while to regain his composure. That year, We Met was one of his completed works and, to date, his personal masterpiece. With top-tier ratings on the platform, he was astounded that a publisher had reached out to him. A wave of excitement surged within him, signifying so much and bearing immense significance. The master bedroom was bright, equipped with a double computer desk and 2 laptops, though both were notebooks. Xia Yu had not owned one before, but had recently acquired one for convenience. Beside him, Winterling tilted her head, noticing his sudden joy, and curiously asked, "What's up, old Xia?" Without turning to look at the computer screen, Xia Yu, unable to contain his joy, pushed the laptop towards Winterling, still smiling broadly. Old Dong looked quickly. "Oh." The girl responded obediently. Before long, after reading the email, Winterling was also taken aback. Then her face broke into a radiant smile. "Yay, old Xia. Your book is getting published. Hee, how impressive." What did it mean for an editor from a publishing house to reach out with the hope of publishing his work? It signified that the book was exceptionally well written. Soon, her old Xia would be a published author. Seated in front of her, swinging her legs, the girl beamed with uncontainable delight. Chapter 91. A half day without old Xia approaches suddenly. Xia Yu fell silent, his lips twitching as he realized the issue at hand. The matter of publishing required a trip to Long City. Although it is also located in the southern province, it lies at opposite ends, necessitating a 3-hour high-speed train journey. As for the duration of the discussions, it was impossible to predict. It would likely be lengthy, compounded by various trivial matters, leading to the possibility of not returning within the day. The crux of the matter was that old Dong would have to manage alone. However, she was plagued by severe social anxiety. Attending classes alone and returning home by herself would undoubtedly instill fear and pose safety concerns. Just then, Dong Ling, with her delicate little fingers, poked him gently, looking up with a puzzled expression. "Old Xia, what's wrong?" The young girl, ever perceptive, sensed that Xia Yu was suddenly not in good spirits. Something was amiss. He forced a smile and explained, "It's nothing." Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he softly added, "I'll head to Long City on Saturday. I'll set out that morning, return overnight, and by the next day, I'll be able to accompany old Dong for her end-of-month checkup. You can simply rest at home on Saturday. No need to go to school or venture outside. As for makeup classes, it's manageable. Just taking a leave will suffice." Nanda is known for its leniency, and makeup classes are scheduled for the least busy day, which happens to be Monday, with only 2 classes in the morning. It's hardly a concern. Dong Ling was momentarily taken aback. Going on Saturday? After a brief silence, she smiled and spoke earnestly. "Old Xia, it wouldn't be good to keep them waiting too long. They've reached out to us. How about going tomorrow?" The girl understood his worries. However, she was no longer a child. At 22 physically and 25 in reality, she was quite capable of handling herself. Though a hint of fear lingered, it was inconsequential. Xia Yu smiled broadly, ruffling her loose, soft white hair. "It's all right, don't worry. The world is vast, but old Dong is the most important." Yet the girl, gentle yet persistent, insisted it is important. After all, it is rare for a publisher to initiate discussions about publication. If we delay too long, dissatisfaction may arise. Thus, in the end, after much coaxing from the young girl, the youth reluctantly agreed, though he remained anxious about how she would manage her classes. There was only 1 class in the morning, and he planned to bring old Dong home before he left. But with 2 classes in the afternoon, he couldn't let her take a taxi alone. After a moment, Xia Yu's eyes brightened suddenly. "Old Dong, are you planning to take leave tomorrow? You could just rest at home." "No need. I can manage my classes. Really, I'm not a child, and it's just for one day. The girl laughed, shaking her head vigorously as if it were an absurd reason to request a leave. Besides, she was capable. All she had to do was to put in the effort and be serious about it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt helpless and resolved to find another solution. Not long after, "Good night," he texted. "Wishing you a peaceful night." "Thank you," she replied. "Good night. It's a minor issue. We can go out for some iced drinks another time. Not alcohol, you know what I mean." "Huh. Iced tea. Okay." Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. For a long while, he continued to offer reminders. "I've booked the high-speed train ticket for you at 11:30 tomorrow. In the afternoon, Shangwan will pick you up for your classes. Don't be afraid. I'll be back in the evening." He was uneasy about letting old Dong attend classes alone, so he entrusted Shangwan with her care and transportation. Shangwan was always steady, having known each other since high school, and they had been in university together for 4 years, earning his trust. The girl obediently nodded, blinking her eyes, sweetly responding, "Old Xia." "Yes, what is it?" "Let us sleep now, just like yesterday. I want a hug." Chapter 92. A Day Without Old Xia. 1. She gazed longingly at Xiaoyu, her disheveled hair cascading as she sat on the bed, her azure eyes filled with anticipation. He quietly lifted one side of the blanket and lay back down. Observing this, Dongling pouted slightly, her delicate fingers poking at Xiaoyu without uttering a word. In resignation, a pair of strong arms gently enveloped her, tucking the blanket around her to shield the young girl from the chill. Ignoring her petite, restless feet, he sighed internally, ruffled Dongling's hair, and pulled her a little closer. Her soft, lightweight form was a delight to hold, though the frail girl's feet were icy, nestled against a warm human furnace. They quickly became warm and comfortable. Soon, she murmured sweetly, "Old Xia, your feet are so warm." "Xiaoyu." Afterward, Dongling chuckled softly, nuzzling her head against him as drowsiness began to settle in. Time passed unmeasured. The room was cloaked in darkness, save for the soft glow from the bedside lamp, as the two of them nestled against each other. Then, the young girl murmured, "Old Xia." "I'm here," the young man replied softly, yet received no response. Knowing well the reason, she had fallen asleep, often calling for him in her dreams. On Tuesday, rain fell incessantly. The chill deepened, casting a somber shadow over the entire city of Nan City, where the lights flickered brightly. Xiaoyu had to leave for Long City, where they had previously arranged a meeting to discuss publication matters in detail. It would likely take considerable time. After morning classes, Xiaoyu escorted Dongling home, preparing to set off, yet he still felt uneasy, repeatedly reminding her, "Call me if you need anything. I'll be back tonight, I promise." The girl replied with a bright smile, patiently responding, even to his incessant reminders. Despite his nagging, she didn't mind. She cherished every word he said, never finding his concern bothersome. Moments later, Xiaoyu departed, glancing back thrice, while Dongling stood there, her white hair cascading, her enchanting smile radiant. However, when he turned back yet again, that lovely figure had vanished. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over him before his phone vibrated. The best cook. "Old Dong, silly old Xia. Pay attention to the road. Don't keep looking back. If you like looking at this white-haired girl, you can see her when you get home. You can look all you want then. But be careful outside. Do you hear me? I'll be waiting for you to come home. I'll be waiting for you to come home." He paused, then smiled, wishing for a peaceful winter. "All right. Be careful and return quickly, for someone is waiting for him." Meanwhile, on the sofa, upon receiving Xiaoyu's reply, Dongling beamed, her youthful fingers tapping away as she sent another meme, not wanting old Xia to fall behind. Yet the other side responded with an emoji, and she replied, and he returned yet again. Eventually, the girl sighed, both amused and exasperated. All right, focus on the road." "Got it. Mission accomplished." The gluttonous old Xia, she couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, no further messages arrived. Presumably, he was driving. The girl lingered by the window, her gaze drifting downward at the community below, lost in thought. The living room was silent, dimly lit with no lights on, while outside, dark clouds loomed, drizzling rain. She could not see old Xia's figure, and she remained quietly seated for quite some time. Eventually, feeling a chill, she rose to put on her little cotton slippers. With a soft click, the living room lights flickered on, blinding her momentarily. Dongling returned to the sofa, calmly and deliberately tucking the blanket around her. Old Xia always said to be mindful of keeping warm. Chapter 93. A half day without Lao Xia, 2. Unconsciously, her phone screen dimmed, leaving her momentarily at a loss, lost in thought. When she regained her senses, it was already noon. The girl blinked, gazing out the window, when her phone vibrated and her blue eyes suddenly sparkled. It was Lao Xia, who loved to eat. Lao Dong, have you had your meal? Xia was on the high-speed train, feeling uneasy in the dimness outside on his way to Long City. He thought a chat with Dongling. She paused, then replied, I've eaten. In truth, she hadn't tea. She had simply forgotten. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The girl slowly rose to prepare herself a bowl of instant noodles. As for proper meal, she was too lazy to cook. Time originally flew by swiftly. Now, it still passed quickly, for Lao Xia was constantly conversing with her. However, after their chat ended, it felt painfully slow. Each second stretched into an eternity. This was Dongling's thought as she pursed her lips, tracing circles on the sofa with her fingers, still murmuring softly. In the evening, Lao Xia would return. He wouldn't be away for long. Although she had to be alone, it was merely half a day. Yes, she could manage. The girl shook her head, finally revealing a smile. In the afternoon, there were 2 classes, from 2 o'clock until 3:40, with a 10-minute break in between. Around 1:30, Shangguan Mo arrived. To Dongling, he appeared unchanged, still as quiet as ever, preferring solitude. A hint of lingering gloom was evident between his brows, yet he maintained a refined demeanor, retreating slightly to smile politely, speaking succinctly. A friend of Xiayu's, perhaps you could take a photo and ask him. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl lowered her head, her voice calm, soft, and gentle. Yes, he had mentioned it. She had been brought home by Lao Xia for nearly 2 months. Assuming her treatment was progressing well, her severe depression should show a noticeable improvement by now. She hadn't forgotten Lao Xia's words. Amidst the drizzle, pedestrians were sparse. Perhaps this was why the classroom at Nanda was peaceful, though some still whispered in hushed tones, their voices filled with anticipation. Was Dongling still unattached? In brief, had she broken up? After all, today, the silver-haired girl, as ever-watchful companion, had astonishingly not shown up. Upon this realization, a sigh escaped from those nearby. My poor son, do you know? The campus belle's breakup is not your loss. What if it were mine too? Settling into her seat, it was still that aloof and enigmatic figure beside her, accompanied by the petite, fluffy white-haired girl, dazed and adorably soft, yet distant. This was her nature since childhood. It was not due to social anxiety, merely an innate indifference. However, in front of her good brother, indifference? That was non-existent. Dongling would only blink her eyes. Then, in a soft and obedient tone, she asked Lao Xia, may I have a hug? Moreover, upon entering the classroom, Dongling noticed that the esteemed student, Xinjiu, seemed a bit off. What was amiss? Her book was upside down. At least from the cover, it appeared so. The key was her serious expression as she stared at it for a long time. The girl fell into contemplation. Perhaps she was outdated, as a top-tier academic prodigy. She could not fathom the purpose behind such an action. Was it a new method of studying? Thus, with curiosity, she summoned her courage and cautiously poked Xinjiu. Xinjiu looked back, her expression calm. Then, Dongling earnestly inquired, why are you reading the book upside down? Xinjiu's clear eyes flickered with confusion as she silently turned her textbook, yet suddenly fell silent. In that moment, Dongling felt as though this renowned cold scholar was on the verge of shattering. Additionally, the girl's gaze inadvertently fell upon her book. It seemed somewhat off. Resembling a novel? Chapter 94. Dreaming amongst flowers yet, it is not entirely accurate. Xinjiu, renowned as a prodigious scholar at Nanda University, has demonstrated exceptional academic prowess since childhood, rivaling her peers. She has amassed numerous accolades, including victories in national academic competitions, earning her the quiet reverence of being called Xinshun while simultaneously being the university's belle, a harmony of beauty and intellect, a true genius. As for the reason behind her enrollment in the fine arts department, that remains an enigma known to none. However, if one were to suggest that she reads novels during lectures, it seems rather implausible. Seated in her chair, Dong Ling pondered this. Sinjio, too, was deep in thought, her pale complexion betraying a hint of rigidity as a singular thought echoed in her mind. This is the end. Actually, this is a new learning method. That day, the aloof Sinshun slightly parted her cherry lips, delicately adjusting her white-framed glasses, her voice cold yet tinged with an imperceptible hint of despair. Dong Ling was momentarily taken aback, her azure eyes shimmering with confusion. Could it truly be as she suspected? Perhaps it was a bit unconventional. Though she did not fully comprehend, she chose to respect it, nodding her head in agreement. Oh! Subsequently, the petite girl quietly settled into her seat, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. She stowed her phone in her small bag and connected her wireless earbuds, preparing for potential messages from her friend. Old Xia, during class. After a brief moment, Sinjio pressed her lips together, her alabaster arms emerging from beneath her cotton-white t-shirt, as she retrieved a book once more, glancing at it in reverse. Suddenly, the world around the icy beauty darkened. After a long pause, "Oh, may the deity of novels bestow their protection," Sinjio thought, tears unshed, her expression remaining indifferent. Her eyes, silver like the moon, were untainted by dust. Then, turning her head, she spoke again in a calm tone, uttering just 2 words, her demeanor unchanged. Indeed, beside her, Dong Ling, holding a small thermos with delicate hands, paused mid-sip. She set down her cup and murmured softly, I believe you." The girl felt a flutter of anxiety within her. Once curiosity faded, social apprehension took its place, making conversations uneasy. Yet, outwardly, she maintained her composure. Do not inquire. The answer would be that she, like the white-haired Scholartson, was a paradox of appearances. Observing this, Sinjio fell silent, refraining from further conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement, her gaze drifting away. As the class concluded, the blue-eyed girl rose, her pupil serene, yet revealing a hint of joy, for she would finally return home. She would wait for old Xia to come back. At that time, she would let him gaze upon her as much as he pleased. After all, it had been agreed that he could look as he wished. Old Xia had expressed a fondness for her pure, jade-like feet. So, she would await him barefoot, giggling to herself. Lost in her thoughts, her eyes curved gently, ignoring the fleeting glances around her as she meticulously checked her desk for any forgotten items. Satisfied there was nothing amiss, Dong Ling departed. As for Sinjio, she remained tranquil, her gaze fixed on her book, undisturbed, until the classroom was empty. After a moment, her silver eyes lifted, and she exhaled deeply, closing her book and murmuring to herself, "That was close. The majestic deity of novels has favored me, transforming into my textbook, guiding the devout believer, Jiao, through a great trial. Yet, I nearly faltered and must return home to recuperate." Afterward, she lowered her head, gathering her belongings, whispering softly to herself. The white-haired, blue-eyed girl, cognizant of the formidable presence of divine protection, harbored no malice towards her. In a realm of dreams and flowers, amidst a veil of mist on the pathways of Nanda, the petite girl walked alone in the rain. 2 fair wrists grasped the umbrella handle, her small strides occasionally glancing at her white bag, fearful of misplacing it. A touch of innocence, a hint of charm. The autumn wind mingled with the raindrops. Her waist-length white hair swaying gently. She paid it no mind, counting the moments until she would return home with her delicate fingers. Chapter 95, The Rain. As stopped, Shengwan and Mo had an unexpected matter to attend to and would arrive a few minutes late. Amidst the gentle patter of raindrops, a voice called out to her. Soft and cheerful, polite and respectful. "Senior Dong." Winter Ling stiffened slightly, a wave of apprehension washing over her at the sight of a stranger. Suppressing her nervousness, she calmly raised her gaze. It was a young man, fair-skinned and rather handsome, likely a freshman or sophomore. His hair was a gradient of gray, though not as striking as that of old Xia. The white-haired girl inquired, "What is it?" The young man, his face tinged with a faint blush, scratched his head shyly. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. I've heard people say you're exceptionally talented." "Ah, a casual approach. She had noticed him lingering at the classroom door for quite some time during her lectures, initially assuming he was waiting for someone, only to realize he was merely waiting to strike up a conversation with her. However, after spending 25 years as a boy, Winterling could easily discern the intentions of those who sought her attention. Moreover, the method felt oddly familiar. Oh yes, in her own university days, she had often been approached in such a manner, with many younger students blushing as they held out their notes, sweetly saying, "Winter Senior, I have a little question," followed by requests to connect on social media. However, she had always responded by providing Old Xia's number. Don't ask. She felt it was her duty as his close friend to consider his future. Who knows? Someone might fall for him at first sight. During her arduous matchmaking efforts, one younger student had indeed pursued Old Xia, but alas, he was as wooden as ever, incapable of even sending a message. At that time, she worried about Old Xia's future, but now she felt more at ease. After all, she was there to support him. No need to fear his awkwardness or prolonged singlehood. For regardless of Old Xia's nature, as long as he wished for it, she would be able to. On the other side, the young man gazed at Winterling with anticipation, his eyes reflecting a fleeting moment of admiration and infatuation. Thank you for the invitation. He had already envisioned names for their future children. Yet, in the next instant, a cold, indifferent remark pulled him back to the realm of reality. Oh, the girl's response was devoid of warmth, a single word that encapsulated her detachment. Those who approached her were merely indulging in fantasies of being her boyfriend, perhaps stealing a kiss or a gentle touch. But she was a boy. The thought alone was unbearable. Really, they were not Old Xia. After a while, at home, the door swung open. The girl lowered her gaze in silence, her delicate hand grasping an umbrella, which she hung at the entrance. The umbrella dripped with water. With a soft click, she turned on the lights and slipped into her cozy slippers. In the stillness, the sound of her footsteps echoed lightly as Winterling settled on the rug by the window, propping her chin in her hands as she gazed outside. The rain fell steadily, casting a gloomy shadow over the world beyond. The weather forecast had promised sunny skies in Long City, yet the temperature was significantly lower than in Nan City, for it had been raining there for several days. A flicker of concern crossed her mind for Old Xia, hoping he wouldn't catch a chill. However, as she drifted into thought, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Xiaoyu. In that instant, a ripple of excitement coursed through her, her previously indifferent eyes lighting up like crescent moons. The food-loving Old Xia. Old Dong, have you made it home? I'm still busy, but everything is going super smoothly. The food-loving Old Xia. And don't worry, I estimate it take another 2 hours to wrap things up before I head back. Chi Xia Anren. I'm home now, that's good. Yes, take care to keep warm. The food-loving Old Xia got it. In the midst of the quiet, Winterling felt a surge of joy and, in a moment of absent-mindedness, looked up, only to be momentarily taken aback. The rain had ceased. Chapter 96. Only then did I realize that there wasn't even a single photograph of her. We had never met, separated by a vast distance. Yet, despite merely conversing through a screen, the girl felt a sense of joy, as if the home had regained its warmth. However, she soon pondered seriously and sent another message. Chi Xia Anren. Old Xia, let's rest for a night in Long City after our discussion, and return tomorrow grinning. It was now 4 in the afternoon. Old Xia mentioned it might take another 2 hours, which would make it around 6 o'clock, already quite late. If he returned overnight, he would undoubtedly be exhausted. Although she felt a slight apprehension about sleeping alone, it was of little consequence. Old Xia's health was paramount. But the food-loving Old Xia replied, "It's fine. I can't sleep here anyway. I can rest in the car," smiling face. Chi Xia Anren, with determination in her tone. She could no longer persuade him otherwise and simply acquiesced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyu was engaged in discussing plans once again. At home, Dong Ling pursed her lips, lying sideways on the carpet. Her delicate fingers drew circles in a melancholic manner, uncertain whether to feel joy. Old Xia was returning, but at the cost of being utterly fatigued. However, not long after, the girl hummed a tune and headed for a shower, wanting to feel fresh and fragrant. She planned to greet the clumsy Old Xia with her soft, warm, and petite white fur to alleviate his fatigue. How delightful it would be to cuddle and hold him. In Long City, as night fell and the sky darkened, the sun no longer cast its rays. Around 8 in the evening, Xiaoyu finally boarded the high-speed train back to Nan City, brimming with joy and cheerfully conversing with Dongling. Yet, nighttime often brings forth a wave of sentimentality. Perhaps it was the emo music playing randomly through his earphones, or the fact that he hadn't eaten a proper meal at noon or during the evening. Plus, the surrounding silence and the pitch blackness outside, compounded by the absence of old Dong for a full 9 hours, left Xiaoyu feeling sorrowful. He even missed Dongling a little. Then, he quietly opened his photo album, only to find that there was not a single photograph of the girl. And he fell into a pensive silence. Old Dong had been back for nearly 2 months, yet he realized there wasn't even one picture of her. Meanwhile, at home, the lazy wight first silently set alarms for every 10 minutes, continuing until 1 in the morning, fearing she might fall asleep before Xiaoyu returned. However, as she was setting the alarms, Dong Ling received a message. Old Xia, Old Dong, could you send me a picture of yourself? I want to take a look, bitter smile. Dong Ling was momentarily taken aback. Old Xia wanted a picture? Chi Xia Anren. Oh, I'll send it right away. Old Xia, all right, grinning. At that moment, a few tufts of her hair swayed atop her head. Then, after a brief interval, Xiaoyu was lost in thought, glancing at the contents sent by the petite white fur, his lips twitching slightly. There were over a dozen images. In the first picture, the girl sat on the white bed in the master bedroom, her head tilted slightly, her oversized clothing askew. Her fair shoulders and delicate collarbone were visible, along with her slender wrists. She had taken a countdown photo with her phone positioned on the computer desk. Her petite figure was fully displayed. In addition, she sent several close-up shots of her beautiful feet, with pinkish toes and creamy white skin. Then Dongling sweetly inquired, Old Xia, is this enough? Following that, she sent a few more close-ups of her shapely legs and her lovely face. In the photos, her eyes were crescent-shaped, her amber blue pupils sparkling with joy, adorned with a gentle smile. Xiaoyu rubbed his nose, scrolling back up. If he recalled correctly, he had only requested one picture. Then, the young man fell silent, a sense of unease creeping in, as if old Dong had misunderstood something. Subsequently, he quietly saved the images and added them to his collection. Chapter 97. In a moment's thought, glimpses of the past, don't ask. It's perfectly normal to cherish a photograph of a good brother, right? He replied cheerfully. That's enough. Actually, just one will suffice. Be sure to keep warm, old Dong. Tuck yourself in. Chi Anren responded, got it. So, Old Xia, do you like it? Grinning, Chi Anren continued. Oh, just one is fine. Should I retract a bit? Dog emoji, Old Xia, who relished his meals, answered, No need, I adore it. On the white bed, the young girl obediently lay down, snugging herself under the covers, and burst into a soft giggle upon seeing the message. Her cheeks were flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. She scrolled up to find the message from Xiaoyu expressing a desire to see her photo. Old Xia is crying. Though it was merely an expression, it did not hinder the girl from imagining Xiaoyu's melancholic emotions. Perhaps he was feeling homesick, or perhaps he missed her. Thus, Chi Anren wrote, Old Xia, let me take a few more pictures for you to enjoy. Sneaky smile. Xiaoyu's face turned crimson. As the clock ticked past 10, the night deepened, and the train carriage was enveloped in silence. Yet it would still take an hour to reach Nan City. Typically, at this hour, Dong Xia would have already drifted into slumber, but tonight was different. Xiaoyu was returning home. Dong Ling was waiting for his return. The two continued to chat leisurely. The girl rambled on about her day, including the incident with the reverse book cover and the classes she attended. The young man responded to each of her words with a jovial tone, sharing anecdotes about his experiences in Jiafeng and the beautiful scenery he encountered in Yulong City. He even sent all the photos to Dongling. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed how lovely they were. The atmosphere was warm and intimate. They spoke together, listened to one another, as if the other were right beside them. Suddenly, the girl, filled with curiosity, inquired, Old Xia, what did you have for lunch and dinner? Remember to eat less spicy food. She took great care in monitoring Old Xia's diet, as she was determined to nurture his stomach, having even penned it in her life plan. Xiaoyu replied, tears brimming. I didn't eat it all, I forgot I'm hungry. Bitter, old Xia, who loves his meals, quickly retracted a message. Old Xia continued, I had braised chicken leg rice, I bought it after our talk. Grinning, he had a weak stomach. She worried that after a long day without food, he would be starving, yet he attempted to conceal it, claiming he wasn't too hungry since he had bought something to eat. Dong Ling fell silent. Although the message was retracted in less than a second, she had still seen it. Old Xia had mentioned he hadn't eaten for lunch or dinner. He also said he was hungry. Careless, clumsy old Xia. He adored food so much, yet he could forget. The girl pouted, sat up, flung off the covers, irritably poked her pillow, slipped on her little cotton shoes, and exited her room. She would prepare something delicious for her old Xia. Moments later, the petite girl with white hair found herself in the kitchen, tying on a small apron, already contemplating what to prepare. Her efficiency was remarkable. However, she furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss, and suddenly froze. She had forgotten her phone in the master bedroom. Returned to her room, the girl gently picked up her phone, pressed it, and unlocked it with her fingerprint. Arriving at the home screen, the wallpaper displayed a familiar little cake. Above the screen, the notes section was conspicuously visible, filled with familiar entries. January 12th, remember, Old Xia is unhappy. May 10th, remember it's Old Xia's birthday. July 2nd, remember, Old Xia wants a 4090. In a fleeting moment of thought, she glimpsed the fragments of the past. She smiled like a blooming flower. The living room was quiet and still. As Dong Ling passed through on her way back to the kitchen, she paid no mind, her gaze imbued with a gentle smile, her blue eyes twinkling. Chapter 98. Lean meat porridge and corn soup. Then, she busied herself. The gentle sound of chopping vegetables echoed in the kitchen, accompanied by the soft patter of the girl's footsteps, resonating throughout the home. Gradually, the atmosphere seemed less frigid. Meanwhile, on Dong Ling's phone, several new notes appeared beneath a reminder. Remember September 22nd. Old Xia forgot to eat, perhaps due to being busy. And I, how foolish, forgot to remind Old Xia as well. I must remember this in the future. Thus, I write this memo. Remember September 22nd again. Old Xia went out. He seems to miss me, wanted to see me, but there are no photos of me in the album. So he asked me for. I took many pictures. He liked them very much. I am so happy. Also, I miss foolish Old Xia too. At 11 o'clock that night, the high-speed train arrived. The atmosphere grew lively as some disembarked in pairs, while others conversed on their phones, cheerfully announcing their imminent arrival home. He too reflected silently, unable to suppress a smile, though his stomach grumbled in protest. He craved the porridge that old Dong used to prepare. Yet in the dead of night, he shook his head, deciding to grab some bread to quell his hunger, hastily gulping down some water before driving off. Nonetheless, he did not forget to send a message to ensure his safety. Dear Dong, I have arrived at the station. I'll be home in half an hour. Grinning, the best cook, old Dong. Drive safely and don't get distracted. I'm waiting for you at home. Dear Dong. All right. Silly smile. In the driver's seat, the young man fastened his seatbelt and adjusted his phone mount. His gaze fixed on the screen, a smile gracing his face. Displayed was a photograph of the girl, seemingly gazing at him, her eyes crescent-shaped, blue irises shimmering, utterly enchanting. As he drove home, the scenery whirled by in a blur. Someone whispered softly. Approaching 11:30, the car entered the community. The night was deep and tranquil. Looking up from below, many residents had extinguished their lights, enveloping the area in darkness, exuding a sense of solitude. Yet, Xiaoyu paid it no mind. Then, along the lush pathway, he spotted a place illuminated brightly, radiating warmth. Someone awaited him there. That place was home. He took out his keys to unlock the door, entering the foyer, where warmth enveloped him. In a gentle tone, he called out, Old Dong, not wishing to wake her if she had dozed off. He kept his voice low. However, a familiar, fair face peeked from the kitchen, adorned with a small apron. It was Dong Ling, her face aglow with joy. Old Xia, you're back, she exclaimed, her words tumbling out in excitement, a hint of pride in her voice. I made some lean meat porridge and corn soup. It's almost ready. The aroma wafting through the living room was deeply familiar. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, as if caught in a dream. Yet, as the girl chattered away, Bringing the soup to the dining table, she noticed his dazed expression and chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Old Xia, don't just stand there. Come on, come on. Are you hungry? Have a little soup first. Oh, all right. The young man snapped back to reality, smiling as he sat down at the table. The lean meat porridge was warm, and the corn soup was specked with kernels and small chunks of carrot. Taking a sip, he found it exceptionally sweet and comforting, warming both his stomach and heart. He savored the meal, pausing only occasionally. Before long, the porridge reached the bottom of the bowl, the ceramics still retaining warmth, a delightful comfort for his hands. Seated at the dining table, beside him, Dongling was as endearing as ever, perched on her chair, petite and charming. She held a small bowl, delicately sipping the porridge. Her little white legs swung back and forth, soft and dainty, her tiny feet peeking from beneath her cozy slippers, with tender skin visible. Up close, she appeared delicate. From afar, she seemed petite. He could even hear her humming a cheerful tune, filled with joy at old Xia's return. Hee hee. Chapter 99. Xia Yu's exclusive skill. The pat on the head technique. The young girl sipped her drink slowly, her appetite absent after a light dinner consisting merely of a small cake, a testament to her inherent laziness. She was not jesting. She often lounged on the sofa, disinclined to cook or even get up to eat, especially when alone. Yet, Winter Spirit chose to share a bowl of porridge with old Xia, for he would feel a touch of solitude if he were to dine alone. Moreover, there was a certain illusion that he would feel embarrassed waiting for her. Thus she decided to accompany him. Before long, the girl playfully poked Xia Yu, her tone mildly reproachful yet soft. Silly old Xia, don't rush, drink slowly. It was not good for him to drink hastily after not having eaten for a long time, as it could harm his stomach. As for the previous matter, she never mentioned it, as if it had slipped her mind, yet a gentle recollection lingered. The young man mumbled an unclear response, gradually slowing his pace to sip his meal, consuming 2 bowls of lean meat porridge and a bowl of corn soup, all soft and easily digestible. He felt initially satiated, yet a sense of longing remained, though he refrained from drinking more since old Dong advised against it. The fatigue dissipated, leaving him warm and cozy. The chill from the rain no longer felt, prompting him to take a shower, which brought him great comfort. As midnight approached, Dong and Xia returned to their room. The living room lights extinguished, plunging them into tranquil darkness. In the master bedroom, "Old Xia, are you there? What is the matter?" The petite girl with white hair teasingly remarked, her lovely feet and legs on display, inviting him to touch. The delicate girl's playful demeanor shone as she moved her snowy foot closer to Xia Yu's hand, a sight to behold. "Old Dong, it's cold. Hurry and snuggle into the blankets," she urged. "All right," came her soft reply. This was Xia Yu's exclusive skill, the pat on the head technique, with effects of infinite affection and obedience. However, its duration varied from a fleeting second to eternity, solely applicable to Xia Yu, without limitations or cooldowns. Should anyone else attempt to use it, affection would plummet to negative infinity, with a 99% probability of acquiring the label perverted freeloader. Should they persist in their folly and attempt a second use, they would face a chilling warning from the winter deity and receive the item silver bracelet, subsequently earning the title defendant. Returning to the matter at hand, after snuggling under the covers, the girl chuckled softly, her voice sweetly melodic. "Old Xia, warm my little feet." Winter Spirit, naturally cold-bodied, found her delicate feet easily chilled, especially during autumn and rainy days, rendering her incapable of warming herself. All right, Xia Yu replied, his cheeks slightly flushed as he brushed his nose against her icy little feet. However, they were restless, her toes tickling him slightly. Winter Spirit earnestly explained, "They want to stay warm for long, so it's not intentional, truly." Indeed, that was the case. The human furnace. Xia Yu could only nod in silent agreement as he allowed her feet to move about. Furthermore, besides being exceedingly warm, his gray fur also served as a comforting pillow for the white-haired girl, her small head resting against his shoulder, enveloped in a sense of security. They watched videos together for a while before succumbing to sleep as the hour grew late. Then, the girl lay down, gazing up at him expectantly. Xia Yu, with a resigned smile, gently extended his arms, enveloping the soft bundle in his embrace. Her white hair cascaded across his chest, a few strands brushing against his neck, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Chapter 100. Wednesday. On Wednesday morning, I indulged in a leisurely slumber, attended classes in the afternoon, and spent the evening gaming. Then, little Xia come here, a pair of delicate white hands outstretched. Cradling the petite white-haired girl as she slumbered. By Friday, the morning unfolded as usual. In the embrace of her companion, Dongling awoke, still drowsy, her soft form radiating warmth, her errant hair adorably askew. She rubbed her eyes and adjusted her fluffy autumn sweater, which was white, small in size, and perfectly fitted. Even if it was slightly askew, it wouldn't reveal much, especially since those oversized garments. Xiaoyu forbade her from wearing them. After all, he cherished their nightly cuddles, finding her scent and softness utterly irresistible. He genuinely feared that one day her clothing might slip askew. Subsequently, the young lady slowly rose, lingering by the window. Behind her, a pair of large hands caressed her silvery locks, gently brushing her hair with a comb. Yet, the petite white-haired girl became restless. She tilted her head back, arching her delicate waist, and gazed at Xiaoyu with wide eyes, a look of innocence upon her face. Unbeknownst to her, his cheeks had suddenly flushed. She stood obediently, lost in thought about the nature of their relationship. Were they now good friends? It didn't seem quite right, for he had tousled her hair, held her hand, and each morning he would comb her hair, offering countless gentle reminders. Moreover, they shared a bed, with him holding her close as they slept, and he watched over her as she took her medicine, accompanied her for checkups, and escorted her to and from class. Was it somewhat akin to a marriage? Dong Ling pondered, her cheeks suddenly blooming with color. After all, only couples would snuggle together under the same blanket. The hair combing felt remarkably similar to what? Xiaoyu, bewildered, could not comprehend. It was nothing. The young girl shook her small head, dismissing the thoughts. She couldn't quite figure it out. So, she decided not to dwell on it. As far as their relationship was concerned, whatever Xiaoyu wished it to be, she was content to remain by his side. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that on Friday, there were 3 classes, all in the morning, leading seamlessly into the weekend. Thus, it appeared to be 2 days, yet in reality, it was 2.5. Many individuals lowered their heads, gazing at their phones, sighing at a photo of a particular trainee. I might be unwell, for amidst the holiday, I found myself reminiscing about that old acquaintance. Little Heisey, always critiquing my dear pigeon. Some scoffed, adjusting their center-parted hair. The class proceeded quietly. The elderly professor lectured from the front, kind and gentle. While students listened and practiced, the soft sounds of brushes gliding across paper filling the air. It was a practical class, yet for Dong Ling, it felt exceedingly effortless. It was akin to a university student attending kindergarten, learning mathematics alongside young children, and solving arithmetic problems. Too simple. After all, who was she? The winter goddess. However, despite her prowess, she harbored a deep-seated anxiety regarding such classes. As for the reason, Dong Ling, based on what the teacher just explained, could you come up and demonstrate for the other students? The elderly professor kindly requested from the podium. This was the reality. Being the focus of so many teachers' attention was not due to her looks, but rather her exceptional skill. She far surpassed her peers in the art field. Thus to them, Dong Ling was a treasure, a prodigious talent. How long had it been since such a remarkable person emerged? Quite a while. Under the watchful gazes, Dong Ling prepared to step onto the stage. Although she felt a twinge of anxiety and tension under the multitude of eyes, she remained relatively calm. Gradually, she had become accustomed to it. Most importantly, Xiaoyu was there, steadfastly watching over her from the sidelines. It provided her with immense reassurance. The petite, white-haired girl, with her slender form, hardly appeared taller when standing than when seated. She looked enchanting. Then, she lowered her head, meticulously inspecting her drawing tools, her expression serious. A tuft of errant hair hung down, prompting countless onlookers to wish to tousle it. She was simply too adorable. Oh dear. Furthermore, the classroom was quiet, with a few rays of sunlight streaming in, illuminating Dong Ling's fair skin, making her appear ethereal and radiant. Truly beautiful. Chapter 101. eradicating the dangerous cherry bomb as the young girl took to the stage. Her artistic prowess captivated the audience, and as time passed, a gentle murmur of conversation arose from the crowd. A prodigious talent in the arts, she was both beautiful and formidable. What more could one ask for? The coexistence of beauty and intelligence elicited admiration and awe. She was both visible and unattainable. In the shadows, someone gazed quietly at the white-haired girl who stood on stage, the center of attention, radiant as a star. Her cold blue eyes were distant yet captivating. However, in front of that person, she was lively and charming, as dazzling as a flower. "Hey, old Xia, am I amazing or what?" she innocently asked, tilting her head adorably, reminiscent of a child. "Indeed, you are remarkable." The young man, under her starry gaze, replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Do not pursue unattainable dreams." Meanwhile, in the classroom, someone returned to reality with a sigh, filled with envy. Outside the campus of Nan University, on the path to the parking lot, the lush greenery had faded, and amidst autumn's falling leaves, a tall figure walked alongside a smaller one. They strolled leisurely, unhurried. A delicate white hand held 2 boxes of fruit, strawberries and cherries, freshly purchased. "Eat more, it's good for your health," Xiaoyu chattered cheerfully, glancing down. Tomorrow would bring a checkup to ensure her heart was well, hoping for no complications as before. Nevertheless, regarding her health, nurturing her body and maintaining an optimistic spirit were vital. The girl's cheeks were round and plump, and before reaching home, she had already begun to snack, for what else were fruits for if not to be enjoyed? She responded softly, her words slightly muffled, for she was a radiant being, the petite white-haired winter spirit, engaged in a monumental task, eliminating the malevolent cherries. Those little things could explode, posing a danger. Briefly, she opened her soft lips and popped 1 cherry into her mouth, savoring its sweetness, then stood on her tiptoes. With her slender, delicate hand, she held another cherry, joyfully exclaiming, "Old Xia, open wide. Good things should be shared with you." As he held items in both hands, she, as a good friend, took the initiative to feed him. "Oh," Xiaoyu chuckled, bending slightly as she fed him a cherry with her pristine fingers. As their lips met, he inadvertently brushed against her soft, pale fingertips, cool and fragrant. Yet, she remained unfazed, smiling brightly as she offered him another. Unintentionally, their fingers brushed again, but Winter Spirit paid no heed, lost in thought and conversation. Her almond eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Old Xia, a short holiday is coming up soon. Should we go out and have some fun? We usually stay at home, and it just doesn't feel right. We ought to take a stroll. It's good for our health and helps to relax our minds." "Absolutely, where to?" Xiaoyu readily agreed, slowly enjoying the cherries, perhaps enhanced by Winter Spirit's feeding. They were exceptionally delicious, juicy, sweet, and slightly tart. The lingering flavor was uniquely reminiscent of her fingers. A peculiar longing stirred within him. "Is this a bit strange?" he pondered. If she were to find out, she might teasingly say, "You're quite the glutton. I am your friend. How could you relish sucking on my fingers?" Such were Xiaoyu's thoughts. Yet, the girl remained unaware, her fair and delicate face serious, as she contemplated. After a moment, her eyes lit up. "Shall we go camping?" There's a forest park just outside the suburbs of Nan City. It's vast and vibrant, perfect for a day of adventure, offering endless activities, fishing, picnicking, setting up tents, and so much more. Chapter 102. You are truly hungry, but I am your brother. We can still share a night together. Although I have done this with Xiao for a long time, this feels different. She couldn't recall the last time they went camping. It all felt so foreign. After spending so much time at home, everything seemed refreshingly new. Her enchanting azure eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Xiaoyu was determined not to disappoint her. He smiled and agreed. "All right, when shall we go?" The tent and other essentials must be prepared in advance, along with a detailed plan to prevent any oversight. "Yay!" the girl exclaimed, her happiness palpable. Then she pondered, How about the 3rd of next month? We have a 7-day holiday. The first day, we can rest at home, and on the 2nd, we can finalize our preparations. Then on the next day, we can set off directly. After spending a night under the stars, we can return home on the 4th and enjoy 3 more delightful days of relaxation. Just thinking about it filled her with joy. Giggling softly, all right, the young man replied warmly, lowering his gaze to reflect the girl's radiant smile, gently stroking her silken white hair. Eat slowly. Oh, okay. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Saturday arrived, bringing with it a holiday. It was time for the end-of-month checkup to monitor Dong Ling's condition stability and to prevent any unforeseen deterioration. Xiaoyu was exceedingly meticulous about this matter. That morning, as they had yet to set out, neither of them had eaten because the girl needed to fast for her examination. Thus, the young man wasn't particularly inclined to eat without her. Nonetheless, in the presence of Dong Ling's tranquil gaze, he quietly sipped some porridge, not to ask why, but simply because he was genuinely hungry. Before leaving, identity card, medical records, I hope I haven't forgotten anything, he mumbled, checking repeatedly until he felt assured. He glanced at the petite girl, who looked down and smiled gently. Nothing is missing. That's good. Taking Dong Ling's soft, pale hand in his, he did so naturally. Having grown accustomed to holding her close every night, Xiaoyu had become quite unperturbed by this. It felt as natural as ruffling her hair. Today, the girl still looked lovely, clad in a fluffy white top, her small feet adorned with short, warm white socks, and her little shoes lined with cotton. She was sensitive to cold, necessitating careful attention to warmth. As for Xiaoyu, his attire was simple, a long-sleeved t-shirt beneath a thin black jacket, matching perfectly with Dong Ling's attire. One was clad in black, the other in white. However, as they set off, the area outside their door was quiet, seemingly devoid of life, and indeed, it was unoccupied. What about Shun Xingye? He lived in the house next door. Even now, he remained active, engaging daily with a multitude of admirers and passionately organizing gaming sessions with a group of friends. To this day, Shun Xingye had earned a nickname, Big Brother. His favorite refrain was to call out to the nuclear-powered windmill, for he often exclaimed, "Nuclear-powered consort, I am hungry, I want mooncakes. Nuclear-powered consort, I am hungry again. I need food." Don't ask, just know that his culinary skills were impeccable, and whatever he made was delicious. Thus, at this point, the nuclear-powered windmill was either cooking or on the way to procure food. Rumor has it he had become quite familiar with the delivery personnel, given that he frequently ordered from nearby, leading to a hint of playful resentment. Returning to the main topic, at Nanjing Hospital, the registration hall was crowded, bustling with activity and noise, while the girl stood there, somewhat lost, grappling with her social anxiety. Xiaoyu busied himself with registering, paying fees, and consulting with doctors about the heart condition. Yet he always held Dong Ling's hand, enveloping it in his palm, reluctant to let go, as if fearing she might slip away. He walked slowly, mindful of her smaller steps. Occasionally, he glanced back, finding her obediently following, quietly toying with her white hair, and when he turned to look at her, she shyly offered a soft smile. Chapter 103. The Girl with Golden Hair. It was a scene reminiscent of childhood. Parents escorting their children to the hospital, registering them while the little ones busied themselves with play. Unbeknownst to them, the heart examination concluded, and Xiaoyu remained steadfastly by her side. The bespectacled doctor, sporting a playful smile, tried to reassure her, "Do not be afraid, little girl. Your parents are right here." At these words, the silver-haired girl fell silent. Though she certainly appeared petite, it was evident that her relationship with the elder Xia did not resemble that of father and daughter. They seemed more akin to close friends, at least in name. It was best not to dwell on it. After all, he was an indomitable titan, an unwaveringly stubborn man. Nearby, a nurse raised an eyebrow, casting a disapproving glance at the doctor. With a slight pout, she remarked, "What are you talking about?" They share a different kind of bond. The doctor, taken aback, scratched his head in confusion. "Oh, what kind of relationship? Siblings? No wonder you're still single." The nurse, exasperated, felt a wave of despair wash over her, pondering the complexities of life. As noon approached, the extensive examinations proved time-consuming, and Dong Ling, frail in constitution, began to feel weary. Once back in the car, she slumped in the back seat, her body languid and weak. "Xia, I'm hungry," she uttered weakly, her delicate hand resting on her empty stomach, yearning for nourishment. "All right, I'll go get you some congee," Xiaoyu replied promptly, stepping out of the car. "Only be called back." He turned, puzzled, to hear Dong Ling softly admonish him. "Remember to eat too." I only need kanji. You have a hearty appetite, and kanji might leave you feeling hungry. He paused, slightly taken aback. Oh, right. I was planning to have kanji as well. As the afternoon wore on, they had yet to return home due to the importance of the tests, particularly concerning the heart. The girl's frail condition was often concealed by meticulous care, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, the doctor had advised them to await the results for immediate medical intervention if necessary. Outside Nanjing Hospital, the world bustled with activity. The autumn sun radiated gently, casting a warm glow that was far from oppressive. Dong Ling and Xiaoyu strolled slowly, preparing to wait at the hospital. However, near the accessible pathway, the girl was drawn in by some rustling sounds. Turning her gaze, she spotted a girl not far away. Her golden hair cascading down to her waist, dressed in hues that mirrored her hair. She appeared to have a disability, seated in a wheelchair, struggling to ascend a slope with her pale, delicate arms. Dong Ling, momentarily entranced, nudged her companion and whispered, "Xia, can you help her?" Of course. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. It was a fortuitous encounter, saving them some time. Upon completing their checkup and returning to their rented accommodation, they could prepare a meal a bit sooner. The girl with the golden hair sat in quiet contemplation, a gentle demeanor radiating warmth. Her eyes conveyed a tender kindness, and her unique golden strands flowed gracefully. A medical record was resting on her lap. Thank you, she exclaimed, her soft voice breaking the silence as she expressed her gratitude, offering a polite smile to both Xiaoyu and Dong Ling. She had heard the silver-haired girl's voice, and the young man had approached. "You're welcome," Xiaoyu replied, nodding politely in response. By 6 in the evening, the sky deepened into a dark blue, the horizon tinged with crimson hues. The sunset arrived earlier than the previous month, a reminder of autumn's presence. In winter, night would have already fallen. Inside Nanjing Hospital, a brightly lit consultation room exuded a tranquil atmosphere. The doctor sat at his desk, examining the examination reports. Chapter 104. Accompanied Dongxiao remained silent, both enveloped in tension. This apprehension accompanied every follow-up examination, a fear of deterioration and anxiety over possible relapse. Fortunately, however, the condition remained stable. The doctor, clad in a white coat, adjusted his glasses, set down the examination report, and looked up with a smile. As his words resonated, Xiaoyu paused, the tautness in her heart gradually easing, a sense of relief washing over her, prompting an involuntary smile. Awakened for 2 months and subjected to numerous checkups, she remained fragile, yet there were no unforeseen developments. Her greatest fears had not materialized. Dong Ling was safe. It seemed as if divine favor had graced her life. Perhaps it was not merely luck, for there were those who tirelessly devoted themselves to her well-being, treating her with utmost care and affection. The young girl was surrounded by companionship, free from worries. To some extent, one of the pivotal reasons for Dong Ling's stabilized condition was the unwavering presence of another. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu stood quietly behind her. The girl's gaze cast downward, her delicate wrist slightly flushed. Not long ago, she had been gently held by Lao Xia, just a tad too tightly, resulting in this blush. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. There was no pain. Dong Ling smiled, elated, for the doctor had proclaimed her condition stable, an assurance of safety. She was acutely aware of her heart condition. The likelihood of complete recovery was minimal, necessitating a lifetime of medication, accompanied by substantial risks. Yet, the current situation was promising. If it could persist, she would find immense satisfaction. Although she had to consume a multitude of pills, it mattered little, for afterward, Lao Xia would reward her with sweets, deliciously sweet. On another note, the young doctor adjusted his glasses once more, a gesture said to convey professionalism, as relayed by a lawyer friend who had a penchant for this habit. Nonetheless, he remained focused on the matter at hand, kindly reminding her of the importance of cultivating good habits for her recovery. Xiaoyu listened attentively, grasping a pen and notebook with utmost seriousness. As they departed from the hospital, night had fallen, and a gentle breeze carried a slight chill. After a tiring day, the two harbored no desire for gaming upon returning home. They washed up and promptly climbed in a bed, nestled closely together. The girl, fragrant and relaxed, buried herself under the covers, engrossed in a book, her small head resting on Xiaoyu's hand. It was an undeniably blissful moment. Moreover, perhaps due to the night's arrival, the artist platform buzzed with excitement. The small group was particularly lively, albeit only Qiong Chunyaoyan and He Nung Li were actively conversing. Messages flowed in rapid succession. Qiong Chunyaoyan, He Nung Li, what is it? Qiong Chunyaoyan, I miss you, grinning. He Nung Li, do you miss me or the delicious food, sweating? Qiong Chunyaoyan, ahem, I miss both. He Nung Li, the local courier just left. Qiong Chunyaoyan, is that true, my righteous father? He Nung Li. After a moment of silence, He Nung Li quietly replied with 2 words, really. Shortly thereafter, as expected, half an hour passed, and a familiar knocking echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. The delivery from the same city had arrived. Inside the room, Shun Xingye, who had been idly chatting, suddenly brightened, hastily sending a message before rushing out. Righteous father, please wait. Then there was another silence. He Nung Li sighed. Could you please refrain from calling me that? After 3 years of acquaintance online, she had grown accustomed to being addressed as He Nung Li. On the other side, it was yet another familiar face. Upon seeing the visitor, Shun Xingye greeted him with a cheerful smile. The courier was a middle-aged man, proficient in his craft. He was typically the one to handle deliveries of delicious food for He Nung Li. The courier smiled in return, but after completing the delivery, he prepared to leave without lingering. Chapter 105. Shall we purchase a little electric scooter? However, prior to this, he cast a meaningful glance at Shun Xingye, imparting wisdom. Young man, treat others kindly. Their physical imperfections are inconsequential. The girl who brings food is quite sweet. She mentioned that she prepares it herself. Then, lost in thought, the scene shifted back to a short while ago outside a rented apartment. Are you delivering food again? Yes, indeed. Thank you, kind delivery uncle. Please, do try it. I made it myself. Haha, no need for that. Your goodwill is appreciated. May I ask for your name? It seems rather inappropriate to keep calling you girl. At that moment, a gentle voice, suffused with warmth and a sweet smile, resonated with optimism and cheerfulness. Jiang Shirue. What a lovely name, he mused. She is beautiful and always personally prepares meals for this young man. There might be something intriguing there. However, what? Shun Xingye, utterly perplexed, gazed at the departing figure of the uncle, scratching his head in confusion. He found himself struggling to comprehend. After a moment of earnest contemplation, he decided to abandon the thought. He would simply relish the cookies made by his good brother. The next day arrived. Dongling was experiencing her monthly cycle, which was rather uneventful. As always, she was diligently cared for by Xiaoyu, who provided her with hot water and gently massaged her abdomen. She lay obediently on the bed, unaware of any discomfort. As September 30th rolled around, it was a Wednesday. Nando was bustling with activity. A sea of people could be seen, many dragging suitcases, all adorned with joyous smiles. The reason? A holiday had commenced. A delightful 7-day break. How could one not feel elated? The scholarly and serene Xinjiu bore a faint smile even during lectures. Likewise, Dongling, upon the conclusion of class, dashed over to Xiaoyu with her small bag, bubbling with happiness. Once aboard the vehicle, her face blossomed like a flower. In the back seat, she hummed a cheerful tune, swinging her legs and munching on snacks. Her tiny tongue, pink and playful, licked a lollipop, radiating contentment. Hee. But half an hour later, her cheerfulness waned. Old Xia, how much longer until we reach home? The white-haired girl inquired with a frown, resting her chin on her hand, her delicate face framed in the rear-view mirror. Then came the dreaded news: traffic congestion. It was the 1st of October, and the roads in Nanshur were inundated with vehicles, creating an unbearable bottleneck. Everyone was heading home. Perhaps another hour? Xiaoyu replied, his mouth twitching as he gripped the steering wheel, feeling utterly powerless. He glanced ahead, only to find an endless line of cars stretching before him. Darkness clouded his vision, and he felt faint. Alas, the petite white-haired girl felt despondent. She seemed unwell, unable to discern the path home. A small cake might alleviate her spirits. After a considerable time, Dongling rested her head against the car window when suddenly she became transfixed, gazing at a swiftly zipping electric scooter. It moved effortlessly. In an instant, her blue eyes sparkled. Old Xia, what's wrong? Shall we buy a little electric scooter? She exclaimed gleefully. Her cheerful voice danced through the air, light and playful, brimming with anticipation. It would be so convenient to zip out for delicious treats and to take me to and from school without the worry of traffic jams. Her words were melodic, not overly sweet, but filled with the essence of everyday life, creating ripples within the calm of existence. Someone chuckled in response. All right, let's get a little electric scooter. Yay, I'm no longer unhappy. Thus, after a joint discussion, Dong Ling and Xiaoyu agreed on the plan, and by afternoon, they joyfully acquired a little electric scooter. Outside a large shopping mall, the scooter stood quietly on the asphalt road, lightweight and convenient, adorned in a soft blue and white hue. Its design was simple yet compact. Though Dong Ling was petite, she could easily sit in the back. Chapter 106. The white-haired entrepreneur's untimely demise, however. The scene unfolds with the young girl at the controls of a small electric scooter, her delicate legs swinging. Her petite feet stretching in an earnest attempt to reach the ground, but falling just short. Beside her, Xiaoyu stands guard, concerned for her safety, gently holding onto the handlebars, a smile breaking upon his face at the sight. Meanwhile, Dong Ling, with her clear blue eyes, feels a twinge of disappointment. The plan to take Xiaoyu for a breezy ride on the scooter has regrettably fallen through, which is truly a pity. As the 1st of October dawns, the sun rises, casting its warm glow into the home, enveloping it in a gentle light that brings a sense of coziness. The hour is still early, yet the atmosphere is lively. Dong Ling stirs a pot of porridge, adorned in her exclusive light blue apron, bustling about the kitchen, her white hair flowing freely. In the kitchen, Xiaoyu contemplates making soy milk, catching glimpses of the girl's profile, her cheeks still retaining a hint of baby fat, fair and delicate, also dressed in an apron. It is then that he resolves to emulate his good friend. However, soon enough, a look of helplessness crosses the young man's face. There is no need to inquire. He simply finds himself suddenly disinclined to wear the apron. Just at that moment, delicate hands appear from behind him. It is the absent-minded Xia, who has failed to secure her own apron properly. The girl hums softly, her nimble fingers deftly tying his apron in a few swift motions, then places her hands on her hips, displaying a touch of pride. She turns back to continue cooking the meat porridge, while Xiaoyu can't help but smile shyly, a faint blush tinting his ears, recognizing his own clumsiness. After enjoying the porridge and soy milk, the two prepare to step out, as time spent indoors must also be productive. What do they need? Fruits, snacks, and the little cakes that the white-haired girl adores. The gray-haired one enjoys them as well. Xiaoyu carries a shoulder bag filled with emergency heart medication and other necessities. Before long, they arrive at the parking area. Old Xia, don't forget your helmet. The girl earnestly reminds him. Safety first on the roads. All right, Xiaoyu replies with a grin. Yet, the helmet remains unfastened on the clumsy old Xia. Observing the young man's exasperation, Dong Ling can't help but chuckle. Sometimes old Xia is meticulous, never careless about his own well-being. Yet at other times, he could be quite forgetful, unable even to secure his helmet properly. Lost in her thoughts, she smiles and rises on her tiptoes. What else can she do? Help her old Xia with his helmet, of course. Bending down, the petite girl stretches to reach. Oh dear. After a moment, she purses her lips, tilting her head slightly, offering her small white helmet. Old Xia, don't ask. I can't seem to fasten it either, just like you. All right. He gently ruffles Dong Ling's hair, bending down to place the helmet on her small head. He smooths her white hair and carefully adjusts the straps. In that proximity, they share a familiar warmth, the scent of her essence enveloping him. Her slightly flushed face is just within reach, and in that moment, he yearns to caress her soft cheeks. She exhales softly, her pupils shining like the clearest blue, untarnished by the world, reminiscent of exquisite amber. Quietly, she gazes at Xiaoyu, her demeanor gentle and obedient, seemingly accepting whatever he may do. After all, who is he? He's her old Xia, a cherished presence in nearly every frame of Dong Ling's memories. After a brief moment, a click signals that the helmet is secured, albeit slightly askew. But that is inconsequential. The considerate little white-haired girl will adjust it herself. With that, she hops onto the back seat of the scooter, her petite frame appearing even smaller her delicate neck exposed as she looks up and grins. She pats the front seat. Calling, "Old Xia, come on. Coming. His hearty voice responds. If one were to speak of the joys in life, having a loved one by your side, steady and secure, is indeed the greatest blessing. Chapter 107. Existing in memory frame by frame, but be cautious upon boarding. Xiaoyu stiffened slightly, lowering his head gently as a pair of delicate, fair hands encircled his waist. A warm softness enveloped his back, accompanied by the commanding voice of a spirited young girl. Old soldier Xia, heed the orders of this fair-haired commander. Set sail towards the snacks section of the Grand Mall. Understood, replied the youth, a smile gracing his lips as he earnestly complied, his curiosity piqued by her title. The proud winter spirit retorted, I am the illustrious commander. Very well, commander, sit tight. We are about to depart, Xiaoyu said, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. I understand. I will behave. The great commander nodded obediently, tightening her embrace around the soldier. In the city of Nan, amidst the misty chill, a small electric scooter ambled along the road. Shadows of trees flitted by, along with pedestrians. As autumn arrived, the temperature dropped, and with each breath, Xiaoyu exhaled clouds of vapor, a curious sight indeed. Yet, it was rather amusing. The girl on the back seat tilted her head, playfully attempting to launch her own white mist attack at the young man, though she always fell just short. He felt a tickling sensation at the back of his neck, the warmth of breath wafting over him. Undoubtedly the playful white-haired girl at work. Xiaoyu chuckled and inquired, Old Winter, are you cold? The scooter was not traveling quickly, and he worried that the strong wind would chill her, leading to illness. Winter's spirit blinked, her hands a little chilly. Despite being nestled within his embrace, the cold air still found its way in. Soon, however, the girl with the dainty hair froze in place. Old Winter, what's wrong? Can you please not move around? The young man struggled to articulate. The soft, white hands retreated into his pocket, seeking warmth and comfort, a delightful refuge from the biting wind. However, she was rather restless, always fidgeting, causing Xiaoyu's heart rate to soar. As for the reason behind it, do not inquire. It was simply the nervousness of riding the electric scooter. Yes, indeed. Oh, I see, Winter's spirit replied obediently, though her azure eyes were filled with questions. She refrained from voicing them. Moments later, she froze, her cheeks ablaze and her breath trembling, her earlobes softening with warmth. After a considerable wait at a traffic light, surrounded by a throng of young people, their gazes inadvertently drifted towards Xiaoyu. Perhaps they were envious, for despite the simplicity of the scooter, he was accompanied by such a beautiful fair-haired girl. They could not comprehend why. Nearby, a couple on another scooter engaged in conversation. The girl in the back seat quietly complained, not out of disdain, but concern. You fool, can't you take a break? I don't need a betrothal gift. Why work so hard? On another side, a solitary driver gripped the steering wheel, quietly listening to the couple's exchange. He cast a glance at the gray-haired youth, who was also riding a scooter. The girl behind him chattering away. Old Xia, I want to buy a few more little cakes. By the way, what are we having for lunch? Oh, braised pork? I'll make it for lunch. She giggled. Uncertain feelings arose within him, a tinge of envy perhaps, as the interior of his vehicle felt desolate, with only him for company. The same was true at home. As afternoon descended upon their cozy abode belonging to the duo of winter and summer, warmth enveloped the space. The lingering aroma of braised pork filled the air, and in a hazy reverie, the cheerful image of Xiaoyu enjoying his meal echoed softly. The white-haired figure smiled, sharing the meal with him. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, the girl lay sprawled atop the bed, her head nestled by the pillow, covered by a cozy blanket, exuding comfort. She lazily stretched and rolled to the other side, her skin faintly visible, as smooth as soft jade. Winter's spirit yawned and leisurely shifted positions, while Xiaoyu reclined, absorbed in watching videos. The content, however, was mundane, repairing a scooter or constructing houses in the snow, accompanied by gentle, soothing music. The young man remained entirely focused, even as a soft, fluffy presence rolled beside him. Yet he continued to gaze at his phone, gently ruffling her hair. Chapter 108. The Withering of Blossoms. The departure of the great tree. The young girl remains unfazed. After receiving a gentle pat on the head, she let out a couple of soft hums, sharing a moment of joy with Xiaoyu as they scrolled through videos together. At last, The ever-dedicated Lao Xia had turned his gaze away from the alluring beauties online. Indeed, they were unattainable. Where could one find a good brother as obedient as herself, one who could casually ruffle his hair and hold hands? Soon after, Xiaoyu became preoccupied with tasks at his computer. Thus, the supreme artifact, her phone, fell into Dongling's hands. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight as she skillfully unlocked it with her fingerprint and accessed the home screen. After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from opening any chat applications or perusing anything else. Instead, she simply tapped her finger to enter the album, where a plethora of familiar photos awaited her gaze. They were all pictures of her current self with white hair, alongside her former boyish self, a multitude of memories captured. As she scrolled down to the very bottom, two youthful faces appeared, with hair of contrasting shades, one gray, the other white, representing their very first joint photograph from childhood. Preserved by Xiaoyu for over a decade. Dongling reminisced quietly, a soft smile gracing her lips, only to be suddenly taken aback. For within her phone, from the very beginning of their lives to the present, lay countless photographs of herself and Lao Xia, chronicling their shared experiences. Alas, they were all gone. Following a car accident, her phone had shattered, leaving her unable to recover any data. The loss of those cherished images filled her with profound sorrow. After a moment of silent grief, she sighed softly, her azure eyes tinged with melancholy, casting a glance toward the figure seated at the computer, fingers dancing across the keyboard. A moment later, "Stupid Lao Xia, don't move." A cheerful voice interrupted the tranquility. In the center of the living room, the young man scratched his head, a good-natured smile on his face, while a small head leaned against him, radiating joy. They stood together, with Xiaoyu gently draping an arm over her shoulder, reminiscent of times gone by. Dongling raised both hands in a peace sign toward the camera, her eyes sparkling like stars, her smile blooming like a flower. As for the photography, that duty had been entrusted to the esteemed white-haired deity, bestowed upon her most devoted gray-haired follower. Click! In that instant, a moment was captured, eternally preserved. Though the flowers may flourish brilliantly, and though they may wither and fade, and though the great tree may succumb to decay over time, it shall still bloom in the final vestiges of life amidst the flames. The following day, as they prepared for their camping trip, the two busied themselves with discussions and packing essential items, tents, water bottles, power banks, and the like. The preparations felt overwhelming. In the afternoon, Dongling and Xiaoyu ventured out, returning with an assortment of camping necessities, including provisions for a barbecue, having purchased an electric grill, as Dongling harbored a deep-seated fear of fire, an anxiety rooted in a nightmare from her 4th year of university. As night descended, within the main bedroom, the young girl sat at her desk, her delicate fingers gripping a pen. She bowed her head, immersed in thought, occasionally jotting down notes regarding their camping plans. Her handwriting elegant and pleasing to the eye. From the side, one could see her profile, fair and luminous, illuminated by the bright screen of her computer. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, obscuring her clear blue eyes from view. Then, as if guided by an unseen force, Xiaoyu reached out, gently tucking the loose strands behind her ear with utmost care. Her hair was no longer disheveled. Dongling looked up at him, her gaze softening as she playfully lifted the other side of her hair. Sticking out her tongue, she giggled, "Lao Xia, we need to leave a bit earlier for camping tomorrow. I'm worried about traffic." It seemed she had not noticed the earlier moment, or perhaps she had. Silently acknowledging it, allowing Xiaoyu to proceed as he wished. He smiled in response, "All right." On the 3rd day of the short holiday, in South City, the sky was clear, and the warm sun bathed everything in light. The air was pleasantly mild, a perfect day for an outing. In the early morning, the two set off on their adventure. Chapter 109, A Flirt with Fragments of Hair, a Gentle Glance. As autumn deepens, the air grows cool, and the days pass swiftly, each one flowing into the next, yet they are fulfilling. However, in the present moment, winter and summer remain silent. After enduring a traffic jam for 81 minutes, the two are still ensnared in the gridlock. By noon, they finally arrive at their destination, a secluded forest park, vast in expanse, where few souls wander, devoid of any urban shadows. Gazing around, the trees stand tall, their autumnal hues casting a gentle filter over the world, refreshing and entirely natural. For Dongling, this is a delightful novelty. Her small face, filled with curiosity, darts from one sight to another. Being petite, her steps are dainty. Occasionally, her white shoes crunch upon the yellowing leaves, producing a crisp sound. Beside her, Xiaoyu carries an assortment of bags while attentively watching the lively girl. A smile gracing his face as he offers gentle reminders. Be careful, Dongling walking ahead. Dongling turns lightly, tilting her head and offering a playful grin. Before long, they uncover a flat patch of grass. Thus, the little home is set in motion. The spirited girl, brimming with enthusiasm, recalls the last time she camped, vaguely remembering it was during her senior year in college, when both she and Xiao were present. Time has flown by, yet neither has departed. Both remain, and inexplicably, Dongling feels a sense of maturity wash over her. Moments later, however, that feeling dissipates. Silly Xia, what's wrong? Xiaoyu, puzzled, looks up with a cheerful expression as he volunteers to set up the tent. As for the title he bears, well, she has grown accustomed to it. You've inserted the pegs incorrectly. The girl giggles, chiding him. They should be angled. Don't face them toward the tent, or it won't be secure and could easily loosen. Having said that, she crouches down gently, her soft hands grasping the pegs meant to anchor the tent. She pulls, but they remain steadfast. She is convinced it cannot be so difficult. Summoning her strength, she tries again with all her might, yet still they do not budge. Ugh! Silly Xia, come here. Her cheeks flush slightly. How infuriating. I forgot how weak I became after turning into a girl. Oh dear. The young man hurries over, reaching out to pull the peg free with ease. He possesses considerable strength, having trained since childhood without fear of any obstacle. However, at this moment, he sheepishly withdraws his head, appearing somewhat timid. In the end, under the careful guidance of a white-haired girl, Xiaoyu successfully erects the tent, a modest structure, white above and blue below. It stands firm, capable of shielding from wind and rain, a sanctuary for rest. This is the little home she so fondly speaks of, belonging solely to the two of them. At high noon, the sun shines brightly overhead. A gentle breeze stirs the grass, causing it to sway, while a delightful aroma wafts through the air, emanating from the grill in front of their little abode, where skewers sizzle and release fragrant oils. A small hand diligently flips the skewers, and despite the gloves, the delicate skin beneath remains pristine, unmistakably belonging to her. As for Xiaoyu, he sits on a portable stool, gazing expectantly while weakly calling out, Dongling, I'm hungry. The young man lacks the skills for barbecuing and would likely ruin it. So the task falls to his little caretaker, who excels in all culinary arts, from dumplings to stir-frying, and possesses a solid understanding of flavors. Her culinary prowess is exceptional. Chapter 110. With a flurry of keyboard strokes, he emerges as the fishing god. Winterling, with her petite head bobbing like a garlic clove, urged with delightful insistence. We must hurry. We cannot let old Xia go hungry. His stomach is fragile, and it wouldn't do to have him suffer. Before long, the grill was adorned with skewers, crisp and succulent, accompanied by cubes of potato, fragrant mushrooms, golden enoki, and corn. Lamb skewers were present as well, though predominantly vegetables were chosen, avoiding spice. As their diet leaned towards a mild, the young man had a delicate stomach, and the girl had a heart condition. Soon, Winterling tilted her head back. Perching herself on a small stool, her legs neatly together, she gently prodded Xiaoyu beside her with her fair, delicate fingers, and with a soft smile, she said, Old Xia, all is well. Xiaoyu responded with a broad grin, his white teeth gleaming prominently. Very well, he replied, inadvertently lowering his gaze. A fleeting glance revealed the girl as crescent-shaped eyes, her gentle voice, and the delicate fragrance of gardenias. She appeared as adorable as ever, her hair cascading softly. Cautiously, her small mouth sampled a potato skewer, and with a satisfied smack of her lips, she looked at him joyfully, exclaiming, Old Xia, the skewer is perfect. It felt so vivid. Reminiscing about the past while observing the present, she was the same companion who had been by his side since childhood, albeit transformed in some ways, yet unchanged in essence. She had always been there. On another note, Winterling took small bites, occasionally blowing gently on her food. She often appeared a bit dazed. As was her nature, with a petite appetite, she preferred tranquility, indulging in her meal in silence. However, exceptions did arise. Old Dong, shall we go fishing this afternoon? The gray-haired fellow inquired cheerfully. He had spotted a small river on the way, shimmering invitingly, requiring a 10-minute walk. Sound good. The white-haired girl chuckled softly. Old Dong, did we bring the fishing rods? Indeed, we did. Old Dong, what about my phone? The girl pressed her forehead in exasperation. The skewer-eating time slipped away as Xia Yu rambled on, and Winterling enjoyed it, but only if the one rambling was her beloved big wooden boy. As the afternoon wore on, within their cozy little abode, blankets were laid out soft and inviting, and a small lamp hung overhead. They intended to spend the night there. The petite white-haired girl sat cross-legged, her gaze fixed intently on her phone, her blue eyes wide with concentration as she watched videos on fishing. Xia Yu was also engaged in the same pursuit. However, after a while, he sighed with confidence, saying, Old Dong, I feel my identity as the fishing god of Akiyama River can no longer be concealed. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, reveling in the moment. The girl, having her head patted, let out a sigh of contentment, a triumphant smile gracing her face, radiating confidence. Indeed, I too am a fishing god. Then, with a knowing demeanor, she murmured, with a flurry of keyboard strokes, I emerge as the fishing god. Indeed, it was that blocky game. But why would a fishing god need to learn fishing? She pondered, because, no matter how talented one may be, one must possess and maintain the heart of an apprentice. Exactly, that's how it is. Yet an hour later, it became apparent that this little river was devoid of fish. The white-haired fishing god pursed her lips, conceding, it seems so. The gray-haired fishing god lamented, rod in hand, a small bucket by his side. But scarcely had the words left his mouth when ripples formed on the lake's surface. The fishing line trembled. What is that? The most dreaded silence in the air. Before long, Xia Yu found himself deep in thought, gazing at the small bucket. A turtle? It's a little turtle, the white-haired fishing god corrected him. Moments later, the fishing rod stirred again, suggesting a catch, but Xia Yu remained puzzled. Is it another turtle? Incorrect, it's a tortoise.